Bound by the clutches of the demonic clan, Fang Qing found himself compelled to enter the Sin prison, where he assumed the role of an executioner. Initially resigned to the thought of a swift demise, he unexpectedly awakened a cultivation system, successfully slayed a lowly demon. Reward: Sacred Spirit Root. Successfully vanquished a crimson demon. Reward: Spirit Gathering Pill. Successfully eliminated a serpent demon. Reward: Heavenly Mysterious Fire. Successfully dispatched a headless female ghost. Reward: Foundation Establishment Pill. After 30 years of slaying demons and eliminating evil, Fang Qing ultimately attained the status of an immortal and departed from the Sin prison. At this juncture, humanity faced dire straits, besieged by a horde of demons, turning the world into a veritable hell. A resounding sword cry echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1. The Cultivation System. Yesterday at noon, a class entity, the Crimson Demon, appeared in the suburbs. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and it has been apprehended by the Demon Control Department. Last night, a class entity, the Rat Demon, surfaced in the city center mall. The Demon Extermination Department acted preemptively and successfully captured it. Recently, there have been reports of ghostly apparitions in Linen City that may utilize mobile phones as conduits for murder. Citizens are advised to exercise caution. Fang Qing closed the news page on his phone with a yawn, murmuring, "The world is becoming increasingly chaotic." In the past, information about demons and monsters would be broadcasted once every few days now. Several reports surfaced daily, and this was merely the news from Linen City. If one were to glance across the nation of Xinzhou, the number of demons would likely be staggering. Hopefully, I can find a good job today. Fang Qing, a recent university graduate, had just arrived in Linen City to seek his fortune. Yet, in a society rampant with demons and strange occurrences, it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to secure a desirable position. He sighed just as his phone rang. "Is this the interviewer from Huai Company?" Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised that he received a call so soon after submitting his resume. Without further thought, he answered the call. "Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?" Fang Qing's brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his heart raced. He had never saved this number. How could such a label appear on his phone? Hee. A child's eerie laughter emanated from the other end of the line, chilling him to the bone. "Who are you?" "Hee. You're going to die." He recalled the news report he had seen earlier about spirits using phones as conduits. Could it be a coincidence? A shiver ran down his spine as his lips involuntarily trembled. "Fang Qing, you are going to die." The voice on the line remained chilling, as if icy tendrils were creeping toward him. Fang Qing felt as if he had plunged into an ice chamber, and in the next moment, he abruptly hung up the phone. Surely, ghosts wouldn't appear in broad daylight. He gazed at the bright sun outside, feeling a modicum of safety. Yet, the specter of death lingered ominously. I must go to the Demon Extermination Department. Resolved, Fang Qing knew he had to take action to save himself to end this tumultuous era. The nation of Xinzhou had established 4 major departments: Demon Control, Demon Extermination, Ghost Elimination, and Monster Driving, each responsible for apprehending otherworldly beings and maintaining societal stability. He quickly gathered his belongings and left the rented room, leaving the ominous phone behind. 2 hours later, Fang Qing's complexion was bleak that he had visited the Ghost Elimination Department, only to be informed that there was no record of the ghostly entity mentioned in the news. It dawned on him that his phone had likely been tampered with. If the ghost could alter caller IDs, it could easily manipulate the news page on his phone as well. Ultimately, Fang Qing left, begrudgingly accepting that the Ghost Elimination Department would not dispatch powerful warriors for personal claims. With the vast population of Linen City, they could hardly accommodate everyone seeking protection. As he walked down the street, he sensed death closing in. Despite the warm sunlight enveloping him, his heart felt increasingly frigid, as if a chill were rising from his very feet. Surrounded by the bustling crowd, he felt a profound sense of isolation, but a sudden breeze swept by, and a newspaper flew into his face. He caught it, intending to toss it into the trash, when a particular headline halted him in his tracks. Sin Prison in Linen is hiring. Executioners needed. Requirements: physically fit, ages 20-30. Salary: 100,000 Xinzhou coins a month. Note: may pose health risks. Fang Qing was taken aback, a look of hesitation crossing his face. The Sin Prison was a facility designed specifically to contain demons and monsters, serving also as a place for executions. Should demons be slain outside, the malevolent energy they exuded could seep into the world, eventually rendering the entire continent lifeless and threatening humanity's very existence. To counter this, the nation of Xinzhou had established the Sin Prison, where all malevolent energy was contained and would not affect the outside realm. Fang Qing was well aware of this information, as it was publicly disseminated. Should I take a gamble? The peril of being an executioner was immense. Any demon or monster could retaliate before its demise, and an ordinary person would likely be utterly defenseless. Moreover, the prison's malevolent energy would erode a person's body, with few executioners surviving past the age of 30. Otherwise, such a position could hardly justify its exorbitant salary. Hee, you're going to die. As he hesitated, the chilling voice echoed in his mind once more. A wave of terror washed over him as he glanced around, yet no one else seemed aware of the sinister presence. This voice was meant solely for him. The malevolent entity was drawing near. In the southern suburbs of Linen City, do you wish to apply for the position of executioner? A young man clad in a white shirt smiled at the visibly flustered Fang Qing. Do not panic, this is the Sin Prison, the very hell of demons. The young man spoke with an enigmatic tone. Follow me. Fang Qing trailed closely behind as they descended the steps into the underground, resembling a descent into the maw of an abyss. The corridor was lined with dim yellow lights, and a nauseating odor assailed them, threatening to induce vomiting. Yet, Fang Qing felt a slight sense of relief as the icy voice in his mind dissipated. This was the Sin Prison, a place even A-class entities dared not trespass, and the malevolent spirit would certainly not venture within. Before long, they arrived at a cell. This is a class demon, the lowly demon. Slay it, and you will pass the assessment to officially become an executioner. The lowly demon before him was tall and disheveled, its wild hair obscuring its face as it emitted inhuman howls. Fang Qing licked his lips, took a deep breath, and approached the execution tools nearby. Grasping a bloodied long knife, he understood that there was no turning back. If he left the Sin Prison, that spirit would undoubtedly pursue him. Swish. The long knife was exceptionally sharp, severing the lowly demon's head in an instant. Blood gushed forth, yet Fang Qing remained unmoved. A series of cold, detached voices rang in his mind. The cultivation system has been activated. Successfully slain the lowly demon. Reward: Sacred Spirit Root. Note: you may slay a demon once daily to receive a random reward from the system. He felt as though something had been unshackled in his mind, his eyes becoming lucid and his thoughts remarkably agile, as if he had attained enlightenment. Immortal Cultivation System? Sacred Spirit Root? Fang Qing stood in a daze, yet his heart brimmed with uncertainty. In a world rife with demons and monsters, humanity pursued the martial path, leaving no one to cultivate immortality. He treaded a path that was distinctly his own. Chapter 2. The Reward of the Longevity Technique. Well done. The young man in a white shirt exclaimed with a smile, patting Fang Qing's shoulder. As an ordinary person, his decisive first kill of a demon was quite remarkable. Fang Qing gradually regained his composure, and fear had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a glimmer of joy. He understood that to attain elevation, he must continuously slay demons and monsters. However, the world outside was fraught with peril. A mere smartphone specter had nearly cost him his life, and should he encounter high-tier demons, it would surely be a near-fatal encounter. Yet, the demons within the prison were captured and had lost their combat prowess, constrained by various chains, rendering them mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The only caution he needed to exercise was against the demon's dying retaliations and the ever-encroaching malevolent aura surrounding him. But these matters posed little challenge for a cultivator. Congratulations. You've secured an exceptionally lucrative position, Chun Yi stated with a grin. Yet one must possess life to spend it. Fang Qing chuckled wryly, his indifference towards wealth evident. For him, exterminating demons was of paramount importance. Here is your contract. You may sign it. With a swift glance, Fang Qing perused the document and promptly affixed his signature. His mind had become extraordinarily acute, even possessing the ability to remember everything at a glance. Although he had not formally embarked on his cultivation journey, his sacred spirit root had significantly enhanced his cognitive development. Every 3 days, the executioners would receive tasks to slay demons, and they could leave the prison for 1 day each month. To terminate the contract, one must work for a minimum of 2 years. Are you clear on these terms? Chun Yi emphasized the points, concerned that Fang Qing might reconsider. I have one stipulation, Fang Qing declared. I require 300,000 each month. In exchange, I shall slay one demon each day. A flicker of greed and madness danced in his eyes, reminiscent of a gambler on the verge of ruin. The daily slaying of demons would yield system rewards. He could hardly be satisfied with merely one kill every 3 days. A bold proposition indeed. Chun Yi nodded slightly, accustomed to such individuals. Although the contract for executioners was only 2 years, no one had survived to see the outside world in centuries, prompting countless executioners to gamble their lives for monetary gain. Your dormitory is E302. You shall receive tasks daily. Completion is mandatory, even at the cost of your life. Chun Yi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke. The authorities did not conceal the dangers of this job. Even ordinary citizens were aware. Having chosen this profession, Fang Qing had accepted its inherent risks. Gradually, he calmed down, regaining his previous composure. With the smartphone Spectre issue resolved and employment secured, more importantly, he now had a chance to ascend to immortality. He need only remain within the prison. It would continually provide him with demons awaiting slaughter. Soon, Fang Qing returned to his dormitory. Gazing at the cold, hard walls, he fell into deep contemplation. The prison comprised 2 levels. The upper ground housed martial artists, the elite of the 4 factions, primarily tasked with preventing the escape of demons. The core of the prison lay beneath the surface, where various levels of malevolent creatures were confined. Aside from 1 day of release each month, executioners had no freedom. The prison was divided into 4 zones, B, C, D, and E. Except for E, which served as the living quarters for executioners, the other 3 zones were designated for detaining demons, with the zone numbers indicating the creature's levels. The Linen City prison did not detain A-class demons. In fact, among the 18 cities of the Divine Land, 17 lacked the authority to detain A-class demons. Only the most prosperous capital had such privileges. Hey there, newcomer. A burly man with a fierce countenance approached, his torso bare. You don't seem like someone with no other options. Why come to this prison? Chased by a demon. I had no choice, Fang Qing replied casually, recounting his predicament. The executioners' dormitories were shared 2 to a room, appearing quite comfortable. No wonder. The world is in utter chaos, the man sighed. A silence enveloped them, for in the prison, anyone could perish at any moment, rendering excessive inquiry unnecessary. Fang Qing closed his eyes and drifted into sleep, eagerly anticipating the demonic extermination tasks of the following day. The next day, as the clock struck 8, a series of urgent bells reverberated through Zone E of the prison. Executioners hurriedly vacated their dormitories, making their way to the E-Zone Plaza. A young man brandishing a black folder approached slowly. His gaze was unremarkable, yet exuded an oppressive force, making it difficult for others to meet his eyes. A martial artist? Fang Qing deduced quickly. In this tumultuous era, where demons ran rampant, only martial artists among humanity possessed the qualifications to resist them. They boasted formidable physical prowess, terrifying vitality, and mastery of various combat techniques, enabling them to confront most demons. He is the prison administrator, Li Zian, Fang Qing's roommate whispered, disclosing the man's identity. Li Zian surveyed the assembled crowd, discerning that there were no vacant spots. A hint of surprise crossed his face. Remarkably, no executioners had perished the previous day. Without delay, Li Zian commenced the announcement of the day's tasks. Yang Sun from Dormitory 101, C-Zone number 9. Liang Feng from Dormitory 204, D-Zone number 3. Fang Qing from Dormitory 302, D-Zone number 18. A spark of excitement ignited in Fang Qing's eyes as he headed toward D-Zone number 18. A towering creature with a canine head and a human body was secured on the execution rack, bound by thick black chains. You dare to kill me? The dog-headed demon howled, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. Fang Qing furrowed his brow and approached a nearby stone platform where various bloodied weapons lay. Habitually, he grasped a long knife. The tools in the prison were crafted from special materials, capable of effortlessly severing the bodies of demons. Lacking any formal knife techniques, he nonetheless understood the vital weaknesses of living beings and swiftly decapitated the creature. Successful kill of the dog-headed demon. Reward, longevity technique. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him, imbuing his mind with an entire method of cultivation. Fang Qing's body moved involuntarily, as if he had mastered the technique. Is this the art of cultivation? A faint glow enveloped his form, and the dog-headed demon's vengeful spirit could not approach him, ultimately dissipating into the air, transforming into malevolent energy that permeated the prison. No wonder martial artists refrained from executing these tasks. Enlightenment dawned upon Fang Qing. The demon's dying rage was intensely potent. Even the mightiest martial artists hesitated to engage, for prolonged exposure could halt their cultivation or, worse, leave hidden injuries that would hinder their martial path. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to withstand such vengeful energy, likely succumbing to death within months. Even slaying a demon every 3 days. They would certainly struggle to endure the 2-year contract. For an ordinary person, the prison represented a road of no return. Yet such concerns held little weight for Fang Qing. He was not merely a martial artist, but a cultivator. For him, the prison was akin to paradise. Chapter 3. 2 years. What a splendid job. Fang Qing sighed, reflecting that this place might well be the safest in the world, fortified by an array of formidable warriors and extensive defensive structures. Even an A-grade monster would meet its demise here. After all, should the prison descend into chaos, the entire city of Linen would plunge into disorder. As he departed from cell number 1, he cast a brief glance sideways. Coincidentally, a burly man was preparing to carry out an execution, while the imprisoned creature was a D-grade vengeful spirit. The man, evidently an experienced hand, swiftly and decisively wielded the instruments of execution, administering the fatal blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the vengeful spirit let out a piercing wail. Its extreme resentment materialized into a human form, surging directly into the man's mind. In an instant, the man lost his sanity, collapsing to the ground. Fang Qing's heart raced at the sight. The man and the spirit had perished together. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and calmly left the scene. Following the execution, Fang Qing made his way to the cafeteria in Zone E. Given the ever-present risk of sudden death among the executioners, the cafeteria offered surprisingly good meals, including the flesh and blood of edible monsters at the beginning of each month, which could bolster the health of ordinary individuals. With prolonged consumption, one might even attain the level of a martial artist. Unfortunately, the quantity was woefully scant, primarily intended to extend the lifespans of executioners rather than to facilitate their martial training. By the afternoon, the executioners found themselves without tasks, and most remained in their dormitories. The entertainment options here were exceedingly limited. Fortunately, Fang Qing was inherently reserved and found himself amenable to the absence of modern recreational diversions. Life within the prison was remarkably simple, yet Fang Qing gradually became immersed in it. Each day brought him closer to strength. As he traversed further along the path of cultivation, success, he had slain the red demon and received the reward of a spirit-gathering pill. He had vanquished the serpent demon and earned the heavenly fire. He had dispatched the headless ghost and acquired the foundation establishment pill. Day after day, 2 years swiftly passed. Fang Qing's physique grew increasingly stooped. At 24, he appeared akin to a frail elder, on the brink of death. This was a manifestation of the prolonged erosion by malevolent energy. However, this was merely a facade, a stratagem to conceal his abnormalities. Over the course of 2 years, Fang Qing had seen numerous executioners come and go, his tenure in the prison unmatched. Brother Qing, congratulations. Brother Qing, you have finally endured 2 years. You shall soon depart from this place. Dozens of fearsome men regarded the 24-year-old elder with respect. Today marked the expiration of Fang Qing's contract. As per agreement, he would leave the prison and return to normal life. Can people like us truly return? Fang Qing shook his head. Those who spent 2 years in such a place would have long succumbed to malevolent energy. Such individuals were akin to walking viruses, finding it exceedingly difficult to reintegrate into society. Stooped and pale, Fang Qing made his way toward the upper echelons of the prison. What? You wish to renew your contract? Chen Yi, still youthful, appeared even more vigorous than before. Fang Qing's keen eyes easily discerned the depth of his cultivation. According to the records of the Longevity Sutra, Fang Qing had now reached the later stages of foundation establishment. With various divine abilities, he could effortlessly eliminate high-ranking martial artists. The chasm between martial artists and cultivators was vast. One was mortal, the other immortal. Unless a martial artist attained the divine realm, they might stand a chance against cultivators. My malevolent energy has already infiltrated my body. There is no need for me to leave. Fang Qing wore a bitter expression, seemingly flawless in his ruse. Yet, his thoughts delved into another realm. Such a treasure trove as the prison could not be easily forsaken. With demons increasingly rampant, even cultivators faced peril upon exiting. The myriad of sinister tactics employed by these fiends posed a constant threat. Rather than risk it, he preferred to remain within the prison, where, should calamity strike, there were those above to bear the brunt. He could quietly cultivate in peace. I wish to renew my contract for 10 years. Fang Qing's demeanor was resolute, as if retreat were no longer an option. Chen Yi's gaze deepened, as if seeing him for the first time. Realizing that Fang Qing had resolved not to leave alive, admiration flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a sigh. Should you perish, the National Martial Affairs Bureau will grant your family a substantial compensation. Please donate it to society. Fang Qing, solitary and unencumbered, had few attachments. Cultivation was now his sole pursuit. If there is even a glimmer of hope that you might survive 10 years, the Qin family welcomes you. Chun Yi suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, but soon recognized he was overthinking matters. For an ordinary person to survive 10 years in the prison was a mere fantasy. Fang Qing, however, remained silent, dismissive of the martial path. Wasn't cultivation far more enticing? Brother Qing, you truly have returned? Did they trouble you? Is it impossible to leave even after 2 years? The burly men encircled him, chattering in concern. I chose to renew my contract voluntarily. There is no need for me to return. Fang Qing's words silenced the crowd. This indeed was a road of no return. Disperse now. The higher-ups did not trouble me. If any of you can survive 2 years, you may choose to leave. Just then, a series of urgent bells rang out. Marking the hour of 8 in the morning, a young man clad in a white shirt approached. 2 years had passed, yet the prison administrator remained Li Zian. His gaze lingered on Fang Qing for a few seconds before shifting to the lineup. 5 more are absent. Li Zian frowned slightly. In this chaotic world, the influx of demons into the prison was ever increasing. Originally, executions were conducted every 3 days. Now, they occurred every 2 days, resulting in a significant rise in the mortality rate among executioners. Another batch will need to be brought in, Li Zian thought, as he began to issue tasks. Lu Chun, Prison C, number 9. Feng Yi, Prison D, number 12. Fang Qing, Prison B, number 3. Stooped, Fang Qing proceeded towards Zone B. A large, grotesque rat, entirely black, was bound to the execution rack, emitting a foul stench. A B-grade rat demon? A flicker of excitement ignited in Fang Qing's dim eyes. Fool, I am the Rat King of Nanmo Mountain. Do you dare to kill me? The rat demon spoke with human-like words, its eyes glimmering with malice and rage. Once I perish, your demise shall follow swiftly. Release my shackles, and I shall impart to you a technique of the rat clan. Fang Qing remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the creature's words. Grasping his long knife, a cold smile crept upon his lips. With a swift motion, the blade shattered the rat demon's heart, and the excruciating pain forced a scream from its lips. You will die? The rat demon howled, and its eyes flashed with a strange red light. Unleashing a terrifying soul shockwave, Fang Qing merely waved his hand, dissipating the backlash into nothingness. Too weak, he remarked, as a notification echoed in his mind. Success. You have slain the rat demon. Reward, the divine ability, Deception of the Heavens. Chapter 4, the SS-class Fire Flood Dragon. The profound ability was instilled into Fang Qing's mind, and in an instant, he comprehended it entirely. With a mere thought, his appearance and aura underwent a tremendous transformation. Even his cultivation level began to shift. Fang Qing was exceedingly pleased with this newfound skill, for it allowed him to alter his guise and cultivation at will, enabling him to masquerade as a martial artist. Boom. As he experimented with his new power, a massive chasm opened up beneath the corpse of the rat demon, causing it to plummet downwards. Below the prison that housed the demonic entities lay a hidden realm, specifically designated for the disposal of demon corpses. Valuable materials would be extracted, while the useless remnants were discarded into the abyss of demons. Fang Qing became aware of all this through the divine sense of the cultivators. He paid it little heed and reverted to his original aged appearance, departing the cell with remarkable composure. In that fleeting moment, a surging wave of demonic energy permeated the prison. His perception was astute, and his divine sense extended to the entrance of the prison. He beheld a crimson serpent demon being escorted inside, flames flickering from its head, exuding an aura of immense terror. Accompanying it were 4 formidable martial artists, their vitality palpable. Enormous black chains bound the serpent demon, evidently suppressing its powers. An A-class demon. Over the past 2 years, Fang Qing had slain more than 700 demons and had a profound understanding of B-class demon capabilities. The creature before him certainly did not belong to any B-class being. It should be able to withstand my sword strike. Estimating its strength, Fang Qing felt little concern. The 4 martial artists escorted the serpent demon to the end of Zone B, where a specially designed cell awaited, primarily for the temporary confinement of A-class demons. Surely it would be transported to the capital's prison by dawn. You had best release me. Otherwise, my father will surely come to wreak havoc. Despite its capture, the serpent demon remained remarkably composed, its scarlet tongue flickering as cold murderous intent glimmered in its eyes. Then we shall send your father on his way. One of the martial artists, clad in black armor, spoke impassively as his spear swiftly pierced the serpent demon's body, eliciting a howl of pain. The serpent demon was soon confined within the cell, shackled in various restraints that rendered it incapable of utilizing any innate abilities. Upon returning to his quarters, Fang Qing found his thoughts lingering on the serpent demon. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate it? 2 years of demon slaying had imparted certain insights. Although rewards were random, exterminating higher-tier demons often yielded rarer rewards. Yet this was not an absolute. For instance, his first kill of a lowly demon had granted him the Sacred Spirit Root. The significance of the Sacred Spirit Root was immense. Without it, he would not have ascended from a mere mortal to the late Foundation establishment stage in just 2 years. The hierarchy of cultivators differed entirely from that of martial artists. Classified into stages: Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, Golden Core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, enlightenment, and ascendancy. The disparity in power between each stage was vast, with each step akin to ascending to the heavens. As he indulged in these musings, the martial artists above the prison wore expressions of deep concern. The prison was housed within a towering edifice, one of the iconic structures of Linen City. However, the flow of people was sparse, for it was inhabited solely by martial artists. In the highest level conference room, 6 immensely powerful martial artists were gathered, their brows furrowed, seemingly facing a grave dilemma. The envoy from the capital will not arrive until tomorrow. We must ensure the A-class demon remains secure. The elderly figure in black spoke gravely, his demeanor serious. I have heard that the father of that crimson fire serpent is a fire flood dragon. The level of danger it poses is likely SS class. This will be a fierce battle. A young man hesitated before finally voicing his thoughts. Elder E, perhaps we should consider releasing the serpent? Humph, nonsense. The elder abruptly rose, a terrifying surge of vitality overturning the conference table. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon the young man. Humans and demons cannot coexist. Yielding even a step invites utter destruction. The elder was acutely aware of the current situation. The demons were growing increasingly brazen. Should humanity relent even slightly, it would lead to unending capitulation, ultimately resulting in humanity's obliteration. Gather all martial artists of 5th tier and above in Linen City. This battle must be won. Otherwise, if the prison falls into chaos, the entire city shall face annihilation. The threat posed by SS-class entities was exceedingly high. A-class beings were utterly incomparable. The Chun and Wang families must contribute. The elder was the strongest in Linen City, holding a high position, empowered to mobilize any personnel and resources in critical moments. The 2 middle-aged men below nodded slowly, showing no hesitation. The fates of the 2 great families were intertwined with that of Linen City. If they could endure through the night until the capital's reinforcements arrived, even SS-class beings would dare not cause unrest. The group continued to discuss battle strategies, ensuring that this time, nothing would go awry. Night soon descended. Though the prison was housed within a towering structure, it lay on the outskirts, designed to prevent the malignant energy from spilling over and endangering ordinary citizens. At this moment, the prison exuded an eerie silence, akin to a desolate wasteland, occasionally pierced by the calls of birds. In dormitory 302 of the prison, Fang Qing, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. Huh, a demon approaches? Indeed, a crimson hue appeared in the sky, and within mere breaths, it descended. It turned out to be a terrifying great flood dragon, engulfed in flames. Lowly humans, release my offspring. Otherwise, the entire city shall be buried with you. The voice of the dragon reverberated, as it expelled torrents of flames, the intense heat radiating outward. The towering building above the prison seemed to tremble dangerously, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the cacophony of demonic roars erupted. An increasing number of demons began to gather near the prison, a frenzied dance of demons intent on obliterating the prison. You, Fire Flood Dragon, are overly confident. An elder stepped forth, his presence commanding and formidable. If you dare to destroy Linen City, the entire dragon clan shall perish. Although Linen City lacked overwhelming strength, it did not imply that humanity was without its champions. The fact that they had endured against waves of demonic invasions for so many years spoke volumes of their strength. 7th tier martial artist? The Fire Flood Dragon snorted disdainfully, flames billowing from its nostrils. Surrender my offspring. The elder, without a hint of hesitation, brandished a black longsword and charged towards the dragon. You seek death. The Fire Flood Dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames that seemed to stain the entire sky crimson. Inside the prison, countless demons erupted into a frenzy. Our demon kin are coming. All humans shall perish for daring to confine our noble race. Deep within the prison, the Fire Serpent, filled with excitement, realized its father had finally arrived. Above the prison, the clash between the Elder and the Fire Flood Dragon erupted instantaneously. However, at the onset of the battle, the Elder found himself at a distinct disadvantage. You have advanced. The Elder's expression darkened, disbelief evident in his eyes. The danger level of the opponent had now escalated to SS class. Only an 8th tier martial artist could contend with it. Chapter 5. The Might of the Cultivator. You can die. The Fire Flood Dragon's expression was one of disdain as it violently swung its tail, sending the elderly man plummeting from the sky. Oldie! A throng of warriors rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. The elder's complexion was ashen, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. This place should have long been obliterated. The fire flood dragon roared, summoning countless monsters from the surroundings, intent on utterly annihilating this den of sins. One by one, the warriors confronted the approaching fiends, their resolve unwavering. Should the den spiral out of control, the amassed malevolence within would be unleashed, bringing ruin upon the entire Linen City. The fire flood dragon concentrated scorching flames within its maw, preparing to obliterate the 7th-tier warrior directly. Suddenly, 2 figures surged forth. They were the scions of Linen City's 2 most prominent families. Do 6th-tier warriors dare to approach? The fire flood dragon scoffed, unleashing a torrent of flames that forced them back. It soared into the skies, surveying the ants below with a cold, indifferent smile. Humanity remained far too feeble. Its own rank had ascended to SS level, far beyond what Linen City could contend with. Your Majesty, the Demon King, eliminate them. Annihilate all humans. Capture them and imprison them here. Below the den, a host of demons seethed with fury, their chains clanking as they emitted low growls of bitterness. Suddenly, a hunched figure passed before their cells. The demons, bewildered, failed to react. The time for execution had arrived. Fang Qing's expression was serene as he made his way toward the den's exit. A sword's resonance emanated from within him, as if it were poised to taste blood. The fire flood dragon glared downwards, its terrifying flames scattering in all directions as it commanded the horde of demons. Destroy this den for me. Do humans dare to judge my demon kin? The various fiends charged toward the den, the warriors' defenses shrinking rapidly. In days past, the warriors of Linen City could have repelled any invasion, but the might of the Crimson Dragon above rendered humanity defenseless. You shall perish. The fire flood dragon fixed its gaze upon the fallen and injured old E, the strongest in the area, who had now lost his fighting capability. At that moment, he was being carried away to the warrior's tower, but the fire flood dragon intercepted them. A blast of flames surged forth, the searing heat causing the warrior's expressions to shift dramatically. Just as the high-tier warrior was on the brink of annihilation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Clang! In an instant, the sound of a sword's cry reverberated through the heavens. Both demons and humans were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the occurrence. The fire flood dragon, puzzled, turned its gaze toward the entrance of the den. It faintly sensed the origin of the sword's resonance. Under the moonlight, a dazzling beam of sword light radiated forth. The forms of both humans and demons below were illuminated in a pristine whiteness, entranced by the ethereal beauty. Yet, the fire flood dragon felt a chill. The shadow of death loomed over it. This sword was insurmountable. It attempted to evade, but the sword's speed was too swift. The white light, transformed from the flying sword, pierced through its body in an instant, leaving no time for it to feel pain. In mere moments, its form was riddled with wounds, blood gushing from within, splattering onto the face of a B-tier demon below. The B-tier demon, astonished, found itself plunged into a nightmare. Boom! The massive body of the fire flood dragon plummeted, crushing the demon beneath it into grievous injury. The surrounding fiends halted their assault, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Their demon king had perished so easily. The flying sword remained pristine, untainted by even a drop of blood. In the next moment, the sword vanished silently from sight. Fang Qing stood at the exit of the den, gazing at the moonlight, before returning within. The slaying of the fire flood dragon was successful. He received the reward. The Linglong golden pill. A fragrant pill materialized in his hand, designed to aid cultivators in solidifying their core. Fang Qing had already transcended the stages of qi refinement and foundation establishment. The next step was the golden core. According to the principles of the Longevity Sutra, the golden core stage marked one as a formidable cultivator, with a lifespan extending to 500 years. His combat prowess would also receive a significant boost, enabling him to nurture magical artifacts and manifest various divine abilities. Fang Qing stowed the flying sword within the space of the cultivation system, naming it the Demon Slayer's Sword, a reward earned through the defeat of the demon. The den should remain stable for a time now. He had not intended to intervene, but the other party sought to destroy the den, effectively severing his path to cultivation. Such a deeply personal enmity warranted action. Fang Qing hunched his form, reverting to an aged appearance, and returned to Area E. The executioners remained in slumber, the external chaos failing to penetrate this sanctuary. While the roars of imprisoned demons did not rouse them, Fang Qing fell into a seemingly untroubled sleep, while outside, a tempest of upheaval erupted. Who had intervened? Old Yi's face was pale, disbelief etched upon him as he gazed at the corpse of the fire flood dragon. An SS-level being had been vanquished just like that. Even the strongest in the divine capital could not have achieved this. Moreover, that flying sword bore no resemblance to the means of a warrior, more akin to the legendary methods of immortals. Old E, does Linen City harbor hidden titans? The head of the Qin family, his countenance filled with astonishment, struggled to recover from the shock. Could it be a guardian sent from above? Old E, too, wore a look of confusion. He had been the highest-ranking individual in Linen City, commanding the obedience of all warriors. Yet, now appeared an unparalleled figure of whom he had never heard. The Fire Flood Dragon had been utterly crushed. Such power was indeed terrifying. Even the pinnacle of humanity, the ninth-tier warriors, could not have accomplished this. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure against the den spiraling out of control, someone strategically sent from above. Old E sighed, resigning to that explanation. If so, then among the 18 cities of the Divine Land, aside from the Divine Capital, the remaining 17 cities must each possess a peerless powerhouse. Arrest all surrounding demons. Old E suddenly snapped back to reality, ordering the warriors to launch a counteroffensive. With the Fire Flood Dragon, their greatest shield, now slain, the horde of demons was rendered insubstantial. This was the den of sins, the heartland of humanity. The surrounding demons, too, grasped the situation, their expressions filled with panic as they fled the scene. Ultimately, the tumultuous night swiftly passed. The den saw the addition of over 10 new demons, while the corpse of the Fire Flood Dragon was meticulously disassembled. Its blood, bones, and teeth were all of immense value. On the following day, Fang Qing casually executed a demon, successfully slayed the Huai Tree Spirit. Reward: divine ability, external incarnation. Fang Qing was taken aback. Having unexpectedly acquired a divine ability only cultivators at the Golden Core stage could practice. Chapter 6. Preparing for the breakthrough. His heart surged with excitement as he returned to his dormitory, ready to transcend to the Golden Core stage. Now, the dormitory was empty, his previous roommate having perished long ago, with no one to take their place. Fang Qing adjusted his fluctuating emotions, gradually calming himself down. As the exquisite golden elixir was swallowed by him, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted but was swiftly concealed in an instant. The divine art of cloaking not only altered one's appearance, but also effortlessly obscured one's cultivation level. Only those of superior prowess could discern the truth. However, in human society, it was inconceivable for a cultivator at the Golden Core stage to exist. The spiritual energy within Fang Qing surged like a torrent, coursing through his meridians before ultimately converging in his abdomen. A golden core was steadily forming. His aura irradiated continuously, gradually advancing towards the Golden Core stage. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and soon nightfall enveloped the world. Suddenly, Fang Qing opened his eyes. He appeared as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any imposing presence. Yet his skin was fair, and his visage was strikingly youthful, a stark contrast to his usual aged appearance. Had he truly become a cultivator at the Golden Core stage? A smile graced Fang Qing's lips, as if he had liberated himself from the shackles of life. Clang! A flying sword emerged from the system space, seemingly imbued with sentience, swirling around him incessantly. Little one, it's time to return. Fang Qing felt a heightened mastery over the Demon Slayer's sword, capable of further unleashing its might. Should he encounter that fire-scaled dragon again, he would need no more than a single strike. The Demon Slayer's sword instantly transformed, shrinking in size, and pierced toward Fang Qing's abdomen. With a flash of brilliance, it returned to his Golden Core. Cultivators at the Golden Core stage invariably began nurturing their magical artifacts, and Fang Qing naturally opted for the most formidable sword among his peers. As he pondered the implications of being an 8th-tier warrior, he suddenly sensed something. He looked up. His consciousness penetrated the layers of blackened walls of the prison, revealing the situation within the warrior tower above. Oldie, are you injured? A middle-aged man clad in a black robe raised an eyebrow, concern evident in his tone. The 7th-tier warrior, Old E, appeared pale and had yet to recover. A fire-scale dragon had visited, its strength likely at the SS level. SS level. Lu Yuan was taken aback. His old friend was seasoned and prudent, surely not prone to reckless assessments of monster ranks. It could only mean that a creature of SS level had indeed traversed the prison. How did you manage to repel it? Lu Yuan did not entertain the notion that the fire-scale dragon had come merely for a stroll. It must have had a purpose. Thanks to the unparalleled powerhouse dispatched from above, Old E still bore the haunting memories of the previous night. The flying sword had left an indelible impression on him. What powerhouse? Lu Yuan appeared bewildered. He hailed from the Divine City and had come specifically to relocate the Crimson Fire Serpent. Despite his high-ranking position and years in the Divine City, he had never heard of any city guardian. A flying sword annihilated an SS-level fire-scale dragon. The aura emanating from Lu Yuan, now an 8th-tier warrior, erupted with considerable might, far surpassing Old E.S. Are you jesting? Even a 9th-tier warrior could not achieve such a feat. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would not speak so recklessly. Old E shook his head. The flying sword from yesterday was akin to the method of a celestial being. Absolutely impossible. Lu Yuan vehemently denied it. In this world, monsters roamed unchecked. Yet no cultivators had emerged. The only path for humans to gain strength lay in becoming warriors and cultivating vital energy. Now, someone was suggesting that humans could cultivate immortality, which shattered his understanding. I too find it hard to believe. The remnants of the fire-scale dragon still linger in the prison, as you can see. Let us go. The two departed the warrior tower, heading toward the prison. Fang Qing retracted his consciousness, choosing to disregard the other matters. Let them investigate. They could never suspect him. Even in the eyes of 9th-tier warriors, he was merely a hapless individual tainted by malevolent energy. Lu Yuan and his companions remained utterly clueless, never once suspecting the executioner. Fang Qing continued his demon-slaying endeavors, his cultivation once again soaring at an astonishing rate. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Recently, an A-level ghostly entity, the red-haired specter, had been spotted in the city. Citizens were urged to report any sightings to the Demon Extermination Department. In the northern suburbs, tremors often emanated from underground. Relevant authorities suspected the presence of B-level or higher monsters, urging the public to remain vigilant. Within the Divine City, the 4 foremost human powerhouses had successfully captured an SSS-level monster, the Earth Giant Dragon, which would undoubtedly advance humanity's martial prowess. Fang Qing reclined languidly on his dormitory bed, beside an old, battered radio that incessantly broadcast various news reports. Things are becoming increasingly chaotic, Fang Qing murmured to himself. Over 5 years, the rampaging monsters grew ever more rampant, and humanity's defenses continued to recede. Now, aside from 18 cities, all other areas had been utterly overrun by these fiends, with only the mightiest warriors daring to venture beyond urban confines. The National Martial Arts Bureau placed increasing emphasis on the cultivation of warriors, yet the sheer strength of the monsters proved overwhelming. The executioners in the prison now numbered 500, a figure that had multiplied several times over in comparison to 5 years prior. This was due to the relentless influx of monsters being captured daily. The prison in Lin had undergone significant transformation, not only expanding in size, but also adding an A-zone specifically for the confinement of A-level entities. Fang Qing approached today's execution target. A massive corpse-eating demon loomed before him, its expression grotesque, eyes blood-red, exuding an aura of terror. You, a lowly wretch, dare to challenge me? It had barely begun to speak when Fang Qing's gaze sharpened like a blade. A glimmer of light flashed, and the A-level monster succumbed to its demise. Success in slaying the corpse-eating demon. Reward, Sacred Infant Pill. A pill resembling a human form materialized within the system's space. And a faint smile crept upon Fang Qing's lips. Indeed, one's thoughts manifest into reality. It is time to contemplate the birth of an infant. Over 3 years, Fang Qing's Holy Spirit root, coupled with the various elixirs provided by the system, had allowed him to attain the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. This cultivation level placed him among the ranks of the powerful, even in the realm of immortality. On the following day, Fang Qing continued his slaying of monsters. Success in slaying the water beast. Reward, Spirit Summoning Talisman. Fang Qing completed his execution tasks for the day and departed in a remarkably unremarkable manner. The number of executioners in Zone E had approached 1,000. Amidst the current chaos, earning a living had become exceedingly challenging. Unbeknownst to many, the profession of executioner had become the best option for those left with no recourse. Every gaze directed at Fang Qing was laden with complexity. As though he were a creature of myth, his form remained hunched, countenance grim, as if he might depart this world at any moment. Yet this very state had persisted for a full 3 years. The executioners in the prison had cycled through numerous batches, yet he had become a perennial fixture. Even the prison administrator was no longer Lysian, but had been replaced by another middle-aged man. Powerful warriors had once expressed curiosity about Fang Qing, eager to discern how an ordinary person could endure for 5 years. Yet they were ultimately disappointed. Even 8th-tier warriors could not unravel the enigma. They concluded that Fang Qing was merely an ordinary individual, perpetually on the brink of death. Chapter 7. The Strangulation of the Red-Eyed Demon. The disturbances of the infant's formation were likely too pronounced to transcend within the confines of the Sin prison. Fang Qing reclined in his dormitory, resolutely deciding to venture outside for his advancement. Nightfall soon enveloped the land. With his hands forming intricate seals, an ethereal figure emerged. Separating from his corporeal form, his external incarnation cultivated through rigorous training. At this juncture, his doppelganger was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet it shared a singular soul with him, akin to an extension of his own limbs. Fang Qing opted to leave this avatar behind in the dormitory while he himself stepped beyond the prison's threshold. To the demons and executioners, the Sin prison was a cage. But to a gold-core cultivator, it was hardly worth mentioning. As darkness deepened, Fang Qing transformed into a luminous streak, soaring northward. His velocity far surpassed human limits, rendering him incomparable to any martial artist. In no time, he departed the city of Linen, arriving at a desolate and remote peak. Echoes of various ghastly wails and beastly roars permeated the night. The realm beyond the city had become a forbidden ground for humanity, accessible only to the most formidable of warriors. Fang Qing maintained a serene demeanor, as though meandering through his own garden. Humans? Truly delectable prey. Amidst the night, dozens of crimson lights ignited, appearing most sinister. It was a horde of shadowy demons emerging from the darkness. Red-eyed demons? After 5 years of execution, Fang Qing had encountered a plethora of fiends and specters. It seemed a cleansing was in order. The terrifying sound of a sword's cry resonated suddenly, as a beam of white light erupted from within him. The demon-slaying sword, nurtured over years, had grown exceedingly powerful. The sword trembled slightly, unleashing a myriad of sword shadows that outshone the moonlight. The entire desolate mountain was illuminated, revealing the petrified expressions of the demons, an unprecedented sight in their existence. Are you human? The fear in the red-eyed demon's gaze was palpable, even as they forgot to flee. The sword light descended upon them, shredding every demon and specter upon the mountain. The air was filled with screams and the sounds of dismemberment, as blood and flesh splattered, painting a gruesome tableau. Fang Qing's expression remained calm, devoid of any compassion. The specter of the mobile ghost from 5 years prior had truly thrust him into the throes of death. Had he delayed his entrance into the Sin prison, he might have perished in the streets. No, I refuse to die. A formidable red-eyed demon shrieked in terror. Yet it was futile. Its once mighty form was as fragile as paper, cleaved effortlessly by the flying sword. This was an S-rank red-eyed demon, a significant threat to humanity. Yet it was instantaneously annihilated. In less than 10 minutes, the mountain was purged of all life. Fang Qing formed seals with his hands, invoking the wind control technique. A fierce wind surged forth, sweeping away the metallic scent of blood. Ascending to the mountain's peak, the demon-slaying sword swiftly carved out a temporary cave. The time for infant formation had arrived. Fang Qing retrieved several potent pills from the system space, rich in spiritual energy and instrumental in enhancing the success rate of his formation. Among them, the Holy Infant Pill stood out as the primary catalyst. He also produced the recently acquired Spirit Summoning Talisman, which served to suppress inner demons and significantly increase the likelihood of success. Based on Fang Qing's calculations, his success rate for formation soared to an astounding 90%, a feat nearly unimaginable for ordinary cultivators. As the pills entered his body, his internal spiritual energy surged dramatically, propelling him toward the nascent soul stage. His mastery of concealment ensured that the fluctuations of spiritual energy went unnoticed, leaving the desolate mountain seemingly unremarkable. With his eyes firmly shut, he became wholly absorbed in his breakthrough. By dawn, the peril posed by the red-eyed demons of the desolate mountain was evident, necessitating utmost caution to avoid catastrophic consequences. A resolute young man spoke, flanked by 6 martial artists, as they steadily approached the grim mountain. Each member of the group wore expressions of profound vigilance, acutely aware of the surrounding dangers. This territory lay beyond the city limits, firmly within the domain of demons and fiends. Even the most seasoned warriors dared not underestimate it. Chun-Li, is it true that the red-eyed demon has reached S-rank? Inquired a strikingly beautiful woman among the group. The bloodline of red-eyed demons was typically weak. Most were merely B-rank, with A-rank specimens being exceedingly rare. Thus, the claim of an S-rank red-eyed demon reported by the National Martial Arts Bureau strained credulity. The official reports are reliable, Chun-Li murmured, suddenly furrowing his brow. What a potent scent of blood. Though the group maintained their distance from the mountain, the stench of blood assailed their senses, prompting expressions of alarm. In the wilderness, unexpected developments were the gravest concern, for they often heralded the arrival of other fiends, enemies of humanity. Each occurrence heightened the peril of their mission. Yesterday, Fang Qing had utilized the wind control technique to dissipate the blood scent, rendering the mountaintop fresh and untainted. However, the surrounding area now exuded an even more potent odor of carnage. Remain stationary and stay alert, Chun-Li commanded sternly, as the others swiftly complied. Like a nimble monkey, he advanced towards the mountain, confident that his 7th-tier martial prowess would safeguard his life, even amidst chaos. How could this be? Chun-Li exclaimed as he entered the mountain, unable to suppress his astonishment. The calm demeanor he once possessed was replaced with sheer shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. The mountain was strewn with heaps of dismembered flesh, resembling a slaughterhouse, soaked in blood. He gestured for his team to follow, leading them deeper into the gruesome scene. "They're all dead," murmured a younger member, visibly disturbed by the horrific sight before him. In addition to the red-eyed demons, other fiends were present, quickly identified by Chun Li's seasoned judgment. The red-eyed demon ruled this mountain, yet other creatures lingered as well. Could it be that rival factions had come to clash? Even among demons and fiends, conflicts arose. While their common enemy was humanity, grudges inevitably formed. Boom, boom, boom. As the group pondered this, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Akin to a bolt from the blue, they shuddered involuntarily, glancing skyward. A bolt from the blue? Chun Li frowned, sensing that the day's events were spiraling beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere began to churn, coalescing into a vortex, a phenomenon invisible to martial artists. To their eyes, the mountain erupted into a violent tempest, uprooting lowly trees and sending boulders tumbling down. "Flee!" Chun Li's expression shifted dramatically as he led his team away from the mountain. However, while the vortex remained unseen to them, certain peculiar demons were acutely aware. A treasure has emerged? From a distance, a massive tree swayed, emitting a voice akin to that of a human. Boom, boom, boom. The black tree spirit began to stir, leveraging its extensive root system to initiate movement. The ground trembled beneath it. The black tree's spirit moved with astonishing speed, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the desolate mountain. Chapter 8. The Reckless, Ghostly Entity. "Captain, what is that?" One of the team members sensed a disturbance and cast his gaze into the distance. Before him loomed a towering black tree, several hundred meters high, shifting ominously. An SS-grade dark tree spirit. Chun Li's expression changed dramatically as he instantly recognized its identity. He had previously feared that the source of the upheaval might be the dark tree spirit, yet it appeared that was not the case. The members of the team concealed themselves, refraining from revealing any trace of their presence. However, the dark tree spirit paid them no heed, driven by avarice as it surged toward the peak of the desolate mountain. Upon reaching the summit, at the heart of the swirling spiritual energy, its massive form suddenly faltered. With a clang, a flash of sword light struck, cleaving through the spiraling energy, unleashing a terrifying force. The formidable dark tree spirit immediately sensed a life and death crisis. What in the world is that? Fear gripped its heart as its enormous body tumbled down the mountainside, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, the speed of the flying sword was beyond imagination. Slicing sounds echoed. In an instant, the dark tree spirit's resilient body was riddled with wounds. A piercing scream erupted, and the dark tree spirit had already drawn its last breath. Its life force was robust. Even a 9th-tier martial artist would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish it. Dead. Chun Li's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. His gaze shifted to the flying sword, and a sudden realization struck him. 3 years prior, an SS-grade creature had attacked Linen City's prison, only to be slain at a critical moment by a flying sword. Could this be the very sword from 3 years ago? Chun Li's eyes turned toward the peak of the desolate mountain. Is it truly a paragon among humans? His heart brimmed with curiosity as he led the team toward the mountain. At long last, a breakthrough. Fang Qing's eyes flew open, the swirling spiritual energy dissipating in an instant, a force potent enough to reverse the tides of fate surging within him. "I am now also an ancient being at the nascent soul stage." A smile graced Fang Qing's face. For the nascent soul stage was an entirely different echelon compared to the golden core stage. Not only did it bestow a lifespan extending to millennia, but its combat prowess was incomparably superior. With a mere thought, the demon-slaying sword circled around him. Oh, are there demons approaching? The sword had developed a consciousness of its own, incessantly conveying something to him. Well done. Fang Qing caressed the sword's hilt, preparing to return to the prison. He transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the heavens. Meanwhile, Chun Li and the others, who were climbing the mountain below, suddenly looked up at the sky. Brother Chun, that is Chun Li, a 7th-tier martial artist with extraordinary eyesight, discerned the outline of the streak of light. It is indeed a human powerhouse. He gasped, his understanding of the world shattered. Such speed of flight was beyond any human capability. While martial artists cultivate their blood and energy, upon reaching the 7th tier, they too can traverse the skies. Yet, the disparity between them and that streak of light was insurmountable. One was in the heavens, while the other remained on the ground. The gap was simply too vast. Let us retreat. There exists such a formidable being among humans. Chun Li realized that the other party had no intention of noticing them. The desolate mountain ultimately fell silent, devoid of any further demonic presence. Inside the prison, Fang Qing felt invigorated. His doppelganger had just completed its execution. Sharing a single soul, he naturally reaped the rewards of vanquishing demons. Upon returning to the prison, Fang Qing felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. as though he had returned home. Yet, being at the nascent soul stage was not enough. Fang Qing's expression hardened with resolve, preparing to continue advancing his cultivation within the prison. However, he first needed to understand the state of the outside world. He would eventually emerge from the mountain and needed to remain informed about external affairs. The battered radio within the prison provided scanned information. A doppelganger was an excellent choice. With a thought, Fang Qing began to transform into an aged visage, while his doppelganger morphed into his youthful self. He formed hand seals, sending his doppelganger into the outside world. This way, he could gather news from the outside without facing danger. Should the doppelganger perish, it would have no impact on his true self. Fang Qing, content, remained in his quarters, resuming his cultivation. His doppelganger had reached the foundation establishment stage, its strength comparable to that of high-tier martial artists. I wonder if my old phone from 5 years ago still exists. Fang Qing gazed at the bustling crowd around him, experiencing a sensation akin to being in a different era. He leisurely boarded a bus, heading toward the apartment he had rented years ago. The phone was likely long gone. He merely wished to revisit old haunts. The place he had once called home was located in the southern part of the city, a particularly humble abode. 5 years had passed, yet it remained unchanged. In fact, the entirety of Linen City had not transformed significantly. This was not an era of technology, but rather one dominated by martial artists. The only discernible change was the rampant emergence of demons and the proliferation of powerful martial artists. Presently, the mightiest in Linen City was a 9th-tier martial artist, a guardian from the divine capital, specifically tasked with protecting the city. Hee, you're going to die? As Fang Qing arrived downstairs, a voice echoed in his mind. He paused momentarily, then chuckled. To his astonishment, that cursed phone spirit still dared to seek him out after 5 years. He unleashed his spiritual sense, preparing to obliterate it on the spot. Within an abandoned building, the phone spirit was casting curses, ready to reap human lives. 5 years had passed, and its malevolence had escalated sharply. It was now classified as an A-grade dangerous entity. Its bizarre movements had become a persistent headache for the National Martial Arts Bureau. Yet, the phone spirit's expression suddenly shifted in horror, as a phrase reverberated in its mind. I have found you. There is no escape. Run. Quickly run. The entity that once instilled fear in humanity now sought to flee, as the shadow of death loomed closer. Just as it attempted to escape, a ball of flame appeared mysteriously, igniting its very form. Fang Qing entered with an expression of indifference, his eyes alight with mirth. You still dare to seek me out? He had not anticipated the phone spirit to be so fearless. Spare me. Spare me. The phone spirit emitted a chilling wail, sounding utterly harrowing. That flame seemed to be its nemesis. In mere moments, it was rendered exceedingly feeble. Fang Qing showed no mercy, incinerating it completely. Thus, a malevolent spirit that roamed the city met its end. As Fang Qing turned to leave, he suddenly froze. A voice rang out. Stand still. Don't move. A group of individuals clad in white uniforms burst in. Each wielded specially crafted firearms, their gazes warily fixed upon Fang Qing. I advise you not to make any rash decisions. Fang Qing maintained a calm demeanor, regarding them with indifference. Step aside. All of you, step aside. A burly man stepped forward, his eyes scrutinizing Fang Qing. Greetings. I am Lu Xing, the leader of Group A of the Demon Suppression Department for the Southern District of Linen. Fang Qing. Fang Qing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As merely an executioner within the prison, he naturally aroused no suspicion. Even if someone took notice, they would likely assume it was a case of sharing the same name. After all, the visage of Fang Qing within the confines of prison appeared remarkably aged, hardly resembling the youth standing before us now. Chapter 9. The Demon Suppression Department. We had prepared to capture the mobile spirit, yet encountered you, the very mobile spirit itself. Lu Xing surveyed every corner of the dwelling, yet found no trace of the mobile spirit. I executed it, Fang Qing stated with a calm demeanor. Preposterous. That mobile spirit is classified as an A-grade dangerous entity. And you are not even a martial artist, one of Lu Xing's teammates retorted, visibly displeased, suspecting Fang Qing was merely jesting. Who says I am not a martial artist? Fang Qing's eyes flashed, and an overwhelming surge of blood vitality erupted instantaneously. The onlookers instinctively took a step back, stunned by his imposing presence. A 7th-tier martial artist? On the verge of reaching the 8th tier, Lu Xing's expression turned to one of astonishment, disbelief etched across his features. As the team leader, he himself was merely a 6th-tier martial artist, yet here stood a stranger who was a 7th tier. Has the world truly changed? Fang Qing remained unfazed, for the celestial abilities of a cultivator allowed him to masquerade as any tier of martial artist. His doppelganger could perform similarly. Who exactly are you? Lu Xing's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. How could someone so youthful possibly be a 7th-tier martial artist? The only plausible explanation was that he was under the control of a demon. Ordinary human, You must have a means of verification, do you not? Fang Qing spread his hands, indicating the absence of any weapon. His intention was to join the demon suppression department. The primary goal of his doppelganger emerging was to acquire intelligence, and such an official department would undoubtedly possess the most current information. Lu Xing whispered something to a nearby individual. Soon, a peculiar instrument was handed to him from behind. Do not move. This is a means to verify your humanity. The device emitted a flickering green light, seemingly scanning for something. As time passed, the green light persisted without pause. Lu Xing exhaled in relief, a smile blossoming upon his face. I apologize. I am merely adhering to protocol, he said with an apologetic tone, extending his right hand. Fang Qing nodded slightly, not taking offense. In these tumultuous times, a degree of caution was certainly warranted. I had no idea Brother Fang possessed such formidable strength, capable of single-handedly vanquishing an A-grade entity. I wonder what position you currently hold. Lu Xing inquired cautiously, recognizing that if such a powerful martial artist were to join the demon suppression department, it would be a tremendous boon. His current concern was whether Fang Qing was affiliated with one of the other three major departments. Just an idle wanderer, Fang Qing replied with a smile. Lu Xing was elated, promptly responding, at present, our demon suppression department is indeed in need of personnel. With your capabilities, Brother Fang could certainly occupy a significant role. What say you? Fang Qing nodded slightly and readily agreed. I shall rely on Brother Lu for guidance henceforth. No one would delve into the specifics of Fang Qing's identity. In this chaotic world, various civilian strongmen had emerged, and official departments merely needed to ascertain their humanity. The atmosphere among the group gradually eased. Brother Fang, I apologize. I was previously blind to your true worth, the teammate who had doubted Fang Qing said apologetically. Fang Qing patted his shoulder, conveying that he bore no ill will. The group returned to the demon suppression department. The four major official departments were all situated in the city center, ensuring they could respond swiftly to any crisis. The demon suppression department had its own office building, bustling with staff, including a significant number of martial artists. Has the world indeed changed? Fang Qing remained composed, noting everything in his mind. The number of martial artists had evidently surged compared to 5 years prior, even suggesting a trend towards universal martial practice. Brother Fang. This is Fang Qing, a 7th-tier martial artist, Lu Xing introduced as they entered an office within the building. A young man clad in martial attire turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A 7th-tier martial artist? His gaze scrutinized Fang Qing, astonishment gradually dawning in his eyes. Despite the widespread martial practice, few ordinary individuals managed to break through to the 3rd tier, let alone reach the 7th. Su Feng of the Su family in the capital. Fang Qing acknowledged, extending a hand for a brief shake. His demeanor remained serene, yet he noted the significance of the term capital. As the largest metropolis in the Shenzhou nation, the prosperity of the capital was far beyond that of Linen City. It was undoubtedly a place brimming with experts. However, Fang Qing couldn't help but smile inwardly. No matter how formidable a martial artist, they could not compare to a cultivator. Now, he was an ancient being at the nascent soul stage, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with his full might, exceeding the realm of martial artists entirely. A 7th-tier martial artist may join the demon suppression group. What are your thoughts, Brother Fang? Fang Qing directly inquired. Does the demon suppression group possess significant authority? To be candid, I wish to access some official records to understand the circumstances surrounding the demons and monsters. Certainly, as a core group, the demon suppression group can facilitate such inquiries at any time. Su Feng exhibited no surprise. Official information was undoubtedly accurate and timely. Civilian wanderers sought entry into departments mainly to obtain frontline intelligence, given that the existence of demons was intricately linked to their survival. However, the risks undertaken by the demon suppression group were the highest, necessitating missions to hunt demons outside the city. Fang Qing nodded slightly, agreeing without hesitation. This doppelganger had already attained foundational cultivation. Although lacking the protective demon-slaying sword, he possessed various treasures like the celestial fire, sufficient to confront most crises. Lu Xing, standing nearby, wore a look of regret, having hoped Fang Qing would join his team, only to see him assigned directly to the demon suppression group. Fang Qing soon acclimated to the workings of the demon suppression department. Although it was the most perilous group, it was not as if they received missions every day. Based on past experiences, the demon suppression group typically undertook a mission roughly once a month. Fang Qing utilized his spare time to peruse various records. 5 years had indeed ushered in monumental changes. The number of martial artists had escalated, yet humanity remained at a disadvantage. The quantity and power of demons had surged dramatically. Records indicated the emergence of entities rated SSS and above. The primary cause of this phenomenon was the resurgence of spiritual energy on the planet. As demons rampaged, the very fabric of reality began to shift. Spiritual energy was awakening, acting as a catalyst for all living beings. Both demons and humans experienced rapid enhancement in their capabilities. While humans still could not cultivate immortality, their martial path had accelerated considerably. Conversely, demons had also undergone mutations, growing even more formidable. Ordinary people bore the brunt of this suffering, as spiritual energy held no efficacy for them. Already lacking a viable space for existence, their lives now hung by a thread. Fortunately, the government vigorously promoted martial arts, enabling ordinary individuals to acquire some degree of life-preserving ability. Yet, this still did not alter the chaotic state of affairs. The habitable space within Xinzhou had been continually compressed, leaving only 18 cities. Furthermore, due to the demons, alliances with other kingdoms were impossible, forcing them to fight alone. In this contemporary era, the demons and monsters have undeniably ascended to a position of dominance. As Fang Qing diligently peruses various documents, he concurrently undertakes missions for the demon suppression team. Meanwhile, his true self engages in the slaughter of these malevolent beings within the Sin prison. Reaping the rewards bestowed by the system, he has gradually become enmeshed in this way of life. Chapter 10. 5 Years of Cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years have elapsed. Greetings, leader. Hello, Qinggu. Fang Qing's visage remains unchanged, save for the slight weariness reflected in his gaze. Originally a recent graduate, he has acquired a cultivation system, yet his prolonged confinement within the Sin prison has rendered his experiences rather limited. Fortunately, his avatar has continuously served within the demon suppression team, allowing his wisdom to flourish. Now, Fang Qing's mindset has matured significantly. With the enhancement of his true self's cultivation, his avatar has reached the late stage of foundation establishment. However, there remains a considerable distance to the golden core stage, necessitating the acquisition of elixirs for a breakthrough. To outsiders, Fang Qing appears as a veritable 9th-tier powerhouse. This level of combat prowess places him among the pinnacle of humanity, with only the denizens of the divine capital matching his 9th-tier status within the entirety of Linen City. Fang Qing continues to reside in the demon suppression team, now elevated to the role of captain. As the linchpin of the department, his current standing is akin to that of the leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Within the Sin prison, however, his appearance remains aged, his body hunched and frail. He is a miracle of the Sin prison, an ordinary individual surviving for a decade amidst such overwhelming malevolence, a feat unattainable even by seasoned warriors. The rate of demon captures within the Sin prison has undergone no significant change for some time. Fang Qing murmurs to himself. As the leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau, he is acutely aware of the various developments. Over the past 5 years, the population of demons has surged dramatically, yet the Sin prison has not descended into overcrowding. This is due to the sheer volume of demons. Many warriors are compelled to slay them on the spot, disregarding the potential backlash of malevolent energy. Has it spiraled out of control? Fang Qing's dim eyes gaze beyond the confines of the Sin prison. To slay demons on the spot signifies a lack of concern for the dissemination of malevolent energy. If this trend continues, the survival environment of the entire Xinzhou nation will deteriorate drastically, rendering it inhospitable for humanity. Continue to cultivate. Fang Qing shakes his head, dismissing external concerns. His cultivation has advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. 5 years have granted him merely a minor elevation in rank, a testament to his innate Holy Spirit root and the accumulation of countless medicinal resources. For an ordinary cultivator, achieving such a modest advancement would typically require centuries. Cultivation has become increasingly arduous. Sighing, Fang Qing reflects that if other cultivators were to hear him, they would likely be overwhelmed with disbelief. Within the Sin prison, he resembles a ferryman, guiding countless demons and executioners alike to their final resting places. He has become accustomed to death, his heart unmoved. Perhaps this is the reality for any profound cultivator. After all, he has become a being capable of existing for millennia. Fang Qing remains unprepared to emerge from his seclusion. The mid-stage of the Yuaning realm is still insufficient strength. Among humanity, there are no formidable warriors. Should he reveal himself, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of demons and monsters. He continues to immerse himself in the Sin prison, while his avatar assumes the role of the Demon Suppression Bureau's chief. Who could have imagined that both entities are, in fact, one and the same? The Blood Demon, wielding ice abilities? Fang Qing's fingers tap rhythmically upon the table, a contemplative glimmer igniting in his eyes. 100 kilometers from Linen City, yet another SSS-grade creature lurks. Now, as the leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau, he seldom engages in direct confrontation, unless a formidable demon rears its head in the vicinity of Linen City. Leader Fang, that blood demon has repeatedly targeted the populace within the city. If we do not eliminate it, the consequences could be dire. An elder, eyes filled with respect, speaks. He is another high-ranking official within the Demon Suppression Bureau, primarily tasked with managing urban demon incidents. Though their ranks are comparable, Fang Qing remains at the helm, for strength is the ultimate currency. Prepare the logistics team. I shall undertake this personally. Fang Qing rises abruptly, a cold glint sparking in his gaze as he fixes his attention towards the southern realm of the blood demon. Have you heard? Leader Fang is preparing to strike once more. Indeed, it has been a year since he last took action. As one of the 2 ninth-tier warriors in Linen City, his status has become akin to that of a city guardian. The personnel within the Demon Suppression Bureau are invigorated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Fang Qing is a miracle within the Sin Prison, and he is equally a miracle within the Demon Suppression Bureau. An ordinary individual achieving the 9th tier and now commanding an official department deserves the utmost respect from all. Is everything prepared? Fang Qing inquires slowly, casting his gaze upon a contingent behind him. Everything is ready. Please give us your orders, Leader Fang, responds a middle-aged man. His voice rich and resonant, brimming with reverence and fervor. Fang Qing has always operated independently. Summoning the logistics team serves primarily to collect the remains of slain demons. Particularly in the case of such formidable demons, the materials they yield are exceptionally valuable. Although they hold little significance for him, they are treasures for other warriors. The bodily materials of demons can be fashioned into weapons, armor, medicinal liquids, and even culinary ingredients, fetching exorbitant prices in the market. Fang Qing departs the confines of the Demon Suppression Bureau. As he strides forth clad in a black trench coat, reverence fills the hearts of all who observe him, devoid of any trepidation. For he is the leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Under his stewardship, the authority of the Lin City Demon Suppression Bureau has far eclipsed that of the other 3 departments. Fang Qing boards a black vehicle, heading directly toward the southern part of the city. His speed of travel far surpasses that of any conventional transport, yet he adheres to a principle of modesty, unwilling to overtly display his prowess. As the vehicle passes the Sin prison in the southern district, a flicker of amusement dances in his eyes. This is merely an avatar of his. The Sin prison is indeed the safest locale within the entirety of Linen City. Before long, Fang Qing exits the city limits, where the vehicle dares not advance further. That territory is a human taboo. Leader Fang. Leader Fang. The guards at the city's edge exhibit utmost deference, sparing no hint of negligence. Fang Qing smiles and nods, his demeanor toward them remarkably amiable. Should a powerful demon assail, these individuals would be unable to halt its advance. However, they serve to provide a warning to the city's strong, albeit at the cost of their lives. Even if the adversary's strength is lacking, they still command Fang Qing's respect. Bring drinks for the brothers. Fang Qing, as if conjuring from thin air, produces a sizable piece of blood meat. This is the flesh of an SS-grade tiger demon, of no utility to him apart from satisfying his culinary cravings. Yet, for ordinary warriors, it serves to bolster their vitality. Laughter erupts among the crowd as they gaze at the youth before them, their respect genuine and heartfelt. They regard Fang Qing as the guardian deity of their city. Though another 9th-tier warrior is officially designated as the guardian of Linen City, that individual merely oversees the safety within the city's confines. Typically stationed in the city center, Fang Qing, however, differs in that as the chief of the Demon Suppression Bureau, he personally ventures into the wild to hunt demons. Each of his forays imbues those around him with immense encouragement and inspiration. Let us depart. Fang Qing gazed at the group of robust men, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head and vanished from their sight. With such formidable beings among humanity, what need is there for concern about prosperity? The men regarded his retreating figure, filled with emotion and excitement. Chapter 11, Blood Demon and Ice Ghost. The wilderness remained inhospitable, with eerie cries echoing frequently, as if one had stumbled into a paradise of monsters and demons. Fang Qing's expression remained composed. Whenever he encountered powerful creatures, he would effortlessly dispatch them. As for the minor minions, he held no interest. He no longer concealed his strength. With his speed unleashed, he transformed into a streak of light, moving forward. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed a top-tier powerhouse in this world. Especially near urban areas, one would hardly encounter monsters that defy logic. Beside an abandoned highway, once a vital artery of human transportation, now lay forsaken. Delicious prey, murmured a demon, its entire form drenched in crimson like blood. Surrounding it were piles of white bones, the remains of victims who had clearly perished not long ago. If only I could invade there. The blood demon cast its greedy gaze towards Linen City, its eyes nearly overflowing with avarice. Yet, it was but an SS-level entity, ill-equipped to contend with a 9th-tier warrior. Moreover, should it devastate the city, humanity would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. The denizens of the capital would mobilize all their forces to eradicate the blood demon. Such ruthlessness instilled a measure of trepidation in the demons. 8 years prior, the fire dragon had breached the rules, attempting to obliterate the inferno. Had the malevolent aura spiraled out of control, Linen City would have faced annihilation. Although it failed, humanity's wrath was palpable. The powerful from the capital emerged in droves, frenziedly exterminating the serpentine demons near the country. Although that battle remained shrouded from public knowledge, it instilled a lingering fear in the hearts of all demonic beings. While all major races could undoubtedly unite to obliterate humanity, none wished to be the first to act, lest they suffer immediate retribution from humankind. Thus, the precarious balance endured, but such equilibrium would not last indefinitely, necessitating the swift promotion of martial arts. The blood demon drained the blood from its victims, still feeling unsated. It craved more human prey. With a wicked smile, it gazed upon Linen City. You have no chance left. Who goes there? The blood demon sprang to its feet, its scarlet eyes scanning the surroundings. A figure approached, clad in a billowing black trench coat, an overwhelming aura descending upon the scene. A 9th-tier warrior. The blood demon seemed incredulous, then suddenly recalled something. You are the demon suppressor, Fang Qing? A smile graced Fang Qing's lips. He was surprised that a demon recognized him. You may die now. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. Boom. The blood demon's body was sent flying, a gaping hole forming in its abdomen, looking exceedingly horrific. You. It could not even finish its words before being brutally beaten once more. An SS-level entity stood no chance against such overwhelming force, utterly crushed. Attack. The blood demon shrieked in despair. Beside their battlefield lay a small lake, and in an instant, frost began to coalesce upon its surface. A ghostly figure, blue and green, floated above the water. Another SS-level ice ghost. Is that your reliance? Fang Qing scoffed, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the celestial fire ignited the ice ghost, piercing screams echoing in the air. The two SS-level beings were utterly outmatched. Too weak, Fang Qing remarked coldly, having dispatched the physically formidable blood demon in a mere moment. The entire lake was now ablaze, the celestial fire possessing the quality of igniting all it touched, refusing to extinguish easily. Spare me, I am from the Valley of 10,000 Ghosts. The ice ghost trembled in fear, having believed that with the blood demon by its side, they could wreak havoc upon the world. Yet they faced an adversary so terrifying. If I perish, the Valley of 10,000 Ghosts will surely avenge me. What nonsense. Fang Qing remained unfazed, incinerating the ice ghost entirely, leaving behind only a pure ghost orb. The logistics team of the Demon Suppression Department had long awaited their return. All present were struck with astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Is the chief truly a fire controller? With the resurgence of spiritual energy on the planet, humanity's ascendance was no longer confined to the martial path. Some possessed extraordinary talents, capable of wielding elements such as fire, ice, and lightning. These individuals were known as ability users, classified into levels 1 through 9. Before level 7, ability users surpassed warriors in strength. Beyond that, their powers became more comparable. However, neither ability users nor warriors could stand against cultivators. The might of the 5-element techniques unleashed by a cultivator far exceeded that of a 9th-tier ability user. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could easily dominate any 9th-tier human. Handle the bodies. Fang Qing turned to depart from the scene. In addition to collecting precious materials from the demons, the dissipating malevolent aura also required management. While it could not be entirely eradicated, at least some harm could be mitigated. With the slaying of 2 SS-level beings, Fang Qing's formidable prowess invigorated the onlookers. Coupled with his identity as a fire wielder and the evident ferocity of his flames, he was undoubtedly a 9th-tier ability user, a dual practitioner of martial and ability arts. Having achieved 9th tier in both, such strength represented humanity's pinnacle, even among the strongest in the capital. Fang Qing bore no concern about revealing the power of his doppelganger. His hidden true self was the real force. The doppelganger was merely the tip of the iceberg. In no time, the media in Linen City was fervently reporting on this battle. Everyone learned that the leader of the Demon Suppression Department was the most formidable in Linen City, even surpassing the city guardians dispatched from the capital. In a distinctive building at the heart of Linen City, Old Su, I never anticipated this individual to be so unruly. Such ostentation could attract the attention of powerful demons, placing the entire Linen City in peril. Within the room, 2 individuals observed the video before them, which reported news related to Fang Qing. The man spoke with indignation. Oh, the elder slowly turned, regarding the man with an utterly serene expression. Xiao Lu, what do you propose we do? A smile creased the man's lips as he quickly replied, with your authority, Old Su, you could easily strip him of his position in the Demon Suppression Department. Without official standing, no matter how strong he may be, he would find it difficult to exert his power. The elder was indeed the protector of Linen City, a ninth-tier warrior from the Sioux family of the capital. His eyes sparkled with intensity as the aura of a ninth-tier warrior surged forth. Nonsense. The world is perilously unstable, and you still think of vying for power? As for being targeted by powerful demons, so what? The elder's expression radiated authority, and a fighting spirit coalesced around him. Had it not been for his responsibilities as a city protector, he would have long since departed to slay demons. If humanity continued to retreat, the demons would inevitably engulf them. Only by instilling fear and caution in them could humanity carve out a space for survival. In contemporary times, the survival of humanity can be attributed primarily to an unwavering refusal to compromise, exhibiting a vengefulness that often surpasses that of demons. Should you dare to obliterate one of my cities, I shall eradicate your entire lineage. This resolute stance has preserved the integrity of the 18 cities within the realm of Shenzhou. Chapter 12. The Valley of 10,000 Ghosts. Xiaolu, this position does not suit you. It would be wise to resign voluntarily. A warrior is not a parasite clinging to power and wealth, but rather a soldier ever prepared to embrace death. The elder seemed lost in reminiscence, nostalgia enveloping him. Alas, age has rendered him frail. The guardianship of the city, though seemingly powerful, is but a position for retirement. The man trembled slightly, his countenance pale, yearning to articulate something, yet only managed a silent movement of his lips before departing. He understood that the individual before him was the epitome of authority within the city, and no one could alter this decree. The demon suppressor, Fang Qing, barely in his 30s, is undeniably a prodigy. The elder gazed at the footage of the battle, marveling at the fact that the hope of humanity rests upon the shoulders of these young warriors. 1,000 miles away from Linen City, within a secluded valley, an eerie black mist permeated the atmosphere, preventing even sunlight from penetrating. It resembled a demon's abyss. The mournful wails of spirits echoed from below, instilling a profound sense of dread. This place is also one of humanity's forbidden zones, known as the Valley of 10,000 Ghosts, inhabited by formidable specters. At the valley's base, layers of crystalline frost formed, the frigid air potent enough to suffocate anyone who dared linger. How audacious of humanity to dare slay my descendants. A chilling voice resonated, as frost spread relentlessly, silencing the Valley of 10,000 Ghosts. All specters fell mute in fear. That man must die. Valley of 10,000 Ghosts. Heed my command. March upon Linen City. A ghostly figure, entirely enveloped in azure, emerged, its body seemingly solidified from ice. This was none other than the Ice Ghost King, the mightiest of the valley. However, its records were absent from Linen City. Only the capital held any mention of it. Such a being has transcended the SSS tier, known solely to Elder Sioux in Linen City. With the advent of the Ice Ghost King, chaos erupted throughout the Valley of 10,000 Ghosts, with hundreds of vengeful spirits manifesting, their ominous presence spreading like wildfire. Distant demons and monsters fled in trepidation, unwilling to approach the human forbidden zone. The Valley of 10,000 Ghosts was mobilized for the first time. Yet, Linen City remained blissfully unaware that a colossal crisis was looming. The number of specters mobilized from the valley was not vast, yet their ranks were terrifyingly high, each at least an S-tier entity. Such formidable power could easily annihilate an entire city. Almost as soon as the valley stirred, Elder Sioux was informed. As one of the forbidden zones, humanity had long placed it under surveillance. The capital promptly relayed the news to Elder Sioux, summoned the core members of the 4 divisions. All must attend the meeting. For the first time, Elder Sioux wielded the authority of a guardian, his expression grave as he sensed the impending peril threatening Linen City. As the head of the Demon Suppression Department, Fang Qing was naturally required to attend. The warriors, efficient as ever, gathered within an hour. Elder Sioux wasted no time with pleasantries and directly addressed the looming crisis. The Valley of 10,000 Ghosts has erupted? Fang Qing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, suddenly recalling something. The ice ghost I slew once threatened me on behalf of the valley. It must be targeting me. He spoke candidly, his tone devoid of concern, as if it were merely an inconvenience. As an entity of the nascent soul stage, he harbored no fear of a mere Valley of 10,000 Ghosts. The assembly was momentarily taken aback by his frank admission. So be it. It was merely a ghost, they thought. Elder Sioux chuckled lightly, nodding at Fang Qing. Our focus now must be on the valley. Other matters are secondary. I propose we engage in direct combat. I refuse to believe a horde of specters can outmaneuver us. Prepare yourselves for war. Instantly, the meeting room erupted into fervent discussion, the air thick with martial spirit, as everyone yearned to charge forth. Fang Qing, however, was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated someone would rise to condemn him, perhaps even offering him up to the valley to placate its wrath. Yet, it became apparent that he still failed to grasp the essence of humanity. Each individual present was a core member of the 4 divisions. Their strength at least at the 7th tier. The higher the tier, the less fear they possessed. This had become an intrinsic trait of humanity. Elder Su's eyes sparkled with amusement and pride, as if he were witnessing his younger self. Then let us battle. Let us instill fear into those specters. They are but a pack of beasts. Elder Su laughed heartily, his martial zeal emanating fiercely. In truth, the warriors of Linen City could not hope to match such strength. S-tier entities equate to 7th-tier warriors, and with the valley boasting over 100 such beings, Linen City possessed merely over 30 high-tier warriors. The disparity in numbers ensured that this battle would end in defeat. Yet, the assembly remained undeterred, even if they were to perish. The valley would not dare to indiscriminately slaughter ordinary humans, lest they invoke humanity's unbridled vengeance. All of you, prepare yourselves. The Valley of 10,000 Ghosts will reach the vicinity of Linen City by noon tomorrow, Elder Su ultimately declared, casting a glance at Fang Qing. Fang Qing, remain for a moment. The assembly buzzed with excitement, their martial fervor undiminished, having cast away the fear of death. Once combat commenced, their chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. As the elite of Linen City, they had to stand at the forefront. What are your thoughts today? Elder Su inquired, a smile gracing his lips. It exceeded my expectations, Fang Qing replied candidly, having mentally prepared himself for potential condemnation. Even the forfeiture of his position within the Demon Suppression Department. Every race adheres to its own survival laws, and this is humanity's code. Elder Su patted Fang Qing on the shoulder, suddenly recalling something. Do you know what demons and monsters say about us humans? Fang Qing shook his head. They call us reckless madmen, a race teetering on the brink of extinction, yet the term is strikingly apparent. Humanity now resembles a dying wolf. However, those who dare to strike first shall be met with a fierce bite. Elder Su's eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity and madness, a legacy etched into their very bones. Fang Qing was taken aback, his gaze reflecting profound emotion. Although he had spent 5 years in the Demon Suppression Department, he had primarily gathered information on demons rather than understanding humanity itself. After a moment, Elder Su sighed, a note of resignation creeping into his voice. Regrettably, humanity remains too weak. Otherwise, the capital could dispatch formidable warriors to obliterate the Valley of 10,000 Ghosts. Fang Qing, grasping the underlying truth, nodded in agreement. Should the capital send reinforcements, the ghostly clan would undoubtedly respond with their own powerful entities. If the number of combatants escalated too greatly, humanity would ultimately be the one to suffer. Presently, humanity is indeed a grievously wounded wolf, though its ferocity may instill trepidation in its foes. It cannot afford to strike preemptively, for should it provoke the ire of demons and monsters, humanity's plight would become dire. One must embody both the madness of a savage and the prudence of a rational being. Once the delicate balance is lost, humanity may find itself irrevocably doomed. Fang Qing gained a deeper understanding of humanity's precarious situation. However, the words of Elder Su left him speechless for a long time. Chapter 13. The Instant Annihilation of the Ice Demon King. In this battle, the likelihood of humanity's defeat loomed large, and it was exceedingly difficult for high-ranking martial artists to survive. Your talents are extraordinary. You have the potential to become the pillar of humanity in the future. Seize this opportunity to journey to the divine capital, for that is where your stage awaits, Elder Su declared with unwavering resolve and an authoritative tone. Let me escape? Fang Qing slowly began, his voice laced with disbelief. This crisis was instigated by him, and now he was being urged to flee alone. Humanity may sacrifice, but such sacrifices must be chosen. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback by this notion, then shook his head resolutely, rejecting the suggestion. Victory is imperative. He chuckled lightly and turned to leave the place. Elder Su remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a sigh. The 4 factions of Linen City swiftly mobilized, preparing for a desperate fight. The next day arrived in no time. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? A guard from the southern city remarked. For they were all martial artists with robust vitality, yet they felt an inexplicable chill. Everyone, leave this place. An ancient voice commanded, and the guards turned in surprise. Elder Su, they exclaimed, astonished that the city's guardian had come. All of you evacuate. The guards hesitated, but dared not defy the order and departed. They should be coming soon. Elder Su stood in the air, his weathered gaze fixed ahead. The temperature plummeted further, and numerous apparitions began to materialize in the sky. Fang Qing, clad in a black trench coat, maintained a composed demeanor. The onlookers were taken aback by his decision to remain, when he could have escaped. Yet he willingly chose to face death in battle, garnering their respect. A swarm of insignificant ants. A chilling voice echoed, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, the Ice Demon King, leader of the 10,000 Ghost Valley. Its subordinates were still en route. and its audacity to come alone demonstrated its absolute confidence in its strength. Surrender the one who killed my offspring. The Ice Demon King bellowed in rage. Its eyes ablaze with fury. A ball of flame materialized, intent on igniting its form. You seek death. You shall all perish. Its vengeful voice reverberated, and the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, with frost coating the city walls. Fang Qing frowned slightly, realizing that the heavenly Xian flame had been obstructed. The adversary had surpassed the SSS level, equivalent to a martial artist of the 9th tier or above. That little ice demon was your offspring? Fang Qing inquired with a smile, gazing at the Ice Demon King. At that time, I incinerated its form piece by piece. I can still vividly recall its wails. It was truly a delight. Damn it. A layer of frost coalesced, exuding a terrifying aura. Humph. Fang Qing scoffed, shattering the frost enveloping him. If you desire revenge, then follow me. With that, Fang Qing vanished from sight, heading towards the city. Elder Su attempted to intervene, but was halted by a mere glance from him. Did he truly possess a method to confront the Ice Demon King? Fang Qing rushed toward the abyss of sin. His clone was merely in the foundational stage. And should he engage in a full-scale battle, he could only achieve a stalemate while exposing more of his cultivation techniques, which would inevitably raise suspicion. Rather than risk that, it was better to unleash his true self. His main body had already attained the nascent soul stage, capable of swiftly annihilating the Ice Demon King. Yet, Fang Qing wished for the foe to perish near the abyss, thus signaling to external forces that it was a forbidden zone, deterring them from approaching, while allowing his true self to cultivate in peace. At this moment, the Ice Demon King had lost its sanity, consumed by the desire to obliterate its nemesis. You cannot escape. Ice spikes surged forth, hissing as they approached. Fang Qing wielded the heavenly Xian flame, incinerating all incoming attacks. The two combatants, both immensely powerful, engaged in a relentless chase, soon arriving at the abyss of sin. Do not think I hesitate to destroy the abyss. The Ice Demon King seemed to grasp Fang Qing's intentions, attempting to flee into the abyss. Should it destroy it in this moment, humanity would undoubtedly retaliate with madness. But this place is more convenient for handling corpses. Fang Qing chuckled coldly, turning to leave, ignoring the Ice Demon King entirely. Seeking death. The Ice Demon King's fury reignited at Fang Qing's disdainful dismissal. Yet, in the next instant, its body trembled violently. A flying sword appeared seemingly from nowhere, piercing through its form. It was imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, instantly extinguishing its life force. It was none other than the action of Fang Qing's true self. Even though the opponent was a being that surpassed the SSS level, it remained utterly defenseless before a nascent soul expert. Dispose of the body. Fang Qing commanded as he entered the martial artist's tower within the abyss of sin. As the leader of the Demon Suppression Division, he could direct the other martial artists. The others were unaware of the Ice Demon King's tier, believing it to be an ordinary specter. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted in the southern city. A pack of wretched specters. Though Elder Su was advanced in years, his cultivation remained potent. He unleashed his 9th tier power, single-handedly battling 3 SSS-level specters with reckless abandon. With the Ice Demon King's demise, the pressure on the others eased considerably. However, the situation remained grim. Aside from 7th tier martial artists, over 100 6th tier warriors from Linen City also joined the fray. Yet, the disparity between them and the S-level specters was staggering. It took 10 6th tier martial artists to hold back a single S-level specter. As time wore on, humanity's disadvantage became increasingly apparent, and injuries began to mount. In desperation, the gravely wounded could only retreat. Today, you shall all perish. The flesh of martial artists is truly delectable. The specters erupted into chilling, sinister laughter, the scent of death permeating the air. Elder Su's complexion paled, and he began to breathe heavily. Although his combat power was at the 9th tier, facing 3 beings of the same tier was overwhelming. Coupled with his advanced years, sustaining a prolonged battle became arduous. If this continued, he might be the first to fall. Old fool, let us see how long you can endure. An SSS-level specter screeched, its visible sound waves spreading outward. Elder Su's face turned white as he involuntarily staggered backward. The other 2 specters immediately pressed the attack, encroaching upon him relentlessly. The situation grew exceedingly dire. Elder Su inadvertently turned his gaze backward, hoping that Fang Qing had managed to evade the Ice Demon King's pursuit. The Sound Demon. His eyes gleamed with madness, fixated on the ethereal specter. Even in death, he would drag the Fiend down with him. As a 9th tier martial artist and protector of humanity's cities, how could he perish without taking action? Elder Su unleashed his vital energy, his hands striking forth, temporarily repelling the other 2 specters. You wish to take me down with you? Dream on. The reaction of the Sound Demon was astonishingly swift, retreating with remarkable agility. Simultaneously, The remaining demons surged forth, determined to restrain the explosive Elder Su. The S-class demons were no mere weaklings in their collective assault. Even Elder Su found it impossible to extricate himself. The sound demon gazed upon the elder, now engulfed by the throng of demons, and let out a chilling laugh. The sound waves surged forward, halting Elder Su's movements once more. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The laughter of the sound demon morphed into a wretched scream. Chapter 14. The Fall of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Sizzle. The crackling of flames echoed as the sound demon's form was thoroughly ignited. Clad in a black trench coat, Fang Qing strode forward, his countenance icy and formidable. In that instant, humanity felt a surge of exhilaration, unleashing a strength far greater than before. The demon slayer, Fang Qing. The sound demon's piercing cries resonated through the air, yet within, it was filled with unimaginable horror, even fear. Impossible, the leader has personally pursued you. How could you have returned unscathed? In a moment, the crowd of demons stood astonished, their gazes fixed on that figure. Does the Ice Demon King truly possess the capability to slay me? Its demon orb appeared remarkably pure. Fang Qing wore a cold smile, playfully toying with a crystalline blue orb in his hand. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted noticeably. The leader is dead. No, this cannot possibly be the leader's demon orb. The sound demon howled in desperation, its body trembling, its expression transforming into sheer terror. It had clearly realized that this was indeed the leader's orb, but in a bid to stabilize the morale of its companions, it feigned ignorance. Amidst the searing flames of the heavenly Xian fire, the sound demon now appeared hopelessly despairing. It had always been the harbinger of despair for humanity. Now, the roles had reversed. Dare to provoke my people, and you shall meet your demise. Fang Qing waved his hands, the heavenly Xian fire spreading relentlessly. In an instant, the sky was ablaze, the terrifying heat eliciting howls from the demons. Humanity retreated behind him, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Alone, he battled against hundreds of demons. Though the heavenly Xian fire was ineffective against the Ice Demon King, it was more than sufficient to deal with this group of demons. In the eyes of humanity, the S-class demons were akin to mere ants, utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike. Flames illuminated the sky, casting a crimson hue over half of Linen City. Countless citizens emerged from their homes, congregating in the streets. Those closest could instantly discern the flames above as they incinerated the demons. Excitement coursed through everyone, some even weeping softly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The invasion of monstrous fiends had shattered innumerable families, and the enmity between the two sides was irreconcilable. The wretched cries of the demons brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers. Elder Fang's strength is truly extraordinary, a martial artist murmured from the back. Has his power surpassed the 9th tier? Elder Su gazed at the horrifying flames, his expression profoundly moved. To possess such strength at such a young age, if nurtured, he would undoubtedly become another guardian of humanity in the future. Fang Qing's demeanor remained placid, no longer concealing the full power of his doppelganger. At present, his doppelganger's combat prowess was fully unleashed, capable of rivaling the Ice Demon King, effortlessly annihilating the demons before him. In less than 10 minutes, the sky filled with demons dissipated entirely, their forms reduced to ashes, leaving behind only pure demon orbs. Fang Qing, has the Ice Demon King truly perished? Elder Su's eyes still held disbelief. According to the records from the Divine Capital, the Ice Demon King was a bona fide super SSS class entity. I merely intended to delay it temporarily, but as I passed through the Sin prison, a flying sword suddenly appeared and vanquished the Ice Demon King. Fang Qing pondered for a moment before articulating the cause of the Ice Demon King's demise. The Sin prison? Another flying sword? Elder Su's brow furrowed, recollecting events from 8 years prior. The Fire Flood Dragon had been slain by a flying sword, and it seemed evident that the same individual was responsible. A powerful entity had come from the Divine Capital that day, but ultimately left empty-handed. The only explanation is that the individual in the Sin prison far exceeds the capabilities of those from the Divine Capital. Yet, it seems they have no desire to leave the Sin prison. Elder Su was perplexed, but at least the outcome was favorable. The Ice Demon King had met its end. However, Fang Qing, your power has astonishingly surpassed the 9th tier? Elder Su's eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to fathom how this was achieved. Would you be interested in going to the Divine Capital? It is a place better suited for you. Fang Qing shook his head, stating, I have grown accustomed to Linen City. He merely wished to protect Linen City, or rather, to safeguard the Sin prison, silently cultivating his own strength. Should he venture to the Divine Capital, his doppelganger would inevitably face unforeseen circumstances. At that point, his true self might be compelled to emerge. and once in the sights of the monstrous fiends, he would be besieged. After all, a formidable entity at the nascent soul stage posed a significant threat. Elder Su merely nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Furthermore, Fang Qing's presence in Linen City alleviated a great deal of pressure on him. Have you considered becoming a city guardian? Elder Su suddenly spoke, hinting at a willingness to step aside. Elder Su, such hollow titles hold no significance for me. You should continue to be the guardian. Fang Qing firmly rejected the proposal. The annihilation of the Valley of 10,000 Demons sent shockwaves throughout the entire nation of Shenzhou. The fall of a renowned forbidden zone naturally invigorated humanity. The demon clan, however, had little to argue, as no one from the divine capital had intervened during the great battle. The only point of contention was the cause of the Ice Demon King's demise. However, that was due to their incursion into the Sin Prison, crossing the line with humanity. In a moment, the demon clan was filled with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, without the cooperation of the other three clans, should they fight alone, they would likely suffer a mutual downfall against humanity. Thus, Fang Qing achieved his objective. The monstrous fiends would not easily encroach upon the forbidden zones of major cities. Fang Qing continued to serve as the head of the Demon Suppression Department, ready to strike down any great demon that emerged. However, due to the destruction of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, Linen City fell into a state of calm. Even the number of demons within the city diminished significantly. 5 years hastily passed. The world remained plagued by demons, yet conditions had not worsened. It seemed as if everything had settled into tranquility. Humanity and demons had reached a peculiar equilibrium. Fang Qing, now 37, still appeared remarkably youthful. His doppelganger had broken through to the Golden Core stage, sufficiently capable of standing firm in the world, at least ensuring his own survival was no longer an issue. Have we truly entered a state of tranquility? Fang Qing perused the latest documents from the National Martial Arts Bureau, noting the significant decrease in great demons actively invading cities. As the head of the Demon Suppression Department, he seldom took the initiative to act, becoming akin to Elder Su, a guardian of the city. Although his doppelganger had not focused on cultivation, his true self grew increasingly stronger. Within the Sin Prison, Fang Qing's visage also bore the marks of age. His hair now completely white, and the malevolent aura within him intensified. An ordinary person could succumb to death after merely a year in the Sin Prison. Yet, he had endured for a full 15 years, leaving everyone numb, even the martial artists, who scarcely paid attention. This bizarre situation remained a mystery to all. At last, he had reached the advanced stage of the nascent soul. Fang Qing sighed, feeling the profound richness of spiritual energy within him. He had undeniably become a celestial being. For the sake of caution, he had remained within the confines of the abyss, slaying demons and vanquishing evil, reaping the rewards in the process. Although the abyss was limited to A-grade demons, it was more than sufficient for him. The system's rewards were contingent upon his cultivation level, and he seldom received items meant for lower-tier cultivators anymore. Even the elixirs were specifically tailored for those in the nascent soul stage. Within 5 years, the prospect of transcending to the spirit transformation stage seemed promising. Fang Qing muttered to himself, turning to immerse once more in his demon-slaying endeavors. Chapter 15, The Thunderous Seal. The summons from the divine capital? Fang Qing regarded Elder Su, a contemplative expression gleaming in his eyes. The current situation was growing increasingly perilous among the 17 cities. Only one 7th-tier warrior could remain. Warriors of the 7th tier and above were mandated to proceed to the divine capital. This was a decree issued by the National Martial Arts Bureau. Elder Su spoke slowly, his gaze heavy with gravity. Peril? How could that be? The demons had actually shown some restraint. It had been quite a while since a major demon had appeared in Linen City. Fang Qing furrowed his brow, fully aware of the frontline intelligence as the leader of the Demon Suppression Department. These were merely surface conditions. The truth would become clear upon arriving at the divine capital. Elder Su sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Fang Qing understood that this time he could not refuse. After all, it was a call from the divine capital. If that were the case, then he would embark on this journey. His gaze drifted northward, towards the direction of the divine capital. With his golden core strength, he was more than capable of handling the vast majority of demons, and the likelihood of encountering danger was minimal. The warriors moved with remarkable swiftness. By early the next day, a multitude of martial artists had gathered in the northern district of Linen City. To avoid drawing attention, Fang Qing had intentionally brought along a black backpack. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as a train arrived. In this chaotic world, despite the turmoil, transportation had been established to maintain communication between the major cities. Airplanes had long ceased production. Should a crisis arise in the skies, ordinary people stood no chance of survival. The creatures that dominated the skies were undoubtedly immensely powerful. Currently, a train operated every 5 days between cities. once bustling with passengers. The train station today was devoid of ordinary folk. This train had been exclusively designated for them. Would they encounter danger? Fang Qing remained calm, pondering the implications. The absence of civilians undoubtedly indicated that a crisis might emerge along the way. Hello, Boss Fang. Greetings, Qinggu. Numerous warriors greeted him, their faces adorned with friendly smiles. Fang Qing's reputation in Linen City resonated like thunder. Even the common folk knew of the young powerhouse that had emerged from their city. The sight of Fang Qing joining them visibly eased their apprehensions. If danger were to arise, at least they would have a safeguard. Let us board. Fang Qing nodded slightly, signaling the others to embark on the train. They all settled in the first carriage, ready to unite against any potential threat. This journey would likely not be peaceful. Closing his eyes, Fang Qing began to rest while contemplating the purpose behind the divine capital's summons. Was the world truly descending into chaos? Was the so-called tranquility merely an illusion? As he pondered, the train roared to life. Linen City was not too far from the divine capital. It would take approximately a day to arrive. The train swiftly departed, heading towards the divine capital. The warriors closed their eyes to rest, enveloping the carriage in an eerie silence. As time gradually passed, Fang Qing suddenly opened his eyes at noon, directing his gaze out the window. An uncanny sensation washed over him. Mental assault? Spirits? Fang Qing extended his consciousness, swiftly pinpointing the source of the strangeness. With a flick of his right hand, the celestial flame manifested in the air. A piercing shriek erupted, startling the hundreds of warriors within the carriage. The warriors present were all at least of the 7th tier, many of them being 8th tier, and there were even 3 9th tier warriors. Not to mention, Fang Qing himself was a being surpassing the 9th tier. An S-grade ghost was instantly obliterated, offering no resistance whatsoever. Boss Fang is incredible. The crowd exclaimed, laughter bubbling up, their spirits buoyed. Yet Fang Qing remained unmoved, abruptly rising and casting his gaze outside. This is not so simple. Follow me to the roof. Fang Qing's figure vanished from sight, reappearing atop the train. The others followed suit, a cadre of agile 8th tier warriors. What is happening? Why are there so many winged demons? A 9th tier warrior exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he looked skyward. A dark shadow loomed overhead, countless bodies of deep green and black, wings unfurling as the demons gathered. Humans, we have finally awaited your arrival. The largest winged demon roared, its massive wings thrumming, claws bared menacingly. You seek death. Fang Qing scoffed coldly, unleashing the celestial flame, prepared to incinerate them all. But in an instant, a fierce gale surged, suppressing the celestial flame. The demon suppressor Fang Qing, truly formidable. A vicious shriek echoed, a voice rushing towards them. It was a hawk demon, its wings pulsating with spiritual energy, clearly possessing extraordinary capabilities. I have long been prepared for you. Today, you shall meet your demise. In that fleeting moment, strange water stains inexplicably materialized around them. The water coalesced into humanoid forms. Water monsters? A cold smirk graced Fang Qing's lips. The wind attribute hawk demon and the multitude of water spirits were indeed targeting him. You are doomed today. A massive water monster, towering several meters, rasped. Its aura was formidable, also surpassing the 9th tier. A torrent of water surged forth, seemingly imbued with sentience, threatening to engulf them. Even a warrior's touch would result in corrosion. Common water. Fang Qing scoffed, the celestial flame surging forth once more, ready to incinerate the horde of water monsters. The eerie gale howled again as the hawk demon unleashed its powers once more. Do you truly believe I rely solely on the celestial flame? Fang Qing's expression hardened, and with a wave of his left hand, a small azure seal appeared. Thunderous seal. He formed a hand gesture, and the azure seal expanded, swiftly morphing into a colossal size of several dozen meters. The 9th tier hawk demon's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing the giant seal approaching, attempting to flee. But this was the means of a cultivator. Escape was not an option. The thunderous seal shimmered and descended directly above the hawk demon. Boom. A cacophony of sounds reverberated, sending chills down spines as the thunderous seal struck the ground, and the hawk demon vanished without a trace. Blood began to pool beneath the massive seal. The hawk demon thoroughly crushed into oblivion. Fang Qing waved his hand, retracting the thunderous seal. As a cultivator, his arsenal was vast, and he would not be limited to just the celestial flame. You can all perish. Fang Qing's hands danced gracefully, as the heavenly profound fire ignited numerous water monsters. Although water typically counters fire, the balance of their powers can be easily disrupted, causing the tide to turn. The heavenly profound fire blazed relentlessly, swiftly incinerating the surrounding water creatures. In mere moments, the eagle demon and the water monsters were utterly vanquished. As one's cultivation deepens, a cultivator's fearsome prowess becomes increasingly evident. This starkly illustrates the distinction between mortals and immortals. Above, the circling winged demons sensed the dire situation, particularly their leader, who was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. How could such a terrifying presence be allowed to thwart us? The winged demon leader let out a piercing cry, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fear. Chapter 16. The Crisis in the Divine Capital. The winged demons, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions, seeking to flee. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Fang Qing's eyes. With a mere wave of his right hand, the heavenly profound fire spread rapidly through the air, igniting the entirety of the winged demons. The searing heat intertwined with their anguished shrieks, leaving the onlookers below in a state of shock and silence. Gulp. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Could there truly be such formidable warriors or superhumans? And what of that colossal seal? Everything shattered their previous understanding, as if they had glimpsed a new realm of power. Fang Qing effortlessly annihilated this horde of demons. Had it been any other team, they would have undoubtedly faced a fierce battle, perhaps even total annihilation. His avatar had already advanced to the Golden Core stage, marking a fundamental disparity between him and ordinary warriors or superhumans. During his time stationed in Linen City, he seldom revealed his strength, leading the alien races to misjudge his capabilities, which had remained frozen in time since 5 years ago. Everyone, Fang Qing suddenly called out, drawing the attention of all present. His eyes began to whirl with an uncanny allure, ensnaring their very souls. The potent mental techniques he wielded induced a state of bewilderment among the crowd. When they regained their composure, the astonishment in their eyes had shifted from shock to awe at Fang Qing's mastery over the heavenly profound fire. Any memory of the Thunderous seal had long been obscured by Fang Qing. With a smile upon his face, he turned and returned to the train. Although the others were all warriors, their spiritual power was not particularly strong, making it exceptionally easy for him to conceal certain matters. This was a common tactic among cultivators. Let us clear the battlefield. The onlookers regarded the fallen demons scattered around, each warrior possessing a modicum of anatomical knowledge, a necessity for effectively collecting spoils. Fang Qing was indifferent to these materials, yet the other warriors regarded them as treasures. Following this battle, the journey had become notably more peaceful. For several hours, no demons dared to ambush them. Surely, from the perspective of the alien races, the presence of 2 ninth-tier demons was sufficient to obliterate the entire group. Fang Qing closed his eyes to rest, yet his consciousness spread outwards, ever vigilant for impending crises. Soon, a day passed. True to expectation, they encountered no further demon assaults. Only sporadic demons appearing near the train, swiftly dispatched by the group. The divine capital has been reached. Fang Qing opened his eyes and stepped outside the train. The divine capital train station was remarkably desolate, devoid of ordinary people. A man clad in a white shirt had been waiting for quite some time. I am Chini, here to welcome you all. Thank you for your hard work along the way. A strange glimmer passed through Fang Qing's gaze. The man before him was none other than the one who had led him into the prison 15 years prior. Now, Chun-Yi had ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier warrior, though his face bore the marks of time. In stark contrast, Fang Qing remained youthful and unchanged. While he recognized Chun-Yi, the latter could not identify him, merely feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After all, 15 years is a considerable span for a warrior. Their lifespans barely exceed a century, a far cry from the millennia enjoyed by cultivators. With Boss Fang here, what demon or monster could pose a threat? The onlookers laughed, acknowledging the lack of any peril during their journey. Let us proceed to the divine capital prison. Chun-Yi led the group away from the station. The vibrancy of the divine capital far surpassed that of Linen City, with towering structures that exuded grandeur. So many warriors. Fang Qing sat by the window, his gaze sweeping over the throngs outside. To his astonishment, every individual appeared to be a warrior, many students exhibiting robust vitality, clearly having entered the realm of martial practitioners. Had the divine capital achieved universal martial training? Fang Qing mused. The other warriors also noted the distinct characteristics of the divine capital, their eyes filled with wonder. This was indeed the result of the National Martial Arts Bureau's vigorous promotion, and soon, the other 17 cities would follow suit. Chun-Yi turned to Fang Qing, his eyes filled with admiration. Having once been a resident of Linen City, he was well aware of the strength possessed by such a formidable figure. Despite the abundance of warriors in the divine capital, 9th-tier practitioners remained exceedingly rare, let alone those above that rank. Fang Qing's youthful attainment of the 9th tier was indeed a source of embarrassment for him. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chun-Yi sighed slowly, a hint of concern in his gaze. The divine capital, being the strongest city in the Xinzhou kingdom, should not be facing any crises, should it? Fang Qing furrowed his brow. Linen City, where he resided, had fallen into tranquility, devoid of any significant dangers. As the mightiest city, the divine capital should not have to worry about such issues. Brother Qing, you will understand once you arrive at the prison. Chun Yi seemed reluctant to elaborate. Or perhaps he was restricted from doing so. Fang Qing frowned slightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further, closing his eyes to rest. The vehicle soon arrived at their destination. The divine capital's prison resembled that of Linen City, still situated underground, with a grand martial arts building towering above. Fang Qing's consciousness radiated outward, easily penetrating the depths of the prison. So many powerful demons. His body froze in surprise. Contrary to other cities, the divine capital's prison held demons of at least Class A, with even SSS-class demons among them. Furthermore, the executioners had transitioned from ordinary humans to low-tier warriors. Brother Qing, what is it? Chen Yi glanced back. Nothing. Let us proceed, Fang Qing replied, shaking his head, though confusion lingered in his eyes. Upon entering the divine capital, he sensed no demonic presence from elsewhere, indicating that the city was exceedingly safe. Moreover, there had been no signs of major demon attacks outside the city. Where had the divine capital captured so many demons? He followed closely behind the group, making his way to the martial arts building. In a spacious conference room at the top of the building, many individuals had already gathered, all at least 8th-tier warriors. Fang Qing's consciousness swiftly assessed the strength of everyone present. Under Chun Yi's guidance, they all entered the conference room. A burly man descended, his gaze landing on Fang Qing. You must be the demon suppressor, Fang Qing. I am Shurimo. The man wore a broad smile, extending his right hand in a gesture of friendship. Fang Qing reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand with a smile and a nod. In the entire conference room, the only figure of note was the imposing man before them, a being of the 9th tier and beyond. The rest of the attendees gazed at him with expressions of astonishment, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. He was Fang Qing, the demon hunter, who had astonishingly ascended to the master realm at such a young age. It was said that the infamous Wang Gigu was obliterated because of him. A single individual capable of safeguarding an entire city was indeed formidable. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Fang Qing maintained a serene demeanor, taking a seat at the forefront. The other martial artists from Linen City also settled in, awaiting the proceedings with bated breath. Soon, warriors from other cities began to arrive, filling the conference room to capacity. As the room reached its full complement, Shurimo, the speaker, commenced with an address. Today, I have summoned the strongest from various cities primarily due to the looming crisis in the divine capital. Without allowing discussion to ensue, Shurimo continued directly. You may all believe that the divine capital is the safest city in the nation, where no fiend dares to tread. However, the very place teeming with power is, in fact, the most perilous, with the potential for annihilation looming large. Follow me, Shurimo commanded, departing the conference room to lead the assembly to the base of the martial artist building. Fang Qing initially assumed they were being taken to the punishment hall, but instead, they approached an unknown entrance. The base of the martial artist building presented 2 doorways, one leading to the underground punishment hall, while the other remained a mystery. Shurimo guided them towards the latter. Descending the stone steps, the passage was spacious enough to accommodate dozens walking side by side. Fang Qing's brow remained furrowed. Though his spiritual awareness had already expanded, he gleaned no useful information. At the bottom of the steps loomed a bronze door, impervious to his probing senses. Before long, the group arrived at the bronze door. Apart from Shurimo, the others wore expressions of surprise, uncertain as to why such a door existed. Is a great demon imprisoned within? One mused, frowning as the possibility crossed their mind. Could it be that a great demon is about to emerge, leading to a crisis in the divine capital? Shurimo placed his hands upon the door, gradually exerting force. With a resounding rumble, the heavy bronze door creaked open, revealing a scene that caused the crowd to recoil in shock. An ancient city unfolded before their eyes. The bronze door was, in fact, the city gate of this antiquated metropolis. Fang Qing's brow furrowed further as he surveyed the scene ahead. His spiritual awareness remained unable to pierce through. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. His eyes could see, yet his senses could not traverse. It was known that a cultivator's consciousness far surpassed mere sight. Let us proceed. Shurimo stepped confidently through the threshold, clearly familiar with the terrain. As Fang Qing followed, he suddenly felt a jolt of disorientation, sensing something amiss. He hesitated at the city gate, seemingly attempting to validate his suspicions. This is another realm, Shurimo elucidated. The crowd gasped, scrutinizing their surroundings with newfound intrigue. Fang Qing nodded slightly. Indeed, it was as he suspected, clarifying why his spiritual awareness could not penetrate. Another realm? What does that mean? Someone inquired. Confusion etched upon their features. The world is divided into 2. The realm we inhabit is merely the surface world, while its counterpart is the inner world. This is the true domain of demons. Sure, Imo sighed, his expression grave. Fang Qing's eyes glimmered with understanding. The inhabitants of this city, though outwardly unremarkable, were all at least 8th-tier warriors, not inferior to the assembly before him. This place was known as Xinzhou City, the 19th city, and it held paramount significance. Should it fall, the invasion of demons from the inner world would spell the utter destruction of the entire Xinzhou nation. A flicker of intrigue danced in Fang Qing's gaze. Yet he felt no fear. Rather, his curiosity intensified. Was this the truth of the world? As Sir Imo continued to introduce Xinzhou City, they reached the heart of the city. The architecture exuded an ancient charm, as if it had withstood the test of countless ages. At the center stood a towering black spire. Follow me. Sir Imo beckoned as they ascended the great tower, soon reaching its interior. Minister, all the individuals have been brought here, Sir Imo reported with a respectful demeanor. A man donned in spectacles, possessing an exceedingly refined appearance, turned to regard the assembly. This person, Fang Qing's eyes narrowed, sensing a hint of danger. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The man gestured with a warm smile that exuded an air of comfort. I am Bai Lin. I trust many of you are familiar with me. Minister Bai? The crowd gasped, several rising in reverence, their eyes filled with respect. Even Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback. The 4 major departments of Xinzhou Nation collaborated to maintain societal stability, each one's role indispensable. For centuries, these factions had sacrificed countless warriors in their quest to protect humanity, rendering them the nation's guardians. The man before them, Bai Lin, was the head of the Demon Suppression Department. You have all witnessed this new world, which we refer to as the inner world or the demon realm. Unlike the surface world, which is suitable for human habitation, this realm is rife with demons, making survival impossible for ordinary folk. Xinzhou City has existed for a millennium. Its purpose to safeguard this vital line of defense. Bai Lin surveyed the audience, his gaze lingering on Fang Qing for a few moments. Should the demons from the inner world breach our defenses, Xinzhou Nation would face instantaneous annihilation. A woman suddenly interjected, Minister Bai, the surface world is also plagued by demons. Has Xinzhou Nation not survived? The crowd nodded slightly, agreeing that Bai Lin's assertion seemed somewhat exaggerated. That is because you are unaware of the tier levels of demons in this realm, Bai Lin replied with a faint smile, pausing for thought. Let me put it this way. If Xinzhou Nation were to unleash its full might, the demons of the surface world would be no cause for concern. Alone, I could obliterate those in the forbidden zones. However, in this realm, Xinzhou Nation can only hold its ground within the city, unable to venture forth. Fang Qing began to grasp the situation. The strength of Bai Lin likely matched that of his own avatar. Should he choose to eradicate the forbidden zone of Wangigu, it would indeed be an effortless task. More importantly, Fang Qing sensed the spiritual energy of this realm. The emergence of spiritual energy in the surface world was not due to a transformation of the natural laws, but rather a spillover from the inner world. If one were to dwell in the inner world for an extended period, their strength would ascend to unimaginable heights. The current crisis in the divine capital was, in essence, a crisis for Xinzhou City. Bai Lin observed the solemn expressions of the assembly and nodded slightly. Several thousand miles from Xinzhou City, a thunder dragon seeks to lead its minions to breach our defenses. The movements of the other demon clans, ghost tribes, and spirit races remain uncertain, but they may soon join the fray. The 4 clans must be repelled to safeguard Xinzhou City. Fang Qing maintained a calm demeanor and spoke up. The key lies with that thunder dragon, does it not? Once it is slain, all crises will dissipate. He contemplated whether to take action himself to eliminate the thunder dragon. Once the city of Xinzhou falls, a passage will open between the inner and outer worlds, allowing a myriad of formidable demons to surge in, and he will find it impossible to remain unscathed. Moreover, as a human, possessing the ability to assist, it is only natural that he should lend a hand. Chapter 18, The Thunder Dragon. However, there exists the possibility of exposure. Fang Qing let out a sigh. The intervention of a late-stage Yuanian cultivator would undoubtedly instill immense fear in the alien races. He was reluctant to reveal himself too soon, preferring to cultivate in silence for a while longer. Indeed, the crux of the matter lay with that thunder dragon. Bai Lin nodded in agreement. Yet the primary reason for summoning you all here is to fend off the remaining monsters. As for the thunder dragon, both I and the other 2 will take action. A confident glint sparkled in Bai Lin's eyes. The purpose of gathering martial artists from across the nation was certainly not to besiege the thunder dragon. Rather, it stemmed from a concern that other demons might take advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the city or even venture into the outer world. The expressions of anxiety among the crowd gradually dissipated, knowing that a human champion would confront the head of the demon horde, while they merely needed to hold off the other fiends. The meeting concluded swiftly, and arrangements were made for everyone to reside within Xinzhou City. Fang Qing, come with me for a moment. Bai Lin suddenly spoke, a benevolent smile gracing his face. The two ascended to the top of the towering structure, where they could gaze over the entire city. You are, in truth, not as assured as you appear, Fang Qing stated directly, having discerned a hint of concern beneath Bai Lin's confident facade. Previously, he had estimated their chances at only 30 to 40%, but the situation had since changed. Bai Lin, still smiling, replied, "That is because you are exceptionally strong." His gaze deepened as it met Fang Qing's. "I initially believed you to be merely at the master level, yet you have evoked a sense of threat within me. Your level must surely be at the third tier of the extraordinary." Fang Qing furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Extraordinary third tier?" The path of human martial cultivation leads to transcendence and sanctity. Above martial artists lies the extraordinary 9 tiers, followed by the sage level. Regrettably, these are merely remnants of history. No one has ever attained the sage tier. I am the strongest in the nation of Xinzhou. Yet I too am only at the third tier of the extraordinary, Bai Lin revealed candidly, disclosing the entirety of Xinzhou's strength. The ministers of the other 3 divisions are on par with me. We intend to surround and eliminate the Thunder Dragon together. You are also a part of my demon suppression division. What are your thoughts on this? The strength of his counterpart was comparable, if not superior, and even as a minister, he could not coerce the other into compliance. Fang Qing fell into brief contemplation, realizing that his true body need not engage in this encounter. His avatar was at the golden core stage, and should he unleash his full capabilities, he would undoubtedly surpass Bai Lin. However, determining his exact tier was difficult, as martial artists and cultivators existed on entirely different planes. The 4 of them joining forces to besiege a Thunder Dragon should yield significant success. What tier is that Thunder Dragon? Extraordinary 4th tier. Fang Qing nodded, which fell within his anticipations. I will join you in the fray. The number of people within Xinzhou City gradually increased, comprising high-tier martial artists summoned from other cities. The majority were merely 8th and 9th tier martial artists, with only one first-tier extraordinary warrior hailing from each of the 3 prosperous cities. The most elite forces of the entire nation of Xinzhou were congregated here, with even the headquarters of the National Martial Arts Bureau situated within. Should the city fall, the upper echelons of Xinzhou would meet their demise here. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. The high-tier martial artists of Xinzhou would undoubtedly serve as a protective shield for humanity in the outer world. As Fang Qing traversed this ancient city, he was overwhelmed with amazement. He had initially believed that the chaos of the world would lead to a regression of societal structures, with the weak becoming slaves and the strong reigning supreme. However, it now appeared that his assumptions were misguided. As a golden core cultivator, his spiritual sense was exceptionally potent, allowing him to faintly perceive the countless heroic souls that had perished within this city. There were even indelible bloodstains within its walls. This city had once been breached. It felt as if he were reading a historical tome, chronicling the cruelty and grandeur of the past. The cost of defending this city with mere flesh and blood was monumental. Fang Qing's emotions grew increasingly complex. He felt no superiority as an immortal, for he too was a member of humanity. Yet, regrettably, there was little he could do, even if he desired to promote the path of cultivation among practitioners. Those with spiritual roots were but a scant few. Having spent over a decade in Linen City, he had not encountered a single individual possessing a spiritual root. One could only imagine the proportion of cultivators. Were it not for the system bestowing upon him a sacred spiritual root, he would find it exceedingly difficult to embark on the path of cultivation. He could only wait and see. Fang Qing slowly spoke, recognizing that promoting universal cultivation would be an arduous endeavor. It required not only spiritual roots, but also cultivation resources, which were increasingly hard to come by in the current world. Days swiftly passed. One day, Fang Qing suddenly sensed something amiss. He leapt into the air and ascended to the city wall. The walls of Xinzhou City stood 100 meters high, constructed from special materials that even extraordinary beings would find challenging to destroy. The sky of the inner world differed greatly from that of the outer world, where the true sun was obscured by a shroud of gray mist. More importantly, this realm had seen the demise of countless demons, leaving an aura of malevolence pervasive throughout. Only martial artists could survive here. Although the living conditions were extremely harsh, the air was rich with spiritual energy, nourishing the bodies of its inhabitants. This was a world where only the strong could endure. Dressed in a black trench coat, Fang Qing gazed into the distant horizon, lost in contemplation. Are they almost here? Bai Lin arrived atop the city wall as well, his expression laced with curiosity. Being merely a martial artist, he naturally lacked the spiritual sense that Fang Qing possessed and could not perceive as keenly. Yes, they are imminent, Fang Qing replied with a slight nod. Prepare yourselves. They will arrive within the hour. Bai Lin immediately issued orders, and all the martial artists within Xinzhou City sprang into action. There was not a single ordinary person in the city. At the very least, All were 8th-tier martial artists, numbering around 10,000. Fang Qing extended his spiritual sense, effortlessly discerning the number of strong individuals within the city. This was the entirety of Xinzhou's strength. The southern gate of Xinzhou connected to the outer world through a bronze door, and thus, it was impossible for enemies to approach unless internal strife erupted among the humans. Today, everyone merely needed to defend the 3 city gates. Excluding Fang Qing, there were only 3 extraordinary 3rd-tier martial artists within the city, each serving as the ministers of the demon suppression, demon extermination, and ghost annihilation divisions. The final minister was stationed in the outer world, vigilantly guarding against demonic incursions from the outer realm. Apart from the 3 extraordinary 3rd-tier individuals, there were only 3 extraordinary 2nd-tier martial artists, while the number of 1st-tier extraordinary warriors reached into the dozens. The leap from 9th-tier martial artist to extraordinary 1st-tier was exceptionally challenging. The 3 extraordinary 2nd-tier individuals were stationed at the 3 city gates. Fang Qing and Bai Lin stood silently atop the city wall, having refrained from engaging in combat. They needed to proactively seek out that thunder dragon. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd awaited, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the far-off horizon. Following closely was the ferocious roar of beasts reverberating through the air. They had finally arrived. At the moment the demon clan made its appearance, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Chapter 19, The Power of the Ghost Cannon. At the forefront of the demonic horde were a terrifying assembly of flying dragons. Though they were merely subdragon species, their might remained formidable, each one possessing the prowess of at least a 9th-tier warrior. Soon, the ground trembled beneath them, and in the distance, clouds of dust billowed forth, resembling the eruption of a tornado, obscuring the line between reality and illusion. As they drew closer and the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a fearsome sight, a throng of bipedal tiger and lion demons, towering several meters high and exuding an aura of ferocity. Another group of 9th-tier formidable beasts. Scanning the horizon, it was evident that each of these creatures belonged to the SSS tier of existence. The terrifying thunder dragon had yet to appear, yet a heaviness loomed over the hearts of humankind. Humph, just a pack of beasts, bellowed a brawny man with a bare torso, instantly invigorating the spirits of those around him. He was none other than Su Yi, the head of the Demon Extermination Department. Prepare for battle. In Xinzhou City, the conflict unfolded without a commander. Numerous warriors fought in squads, primarily because no voice could traverse the entirety of the city. The technology of the inner world was inexplicably obstructed, rendering it ineffective. A total of approximately 2,000 individuals had gathered from 17 cities, while the remaining 8,000 were the elite of the capital. Their coordination was already impeccably synchronized, demonstrating no hint of panic. The additional 2,000, however, were somewhat apprehensive, as this was their first encounter with a multitude of SSS-level creatures. Yet, bolstered by their mental resilience, they quickly regained their composure. Upon the city walls, every few dozen meters stood an oddly shaped white artillery piece. Due to the constraints of the inner world, humanity had to independently develop new means of city defense. These white artillery pieces were crafted not from ordinary materials, but rather from the bones of great demons, with their ammunition derived from the demon cores within these creatures. Ready to fire. A designated operator controlled the artillery, and as the demons entered the attack range, the artillery was activated. Boom, boom, boom. The demon cores within detonated, unleashing an intense wave of energy. Each core was at least of the 9th tier, bestowing tremendous lethality. Xinzhou City had little stock of demon cores to defend this city. They had exhausted every means at their disposal. The formation of the flying dragons was immediately disrupted, and several great demons plummeted, injured, only to be trampled by the tiger and lion demons below. In that instant of confrontation, chaos erupted within the ranks of the flying dragons. The initial cannon fire uplifted the spirits of the defenders, alleviating a portion of their fear. However, the flying dragons swiftly reorganized their formation, now cautious and wary. Although they were of a different race, they exhibited a cunning surpassing that of humans. The first round of cannon fire had utilized an extraordinary 1st-tier demon core, sufficient to slay 9th-tier flying dragons. However, such cores were exceedingly rare, with the majority of ammunition being composed of 9th-tier cores. Consequently, despite sustaining casualties, the flying dragon horde continued to advance towards the city. The cannon fire had slowed their momentum, yet the tiger and lion demons below remained undeterred, their speed unimpeded even as dragons fell from the sky. In a flash, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. Xinzhou City had another line of defense. Beneath the ground lay an array of landmines, crafted from the demon cores of the demon race, possessing power rivaling that of demon cores. These strategic resources could not be directly absorbed by humanity and were solely utilized here. In an instant, the tiger and lion demons suffered grievous losses, their flesh and blood scattering amidst their anguished cries. They leapt into action. The tiger and lion demons were robust, surpassing their human counterparts in strength. Yet they harbored a fatal weakness, their inability to fly. Fortunately, their leaping ability was astounding, resulting in a chaotic scene as the horde collided with one another. The placement of the demon core landmines was deliberately erratic to prevent such occurrences. Still, some demons were sent flying, perishing on the spot. The hearts of the warriors gradually steadied. It appeared that the situation had not yet reached its most perilous state. Meanwhile, the other two gates of the city faced their own crises, besieged by the combined forces of the demon and ghost races. Countless winged demons darkened the skies, emitting ferocious roars as they descended upon humanity. Simultaneously, a horde of earthbound ghosts approached, equally formidable. Fortunately, the cannon fire and demon core mines proved effective in temporarily staving off the demonic onslaught. Yet, all understood that this reprieve was fleeting. The decisive factor in combat remained the brutal melee, and Xinzhou City lacked the resources to squander. Let us bring up the ghost cannon. Fang Qing suddenly gestured towards Bai Lin, subtly nodding in affirmation. The defensive weaponry available to humanity was limited, all crafted from the materials of demons. Given the inability to utilize technology, humanity faced significant constraints. Before long, a remarkably peculiar giant cannon was wheeled forward, emanating a chilling aura of resentment that caused the surrounding warriors to instinctively recoil. This cannon, constructed from the corporeal forms of vengeful spirits, was exceedingly precious. Only 3 existed in all of Xinzhou City, classified as forbidden weapons. Humanity had never employed them before, for such a weapon could inflict as much harm upon its wielder as upon the enemy. Old Bai, do you intend to use it? Sui frowned, uncertain of his companion's intentions. Such a weapon was deemed unnecessary for use. No worries. Bai Lin's gaze shifted to Fang Qing as he personally activated the ghost cannon. The high-tier ghost orb within erupted violently, yet rather than firing, it unleashed a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Fang Qing vanished, appearing behind the ghost cannon. His consciousness expanded, coalescing into the form of a colossal bell. The peril of the ghost cannon lay in its all-encompassing attack, posing a significant threat to nearby warriors. It functioned similarly to the lion's roar in martial arts, delivering indiscriminate damage. Fang Qing's consciousness, solidified into a massive bell, directed the spiritual assault entirely towards the demons ahead. This was a feat unattainable by any ordinary warrior, as they would instantly become incapacitated. Only a cultivator with formidable spiritual prowess could achieve such an effect. His consciousness remained steadfast, showing no signs of disintegration. Meanwhile, the horde of demons suffered catastrophic injuries. Countless flying dragons spewed blood from their mouths and nostrils, their souls obliterated, their lifeless bodies crashing to the ground. Immediately following, another round from the ghost cannon was fired. Zzz. The air crackled with an eerie sound, and more great demons succumbed to death. The onlookers were filled with joy, astonished by the cannon's extraordinary power. Su Yi and the other demon extermination minister, Zhou Wujing, were left in utter shock. As ministers, they were well aware of the ghost cannon's fearsome potential. Yet, its indiscriminate attack characteristic had rendered it largely ineffective, leading many to deem it a weapon more for show than for use. Little did they know, the individual before them had managed to negate its side effects. Old Bai, who is he? Zhou Wujing, an elderly man in his 50s, regarded Bai Lin with a questioning gaze. Who was this hidden master they had found? Bai Lin smiled faintly, just about to speak, when a ferocious beast's roar suddenly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A bolt of lightning came crashing down from the heavens, almost instantaneously striking towards the ghost cannon. Fang Qing, too, had not anticipated this move. His consciousness was focused on evading the ghost cannon's side effects, and thus failed to foresee the arrival of the Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the ghost cannon was obliterated, its ghost pearl shattering, unleashing a terrifying wave of soul shock. Fang Qing's consciousness remained steadfast, guiding the soul shock towards the throngs of demons ahead. Accompanied by blood-curdling screams, dozens of formidable demons perished in an instant. Attack! Bai Lin and the 4 of them launched their assault simultaneously, encircling the Thunder Dragon. Other warriors followed suit, descending from the city walls to engage the horde of demons. The most perilous and intense battle had officially commenced. Fang Qing wielded the celestial fire, relentlessly scorching the Thunder Dragon overhead. The Thunder Dragon stretched nearly several dozen meters in length, its body crackling with incessant lightning, exuding an overwhelming might. Bai Lin, donning gauntlets, appeared gentle in demeanor, yet transformed into a frenzied whirlwind in battle. Each punch elicited a pained roar from the Thunder Dragon, clearly struggling against the onslaught. Su Yi and Zhou Wuji were equally formidable, continuously pressing the attack against the Thunder Dragon. All three had emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, possessing extensive combat experience, vastly surpassing their peers in strength. Meanwhile, Fang Qing manipulated the celestial fire, akin to a fire-based supernatural being. Now that he had ascended to the Golden Core stage, he had cultivated the celestial fire into Dan fire, significantly amplifying its potency. On the day humanity slaughtered my dragon and serpent progeny, today I shall bring about your complete annihilation. The Thunder Dragon, facing off against the four powerful beings, remained audacious. Its eyes filled with frigid killing intent. Was it perhaps due to that battle over a decade ago? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, recalling how the fire dragon had sought to obliterate Linen City, prompting humanity to recklessly slaughter numerous serpentine demons from the outer world. Could it be that among them were the offspring of the Thunder Dragon? Fang Qing's brow furrowed further. Did this imply a connection between the outer world and the inner realm? Was Xinzhou City not the sole nexus? He set aside his doubts, preparing to inquire with Bai Lin and the others later. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared, and within the Thunder Dragon's four claws, a thunderball coalesced. Bai Lin's expression hardened, his blood energy surging explosively as he struck the thunderball with his black-gloved hands. In an instant, the thunderball was shattered, while the other two joined in a frenzied assault. Holding nothing back, the physical stamina of humans was far inferior to that of demons. They could only strive for a swift resolution. Fang Qing waved his hands, unleashing the celestial fire, igniting the Thunder Dragon's tail completely. The aerial battle escalated into a fierce climax. Do you truly believe this dragon will attack without assurance? The Thunder Dragon screeched, its body writhing as flames erupted across the sky, scorching towards the other warriors. The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. The group of human warriors was engulfed in sheer terror, helplessly watching the crimson flames approach. Fang Qing's expression shifted. He released his consciousness. Concealed within the higher cloud layers was a demonic dragon. He formed hand seals, disregarding the need to conceal his strength. A blank white scroll slowly unfurled, devoid of any patterns. As the scroll approached the flaming mass, the two collided, extinguishing the flames entirely. Fang Qing beckoned and retracted the scroll. The once blank parchment now bore a fiery pattern. Roll out. Fang Qing called out, flipping his right hand to reveal a small azure seal. In an instant, the small seal swelled to an enormous size, soaring up into the murky clouds. Ah! A terrified cry rang out as a massive form plummeted down. It was an inferno dragon, its power on par with the Thunder Dragon. Cunning beast, Bai Lin muttered under his breath. The Thunder Dragon had deliberately leaked information to lull humanity into a false sense of security. At a critical moment, an extraordinary Tier 4 demon could turn the tide of battle. Although everyone was astounded by Fang Qing's prowess, their expressions darkened. With this sudden upheaval, victory for humanity seemed increasingly elusive. I'll deal with this beast. You all hold it off. Fang Qing stepped forward, his steady voice gradually calming the hearts of those present. He waved his right hand, retracting the azure seal. Though the Inferno Dragon's form was massive, its speed was not lacking, and coupled with its ability to fly, the effect of the Thunderstorm seal was diminished. As a cultivator, he possessed numerous magical artifacts and would never be confined to using just one. What are you? The Inferno Dragon questioned in bewilderment, feeling the turbulent energy within its body. The Thunderstorm seal was not so easily withstood. You can perish. Fang Qing's expression turned frosty as a cerulean orb appeared in his right hand. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the orb transformed into a colossal water bubble. The Inferno Dragon's expression shifted in alarm, sensing an instinctual dread. It turned to flee, unwilling to come into contact with the bubble. Yet, the bubble moved with astonishing speed, enveloping the Inferno Dragon in the blink of an eye. Regardless of its struggles, it could not break free. Even its fiery abilities were suppressed. The bubble acted as a prison, thoroughly confining it. Everyone's expressions brightened, astonished by Fang Qing's capabilities, which far exceeded those of a typical supernatural being. Damn humans! The Inferno Dragon roared in fury, gathering searing flames in its mouth, intent on obliterating the water bubble. Fang Qing's brow furrowed, denying it the opportunity to destroy the bubble. He chanted incantations, summoning a bizarre-looking artifact. It was another treasure nurtured by his doppelganger, the Crimson Blood Shuttle. This weapon belonged to demonic cultivators and was forged through a brutal process. Fang Qing had received it as a reward for slaying demons. Suddenly, the Crimson Blood Shuttle expanded dramatically, measuring several meters in length. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air as the shuttle surged towards the Inferno Dragon within the bubble. What the hell is this? Thunder Dragon, save me! The Inferno Dragon felt an overwhelming sense of life and death peril, its eyes filled with terror and panic. However, the Thunder Dragon was firmly entangled by Bai Lin and the others. Unable to escape, Bai Lin's earlier estimation of a 30 to 40 chance of victory was far from accurate. The combined strength of the three high-ranking individuals was sufficient to defeat a Tier 4 demon. Die. The crimson blood shuttle pierced through the blue water bubble, simultaneously impaling the Inferno Dragon's body. A massive wound appeared on its head, blood gushing forth. Its eyes dimmed, void of any life force. Fang Qing waved his hands, retracting the blue water orb. Roar. The Thunder Dragon's expression shifted drastically. Its reliance on the Inferno Dragon had just been severed. In mere moments, it had been killed. The figure before it was no mere warrior. It might not even be human. Chapter 21, a starkly different scene. You cannot kill me. I am. The Thunder Dragon's words were cut short as a massive wound opened on its head, extinguishing its life force. What a verbose creature. Fang Qing whispered softly, retracting the blood-red shuttle. Though the speed of the blood-red shuttle was not particularly swift, the Thunder Dragon could easily evade it. However, fear had consumed its spirit, leaving it devoid of vigilance. At the very moment when the two great demon dragons perished, chaos erupted among the dragon swarm and the lion-tiger demons elsewhere. The leader is dead? Roared a 9th-tier tiger demon in disbelief, only to be swiftly silenced by a warrior. The human warrior squad exhibited remarkable coordination, showing no evident disadvantage even when faced with overwhelming numbers of demons. As the morale of the demons crumbled, the humans gradually turned the tide of battle. Demon spawn. Your grandfather has arrived. Su Yi bellowed, instantly joining another battlefield. Bai Lin reacted in kind, realizing it was not the moment for inquiries. He cast a deep glance at Fang Qing before entering another fray. Fang Qing's expression remained calm. He had long anticipated this outcome. The methods of a cultivator could not remain concealed, as they starkly contrasted with the combat style of ordinary warriors. Now that he had been exposed, he saw no reason to hide any longer. The Thunderclap seal was summoned once more. His internal spiritual energy surged forth, fully infusing the magical artifact. In an instant, the Thunderclap seal expanded to 100 meters in size, resembling a small mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The distant demon horde, gripped by terror, attempted to flee. Yet their sheer numbers rendered escape impossible. Boom. The Thunderclap seal plummeted, instantly crushing over a dozen demons beneath its weight. Fang Qing's demeanor was icy as he relentlessly manipulated the seal, annihilating the demon throng before him. The other warriors were left astonished, finding it difficult to intervene. Why does this feel so off? Someone muttered, clearly sensing the presence of an extraordinary advantage. Previously, battles between warriors and demons had always revolved around close combat, with even those possessing special abilities unable to avoid it. Now, the sudden emergence of a cultivator was a game-changer. Fang Qing's efficiency in slaying demons was astounding. The power of the Thunderclap seal was sufficient to obliterate extraordinary first-tier demons. Tens of thousands of these formidable beings were sent into a frenzy, fleeing the scene. In mere minutes, the demon horde had disbanded entirely. No need to pursue, Bai Lin commanded, halting the thoughts of the others. Beyond the Shenzhou city, the rest of the inner world was a forbidden zone. The tribe led by the Thunder Dragon was merely the tip of the iceberg. No one knew what other demons lurked deeper within the world. Is this really a victory? Some warriors remained in a daze. Having experienced numerous battles in Shenzhou city, they had never anticipated such a straightforward triumph. Boss Fang, what kind of extraordinary being are you? Someone inquired, still convinced of Fang Qing's status as an extraordinary being. Indeed. Boss Fang, what of that mountain-like object? Why has it suddenly vanished? The crowd was exceedingly curious, surrounding Fang Qing in search of answers. Enough. Disperse, Bai Lin commanded, primarily to redirect their attention. With both the Thunder Dragon and the Flame Dragon deceased, the remaining specters and demons were merely opportunists and would soon scatter. Fang Qing and the three ministers made their way into Shenzhou city. The trio wore expressions of peculiar astonishment, remaining silent as they regarded him with unusual gazes. Fang Qing, initially unfazed, eventually felt a twinge of unease under their scrutiny. All right, I admit, I possess some unique abilities, he said, spreading his hands and shrugging. But it's not that I cherish my possessions. This ability is beyond the grasp of others. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the three. After all, if everyone could acquire such an ability, the world's dynamics would undoubtedly shift. Fang Qing could offer no further explanation. It was hardly feasible to disclose that he possessed a cultivation system, gaining rewards by slaying demons daily. Moreover, his rapid ascent to power as a cultivator was due to his sacred spirit root. The likelihood of humans possessing spirit roots was exceedingly low, and even when they did, they were often of inferior quality. Without decades of cultivation, one could scarcely hope to reach the foundational stage. In light of this, pursuing martial arts was a more viable path, enabling swift acquisition of formidable strength. Humanity could not afford to wait for cultivators to mature. At least one powerful individual had emerged among them. Bai Lin quickly suppressed his disappointment. Although Fang Qing's words were vague, seemingly reluctant to divulge too much, the three did not press further. All they needed to know was that Fang Qing was human. By the way, are there other passages between the two worlds? Fang Qing suddenly inquired, suspecting that Xinzhou City was not the sole passage. Indeed, Bai Lin nodded. Otherwise, how would demons appear in the outer world? There are other nations beyond Xinzhou, most of which occupy a passage connecting the two realms. Zhou Wuji interjected. However, not all nations are as stable as Xinzhou City. Some have already fallen, and their passages have been overrun by demons. This explains the presence of demons in the outer world. If that's the case, is there no longer a need for Xinzhou City to hold its ground? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that with the passages between the two worlds opened, Xinzhou City seemed to lose its significance. There is still a necessity, Zhou Wuji chuckled. Each passage is distinct. Some can only permit beings below the 9th tier to pass, while others allow extraordinary beings. Forcing passage through certain channels would result in suppression. The cultivation restrictions of Xinzhou City remain unknown, but at least we can enter and exit without any hindrance at the extraordinary 3rd tier. Fang Qing's expression was one of understanding as he grasped the source of the demons in the outer world and recognized the significance of Xinzhou City's existence. Through the words of the three, he gained a deeper insight into this world. Bai Lin and the others did not conceal anything, knowing that Fang Qing's strength surpassed their own. Yet they were unaware that this was merely a fraction of Fang Qing's true self. Chapter 22. The Invasion of Humanity. With the demise of the Thunder Dragon and the Flame Dragon, the specters and demons indeed fled the scene in haste. The crisis in Xinzhou City had finally drawn to a close. The thousands of warriors within the city became aware of Fang Qing's existence as an anomaly. However, the three ministers issued a direct order prohibiting further inquiries about Fang Qing. Despite their curiosity, they managed to restrain their thoughts, recognizing that this was another secret and that Fang Qing was now a hero. Were it not for his extraordinary prowess in slaying the 2 demon dragons, humanity could never have achieved such an effortless victory. To prevent the demons from returning, many warriors chose to remain temporarily, establishing a watch over Xinzhou City. Fang Qing, too, stayed within the city, gradually familiarizing himself with the ancient locale. Linen City, the prison of sins. An elderly human figure stooped in the rear of the crowd. 302 Dormitory. Fang Qing, Block A, Prison Number 3. At the forefront of the gathering, a middle-aged warrior announced the execution orders. After issuing all commands, he purposefully approached Fang Qing. Boss Fang, how about we leave this prison? The warden of the prison sighed deeply, reflecting on the fact that the individual had languished within its confines for over a decade. It was a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ahem. Fang Qing coughed violently several times, raising concerns that he might cough himself to death. Though frail in body, the elderly man still yearned to contribute to humanity. The warden, filled with admiration, ultimately abandoned his attempts at persuasion. Over the years, no one had succeeded in convincing the old man to leave. Fang Qing gradually made his way to Zone A of the prison, where a spectral water ghost was bound to the execution rack. An A-class water ghost. Can you kill me? It cackled mischievously. The chains restraining it evidently possessed special properties, allowing the water ghost's form to materialize. Certain ghostly beings have unique abilities that permit them to become ethereal for a period. Compared to the water monster that had once attacked Fang Qing, the water ghost's powers were even more bizarre. Suddenly, the ghost's right hand transformed into a torrent of water, rushing towards Fang Qing. Clattering. With a swift wave of his right hand, the water ghost lost its life, offering no resistance whatsoever. The water ghost was successfully slain. He received the reward of the 9 Heavens Thunder Technique, a remarkable divine power for the transformation stage. Fang Qing nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with delight. He had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul, and a breakthrough to the transformation stage was merely a matter of time. After completing the execution, Fang Qing prepared to return to his dormitory. After more than a decade, he had grown accustomed to this monotonous existence. In comparison to other cultivators who might retreat for decades at a time without guarantee of advancement, his cultivation life was exceedingly pleasant. Moreover, with a clone in the outside world, his life had become less tedious. Suddenly, while meditating on his bed, Fang Qing glanced outside. He observed a martial artist clad in official attire making their way deep into the prison. Initially, he paid little attention, but the individual headed straight for the only zone S. The prison in Linen City still only housed A-class monsters. Any creatures above A-class were transferred to the capital. Currently, the Linen prison temporarily held an SS-class monster. Under normal circumstances, no one would venture into Zone S. A blood demon, vivid red in hue, was imprisoned there, its eyes tightly shut as if waiting for something. The individual directly unlocked the cell door, clearly an insider. Finally, they arrive. Their efficiency is rather lacking. The blood demon opened its crimson eyes, licking its lips with an expression of pure malice. Are you confident? The human martial artist showed no fear towards the blood demon and asked directly. Naturally, while this prison was nearly impregnable, it would not be overly difficult to cause destruction from within. The blood demon grinned wickedly, a sinister smile upon its lips. The official personnel promptly unshackled the chains binding the blood demon. A terrifying power surged forth, indicating that its rank was far beyond SS class. Together, the human and the demon advanced towards the exit, preparing to obliterate the prison and unleash the monstrous fury contained within. Humans and demons? How intriguing. A voice echoed, causing both to freeze in place and glance ahead. There stood a stooped old man leaning against the wall, a sardonic smile etched upon his weathered face. The executioner? The blood demon sneered cruelly. Just in time. I am quite thirsty. With a menacing grin, the blood demon became a blur, descending upon the elderly man. Its power had reached the second tier of the extraordinary. Such strength placed it among the pinnacle of human warriors. The capture of the blood demon was merely a fade. Its true aim was the annihilation of this prison. The official S expression grew cold, already envisioning the old man transformed into a desiccated corpse. Yet, the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock, as if witnessing a scene of utter disbelief. The ferocious blood demon writhed in agony, its neck firmly gripped by the old man, unable to escape. You, Fang Qing chuckled lightly, applying a slight pressure with his right hand, extinguishing the blood demon's life. Its lifeless body was carelessly discarded to the side. I wish to know why. Fang Qing's gaze was calm as he regarded the official, using his cultivation to discern that the individual had not been possessed by any demon, nor was their mind ensnared. Rather, they were a wholly untainted human. What do you mean by why? The official swallowed hard, nearly overwhelmed by terror. Why assist the demons? Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. Is this truth lost on you? Fang Qing inquired slowly, unhurried. Or do you naively believe that demons can coexist peacefully with humans? The official gradually stifled his fear, seemingly aware of the futility of escape. To effortlessly slay a second-tier extraordinary blood demon had far surpassed his expectations. You are strong. You must know of the other world, yes? The official began hesitantly. Fang Qing nodded slightly. He had learned of the existence of another realm through his clone. The Shenzhou city, serving as a conduit between the two worlds, had indeed thwarted the invasion of demons, but had also obstructed the cultivation path for humanity. The official maintained a placid demeanor as he recounted. The current policies of the Shenzhou nation are merely superficial remedies. Why must the lives of high-ranking warriors be sacrificed to uphold the human ramparts? On what grounds? Why must the strong perish? His expression was one of bitter resentment, unable to contain a low roar. Then what do you propose we do? Fang Qing smiled, an inkling of understanding dawning upon him. Let the two worlds merge, allowing spiritual energy to flow freely. Humanity will naturally carve out a different path. Hope and aspiration illuminated his face. With the influx of spiritual energy, the entire world will enter an era of martial prowess. The rise of all humanity is key to a turnaround. If this continues, one day, the strong will all perish, and humanity will face true extinction. Your thoughts are commendable. Fang Qing actually nodded slightly, acknowledging that the other had not erred. He grasped the essence of the plan. Unleashing the prison's malevolence would throw the Shenzhou nation into chaos, and Shenzhou city would crumble without a fight. However, I have one question. Chapter 23, the second passage. Fang Qing's stooped figure straightened, his once dim eyes now shining with an intensity that was nearly blinding. What of the ordinary people and lower-tier warriors? While the officials' actions might seem flawless, they disregarded the plight of the common populace. Should malevolent forces surge forth and demons invade, ordinary humans would merely become fodder. Only through bloodshed can rebirth occur. Transformation always involves suffering, does it not? The official smiled, as if mocking Fang Qing's naivety. That is because you are a high-ranking warrior. Fang Qing shook his head with a smile. The other's perspective stood in stark contrast to the national martial policies, advocating for the proactive merging of the two realms. In this scenario, while the weak would perish, the strong would only grow stronger. Indeed, I am a high-ranking warrior, so why should I die for a bunch of ants? His expression was frenzied, eyes filled with intense resentment. The policies of the Shenzhou nation were not something every high-ranking warrior could accept. You cannot be alone in this. Can you? Fang Qing queried. You wish to obtain intelligence on our organization? Discover it for yourself. The official laughed maniacally, choosing to sever his own meridians. The youth is truly impetuous. Fang Qing waved his right hand, ensnaring the soul that was on the brink of dissipating. A cascade of memories surged into his mind. As he had anticipated, the entity was not an individual, but rather an immensely vast organization that prided itself on being the saviors. The memories regarding the leader of this organization had been obliterated? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the entity's remarkable caution. Indeed, some formidable specters possessed the ability to plunder human memories. He carelessly obliterated the bodies of his adversaries and returned to his dormitory. The organization's theory was not entirely unfounded. Natural selection dictates that only the fittest survive. Perhaps the policies currently upheld by the Celestial Kingdom are misguided. After all, keeping humanity in a sheltered environment makes it challenging to cultivate true strength. The National Martial Arts Bureau aims to facilitate the gradual growth of humanity, ensuring the highest survival rates. This period necessitates that the strong fight for their lives. Humanity is, after all, an emotional species. Do those high-ranking martial artists of Celestial City truly fight for humanity? Most do not possess such noble aspirations. They may merely seek to protect their wives and children at home. Once demons invade, their families will also be shattered. This encapsulates the thoughts of the vast majority. As for Fang Qing, the destruction of the Celestial Kingdom left him without a place to cultivate in peace. Ultimately, his interests aligned with those of the Celestial Kingdom, and being human himself, he was naturally inclined to lend a hand. However, to expect him to sacrifice his life to protect the Celestial Kingdom was asking too much of him. Upon returning to the Sin prison dormitory, Fang Qing ingested a pill and commenced his cultivation. Someone wishes to obliterate the Sin prison? Bai Lin frowned slightly, surprised by this development. Currently, most high-ranking martial artists of the Celestial Kingdom were gathered here, which left the defenses of other cities alarmingly weak. Saviors? A motley crew. There was palpable anger in Su Yi's eyes, a deep-seated hatred for this organization. It seems you were already aware of this organization? Fang Qing interjected suddenly. Indeed, there will always be traitors among humanity, who not only fail to contribute, but also plot internal strife. Zhou Wuji lamented with a hint of resignation. In truth, this is not an organization exclusive to the Celestial Kingdom. It exists worldwide. Many nations have fallen due to this organization. The current surface world is increasingly tainted by malevolence. Inextricably linked to this organization. Fang Qing nodded slightly. Although Celestial City appeared stable, the situation remained precarious. With the fall of other kingdoms, the Sin prison had been unleashed, and as the passage was occupied, more demons began to invade. The malevolence permeating the entire world would undoubtedly continue to escalate. This is also the reason the National Martial Arts Bureau vigorously promotes martial arts. Only high-ranking martial artists can survive amidst the malevolence. The current world situation is a race against time. Humanity must break through and become high-ranking martial artists before malevolence engulfs the globe, if they wish to preserve their lives. Share the situation with him. Bai Lin nodded slightly. Although the three bore expressions of anger, they remained unperturbed, seemingly confident that the organization would not stir up trouble during this period. Him? Fang Qing inquired, puzzled. The minister of the Monster Extermination Division. Bai Lin and the others appeared to possess great faith in that individual's capabilities. To maintain a solitary watch over the capital signifies he is no ordinary person. Since the three had devised a plan, Fang Qing refrained from further comment. He did not wish for the Celestial Kingdom to meet its demise. Following the battle with the Thunder Dragon, Celestial City had entered a temporary period of stability, with no major demons invading. Likewise, the Celestial Kingdom in the surface world had achieved stability. The so-called Savior organization had not stirred any turmoil, failing to destroy even a single Sin prison. Concurrently, the entire Celestial Kingdom began to promote martial arts, opening the national treasury to provide resources for people's cultivation. The Celestial Kingdom flourished with a vibrant and prosperous scene. Furthermore, it no longer concealed the truth of the inner world. A demon realm was unveiled before the public eye. The thousands of high-ranking martial artists stationed in Celestial City were likewise acknowledged by the populace. Heroes should not remain nameless. A memorial platform was specially established in the capital to honor the heroic souls who perished in the inner world centuries ago. Under the intentional promotion of the National Martial Arts Bureau, the terror and might of demons were downplayed, while the valor of heroes was accentuated. A nationwide martial arts fervor erupted, with the National Martial Arts Bureau simultaneously opening various martial arts schools. Martial arts became the primary subject for students, relegating former subjects to electives. Everyone yearned to grow stronger, flocking to Celestial City to fend off the demon incursions and become heroes of the Celestial Kingdom. A year swiftly passed. Fang Qing's avatar continued to hold firm in Celestial City. In just a year, he had already experienced dozens of battles, each time decisively vanquishing the oncoming demons. Gradually, the title of Demon Slayer Fang Qing spread far and wide. Increasingly, demons would tremble at the mere mention of his name. The demons no longer dared to strike recklessly, while the number of human martial artists surged, further fortifying Celestial City. They want me back in Linen City? Fang Qing furrowed his brow. Old Bai, what issue has arisen there? Bai Lin sighed, his previously calm demeanor now tinged with concern. A second passage has appeared. Fang Qing's expression shifted slightly. In Linen City? The number of passages between the two worlds is not fixed. As time progresses, the number of passages will inevitably increase. This foreshadows the eventual merging of the two realms. Chapter 24, The Ghost River. Fortunately, the restrictions of the passage in Linen City are quite severe, allowing only up to 9th-tier martial artists to pass through. Bai Lin spoke slowly, noting that as the passage had just opened, countless demons would undoubtedly be gathering on the other side. Your combat prowess is extraordinary, and your speed in exterminating demons far surpasses ours. We need you to clear the passage. Fang Qing nodded slightly. For now, the passage had just opened. Humans dared not cross easily, nor did demons venture forth. Both sides would fortify their forces in their respective worlds. However, prolonging this standoff would be detrimental to humanity. The malevolence from the inner world would continuously seep through, polluting the surface world. Only by establishing a base in the inner world to contain the malevolence can we mitigate the impact of the passage. Why not consider erecting a wall on our side? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by an idea. Celestial City utilizes the rear gates of its city as a barrier between the two realms, blocking the incursion of malevolence. If we were to use the front gates to fortify the barrier, would it not be the best of both worlds? In this way, we could contain the malevolence while also avoiding risks. The passage merely prohibits powerful beings from crossing. Their attacks can still penetrate. Bai Lin shook his head. If it were feasible, humanity would have already relocated Celestial City, while the bronze gates can block the invasion of malevolence. A powerful entity could easily destroy them with a single strike, necessitating the construction of a city within the inner world. I will return. Although Fang Qing has the ability to mobilize his true self and eliminate all threats, the more dire the situation becomes, the less he wishes to reveal his true nature. The strength of his avatar does not even amount to 1% of his true self. Retaining a trump card is essential for survival. In the span of a year, his cultivation had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul, yet he found himself unable to break through to the transformation stage. Ensnared as he was in a bottleneck that had little to do with spiritual power. By the way, upon your return, in addition to serving as the Minister of the Demon Subjugation Department in Linen City, you will also concurrently hold the position of President at the Linen Martial Arts University. Is that acceptable? Bai Lin inquired. Fang Qing nodded slightly, preparing to head back to Linen City. On the following day, he discreetly departed from the inner world. Only a select few in Shenzhou City were aware of his exit, for his presence had deterred demons and monsters from approaching recklessly. However, shortly after Fang Qing's departure, deep within the inner world, a river surged forth, its waters a peculiar shade of inky black. Should a 9th-tier martial artist unwittingly step into its depths, they would be utterly annihilated. This river, known as the River of Ghosts, was not only a forbidden zone for humanity, but also a perilous region within the inner world. With Fang Qing's departure from this realm, an eerie voice echoed, causing the entire river to churn ominously. This river was a terrifying entity in its own right. Hey you! You shall make the journey personally, commanded the voice. A mass of pitch-black water began to rise from the river's surface. Yes, the water swiftly sank underground, leaving no trace behind. Let us see how you managed to keep him safe. The River of Ghosts surged once more, releasing an overwhelming aura of resentment that prompted nearby demons to flee in terror. Upon returning to the outer world, Fang Qing breathed in the fresh air, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. This world is indeed far superior, he mused, boarding the train back to Linen City. The 18 cities of Shenzhou had gradually settled down. The train service, initially operating every 5 days, had been reduced to 2, facilitating martial exchanges among the major cities. As Fang Qing sat on the train, his eyes gently closed, he anticipated a tranquil journey ahead. Inside the train, numerous 9th-tier martial artists were present, sufficient to handle most crises. Just as he was resting, a nearby individual, also in a meditative state, inadvertently leaned over, causing their head to collide with Fang Qing's right shoulder. Bang! Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted. The individual's head shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood and white matter spraying in all directions. Fang Qing frowned slightly, channeling the cleansing water technique to wash away the blood. An invasion by demons? He disregarded the decapitated corpse beside him and stood up to investigate. Bang! 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 Almost as soon as he stood, every head in the carriage exploded, creating a horrific scene. Strangely, passengers in the adjacent carriage continued to chat and laugh, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Maintaining his composure, Fang Qing extended his consciousness, yet found nothing amiss. He proceeded to the next carriage, only to witness the same gruesome phenomenon repeat itself. Bang, bang, bang. Heads exploded like watermelons, and blood pooled together, flowing like a stream across the train. Fang Qing's brow furrowed deeper. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. With a soft sigh, he realized he must resort to his true form. In the Linen City Penitentiary, a stooped figure slowly emerged. This marked the first time in over a decade that Fang Qing had left the prison in his true form. Unwilling to lose this avatar, he resolved to take action himself. With each step he took, he traversed vast distances, disappearing in the blink of an eye near the penitentiary. This was the miraculous ability of a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, capable of shrinking the distance of miles into mere inches. Meanwhile, within the train where his avatar resided, bizarre occurrences multiplied. The blood pooling on the floor sprouted arms that gripped his legs tightly, as if attempting to drag him underground. Fang Qing frowned. The heavenly fire rapidly spread, yet that blood seemed imbued with a strange power, refusing to ignite. What manner of fiend is this? He muttered under his breath, intent on escaping the train. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, droplets of water began to fall from the train's ceiling. Black water? Fang Qing's brow tightened, his expression growing increasingly grave. In an instant, his heavenly fire surged forth, unleashing his power beyond the confines of the train. When he beheld his surroundings, his expression froze in shock. He found himself standing atop a black river, with no trace of a train or city in sight. Was this an illusion? Fang Qing mused, furrowing his brow as he retrieved a white eyeball. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, the eyeball began to rotate incessantly. Suddenly, everything around him shattered like glass. To his astonishment, he discovered himself in a desolate mountain range, unmistakably far removed from any urban setting. Yet the sun continued to shine brightly overhead, indicating he remained in the outer world. I have been deceived into coming here? Fang Qing shook his head with a wry smile, internally unperturbed. His true form was en route. Whoever dared to strike would surely meet their demise. The demon subjugator, Fang Qing, truly lives up to his reputation. A raspy voice echoed. A stream of water suddenly fell from the void, coalescing into a bizarre black figure. A creature from the inner world. Fang Qing's expression shifted. He could not sense the being's level. Could it be that a new passage had been seized by demons? You shall soon be a corpse. The answer holds no significance for you. The black water ghost grinned menacingly, its form becoming intangible in an instant. A sharp pain pierced Fang Qing's abdomen, as if a creature were forcibly entering him. Damn it, he cursed, summoning the heavenly fire to begin incinerating himself. Burn, burn. A chilling voice emanated from within him. Let us see who perishes first. Ha ha. The laughter of the black water ghost echoed ominously in his abdomen. Fang Qing snorted coldly, retrieving a yellow talisman and swiftly pressing it against his belly. Get out. The talisman's spiritual energy surged, momentarily forcing the mass of black water out. Truly an extraordinary human. The black water ghost was clearly taken aback. No wonder my master sent me to eliminate you. As the two engaged in combat, within the martial artist building above the Divine City Penitentiary, a man clad in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes. Dare beasts from the inner world invade. A frigid glint appeared in his gaze, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the building, his speed surpassing that of any martial artist. He was Gu Xinghe, the minister of the Monster Exorcism Department, a peerless powerhouse stationed in the Divine City. Unlike the other three departments, the Monster Exorcism Department had few members, but each was a formidable force. The Monster Clan was also distinct from the other three clans. Their numbers were scarce, yet their abilities posed a significant threat to humanity. The minister of the Monster Exorcism Department, unlike Bai Lin and the others, was the only one to have held this position since the establishment of the Xinzhou nation, implying he had survived for at least several hundred years. Bai Lin's claim of being the strongest human had some embellishment, for he could not fathom Gu Xinghe's true strength. Ancient Star River confided in the other ministers that his cultivation was merely at the third tier of the extraordinary realm, concealed by a unique technique. His strength had always been shrouded in mystery, and his presence in the divine capital made him a more reliable figure compared to the other three ministers. As Ancient Star River departed from the divine capital, the battle on Fang Qing's side escalated in intensity. The Blackwater Ghost held nothing back, its eerie nature surpassing that of other fiends. What troubled Fang Qing further was the Blackwater Ghost's indestructible trait, rendering all magical artifacts ineffective against it. Even the celestial profound fire he nurtured within his golden core could inflict no harm. Today, you shall perish. How dare you become an aberration among humanity? The Blackwater Ghost's laughter was vicious as its entire form transformed into a black sword, relentlessly cleaving through the air. Fang Qing dared not confront it head-on, opting instead to employ defensive artifacts to buy himself time. Was the ancient monster on its way? The Blackwater Ghost seemed to sense something. casting its gaze towards the direction of the divine capital. "Master, lend me your strength." It chanted softly, as if reciting an intricate incantation. The ghostly river in the inner world churned violently, mysterious forces merging into the void. "Let us see if you can escape death." The black water ghost roared, its power surging instantaneously. As an extraordinary 8th-tier specter, it had exhausted all its means. Fang Qing wielded an ancient iron shield, which had coalesced into a protective barrier. Yet it was now being gradually eroded by the encroaching black water. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Fang Qing's previously grave expression suddenly relaxed, a strange smile gracing his lips. "It is you who is doomed. You remain oblivious even as death approaches." The Blackwater Ghost, misinterpreting Fang Qing's demeanor as a sign of fear, retorted, "Are you waiting for that ancient monster from the divine capital to arrive? Alas, you shall never see it." Suddenly, from above Fang Qing, torrents of black water cascaded down. The ghostly river of the inner world had invoked its own power, willing to cross realms to annihilate Fang Qing. "Do you truly wish to slay my avatar?" Fang Qing abruptly recalled all his magical artifacts, his tone dripping with mockery. "An avatar?" The black water ghost froze momentarily, its body halting as tumultuous waves of shock surged within. Even the black water pouring from the void came to an abrupt standstill. The ghostly river in the inner world trembled in great agitation, having risked so much to dispatch the black water. It had now learned that this was merely Fang Qing's avatar. The ghost river writhed, a sense of foreboding washing over it, as if it had stirred a being of unimaginable power. "Stop your empty bluster." The black water ghost howled, trying to dispel its own rising fear. If even the avatar posed such a challenge, it could scarcely fathom the strength of the true body. "Behind you," Fang Qing suddenly pointed, signaling the black water ghost to look back. "What?" The black water ghost instinctively turned, only to be met by a blinding white light. It was a terrifying sword chi surging towards it. The next instant, it lost consciousness, its body dissolving into drops of black water, devoid of any life force. "You truly sought your own demise." Fang Qing's true form straightened, his eyes deep with resolve. "Now that you have discovered my existence, there is no escape for you." Both incarnations of Fang Qing focused on the black water in the void, which connected to the ghostly river of the inner world. His terrifying divine consciousness at the late stage of the nascent soul spread out, locking onto the ghost river's aura. The demon-slaying sword suddenly transformed, expanding to a size of nearly 100 meters in an instant. Slice. Fang Qing, the most formidable sword cultivator among the immortals, wielded attacks that far surpassed others of the same tier. A tremendous sword chi shot forth into the void. "Flee, flee, flee." The ghost river roiled, echoing with countless voices. This river had devoured innumerable beings, with powerful entities from various races having perished within its depths. Yet, despite its terrifying nature, the ghost river's ability to escape was woefully inadequate. A brilliant white light suddenly erupted in the previously murky inner world, as if the heavens themselves had been cleaved apart. Countless terrifying fiends turned their attention, bewildered by the unexpected occurrence in one of the forbidden zones, the ghost river. A dreadfully potent sword light descended. The surrounding fiends changed countenance, hastily retreating thousands of miles away. Merely gazing upon that sword light blinded some of them. The ghost river surged, with myriad black waters morphing into creatures, resembling vengeful spirits, rushing towards the sword light. Sizzle. An eerie sound resonated, as if the entire world had been plunged into silence. The sword light cleaved the ghost river in twain, its terrifying spiritual power steadily extinguishing the life essence of the river. "Ah, save me, save me." The ghost river's wails echoed, as though thousands of souls were crying out. Yet, no fiend dared approach. In the blink of an eye, the ghost river, one of the forbidden zones, was utterly obliterated. It ceased to possess any life force, transforming into a pool of stagnant water, devoid of its former terror. Chapter 26. The Traitor. In the outer world, Fang Qing scoffed coldly, his divine consciousness sensing the demise of the ghost river. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the divine capital. I did not expect humanity to have such formidable beings. The distance was too great for him to gauge the strength of this presence, but it was undoubtedly far superior to Bai Lin and the others. It is not yet time to reveal myself. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Qing temporarily merged his avatar back into his body, concealing his aura. Approximately half an hour later, a figure appeared in the vicinity. Such terrifying might. Has someone made a move? Ancient Star River furrowed his brow, surveying the empty expanse before him. He casually descended to the ground, only to find traces of burning all around. Could it be Fang Qing, the demon slayer mentioned by Bai Lin? Ancient Star River's gaze shifted as he deduced one of the combatants. His perceptive abilities radiated outward, yet he failed to uncover any traces, as if both parties had vanished entirely. How peculiar. Yet the beasts of the inner world dare to cross realms. They are far too arrogant. A flicker of anger crossed Ancient Star River's expression. Roar, roar. The wilderness was abuzz with the aftermath of battle, drawing various fiends and monsters. He soon spotted several colossal elephant fiends charging towards him, their long trunks sweeping down and snapping nearby trees. With a cold snort, Ancient Star River flicked his wrist. A gust of wind sweeping through, instantaneously slicing the elephant fiends apart, blood splattering as their bodies collapsed to the ground. Ancient Star River turned and departed, returning to the divine capital. He could not afford to be away for too long, lest more fiends wreak havoc. Fang Qing's true form returned to the Sin prison in Linen City, while his avatar returned to the divine capital. The true body and avatar could not remain merged for extended periods. Otherwise, the avatar's cultivation would completely merge into the true body. Currently, the avatar was merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, providing little enhancement to the true body. Fang Qing returned to the divine capital, only to discover that he had not traveled by train but had soared directly out of the city, completely unaware of the transition. He was perplexed as to when he had fallen victim to the mental illusion. Instead of rushing back to Linen City, he made his way to the Warriors building within the divine capital's prison. Give me an explanation. Fang Qing's expression was icy as he gazed at the burly man before him. He was not foolish. Having just left the inner world, he was ambushed, and it was inconceivable that the demons could have received news so swiftly without human informants. His divine consciousness had previously crossed realms to lock onto the adversary, and the Ghost River was clearly unable to move, situated deep within the inner world. Countless miles from the divine capital, it was impossible for it to keep constant watch over the city. There was only one possibility. Someone among the humans had betrayed him. Su Yi, from the Demon Extermination Division, clenched his right fist and lightly struck the desk before him. Rest assured, grant me 3 days, and I shall uncover the truth. Su Yi was known for his forthrightness and a deep-seated loathing for both demons and traitors. Over the course of a year, Fang Qing had eradicated countless formidable demons, having single-handedly slain 2 demon dragons. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a hero among humans. Now, having barely escaped the inner world only to be attacked, Su Yi could not help but feel a surge of anger on Fang Qing's behalf. Fang Qing's demeanor softened slightly. If Su Yi did not take this matter seriously, he would have to contemplate leaving the divine capital. Additionally, please assist me in investigating which passage was utilized for their arrival. A sudden realization struck Fang Qing. The strength of that specter was undoubtedly above the 6th tier of the extraordinary, rendering ordinary passages insufficient for its transit. Initially, he had suspected that it had come through a passage within the divine capital, but he quickly dismissed that notion. The Ghost River was far too distant from the divine capital. Only through an alternative passage could it have arrived so swiftly. Indeed, I will ascertain the details. Su Yi nodded slightly. Fang Qing turned and departed from the Warriors building. Since Su Yi had offered a 3-day time frame, he would wait. He would not leave the divine capital until the informant was dealt with. If his original body did not intervene, this avatar was at great risk of perishing. A bunch of scoundrels, I must bring them to justice. Su Yi's eyes burned with fury as his right hand smashed down, reducing the specially crafted desk to splinters. He turned and left, heading towards the divine capital of the inner world. Few were aware of Fang Qing's departure, making it relatively easy to eliminate suspects. 2 days swiftly passed. While at the hotel, Fang Qing suddenly received a message from Su Yi. Impressive efficiency. He made his way towards the Warriors building. Director, do you truly suspect us? Do you intend to hand us over to that Fang Qing? A middle-aged man seethed with indignation and disbelief. The other 2 remained silent, but shared his discontent. All 3 held significant positions. The middle-aged man was Chen Ku, the deputy director of the Demon Extermination Division, and Su Yi's right-hand man. You are all aware of Fang Qing's departure and left the divine capital shortly thereafter. I cannot afford to overlook any of you. Su Yi's expression remained calm, though he too struggled to believe that these 3 could be implicated. However, he needed to provide Fang Qing with an explanation. And even his closest ally was not exempt from scrutiny. As the 4 debated, the door was suddenly pushed open. Clad in a black trench coat, Fang Qing stepped inside, his gaze fixed on Chen Ku and the others. Fang Qing, these are the 3 individuals I have identified as suspects. Your unique abilities should allow you to discern the truth, correct? Su Yi spoke, acknowledging the limited time he had to accurately identify the traitor. No problem. Fang Qing nodded slightly, his eyes steady as they met Su Yi's. Su Yi immediately grasped the implication and exited the room. Suddenly recalling something, he added, there are no surveillance devices here. The expressions of Chen Ku and the others shifted dramatically. The director was clearly allowing Fang Qing free rein. Fang Qing understood Su Yi's stance, and his anger towards the National Martial Arts Bureau diminished considerably. In truth, the so-called surveillance equipment was utterly ineffective against cultivators. Seeing that I am still alive must come as quite a surprise to you, Fang Qing remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he took a seat. Boss Fang, I swear it wasn't me. One man, filled with fear, hastily protested. Indeed, Boss Fang, I, Lu Xing, would never betray a hero of humanity. Another echoed in agreement. Only Chen Ku, the deputy director, remained silent, his expression composed. Unfortunately, that river is far too weak. It could never kill me, even given 100 years. Fang Qing continued speaking, seemingly oblivious to the three, yet his divine consciousness was already spread out, keenly observing their subtle expressions. As he mentioned the river, two of them wore perplexed expressions, while Chen Ku's calm demeanor shattered, his eyes narrowing sharply. Chapter 27. Return to Linen City. Fang Qing's mind cleared as he turned to Chen Ku. You must be unable to reach that river now, correct? A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if he had seen through Chen Ku's facade. Chen Ku's face paled slightly. I do not know what you are talking about. Are you interrogating me? He suddenly snapped. I have fought for humanity for decades, slaying countless demons. Now, as the deputy director of the Demon Extermination Division, what authority do you have to question me? Anger flared in his voice as he turned to storm out. Huh. In an instant, flames erupted at the doorway, barring his passage. What do you mean by that? Chen Ku glared at Fang Qing, his eyes now filled with hostility. Do you know why you cannot contact that river? Fang Qing's lips curled into a strange smile. How could a dead entity still be able to reach you? In an instant, Chen Ku's eyes widened, the unease within him confirmed, and his expression morphed into sheer astonishment. Fang Qing's next words drove the final nail into his coffin. The power within you, belonging to the Ghost River, is dissipating, is it not? Chen Ku's gaze fixed on Fang Qing, his eyes gradually filled with hatred. How could this be? How could you have killed the master? He muttered repeatedly. With a flick of his right hand, Fang Qing incinerated him completely. He then turned his attention to the other two, his pupils swirling, drawing them into a trance. The memories of the Ghost River had been entirely concealed. Fang Qing did not wish for anyone to know of the Ghost River's demise, for that could potentially expose his hidden cards. The Ghost River and its minions were all dead. As long as he remained silent, no one would uncover the truth. Others would only be aware that a powerful demon from the inner world had targeted him. As the examination concluded, Su Yi understood that Chen Ku had been executed. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Chen Ku and Fang Qing had no prior connection, so no animosity existed between them, even if they did harbor grievances. Fang Qing's act of retribution could not be contested. He needed to provide an explanation, for his opponent was none other than the demon slayer, Fang Qing. Old Su, the other two will vouch for me. Fang Qing spoke succinctly, requiring no further elaboration. Although he concealed the Ghost River, in the memories of the other two, Chen Ku still colluded with the demon, though they remained unaware of the specific identity of this demon. Furthermore, they were equally attuned to the myriad expressions that flitted across Chen Ku's face, yet the identity of the Ghost River was thoroughly obscured. Su Yi nodded slightly. Such an evident transformation made it clear to him that Chen Ku was indeed a traitor. How foolish of me to have trusted him so deeply. Su Yi sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, have there been any updates on that passage? Fang Qing inquired, suddenly recalling something. Apologies. The investigation into the passage will require more time, Su Yi replied, his countenance filled with regret. There is no rush. Just inform me once you have any news. Fang Qing replied, her ire dissipating significantly. I shall return to Linen City now. Given that a second passage has emerged there, he needed to address the matter promptly. As Fang Qing departed from the martial artist building, an instinct compelled her to glance back. Guxing has stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze similarly directed towards her. Cannot discern the truth? Fang Qing's consciousness spread out, yet she found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the depths of his strength. Guxing's brow furrowed, sensing an enigmatic mist surrounding her, rendering her true capabilities elusive. Let us hope this is a blessing for the nation of Shenzhou. The following day, in Linen City, at last, I have returned. A smile graced Fang Qing's face, filling her with a profound sense of belonging. After all, she had spent over a decade living in Linen City. Moreover, with her true self residing there, she need not worry about her doppelganger encountering any misfortune. Stay right where you are. The Demon Suppression Department is on a mission. Suddenly, a blaring alarm reverberated throughout the train station. The previously tranquil crowd became agitated, with many eager to flee the scene. Although Shenzhou had implemented martial arts training for all, Linen City had yet to achieve such a feat, and ordinary citizens still comprised the majority. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, instantly silencing the once panicked throng. I repeat, stay put. Two young officers clad in uniforms, their expressions severe, strode into the crowd. There are demons lurking nearby. Those who wish to live should quiet down. One admonished the crowd, his demeanor frigid. Many ordinary citizens trembled, their hearts brimming with trepidation. However, with our demon suppression department here, there is no need for concern. The two began their search. Yet their demeanor suggested a lackadaisical patrol rather than a dedicated hunt. Fang Qing furrowed her brow, stepping forward into the open. Her figure was conspicuously prominent amidst the crowd. And the two officers spotted her immediately. Didn't we tell you to stay put? Are you seeking death? One officer's expression was stern as he brandished his firearm at Fang Qing. Are you with the demon suppression department? Fang Qing inquired, her demeanor calm and assertive. Of course. Both officers retorted in unison. The purpose of the demon suppression department is to apprehend demons. What are you doing? A glint of ice flickered in Fang Qing's eyes. The officers were clearly not intent on capturing demons, but rather on flaunting their authority in public. Are you obstructing the enforcement of the demon suppression department? One young officer's face grew icy, his gun still trained on her. As a martial artist, he could sense that her vitality was not particularly formidable. As for the capable individuals among them, they were few and far between. It was unlikely they would encounter one so easily. Is this all merely to capture a subpar demon? Fang Qing spoke slowly, her right hand grasping the air. A piercing scream erupted from the restroom adjacent to the train station as a demon of dark blue hue was forcibly materialized before them. Being a cultivator, she had long mastered the art of object manipulation. The officers stared in shock, astonished by her extraordinary abilities. You two were already aware of the demon's location but delayed apprehending it merely to showcase your identities? Moreover, do not aim your firearms carelessly. Accidental discharges could occur. Suddenly, a burst of flames engulfed the handgun, reducing it to ash. Fang Qing shook her head, utterly bewildered by the thought processes of the two. I resign from my position, she declared, disregarding the officers further as she turned to leave. What are you all doing? Suddenly, a figure pushed through the crowd. Captain Liu, someone is obstructing our duties. A young officer cried out, as if he had found a lifeline. Who dares to impede the demon suppression department? Lu Xing frowned, directing his gaze towards the two. Abruptly, it seemed he recognized someone. Boss Fang. Lu Xing jolted, realizing that the very person who had once recommended Fang Qing to the department was now her superior. Are these two members of your team? Fang Qing too recognized Lu Xing. Old Lu, the demon suppression department no longer requires them. She had no desire to linger, making her way out of the train station. As Linen City was on the verge of connecting with the otherworld, it was imperative to station personnel in the otherworldly cities. Yet, the surface city of Linen also needed governance to ensure that it remained unscathed by demonic incursions. If official departments comprised individuals of such caliber, the city would undoubtedly face imminent peril. Captain Liu, who is he? Why do you refer to him as Boss Fang? One officer seemed to grasp something, but sought confirmation. Fang Qing, the demon suppressor. Lu Xing sighed, his eyes reflecting deep respect. After a year, the leader of the demon suppression department had returned. Xiao Chun, Xiao Lu, expedite your resignation procedures. As the crowd dispersed, having sensed the crisis had passed, they buzzed with discussions about Fang Qing. After all, she had been Linen City's strongest warrior a year prior. Chapter 28, by Lin arrives. Fang Qing did not dwell on the earlier incident, heading directly to the headquarters of the demon suppression department. With her return, the entire department seemed to pulsate with renewed vigor. Fang Qing, you have returned? Su Lao appeared within the department. As the guardian of Linen City, he had the privilege of accessing various official departments. Su Lao, what is the status of the passage? Fang Qing inquired directly. Currently, both humans and demons are refraining from reckless actions, utilizing special methods. We have detected a substantial number of demons on the other side of the passage. Fang Qing nodded slightly. Each opening of a passage represented a critical moment of crisis. Humans and demons would need to confront each other directly, with no fortifications to rely upon. Furthermore, Shenzhou has dispatched 2,000 strong individuals to assist, who will remain stationed in Linen City for the foreseeable future. The crisis in Shenzhou City has been largely alleviated. Thus, there is no need for so many powerful figures to be stationed. In Linen City, however, only Fang Qing was truly formidable. Yet she could not single-handedly secure an entire city. Should demons infiltrate stealthily, chaos would surely ensue. Any random demon from the otherworld was of SSS rank. Where's the passage located? Fang Qing asked with a calm demeanor. The otherworld passage in Shenzhou is conveniently located alongside the Sin prison, facilitating management. However, the passage in Linen City has recently opened and is not fortuitously positioned in the same location as the Sin prison. The North District. Fang Qing frowned, noting it was in a direction entirely opposite the Sin prison. Indeed, although it does not coincide with the Sin prison, it overlaps with another significant location. Another location? Linen Martial Arts University. Fang Qing was taken aback, realizing that the newly opened passage lay directly beneath the university. No wonder Bai Lin appointed me as the principal, she murmured to herself. As it stands now, his true self remains stationed in the Sin prison, while his avatars take charge at the university. The two pivotal locations in Lin and are essentially secured. Let us proceed to the school's location. Fang Qing set off without the slightest hesitation. The current situation is dire, necessitating prompt resolution of the issues at hand. The malevolent energy from the inner world is steadily encroaching. Lin and Martial Arts University. Boss Fang, you have finally arrived. 2,000 formidable warriors gathered, their faces adorned with deep respect. These 2,000 individuals had been dispatched from Xinzhou City ahead of time. Over the course of a year, Fang Qing's reputation had not only instilled fear in the demons, but had also garnered immense respect from other humans. After all, strength commands authority in any realm. It appears that I am among familiar faces. Fang Qing wore a warm smile. This time, I must rely on all of you for the passage in linen. The crowd waved their hands, displaying humility and gratitude. Boss Fang, you flatter us. We are all obliged to lend our assistance in the land of Xinzhou. Everyone was well acquainted, and the atmosphere naturally became exceedingly amicable. Prepare yourselves. The opening of the passage is set for tomorrow at noon, Fang Qing decisively announced, wishing to avoid any delays. The crowd nodded solemnly in agreement. The following day arrived swiftly. Fang Qing descended hundreds of meters below Lin and Martial Arts University. Currently, due to the impending passage, all students had returned home. Should they fall victim to the encroaching malevolent energy, it would undoubtedly hinder their martial progression. At present, Lin and Martial Arts University had only admitted a single cohort of students, so the impact was not overly significant. Is this the passage? Fang Qing gazed ahead, only able to see a hazy expanse of white. He recalled that the passage in Xinzhou City offered a direct view of the inner world. Boss Fang, this passage has not fully opened. Once it does, the malevolent energy will surge through unimpeded, thus we must act swiftly. A first-tier transcendent warrior spoke up. In that case, let us commence the counter-invasion. Fang Qing's expression shifted slightly as he instructed his men to bring forth a peculiar artillery piece. The dense aura of resentment radiated outward, prompting the surrounding warriors to retreat in avoidance. It was indeed one of Xinzhou City's deadly weapons, the ghost cannon. Previously, a sudden attack from a thunder dragon had destroyed one of the ghost cannons, leaving only two in Xinzhou City. To clear this passage, this weapon was essential. Fang Qing positioned himself behind the ghost cannon, his consciousness expanding before coalescing into a solid, imposing bell. With a crackle, an eerie sound resonated as the ghost pearl within the cannon was detonated. A terrifying mental shockwave surged toward the other side of the passage. Although the power of the mental impact was somewhat diminished due to the separation of the two worlds, it was still potent enough to annihilate several lower-tier demons. On the other side of the passage, countless demons and monsters congregated, a dense throng that blotted out the sky and completely surrounded the passage. Just as these demons were resting, a mental shockwave struck. In an instant, countless low-tier demons bled from their mouths and noses, their appearances horrifically grotesque. And within a brief span, a significant number of them were obliterated, their life force extinguished. Humanity is attacking? A massive creature unfurled its wings and gazed toward the passage. Its body was profoundly dark, resembling a mass of rock, with eyes radiating an eerie purple. It was a black spirit demon, with a rank of at least 4th-tier transcendent. They have come, they have finally come. A venomous voice reverberated, causing countless demons to feel a sense of unease. A woman clad in a crimson qipao floated into view. Her figure curvaceous, yet her head was bizarrely composed entirely of black hair. All low-tier beings retreat from the passage. A giant ant, the size of a human, approached, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Although its body was small, its density was terrifying. It was also a leader among the demon race. The demons of the 3 tribes awaited here, determined to seize this passage. The most enigmatic monster race had also dispatched entities. The previously tranquil earth began to tremble rhythmically, seemingly as if it were taking a breath. Wait patiently. A deep voice resonated from the depths, akin to thunder rumbling underground. Fang Qing unleashed over 10 shots from the ghost cannon, estimating that the lower-tier demons had retreated. I will enter first, Fang Qing declared. The fiercest assaults should naturally be borne by the strongest. Should the weaker beings enter first, they would likely be engulfed in an instant. Old Fang, wait for me. A voice suddenly emerged from the rear of the crowd. Minister Bai? Minister Bai? It was none other than Bai Lin, the head of the demon suppression department, who had come to this place. Why aren't you stationed in Xinzhou City? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. Xinzhou City remained critical, for none could ascertain the limits of that passage, which might allow the entry of sage-level demons. The passage in Lin had been confirmed to permit a maximum of 9th-tier beings. This also meant that the demons might not regard this passage with significant importance. With old Sue and old Joe here, we will be sufficient. Bai Lin wore a gentle smile, resembling an erudite scholar. Yet Fang Qing was aware that he was, without a doubt, a battle fanatic. Very well, my confidence is bolstered with you here. Fang Qing nodded slightly. Bai Lin's presence would indeed alleviate a great deal of pressure. Let us join forces and enter first. Agreed. You all remain in place. Transcendent warriors will enter after 5 minutes. 8th and 9th tier warriors will follow after 15 minutes. Fang Qing promptly relayed the plan, and he and Bai Lin stepped into the passage together. The enemy approaches. The 4 leaders of demons and monsters detected the incoming presence. Their gazes filled with murderous intent directed at the passage. In an instant, they beheld not humans, but a torrent of flames surging forth. Caught unawares, the surrounding demons were ignited. Even the 9th tier demons let out piercing cries of agony. With a single maneuver, Fang Qing plunged the multitude of demons into chaos. Although the demons from Shenzhou City were aware of the formidable reputation of the demon suppressor, Fang Qing, this newly opened passage was a different matter. Despite the proximity of Lin and to the capital, this was within the surface world. Humanity had previously conducted studies, while the inner world remained largely uncharted. Its expanse was undoubtedly far greater than that of the surface world. This signified that the passage in Lin and was distanced from that of the capital, making encounters between the 2 factions of demons exceedingly unlikely. What is that? Scatter. The colossal black spirit demon issued a swift command. The destructive power of the flames was truly terrifying. Suddenly, the black spirit demon's eyes shone with purple light, as if it had spotted humans amidst the flames. Its sharp claws, akin to blades, lunged downward with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. It was indeed a rare black spirit demon. I will claim your eyes. Bai Lin's expression turned icy, yet a smile graced his lips as he charged towards the black spirit demon, clad in formidable gauntlets. His rank had already reached the extraordinary 4th tier, and his combat prowess surpassed that of others within the same tier, rendering him quite capable of dealing with a single black spirit demon. Fang Qing's heavenly mysterious fire remained unextinguished, radiating outward and repelling the surrounding horde of monsters. At that moment, an innumerable cascade of long hair surged forth, audaciously disregarding the surrounding flames. How intriguing! Fang Qing's expression remained indifferent, with a flick of his right hand. The crimson blood shuttle appeared in an instant, severing the strands of hair with precision. A chilling wail echoed, revealing a woman clad in a qipao approaching. Her head was composed entirely of long hair, from which dark blood continuously oozed, a nauseating stench lingering in the air. A troublesome spirit indeed. Fang Qing's formidable consciousness rendered him impervious to the mental assault. Just as he was about to strike again, a figure suddenly lunged at him. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual energy shield surrounding him visibly buckled under the assault. Fang Qing was taken aback, turning to see a gigantic ant. Its strength was nothing short of terrifying, far exceeding that of ordinary warriors of the same tier. You shall be dealt with first. Fang Qing furrowed his brow and summoned the tremor seal. Let us see how resilient you are. The tremor seal swiftly expanded to 100 meters in size. The giant ant's pupils constricted, shock coursing through its being. What is this? Boom, boom, boom. The tremor seal descended with unparalleled might. In an instant, the giant ant sustained severe injuries, blood pouring forth. Let us see if you can survive this. Fang Qing once again formed seals with his hands, channeling his immense spiritual energy into the tremor seal. The great seal ascended and fell repeatedly, completing over a dozen cycles in a mere moment. The extraordinary 4th tier giant ant was reduced to a mere paste, its bones obliterated. Such is the simplicity and brutality of a cultivator's offensive capability. The long-haired spirit clearly sensed the imminent danger and sought to flee. Did you think I would let you go? Fang Qing huffed coldly, his hands weaving intricate seals. Fire Phoenix technique. In an instant, the blazing heavenly mysterious fire transformed into a resplendent fire phoenix. Cry. The fire phoenix flapped its wings, radiating searing heat, while the long-haired spirit hastily retreated, no longer wishing to contest this passage. Yet the phoenix's speed far outstripped that of the spirit, plunging directly into its form. Die. Fang Qing's demeanor turned frigid, his hands forming seals once more, the power of the heavenly mysterious fire surging exponentially. A piercing scream echoed, resentment spilling forth, causing the surrounding monsters to flee in terror, their ears rendered utterly deaf. The flames continued to scorch the spirit until, in a brief moment, only a crimson ghost orb remained. Just then, 10 extraordinary 1st-tier warriors emerged from the rear passage. Block their path. Fang Qing's voice rang out, commanding the reinforcements. The demon army had already lost 2 formidable leaders, their morale shattered. allowing humanity to press their advantage. Although Fang Qing was indifferent to the resources, he recognized the necessity of establishing authority. Otherwise, the city would undoubtedly face frequent assaults from the demons. The 10 extraordinary first-tier warriors responded immediately, charging towards the panicked demon horde. Simultaneously, Bai Lin descended, clutching a pair of bloodied purple orbs. The black spirit demon's body had already fallen. Quite the formidable foe. Bai Lin's combat style had grown increasingly reckless, fully embracing a life-or-death struggle. At that moment, he bore a gaping wound in his abdomen, inflicted by the claws of the black spirit demon. Here, apply this to your wound. Fang Qing observed the composed Bai Lin, a flicker of respect gleaming in his eyes. Bai Lin smiled broadly, accepting the offer, pouring the white liquid from the vial onto his injury. Rest for a moment, I will handle the rest. Fang Qing soared into the sky, the heavenly mysterious fire returning to his grasp. All of you shall perish. Fang Qing wielded the heavenly mysterious fire, unleashing it in all directions. In an instant, thousands of powerful demons fell into utter chaos, fleeing into the depths of the inner world. 3 of the 4 leaders had already perished. The remaining one was likely long gone. Remaining here held no value for them. The range of Fang Qing's heavenly mysterious fire was vast, yet its lethality diminished with distance, preventing him from dispatching every demon. Flames continued to consume the demons, their wails filling the air, transforming the scene into a veritable hellscape. Just then, 15 minutes had elapsed. 2,000 formidable warriors surged forth through the passage. Just in time. Fang Qing had initially feared he could not contain the demons, but with the arrival of reinforcements, there was no reason to let them escape. What is happening? Some were bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. Wasn't it said that the opening of the passage was the most perilous time? What is the situation now? The invading demons were in a state of mental collapse, frantically retreating. Chapter 30. The Establishment of a City. The once prepared crowd was now utterly perplexed. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly engage. Bai Lin, who had been resting, barked an order, snapping everyone back to attention. Yes, engage quickly. Each person focused on their target. Originally, the number of demons had approached 10,000. Had they fought head-on, human warriors would surely have been overwhelmed. However, due to Fang Qing's extraordinary presence, the tide of battle had completely shifted. The skirmishes among the leaders were the most perilous. Should one side's leader fall, the morale of the entire army would shatter. Yet as the 2,000 warriors arrived in the inner world, no one noticed the ground, once stable, began to tremble. And the tremors surged into the passage, entering the outer world. Fang Qing continued to slay numerous demons. With the full might of humanity unleashed, the demon horde quickly faltered, leaving only a few stragglers to escape. The name of the demon subduer, Fang Qing, resounded through this passage. Dispatch personnel immediately to construct a city. Fang Qing commanded. This passage had been temporarily cleared, necessitating the swift establishment of defensive fortifications. It was untenable to have a group of warriors stationed in this open expanse indefinitely. The 4 major departments of Lin City sprang into action, warriors of all ranks entering the inner world. They must erect a city in the shortest time possible. All building materials had already been stockpiled at the university, awaiting this moment. The efficiency of the warriors far surpassed that of ordinary people. If they exerted themselves fully, the construction would be completed in no time. Fang Qing, alongside the 2,000 warriors, remained vigilant, sparing not a moment of relaxation. They had merely traversed the initial phase. Further time would inevitably bring continued assaults from the demons. After all, it was a newly opened passage, and the demons would not easily concede. Half a month gradually passed. A brand new city rose from the ground. Though modest in scale, it was sufficient to secure this passage. Fang Qing led the assembled warriors, successfully enduring until the city's completion. Though the dreaded ghost cannons were absent, the remaining magic core landmines and demon dan cannons proved formidable deterrents against the weaker demons. The inner world city of Lin City was successfully established, and Fang Qing named it in city. His contributions are paramount, naturally qualifying him for the honor of a name. Suddenly, the passage underwent a dramatic transformation, with layers of luminous rings cascading down, dimming to an almost imperceptible glow. Fang Qing's vision pierced through to the depths of Linen University. Had the passage truly been fully unveiled? Fang Qing murmured to himself, realizing that this passage had solidified, allowing only warriors of the 9th rank to traverse. But what if warriors above the 9th rank attempted to pass? Fang Qing's gaze abruptly turned towards Bai Lin, inquiring aloud. There were more than 10 warriors of the 9th rank and above. If they could not return to Linen City, it would truly spell disaster. Bai Lin's abdominal wound had healed significantly, though his complexion remained somewhat pallid. Follow me, and you shall see, he replied softly, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped through the passage. Fang Qing followed closely, finding himself effortlessly transported into Linen City. Is there no change? No, that can't be right. Fang Qing's expression shifted as he realized his cultivation had been suppressed, reduced to the initial stage of foundation building. This is the cultivation restriction of the passage, he deduced. Regardless of what creature you are, your ultimate combat power will be curtailed to the level of a 9th rank warrior. Bai Lin elucidated. Although the passage imposes cultivation restrictions, it still permits passage. Otherwise, an city would only accommodate a horde of 9th rank warriors, and a single formidable demon could easily annihilate it, rendering the construction of an city meaningless. Your cultivation will likely recover in about 2 hours, so there is no need for concern, Bai Lin reassured him with a smile. But what about entering an city? Fang Qing pondered. He could not remain stationed in an city at all times. In the event of a crisis occurring there while he was in Linen City, he would be hindered by the suppression of his cultivation upon arrival, rendering him incapable of providing support. The passage's restrictions are one way. Entering the inner world will not affect your cultivation, Bai Lin clarified, then suddenly sighed. This is humanity's only boon from the heavens. Should a formidable demon attempt to invade, it would be met with cultivation suppression. No matter the demon, they would be reduced to the strength of a 9th rank warrior, easily subdued. Fang Qing gained a deeper understanding of the interdimensional passage. Simultaneously, he resolved to ensure that his true form would not easily traverse the passage. If his true form were to become a 9th rank warrior, and there happened to be humans or demons in Linen City who wished him harm, it would undoubtedly lead to peril. Suddenly, Fang Qing recalled something and spoke up. If that is the case, would there not be terrifying demons appearing in the surface world? Any rank of creature can traverse the passage, albeit with temporary suppression of their strength. Many kingdoms have already perished, and their passages are undoubtedly occupied by demons. If a saint-level demon were suddenly reduced to a 9th rank warrior, which demon could resist such a temptation? Bai Lin shook his head with a smile, gazing at Fang Qing. The demons in the inner world are quite cautious about their lives. They would not take foolish risks. Their primary goal in occupying the passage is to transfer the malevolent energy of the inner world to the surface, thereby accelerating the fusion of the two worlds. Only when the two worlds are fully merged will those formidable demons no longer suffer cultivation suppression. Fang Qing nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. At the same time humanity constructed in city, the leader of the spirit creature clan had already infiltrated Linen City. Fang Qing's true form was entirely unaware. The Sin Prison and Linen Warrior University were located far apart, one in the south of the city and the other in the north. Although his spiritual perception could reach there, it could not be activated at all times. In truth, no one had anticipated the infiltration of demons. The spirit creature leader excelled in concealment. As in city gradually stabilized, Bai Lin had already departed from Linen City early in the day. The city of Shenzhou remained the core of the nation, and it could not afford to fall, otherwise, the nation would collapse from within. Initially, Fang Qing remained stationed in an city, annihilating numerous demons, which instilled fear in the surrounding alien races, discouraging them from launching attacks recklessly. I must trouble you all to guard an city, he stated. And city had managed to hold its ground, and should a formidable demon appear, he could enter the inner world once more. On ordinary days, 10 extraordinary warriors sufficed to safeguard an city. Rest assured, Boss Fang. As long as we are in the city, we are safe. They replied. Indeed, Linen City still requires your presence. We shall handle an city. Fang Qing nodded slightly, turning back towards Linen City. The surface world is far more comfortable, he sighed. Despite the richer spiritual energy of the inner world, it felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Moreover, although he was a cultivator, he did not rely heavily on the natural spiritual energy. With medicinal pills, he could manage. With a smile, Fang Qing returned to Linen Warrior University. Now, aside from being the leader of the Demon Suppression Department, he also served as the university's president. With the completion of its city's construction, the passage beneath Linen University had stabilized as well. Naturally, students began returning to the campus. Coincidentally, September marked the arrival of a new cohort of warriors. Every young warrior bore expressions of confidence and pride. Gaining admission to the university was indeed a testament to their elite status among humanity. According to the regulations of Shenzhou, local students could only attend local universities. This was to prevent students from making frequent trips between their hometowns and the university, where accidents might occur along the way. Although they attended a local university, the assessments remained exceedingly rigorous. The various martial arts resources provided by the National Martial Arts Bureau were accessible to all citizens. Yet the majority were allocated to the 18 universities. Hence, it was essential to select the elite, preventing resource waste. Greetings, fellow students. I am Fang Qing, and it is an honor to serve as the president of Linen Warrior University. As Fang Qing uttered his name, gasps of awe and cheers erupted from the students below. His reputation in Linen City was indeed well known. In these tumultuous times, people yearned for heroes to emerge, and Fang Qing's formidable strength naturally cast him as one. I wish to convey that you are fortunate to be part of this institution's second cohort. Yet, you are also unfortunate, for you have chosen to become warriors. Society paves the way for the strong, and various benefits are reserved solely for warriors. However, with privilege comes responsibility. Fang Qing's expression turned serious. Having assumed the role of president, he was determined not to cultivate a generation of weaklings. The extermination of alien races was not solely the responsibility of the National Martial Arts Bureau and the 4 departments. It was a duty incumbent upon every warrior. As the two worlds gradually merged, the situation would inevitably worsen. For now, strong warriors stand at the forefront, allowing you to cultivate in peace, but they will age. They will die. When that time comes, you must step up. Fang Qing spoke with a calm demeanor. Below, the students were engaged in hushed whispers, clearly indifferent to his words. Although he was an idol to countless students, their admiration stemmed more from the fact that they had never encountered him before. People often harbor a sense of awe towards the enigmatic. Upon seeing him in person, they found him rather unremarkable. Most students were preoccupied with aspirations of surpassing figures like Fang Qing in a few years, dreaming of becoming the new heroes of Linen City. Perhaps it is hard for you to comprehend this now, but in due time, you will understand the responsibilities and missions of a martial artist. Let us now commence our entrance examination. He cut straight to the point, refraining from further elaboration. Instantly, the playground below erupted into a cacophony. As none had anticipated an entrance examination, what would be tested? Literary knowledge or martial prowess? Strength or speed? Each student wore an expression of confidence, eager to showcase their abilities. Having just entered university, they felt assured in every subject. Fang Lada, do we really have to do this? It seems a bit unorthodox, remarked the teacher beside him, visibly troubled, attempting to persuade Fang Qing. Without blood and tears, how can one become a martial artist? Lao Lu, do you expect a bunch of sheltered flowers to withstand the invasion of demons? While Fang Qing supported the policies of the National Martial Arts Academy, he believed a more aggressive approach was necessary, at least to accelerate the growth of the new martial artists. Today's examination consists of but one aspect: real combat. Gather all the students from the previous cohort. As the principal of the school, he naturally had the authority to establish various assessments. Students from both cohorts converged, totaling around 1,000. Each year, approximately 500 students were admitted. The second-year students grumbled incessantly, uncertain why the school had summoned them so abruptly. Some even arrived in slippers. Having spent a year there, they considered themselves seasoned veterans, many merely aiming to coast through and graduate, subsequently indulging in societal benefits. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even secure a decent position in an official department. Fang Qing's expression remained impassive as he spoke directly. Teachers, please take attendance. Any students who are tardy will receive expulsion notices. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent, a chill running down the spines of the students. Expulsion notices? What is happening? Suddenly, countless students straightened up, shedding their nonchalant demeanor. Their principal appeared quite different from their expectations. Old 3, hurry to the playground. If you're late, you'll be expelled. Everyone get up. The principal is about to expel people. Many second-year students began frantically using their phones to alert others. Make sure to note down the names of those currently on the phone. Graduation credits will be doubled. Upon hearing this, panic spread among the students, who hastily tucked their phones away, yet each class's teachers recorded their names. The students wore expressions of dismay, a newfound fear of their principal taking root. Minutes later, over a dozen students sprinted to the scene. You need not have come. Fang Qing regarded the newcomers with a calm demeanor, his tone unwavering. Principal, isn't this a bit against protocol? To expel us requires the National Martial Arts Academy's approval, right? Someone shouted defiantly, hoping to resonate with the other students. In this place, my words are law. Even the ministers from the 4 departments would be powerless here. Fang Qing's expression remained serene as he waved his hand, forcibly relocating the dozen students back to their original spots. In my eyes, you are not students, but warriors. Fang Qing bellowed. If you intend to merely drift through university, you might as well leave. The students stood frozen in shock, obediently aligning themselves, daring not to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Rumors of the principal's status as the strongest in the nation seemed to hold merit. Even the ministers of the 4 departments were insignificant compared to him. And a group of students stood no chance against such authority. Let the real combat assessment commence. The only criterion for passing is to survive. A faint smile graced Fang Qing's lips. He formed hand seals, having already established a confinement array around the playground. A wave of anxiety surged through the students' hearts. Roars echoed ominously, sending shivers down their spines. D-grade demons were brought forth onto the playground, remnants from the prison who had escaped execution. For this entrance examination, Fang Qing had specifically requested the preservation of these creatures, showcasing his meticulous planning. The demons radiated fury and resentment, fully aware of humanity's intentions. If we are to serve as sharpening stones, be prepared for the potential shattering of blades. They understood their fate was sealed. Yet they were determined to take at least one student with them. The faces of the students turned pale. Is this what you call an entrance examination? Chapter 32, The Indomitable Sword Technique. The martial artists had no choice, but considering your youth, I shall grant you a choice. Fang Qing suddenly declared. Those who wish to withdraw may do so now. Many students initially felt a glimmer of hope, but the choice presented was grim. They had endured various examinations to finally enter university, yet now faced the prospect of expulsion at the very beginning, a shameful return home. You have 3 minutes to decide. Fang Qing's expression remained calm, offering no room for negotiation. Soon, some students could no longer withstand the demon's ghastly roars, gazing into the gaping maw dripping with drool. They felt their very souls tremble. While the future was important, life was paramount. In that instant, over 10 students opted for immediate withdrawal. Principal Fang Qing. This is hardly educational. I will report this to the National Martial Arts Academy. It would be wise to utilize your connections, Fang Qing replied slowly, unbothered. Bai Lin would never manage to have him dismissed, and even if he were, he wouldn't mind. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for the leisurely days when he was the head of the Demon Suppression Department. Many students left Linen Martial Arts University, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. Release all the demons. Fang Qing gestured slightly. Your lives depend on yourselves. Martial artists must always confront these challenges. The students' faces remained ashen, yet they had not entirely lost their fighting spirit. They noticed that the demons were mostly C-grade. Having suffered in the prison, their combat capabilities far inferior to their prime. If their mental fortitude was strong enough, they could not only survive, but potentially eliminate all the demons. 100 demons were unleashed upon the playground. With nearly 1,000 students present, the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor at 10-1. Let us depart. We shall return this afternoon to assess the results. Fang Qing smiled as he ordered the teachers to leave the area. Let us all go for a drink. They were all martial artists from Shenzhou City, and such life-and-death experiences forged strong bonds. Fang Laoda, are you truly unconcerned? Some still felt a pang of sympathy, considering that the students inside were all under 20. To them, they were merely a group of inexperienced youths. Ultimately, we must step back. It is impossible to guard over them for a lifetime. A sigh escaped the lips of some, who understood Fang Qing's intentions. The fatalities would not be excessive. Fang Qing's expression remained tranquil, utterly unperturbed. Despite the students' psychological resilience being lacking, the sheer number of them ensured that casualties would be limited. The crowd collectively sighed, realizing that Fang Qing had already prepared himself for the eventualities of student deaths. He was not an educator of iron and blood, but rather one of sanguinary education. Only in this manner could the students grow swiftly, equipping them to better safeguard the city in the future. Although Fang Qing possessed formidable strength, he too faced adversaries that demanded his attention. By afternoon, he returned to his office. Chief Fang, this entrance examination resulted in the deaths of 15 students, and over 130 sustained severe injuries, Zhang Ren reported, his face etched with sorrow as he let out a deep sigh. Utilize the best resources to ensure the swift recovery of the injured, and compensate the families of the deceased with 500,000 Shenzhou coins. To become a warrior, one must be prepared for sacrifice. The demons will not grant them a choice. I have already given them one. Fang Qing also sighed, yet remained steadfast in his methods. Once the two worlds fully merged, the malevolence from the inner world would surge forth, leading to the demise of all ordinary people. Even low-tier warriors would find themselves unable to evade death. After all, the intensity of malevolence deep within the inner world far surpassed that of an city and Shenzhou City. Low-tier warriors might not withstand it. When faced with the choice between saving one or two individuals versus saving a multitude, his decision was clear. No one was at fault. If there were to be blame, it could only be ascribed to the state of the world. Fang Qing began to devise a series of student assessments, predominantly focused on practical combat. Despite numerous complaints and reports from parents, the National Martial Arts Bureau and the 4 departments were inundated with calls. Nevertheless, Fang Qing remained resolute in his position as the university's president. The regulations at Linen Martial Arts University remained ruthlessly stringent, unchanged in the slightest. The sole alteration was that the systems of the 17 other universities had similarly adopted a cold-hearted nature. The core objective of these institutions was no longer the nurturing of students, but the cultivation of decisive warriors. In fact, every student was required to sign a death agreement prior to enrollment. Simultaneously, the National Martial Arts Bureau further enhanced the benefits for warriors. At Fang Qing's suggestion, The Xinzhou government publicly disclosed the dangers of the two worlds merging, emphasizing the significant likelihood of ordinary citizens facing death. This announcement provoked a tremendous uproar across the nation. However, the two passageways within Xinzhou were currently stable, negating the need for excessive deployment of high-tier warriors, thus allowing for the suppression of potential unrest. The National Martial Arts Bureau's actions were calculated. Only by instilling a sense of crisis in everyone could they galvanize the populace to strive towards becoming warriors. Unlike cultivators, warriors did not place as much emphasis on innate talent. With sufficient perseverance and determination, one could at least attain the rank of a 6th-tier warrior. In an instant, the pursuit of martial arts sparked a nationwide frenzy. Individuals began to study martial arts, accepting the university's harsh regulations. Fang Qing continued to preside as the university president, occasionally venturing beyond the city to eliminate formidable demons. He observed the growth of each student, his own mindset undergoing a profound transformation. The bottleneck of his true self gradually loosened, hinting that a breakthrough into the transformation stage might soon be within reach. The qualitative changes from the transformation stage compared to the nascent soul stage would be considerable. In terms of lifespan alone, the difference was tenfold. A transformation stage warrior, barring unforeseen circumstances, could potentially live for a millennium, meriting the title of a living deity. No one could fathom that the president of Linen Martial Arts University was but a mere avatar. While his true self resided as an executioner within the confines of the Sin prison. Demon slain successfully. Reward, undying sword technique. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback. To have received such a reward for slaying a D-rank demon was beyond his expectations. The undying sword technique was a pinnacle skill among sword cultivators, capable of amplifying the power of swordplay several-fold, with the potential to be cultivated to the ascendant stage. It appeared that occasionally dispatching lesser demons could yield unforeseen rewards. The technique's formula effortlessly embedded itself in his mind, as if he had practiced it for many years. Provided his cultivation was sufficient, the sword technique would swiftly ascend to the corresponding rank. Fang Qing exited the cell, casting a glance at the surrounding executioners. Most of the current executioners were low-tier warriors, and ordinary individuals found it challenging to eliminate high-tier demons. Moreover, with the entire populace now practicing martial arts, low-tier warriors were no longer a rarity. The rewards for executioners, aside from substantial Xinzhou coins, included various medicinal materials and treasures for warriors, drawing in a multitude of impoverished fighters. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Qing returned to his dormitory, which had remained unchanged over the years. He now had a new roommate, yet he paid little heed. In his eyes, these individuals were destined to meet their end eventually. Over the course of more than a decade, he had bid farewell to too many executioners, becoming accustomed to the cycles of life and death. Hello. His roommate, Wang Tao, had also completed his execution duties and returned to the dormitory. Fang Qing nodded with a smile, albeit with a hint of curiosity in his gaze. His roommate was a middle-aged man, appearing utterly ordinary, with strength limited to a first-tier warrior. However, Fang Qing's keen perception sensed an unsettling peculiarity emanating from him. Wang Tao collapsed onto his bed, seemingly exhausted, and soon fell into a deep slumber, muttering, "May the Earth God protect us, may the Earth God protect us." Fang Qing shook his head, attributing it to some religious fervor, trust in oneself rather than in the divine. He was now a true practitioner of immortality. Upon reaching profound realms, he would become a terrestrial deity himself, his true self gradually immersed in the life of vanquishing demons. As 3 years elapsed, Xinzhou gradually stabilized. With an increasing number of warriors, various low-tier demons found it increasingly difficult to wreak havoc, often being subdued by the populace without the need for intervention from the 4 departments. However, should the 4 departments be called upon, it would undoubtedly be to confront formidable demons. Fortunately, both Xinzhou City and Yin City had settled into a state of stability, allowing high-tier warriors ample time to maintain societal order. The 18 cities experienced no significant crises, and even the frequency of trains connecting them had increased to once a day, promoting communication between the major cities. Among them, Linen City stood out as the most stable, its livability surpassing even that of the capital. Fang Qing's avatar and true self remained stationed there, ensuring a significant degree of safety, as common demons dared not approach the city. Furthermore, Linen City's connection to the inner world presented both a crisis and an opportunity. The inner world, with its harsh environment, housed a multitude of demons, providing humans with practical combat opportunities and materials from the demons. Additionally, the abundant spiritual energy could nurture countless wild medicinal herbs, making it highly probable for those daring enough to venture forth to return laden with riches. This led to a burgeoning martial culture in Linen City, which subtly emerged as the second largest city within Xinzhou. Fang Qing continued to serve as the president of Linen Martial Arts University. Initially, the populace deemed him unworthy of the position, accusing him of disregarding the lives of students. However, after 3 years, countless perspectives had shifted. Particularly, the first cohort of graduates from Linen University had achieved no less than the rank of 4th-tier warriors, and their extensive combat experience rendered them far superior to their societal counterparts, making them well qualified for key positions within the 4 departments. In the prison of Linen City, Fang Qing's essence remained unchanged, his cultivation stagnating at the perfected nascent soul stage. However, his state of mind had undergone a significant breakthrough, rendering him as if he had returned to a state of primal simplicity. Even without employing the art of deception, his cultivation could be adeptly concealed. With the successful slaying of the winged demon, he had obtained the reward of a transformation pill. Clutching a crimson elixir in his hand, he murmured, "I can break through to the transformation stage." Throughout his cultivation journey, the nascent soul stage had proven to be the first major bottleneck. 2 years had transformed him from a mortal to the golden core stage, and 3 years had elevated him from golden core to nascent soul. Yet, it took a full 14 years to ascend from the nascent soul stage to its perfection. The path of cultivation was indeed arduous, Fang Qing lamented. Though his age would astonish those within the cultivation realm, he could not achieve a breakthrough within the city. Fang Qing pondered, unlike past advancements, the transformation stage would invite a heavenly tribulation. The might of such tribulations was fearsome enough to obliterate the entire Linen City, warranting his utmost caution. However, should he successfully endure it, he would undergo a metamorphosis, becoming an immortal being for millennia. This represented an insurmountable chasm for countless cultivators. Many perfected nascent soul practitioners dared not attempt a breakthrough lightly, resorting to such risks only when their lifespans were nearly expended. Yet, Fang Qing was different. The nascent soul stage was still inadequate for him, and with the aid of his system, his vision was far from narrow. As the most formidable sword cultivator, his success rate in weathering the tribulation was exceedingly high. Just as he contemplated the location for his tribulation, his avatar received a phone call. "Old Fang, we have located the passage through which that demon from the underworld escaped." Fang Qing's expression shifted. 3 years prior, his avatar had been ambushed and slain by a black water ghost, and fortunately, his main body had intervened, annihilating the ghost river. He had tasked Su Yi with investigating the passage used by the Blackwater Ghost, initially believing it would lead to Shenzhou City. However, as the Ghost River resided deep within the underworld, it could not possibly be connected to Shenzhou City. Only one possibility remained. There was a passage near the Ghost River, not far from the imperial capital. Such a passage should have been discovered long ago by the National Martial Arts Bureau, and Fang Qing had requested the investigation out of curiosity. "You'd best steer clear of that passage. It's exceedingly dangerous." Su Yi's voice was grave. The gravity of his warning indicated that it was no ordinary passage. "The location is near the imperial capital." Fang Qing furrowed his brow. So it was indeed near the imperial capital? Had the National Martial Arts Bureau been oblivious all this time? Surely, the passage would allow demons to traverse, and chaos would have ensued in the imperial capital long ago. Fang Qing stated his concerns candidly. "I heard it from Minister Gu. I have never seen the passage myself." Minister Gu? Fang Qing was now familiar with the 3 ministers, but the head of the Demon Subjugation Department was shrouded in mystery. He suddenly recalled the day he departed from the imperial capital, having glimpsed a figure of unfathomable depth. The other side of the passage was occupied by the troll race, which would not venture into the human world but allowed other demons to pass, demanding a toll in return. The exorbitant fees made the passage seldom traversed by demons, explaining why the National Martial Arts Bureau had not discovered it. Su Yi was equally astonished, realizing that the imperial capital concealed such a passage. Even the malevolent aura had been suppressed, entirely blocked by the trolls, who sought to keep this passage a secret. The trolls? Fang Qing's expression shifted, surprised to learn of the rare troll race. This race was documented in the records of the National Martial Arts Bureau, albeit scantily. In centuries past, the surface world had witnessed a single appearance of a troll, resulting in significant losses for the Shenzhou kingdom before it was ultimately slain. The innate talents of the trolls were astounding, and their combat prowess far exceeded that of their peers, placing them among the most formidable races of the demon kin. Why did they not enter the surface world? Was it a limitation imposed by the passage? Fang Qing speculated. Minister Gu has investigated. Beings at the Transcendent Ninth Stage can pass through without hindrance, with no restrictions whatsoever. Transcendent Ninth Stage? Fang Qing murmured. The Blackwater Ghost had been at the Transcendent Eighth Stage. Should a horde of Transcendent Ninth Stage trolls surge forth, they could annihilate the Shenzhou kingdom entirely. The trolls were not a peace-loving race. Their absence must have a reason. Did they fear something? A sudden thought crossed Fang Qing's mind. Chapter 34. Breaking through to the transformation stage. Fang Qing recalled the enigmatic man from the imperial capital. He inquired, "Do you know the strength level of Minister Gu?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him make a move in all these years." Fang Qing nodded slightly. Could it be that the trolls were wary of that individual? "Old Su, thank you." Having learned the location of the passage, he promptly ended the call. The heavenly tribulation was imminent, and the underworld was the most suitable place for his breakthrough. Fang Qing began to prepare for the transformation stage. If he were to venture to Shenzhou City or in City, it would be impossible to conceal his main body's presence. He was uncertain of the tribulation's might, but it could easily cause the demise of perfected nascent soul practitioners, so it was surely no trivial matter. If the tribulation were to spread through the passage, human cities would suffer immensely. Fortunately, that particular passage was located outside the city. Even if the tribulation spread, the impact would be minimal, leaving the demons to bear the brunt of the consequences. In the imperial capital, at the martial artist building, Gu Xinghe, clad in a long robe, stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing toward the expanse beyond the imperial capital. He decided to temporarily allow the trolls to remain. His eyes, deep and inscrutable, ultimately resolved against intervening. The trolls on the other side of the passage were formidable adversaries, yet they dared not invade. In another sense, the trolls were effectively guarding the passage. At least humanity need not worry about a continuous influx of demons, as the trolls would collect steep tolls. "Su Lao, I shall be away for a time. Please manage the university affairs in my absence." Fang Qing's main body prepared for his breakthrough, and his avatar would return to the prison to avoid raising suspicion. Though the Shenzhou kingdom had seemingly settled into stability, high-ranking martial artists grew increasingly uneasy. The concentration of malevolent energy in the world was rising, rendering ordinary citizens within the Shenzhou kingdom ever more frail. This signified that more passages were emerging, whether newly formed or due to kingdoms being breached by demons. The fundamental crisis remained unresolved. Should the two worlds merge, calamity would inevitably ensue. Fang Qing felt this sense of urgency, compelling him to conceal himself further, as his current strength may not suffice to suppress both realms. "Fear not. The university is in my hands." The once guardian of Linen City, Su Lao, now served as the deputy principal of the university. After years, Su Lao had advanced further, attaining the status of a transcendent first-stage martial artist, equivalent to what the populace would regard as a martial arts master. Meanwhile, Fang Qing's main body was diligently preparing for the impending breakthrough. "Hello." An unremarkable middle-aged man returned to his dormitory. After 3 years, that seemingly abnormal roommate still lived on. If we disregard Fang Qing himself, this might very well be the longest-living executioner in the prison. The other party, equally steeped in malevolence, had seen their vitality dwindle to a mere shadow of its former self. Fang Qing smiled and nodded, swiftly gesturing to induce a deep slumber upon him. Meanwhile, his true form departed the confines of the prison, his doppelganger taking on the visage of an aged version of himself. In the divine capital, Fang Qing's true self emerged once more. His demeanor was tranquil as he strode purposefully towards the city. Each step he took spanned a distance of nearly a kilometer, far surpassing the speed of any martial artist. As Fang Qing's gaze shifted, he discerned an anomalous phenomenon unfolding within Linen City. He extended his consciousness, yet could not pinpoint its origin at that moment. First, he must achieve his breakthrough. Fang Qing shook his head, prioritizing this endeavor above all else. Soon, he arrived at the location indicated by Su Yi. A colossal peak towered before him, adorned with wild grass and towering trees, the echoes of various demons reverberating through the ravines. "Is this the place?" Fang Qing looked ahead and suddenly sensed something. Is someone monitoring this area? His gaze turned towards the divine capital, deducing it to be the work of the minister of the demon control department. Should any demons traverse through the passage, he would likely intervene personally. Fang Qing's thoughts raced. This passageway allowed for the passage of beings at the 9th tier of extraordinary, implying that the ancient star river could suppress demons of that caliber. Never mind him. Fang Qing dismissed the concern in his eyes. Beings at the 9th tier of extraordinary were akin to mere ants. The Ghost River, once a forbidden zone of the inner world, was rumored to possess the strength of a saint, yet it was still unable to withstand the might of his sword strike. The entrance must lie within the mountain. Fang Qing's eyes glimmered as invisible sword chi enveloped him. Boom! The massive mountain resonated with a series of thunderous rumbles, dislodging rocks and forming a passageway. Fang Qing continued onward into the mountain's depths. The ancient star river within the divine capital remained oblivious to the presence within the passage. He relied solely on sensing the aura of living beings for surveillance, lacking the formidable vision required to detect Fang Qing. With an expression of calm, even the sword chi surrounding him emitted no discernible aura. The mountain continued to rumble as a vast cavern materialized. "This is it." Fang Qing's gaze sharpened, revealing glimpses of the inner world's landscape. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Indeed, he found himself deep within the inner world, surrounded by abundant spiritual and malevolent energy. He was situated atop a barren expanse of the inner world. He retrieved various rare treasures, transformation elixirs, soul-guarding herbs, and concentration incense. Without a hint of reluctance, he utilized them all to ensure absolute safety. Treasures could be acquired through the slaying of demons, but one's life was singular. He settled into a cross-legged position, foregoing any protective formations. The breakthrough to transformation differed from previous ones, as it would summon a heavenly tribulation. Any creature daring to approach would meet certain death. Fang Qing initially planned to harness the heavenly lightning to obliterate the troll clan. However, the trolls were not near the passage, and he deemed it unnecessary to expend further time in search of them. One by one, he utilized the rare treasures, entering a state of deep meditation. The spiritual power within him surged like an unfathomable ocean. In a mere instant, he broke through to the perfection of the nascent soul, advancing towards the realm of transformation. A fearsome storm of spiritual energy coalesced. The dimly lit inner world erupted with terrifying upheaval, causing the surrounding demons to tremble in dread, paralyzed by the overwhelming spiritual pressure. The storm intensified, and a fissure gradually appeared in the sky of the inner world. The gray mist slowly dissipated, revealing the furious gathering of heavenly thunder. The tribulation for the transformation stage was imminent. Deep within the inner world, countless miles away, stood a colossal black mountain connecting the heavens and the earth. Is there a cultivator? An elderly man with white hair gasped, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Quickly, conceal the anomaly. The inhabitants of the Black Mountain joined forces, activating a fearsome formation. Chapter 35, Confronting the Heavenly Tribulation. Boom. The speed at which the heavenly tribulation coalesced was astonishing. Fang Qing's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. His spiritual power had now surpassed the perfection of the nascent soul, yet he had not fully transitioned into transformation, existing instead in a liminal state between the two. Clang. Abruptly, a dreadful sword cry erupted from within him. The eardrums of all demons within a 10,000-meter radius shattered, blood gushing forth. Countless demons, filled with terror, struggled against the spiritual pressure, desperate to flee this perilous zone of life. The demon-slaying sword transformed in an instant, growing to a staggering 100 feet, its razor-sharp light radiating, rendering it impossible for any demon to gaze upon directly. Buzzing, thunder coalesced, and an immensely thick blue lightning bolt surged forth, tearing through the air, rendering evasion impossible. Fang Qing formed hand seals, the demon-slaying sword swirling around him, fiercely blocking the oncoming lightning. The residual power of the lightning persisted, and Fang Qing once again settled into a cross-legged position, invoking the Nine Heavens Thunder Control Technique. Bolts of heavenly thunder were absorbed into him. While the Nine Heavens Thunder Control Technique was a devastating force and a bane to countless demons, its cultivation required nurturing thunder seeds. The most formidable of all thunder was that of the heavens, with the tribulation lightning being the most potent. Crucially, the tribulation lightning was capable of growth. For a cultivator to endure the heavenly tribulation was a stroke of fortune, let alone to harness it for the cultivation of their divine abilities. As the lightning surged around him, each bolt weakened by the demon-slaying sword was absorbed into his body. Soon, Fang Qing opened his eyes, revealing flickers of lightning deep within his pupils. The Nine Heavens Thunder Control Technique was complete. He extended his index finger slightly, and crackling lightning danced upon it. Boom. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation above seemed to be thoroughly enraged. The blue lightning gradually transformed into a crimson hue, an aura of annihilation radiating forth. What is happening? How could such lightning appear? Fang Qing's eyes narrowed. It was the most terrifying red tribulation lightning. He sheathed his previous nonchalance, and the demon-slaying sword encircling him emanated a chilling aura. A formidable sword intent coalesced, standing defiantly against the heavenly lightning. Flash. Fang Qing's expression turned frigid as he uttered a low command. The demon-slaying sword sliced through the void, charging towards the heavenly lightning. He had taken the initiative to attack. In that instant, the heavenly tribulation seemed to perceive a challenge, and the red lightning surged ominously. Boom. The two forces collided instantaneously. The composition of the demon-slaying sword was shrouded in mystery. Even the system had refrained from assigning it a specific tier. As Fang Qing's cultivation progressed, the sword's might surged exponentially. The sword intent affixed to it amplified its terrifying power several-fold. This was Fang Qing's most formidable strike. Not even a single ghost river could withstand it, let alone 10. The red lightning was cleaved apart. Fang Qing's expression was frigid, tinged with a mad gleam. As he wielded the demon-slaying sword with relentless fervor, cleaving through the relentless onslaught of thunder, diminishing its might several-fold. with the prowess of an immortal cultivator. He dared to contend with the heavens. The entire firmament trembled slightly, inciting a furious wrath in the heavenly tribulation. The once crimson lightning of the tribulation began to undergo a transformation, yet in an instant, it seemed as if the heavenly tribulation had lost its power, and the aberration of the thunder ceased. The tribulation had come to an end. Fang Qing had just witnessed a scene that filled him with trepidation. A flash of black lightning appeared. Could there be more lurking above the crimson tribulation? However, he paid it little mind. Since the tribulation had dissipated, it posed no threat to him. The demon-slaying sword returned to within him, still harboring remnants of the red lightning. Fang Qing closed his eyes tightly, forcibly absorbing the crimson thunder into his body. As time passed, the area within 10,000 meters had become a forbidden zone, with countless demons obliterated beneath the residual wrath of the heavenly tribulation. The Nine Heavens thunder control technique had manifested an unexpected change. Fang Qing murmured to himself, his fingertips crackling with terrifying red lightning. It was time to return. Feeling the abundant spiritual power surging within him, Fang Qing's heart brimmed with joy. He had finally ascended to the immortal stage of the God transformation period, capable of enduring for a millennium. It was worth noting that the current history of the Divine Land spanned merely a few centuries. A passage? Fang Qing turned, suddenly perceiving the anomaly of the passageway. An invisible curtain of light hovered, continuously distorting, while the red lightning lingered in the surroundings. He furrowed his brow, summoning the demon-slaying sword for protection, and stepped into the passage. The red lightning aggressively sought to strike him. Fortunately, the demon-slaying sword possessed immense power, effortlessly repelling the thunder. This passage was no longer traversable. Fang Qing's expression shifted. This red lightning was not something just any demon could withstand. He prepared to return to the surface world when a thought struck him. With a sudden flourish of the demon-slaying sword, a torrent of terrifying sword intent coalesced, merging with the red lightning. No demon should be able to pass through now. A smile graced Fang Qing's lips. This passage had effectively become his exclusive conduit. In a remarkably brief time, Fang Qing's true form returned to Linen City. His original supernatural ability had evolved from shrinking the earth to an inch to bridging the heavens in a glance. It was time to consider emerging from seclusion. Fang Qing moved with astonishing speed, and combined with his combat prowess from the God transformation stage, he felt confident in facing any crisis. The entire mountain remained eerily tranquil. Just after his departure, the ancient Star River of the divine capital seemed to sense something. Had someone been here? The ancient Star River's expression shifted. Upon seeing the massive cave within the mountain, his countenance turned to one of horror. It had been cleaved open by brute force. The ancient Star River followed the cave to the passageway. As he was about to step inside, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooded his mind. Were there demons lying in ambush? The ancient Star River's gaze flickered, unease settling within him. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately lacked the courage to enter the passage, turning instead back to the divine capital. He could not venture forth lightly. The ancient Star River was unaware of the red lightning and terrifying sword intent lurking beyond the passage, believing instead that a formidable demon awaited him. Ultimately, the ancient Star River chose to retreat. After all, he merely needed to monitor this passage. Even the mightiest demon's power would be temporarily suppressed to the 9th extraordinary tier. He was confident in his ability to subdue it. Chapter 36. The Earth Deity Cult. Having transcended to the God transformation period, Fang Qing's speed was astonishing. He hovered high above Linen City, surveying the humans below. Neither extraordinary humans nor technological devices could detect his presence. He had finally become a powerful being in the God transformation period. Fang Qing sighed, his form flickering as he returned to the abyss of sin. His roommate remained unremarkably calm, exuding an unsettling aura. Fang Qing's consciousness surged exponentially, and in an instant, he discerned the anomaly. His pupils shifted, directly manipulating that individual. The soul had evidently been tampered with. Suddenly, he understood why the person had managed to survive for 3 years. Their soul's essence was no longer purely human. Activating his secret technique, he attempted to delve into the person's memories. Yet, in a mere moment, the individual's eyes rolled back, their body convulsing violently as their soul disintegrated. The Earth Deity Cult? The Spirit Clan? Fang Qing's expression turned icy, having only gleaned fragmented information. He had not anticipated that demons would conspire right beneath his nose. His formidable consciousness erupted, spreading throughout Linen City. In an instant, the powerful warriors of Linen City felt a sudden stillness, sensing something lurking in their midst. This aura was unfathomably deep, akin to the ocean. Had a great demon invaded Linen City? Such a terrifying presence. In that instant, the 4 divisions of the National Martial Arts Bureau fell into panic, as countless powerful beings began to search for anomalies within Linen City. Fortunately, Fang Qing's avatar spoke up, assuring everyone not to panic. Initially, he had not intended for his true consciousness to stir Linen City, but in order to investigate thoroughly, he disregarded the need to conceal his aura. He would not allow any demons to encroach upon his territory. How could they hide beneath my consciousness? Fang Qing sat cross-legged in the abyss of sin, his consciousness resembling an invisible hand, meticulously inspecting Linen City. A full day passed before he finally withdrew his consciousness. Were they utilizing some secret technique or treasure? Fang Qing murmured to himself, finding that his God transformation period consciousness had yielded no results. However, he assumed that the other party had employed a special method. As for being stronger than him, it was fundamentally improbable. No demon would possess greater strength than him in the surface world. Now, should Fang Qing engage in full combat, he could obliterate the entire divine land in short order. Merely unleashing his consciousness could annihilate all of humanity in Linen City. If such a terrifying demon existed, the entire surface world would have long been turned upside down. First, I will investigate the Earth Deity cult. Fang Qing swiftly made a decision. The entirety of Linen City was at his command, and no demon could remain concealed. With the issuance of his orders, the 4 divisions of the National Martial Arts Bureau sprang into action. Mobilize everyone to search for the Earth Deity cult. As the strongest in Linen City, he could freely direct personnel. In no time, the entirety of Linen City was in motion. By the very next day, Fang Qing received news. Linen Martial Arts University. In the eastern district of the city, Fang Qing's expression remained placid as he gazed toward the eastern sector of Linen City. The eastern district was the most economically prosperous, home to both human elites and personnel from the 4 divisions. The societal status of humans matched their strength, indicating that the eastern district harbored the greatest number of powerful beings. How audacious of the demons to dare to wreak havoc there. Fang Qing, accompanied by 3 captain-level figures from the Demon Suppression Division, proceeded toward the eastern district. Principal. The Earth Deity cult's traces can only be found in the eastern district of Linen City. A young member reported. His name is Qin Zheng, one of the inaugural graduates of Linen Martial Arts University, where he achieved the highest overall score. At just over 20 years old, he has already ascended to the extraordinary realm. The martial arts resources in Linen City are abundant, and with the support of the National Martial Arts Department, it is only natural that some martial prodigies come to the fore. Fang Qing holds him in high regard, believing that Qin Zheng is highly likely to strive for the sage level in the future. Although human society currently appears devoid of such figures, Fang Qing is aware that the Minister of the Monster Suppression Department, Gu Xinghe, is at least a sage. After all, how else could he suppress the passage near the divine capital? Xiaoqin, what are your thoughts? Fang Qing's expression remained calm, but a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Such a remarkably gifted martial genius lacks a spiritual root, rendering him incapable of treading the path of immortality. Otherwise, Fang Qing would have considered taking him as a disciple. According to the student's conjectures, it is highly probable that the Earth God sect has human forces backing it. A collusion between humans and demons? Fang Qing nodded slightly. His roommate in the prison had been there for 3 years, suggesting that the Earth God sect must have emerged 3 years ago. 3 years ago? His brow furrowed as he recalled the passage in Linen City. Did it originate from the inner world? Anyone connected to it must be executed. Fang Qing's demeanor turned frigid, his eyes brimming with resolute murderous intent. Any human colluding with demons deserves nothing less than death as a warning to others. Qin Zheng and his companions were taken aback, having understood Fang Qing's stance, which aligns with the principal's character. Within a luxurious villa in the eastern district of the city, a butler-like figure appeared flustered, calling out urgently, "Master, trouble is brewing. The Monster Suppression Department is about to investigate here." An elderly man clad in opulent attire furrowed his brow and snorted coldly, "What is the fuss? My son is currently receiving gifts from the Earth God and is on the verge of breaking through to the extraordinary realm, soon to become a master of his generation. Just concoct some excuses to send them away." Han Ligua showed no signs of panic, his mind solely focused on his son's impending breakthrough. The Han family in Linen wields immense power, involved in various sectors, with many key figures within the 4 departments having been supported by them. Most importantly, the Han family does not merely refer to the one in Linen, but to the prestigious Han family of the divine capital. This is merely a branch. His main family is a vast clan whose influence has spread nationwide. "Master, this time it might not be so simple. The visitors are." The butler's expression remained frantic, even revealing signs of dread. "Our Han family has important positions within the 4 departments. What is there to fear? Who dares to meddle with the Han family?" Han Ligua waved his sleeve, gazing at the butler. "It is I." A voice suddenly pierced the air as 4 individuals surged into the Han villa. Who dares to intrude upon the Han family? Rather than displaying any alarm, Han Ligua was filled with rage. However, Upon seeing the newcomers, he could not help but be startled. Principal Fang. Yet, Fang Qing disregarded him entirely, his gaze fixated on the interior of the room. Indeed, demons are at work. His figure vanished in an instant. No, Han Ligua exclaimed in shock, instinctively attempting to intervene. Qin Zheng and his companions rushed towards him, aiming to subdue Fang Qing. But astonishingly, the aged Han Ligua unleashed an overwhelming power, even restraining the three extraordinary martial artists. Seeking death, Fang Qing was compelled to halt, his spiritual energy surging as he summoned the blood needle. A crimson light flashed, piercing Han Ligua's abdomen and pinning him to the wall behind him. Chapter 37. The Trace of Demons. Keep an eye on him. Fang Qing forcefully burst through the door. The room was utterly vacant, devoid of any trace. He released his spiritual sense, honing in on the residual energy, with his body having advanced to the transformation stage. His avatar had also reached the late golden core stage. Should sufficient elixirs be available, he could attempt to reach the embryonic stage. Let us see where you can flee. Fang Qing's expression turned icy as he swiftly closed the distance. He spotted a pale-faced youth fleeing in panic. Halt! A wave of flames surged forth, immobilizing Han Yu in place. Fang Qing paid him no mind, propelling himself forward at great speed. His objective was to uncover the demon's whereabouts. Can it manipulate the forces of the earth? Fang Qing's spiritual sense expanded, delving underground. Mere minutes later, his brows knitted in frustration. It vanished again. The creature's ability to conceal itself was extraordinarily potent, even eluding the perception of cultivators. He ultimately returned to the Han villa, where there were still clues to pursue. At this moment, Han Ligua's abdomen bled profusely, his complexion pale and immobile. He had not anticipated Fang Qing's decisiveness, completely disregarding his status. Suddenly, a body was carelessly hurled towards him. "You're..." Han Ligua cried out in anguish, his heart racked with pain. "Fang Qing, how dare you humiliate a member of the Han family? My divine capital Han family shall not let this transgression go unpunished. In collusion with demons, the divine capital Han family will soon follow in your footsteps." Fang Qing wore a cold smile, his gaze suddenly shifting to Qin Zheng and his companions. "You three, ensure that no one disturbs me." With that, Fang Qing took Han Ligua and his son to a separate room. In the prison, his true self had instantly arrived at this location. Observing the two individuals, distinct in appearance yet identical in demeanor, the Han father and son were left utterly bewildered. "Who are you?" Fang Qing's true form still bore the marks of age, dressed in the garb of an executioner, exuding an intense aura of malice that left the Han father and son breathless. Fang Qing's true self extended his right hand, producing a purple incense stick. "What is this?" "Soul-anchoring incense," Fang Qing replied. "It is to prevent your souls from dissipating." In the prison, his roommate had suffered soul probing, leading to immediate dissolution. Now, Fang Qing was well prepared. His right hand rested upon Han Ligua's head. Soul-searching technique. Han Ligua's memories were meticulously examined, with a focus on uncovering information regarding the Earth God sect. Meanwhile, far away in the divine capital, Bai Lin was experiencing a severe headache. In the divine capital, National Martial Arts Department, Bai Lin furrowed his brows, gazing at the elderly man before him, the current head of the Han family. "Han Lao, it is not that I lack respect. Fang Qing's actions in linen make it difficult for me to intervene." "Minister Bai, my Han family has rendered significant service to the nation for centuries, especially my ancestor, who was one of the pioneers. Without him, how could there be a present-day China? How can a mere university principal act with such impunity, capturing members of my Han family at will?" The Han family leader's emotions flared, his expression filled with ire. Bai Lin rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Fang Qing would not so casually pass judgment. He must possess absolute certainty to act in such a manner. "In any case, I cannot prevent him. You may consider seeking out Minister Gu." Upon the mention of Minister Gu, the head of the Han family visibly hesitated. His willingness to approach Bai Lin stemmed from the latter's status as a junior. However, Gu Xinghe was equally one of the pioneers of that era, having survived for several centuries, his temperament being exceedingly unpredictable. Regardless, I shall not concern myself with this. The Han family, as one of the benefactors of the divine state, must not suffer such injustice. But what if there is indeed guilt? A figure clad in a long robe entered slowly. "Old Gu." Bai Lin immediately rose, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the head of the Han family. "Minister Gu." The Han family head could not help but lower his gaze. He appeared aged, yet his actual years were far fewer than his counterparts. Should the Han family be guilty, they shall, of course, face the law of the divine state. According to the second clause of the divine law, any individual colluding with demons shall be subjected to capital punishment. Gu Xinghe, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a hint of frost in his tone. He patted the shoulder of the elder from the Han family and softly remarked, Should Fang Qing's enforcement be in error, I shall personally extend my apologies. However, if the charges are substantiated, your Han family in the capital shall not escape. The Han family head broke into a cold sweat, ultimately retreating in defeat. Thank you, old Gu. Bai Lin smiled, realizing that this old fellow indeed needed Gu Xinghe to set things right. With the martial arts flourishing in the divine state, no family could be allowed to hinder progress. Gu Xinghe's expression remained calm. Had there been no justification, he would have long since diminished these families in the capital. Their ancestors were indeed pioneers, yet the descendants had enjoyed their prosperity for far too long. In the city of divine state, there were no high-ranking martial artists among the offspring of any prominent families. They cherished their lives too dearly to sacrifice for humanity. Such a horde of parasites had long been a target for Gu Xinghe's cleansing. Old Gu, what about old Fang? Let him be, even I, at the third stage of transcendence, cannot see through his strength. Gu Xinghe smiled and shook his head. Old Gu, you are still at the third stage of transcendence? Bai Lin wore a pained expression, having once believed that Gu was merely at that level, only to realize now how arrogant he had been to consider himself the strongest in the divine state. Gu Xinghe did not linger for long and soon departed from the premises. He held a profound trust in Fang Qing as an unpredictable element. It sufficed to know that the latter would not betray humanity, leaving the rest to his discretion. In the eastern district of Linen City, Fang Qing continued to sift through the memories of the two. The eyes of Han Ligua and his son were vacant, their minds suffering from severe damage. In pursuit of detailed information, Fang Qing disregarded their fates. After all, the aura of demons lingered within them, marking their undeniable connection to the fiends. Indeed, they belonged to the spirit creature clan. Fang Qing lowered his right hand, his gaze shifting towards the southern part of the city. Their target was none other than the Sin Prison. In an instant, his main body vanished from the spot, leaving behind a late-stage golden core avatar. Qinzheng, prepare to apprehend members of the Han family. Anyone harboring demonic energy shall be imprisoned within the Sin Prison. For demons, the Sin Prison was a land of death. And for humanity, it was no different. Once confined there, one's identity would be indistinguishable from that of a demon. Fang Qing's expression was icy as he issued the command. As for Han Ligua and his son in the room, they were now lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, the residual demonic energy within them was sufficient to prove Fang Qing had not erred in his judgment. The subsequent handling of the matter did not require his direct intervention. He trusted that the personnel from the 4 departments could manage it well. Even the annihilation of the entire Han family would pose little significant impact on Linen City. Fang Qing returned to Linen Martial Arts University while his main body descended into the Sin Prison. Were there other entities beneath the Sin Prison? Fang Qing murmured to himself, unleashing his formidable consciousness once more. Chapter 38. The Ancestor of the Spirit Creatures. Below the Sin Prison lay the Demon Burial Pit, where countless demonic corpses were decomposed and interred. The malevolent aura here far surpassed that of the Sin Prison. Fang Qing directly teleported to the depths below, where he beheld countless robots activating, wielding various sharp instruments as they disassembled the demonic carcasses. This was no longer a place for humans. Only such cold machines could endure. Fang Qing paid it no mind, as the malevolent aura posed no threat to him. His consciousness remained undisturbed, compelling him to venture further downwards. Upon reaching the very bottom of the Sin Prison, he found no robots remaining. The malevolent energy had nearly solidified, manifesting a faint crimson haze. An ordinary person lingering here for a minute would succumb to madness, transforming into a lunatic. Suddenly, Fang Qing spotted something unusual. It was a black statue standing there. The statue was neither fully human nor entirely demonic. Entirely unlike any race he had encountered before, countless streams of malevolent energy flowed into the statue, as if participating in some mysterious ritual. If it had existed since the inception of the Sin Prison, humanity would undoubtedly have been aware of it. Yet, as the strongest in Linen City, he was completely oblivious. This suggested that the statue arrived here after the establishment of the Sin Prison. Resurrection? Or cultivation? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. And then he resolved to obliterate it entirely. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Here, hundreds of meters underground, a violent tremor suddenly erupted. As if the earth itself were quaking. The entire Sin Prison shook incessantly. Even Linen City felt the tremors. The warriors from the 4 departments exchanged anxious glances and hurried towards the Sin Prison. You shall bear the wrath of the earth and be buried here. A strange voice echoed, booming like thunder and inducing dizziness. Fang Qing's expression remained unchanged as he released a terrifying spiritual pressure. As a formidable being at the transformation stage, he naturally feared no demon. Come forth. In an instant, Fang Qing's light admonition resonated like the voice of the Tao, suppressing the earth's upheaval. A yellow light sphere was forcibly expelled from the ground in a pitiful state. "Who are you?" The sphere buzzed, its heart filled with overwhelming terror. Indeed, it was a member of the spirit creature clan. "You are the so-called Earth God, aren't you?" Fang Qing had not anticipated that the entity would dare to approach him. He raised a hand slightly, a red lightning bolt flickering into existence, and struck directly at the yellow sphere. The speed was akin to teleportation, rendering it utterly unavoidable. "Ah!" A wretched scream echoed, the spirit creature sustaining severe injuries from a single strike. It was a sage-level demon and a rare member of the spirit creature clan, possessing greater combat prowess than others of its tier. Yet now, it could not endure even one of Fang Qing's blows. "Ancestor, save me!" The yellow sphere, in a state of utter panic, spilled forth a strange pale yellow blood, rushing frantically towards the black statue. In an instant, the eyes of the black statue gleamed with a faint red light, as if a terrifying soul were awakening. How intriguing. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. This was not the appropriate place to address this matter. Fang Qing Shuang formed intricate hand seals, and a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, unleashing an irresistible force of spatial power. The great teleportation technique. As her words echoed, both Fang Qing's true self and the obsidian statue vanished into thin air. The yellow light orb had already been obliterated, its remnants collected by Fang Qing into her system space. Maintain strict vigilance over the prison of sin. No one is permitted to enter. Fang Qing's avatar swiftly arrived at the entrance of the prison of sin, sealing off the entire area. With her true self and the statue having departed, no one could guarantee that unforeseen phenomena would not arise. Should any human rashly intrude, they could very well meet their demise here. Nearby the divine city, before a colossal peak, Fang Qing's true self, accompanied by the obsidian statue, entered her exclusive passageway. Her expression bore a hint of gravity as she unceremoniously cast the statue within. A fearsome red thunder, intermingled with terrifying sword intent, surged from behind. Yet the obsidian statue remained unscathed. The demon-slaying sword encircled her, and Fang Qing stepped forward with deliberate slowness. Her gaze fixated on the obsidian statue, which suddenly grew in size, releasing an overwhelming sword intent. Boom! The obsidian statue trembled violently, shedding various fragments, revealing its inner structure. Fang Qing sensed that the statue was on the brink of awakening, and she lacked confidence in exterminating it swiftly. Thus, she employed the teleportation technique to transfer it to the inner world. Flash! A vast reservoir of spiritual energy surged within Fang Qing, flooding into the demon-slaying sword. The formidable sword struck with ferocity. Boom! The right arm of the obsidian statue shattered, utterly obliterated by the terrifying sword intent. Damnable insect! A wretched howl erupted, as the statue's eyes glowed crimson, exuding an aura of dread. "How dare you disturb my slumber?" The remnants of the statue crumbled away, revealing skin of a deep, corpse-like hue. "You are courting death." The enigmatic being's eyes blazed with malice, a sinister smile creeping upon its lips. "A member of the spirit clan?" Fang Qing's brow arched, and the power of the demon-slaying sword surged exponentially. Shadows of the sword filled the air, relentlessly targeting the mysterious entity. "False immortal? Another pretender? I shall end your existence." The being's crimson eyes flickered with rage as its remaining arm swung towards the demon-slaying sword. However, upon near contact, its arm began to disintegrate, blood gushing forth. As anticipated, Fang Qing's gaze remained calm. Bereft of the statue's mysterious material, the entity's defenses were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the demon-slaying sword. "Sword cultivator. Why must I face a wretched sword cultivator?" The mysterious being howled, its earlier arrogance replaced by an unmistakable hint of trepidation. "Mountain suppression technique." It howled, slamming its hands against the earth. The ground roared as if shaken by a mighty quake. Gradually, a massive mountain, spanning 1,000 meters, soared into the air, charging towards Fang Qing. "Destruction style." Fang Qing's brow furrowed as she brought her hands together, transforming the demon-slaying sword into a colossal blade of 1,000 meters. Its terrifying might seemingly poised to shatter the heavens and earth. This was a divine ability from the immortal sword technique, its power dreadfully formidable, far beyond what practitioners of the same tier could withstand. The mysterious being's expression shifted drastically as the soaring mountain was effortlessly cleaved apart, countless stones cascading down, rendered incapable of inflicting further damage. Heart-slaying style. Fang Qing formed seals with her hands, the power of the demon-slaying sword surging once more. "Spare me." The mysterious being, sensing the impending threat to its life, knelt, pleading for mercy. "Die." Fang Qing's expression turned frigid, showing no intention of mercy. This was her first formidable adversary. It could not be permitted to survive. The demon-slaying sword sliced through the being's form, time seeming to freeze in that moment. Boom. The mysterious being collapsed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life, its body ultimately dissipating into the earth, leaving behind a gleaming orb. Chapter 39. Entering seclusion again. An elder of the spirit clan? Fang Qing muttered to herself, picking up the orb, contemplating its potential for refinement. Could it enhance my cultivation? Her tone held a note of astonishment. Unlike the other three clans, high-tier spirits contained a mysterious substance within them, capable of elevating a warrior's cultivation. However, due to the extreme rarity of high-tier spirits, humans seldom had the opportunity to utilize this method for advancement. In truth, the being's combat prowess was not weak. Had it encountered an ordinary god transformation practitioner, it could have easily retreated unscathed. Yet, regrettably, it had crossed paths with Fang Qing, with an arsenal of supreme treasures and techniques. And being an exceptionally powerful sword cultivator herself, she naturally could eliminate it in a short span. I need to find a suitable location. Fang Qing silently returned to the depths of the prison of Sin in Linen City. At that moment, the lowest level of the prison showed no signs of abnormality. The obsidian statue had been absorbing the malevolent aura of the prison to grow, evading Fang Qing's spiritual perception due to its unique innate abilities. The malevolent aura must be sealed. Without the obsidian statue, the malevolent aura at the base of the prison had become too dense, posing a significant risk of spilling into Linen City. She formed seals with her hands, producing a series of array flags. As a powerful practitioner of the god transformation realm, she could thoroughly seal the malevolent aura. For the next 100 years, there should be no risk of overflow. Fang Qing returned to the prison, her true self preparing to refine the core of the mysterious being. Time to leave the prison. With a plan in mind, Fang Qing resolved it was time to depart. Old Fang, are you truly preparing to leave? The thousands of executioners within the prison gathered around, their eyes filled with respect. Fang Qing had resided in the prison for nearly 20 years, an unimaginable feat for an ordinary individual. Even warriors could easily perish under such conditions. Time is short. I must return to my roots. Fang Qing's form had become stooped, her life force significantly diminished. Captain Xia, I am preparing to leave. She began to process the necessary paperwork, enjoying an unimpeded passage, encountering no obstructions. This was all due to the words of the principal of Linen Martial University. All departments granted her clearance, and I will handle things afterward. Fang Qing informed the staff within the prison. Her avatar was the strongest in Linen City, making it exceedingly simple for an executioner to exit the prison. The crowd harbored some doubts, considering the shared names of both individuals. Yet, they ultimately attributed it to coincidence. Such profound techniques as external incarnation are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Moreover, one was a formidable figure of great renown, while the other was a pitiful soul on the brink of death. No one could fathom that they were one and the same. Since leaving the prison, Fang Qing's true self had completely vanished from Linen City. This place should be the safest of all. Fang Qing descended to the very depths of the Sin prison, a place steeped in a thick aura of malevolence, where even demons dared not tread. Here, an intricate formation was laid out, ensuring utmost safety. It was the perfect location for him to enter seclusion. He was prepared to refine that enigmatic substance. The more he probed, the more astonishing the internal energy of the mysterious material became. Fang Qing even suspected that the entity's true cultivation level far exceeded this. It had merely plummeted to the stage of spirit transformation due to grievous injuries. Had it been in its prime, it was likely that Fang Qing would have been the one fleeing. Let the refining commence. With his eyes firmly shut, Fang Qing resolutely disregarded all worldly matters. He even decided to entrust the daily demon-slaying tasks to his avatar. Just as his main body faded from sight, so too did his avatar vanish. Yet, merely 3 days later, as the principal, Fang Qing returned to Linen City. The difference this time was that his cultivation had soared to the nascent soul stage. The core of the ancient spirit was bestowed upon his main body, while the so-called Earth God core was naturally reserved for his avatar. As a saintly grade spirit, it too could enhance one's golden core cultivation. Typically, it would take 100 golden core practitioners to successfully break through to the nascent soul stage. However, Fang Qing was different. With various treasures at his disposal, his success rate was exceedingly high. Though his avatar did not possess a sacred spiritual root, it inherited some of the main body's talents, making it a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Let us safeguard in city, Fang Qing thought, already formulating plans. The main body would need several years, if not longer, to fully absorb the treasure. During this period, he would rely on his avatar to vanquish various demons. The rewards from the system were exceedingly generous, and he could not afford to relinquish them lightly. In the vicinity of the passageway near the Divine City, the area had endured Fang Qing's tribulation of the spirit transformation stage, and had borne witness to his battle with the ancient spirit. Now, it had morphed into a zone of death, where even formidable demons dared not approach. On this day, the ground trembled ominously. A horde of black giants charged towards this location, their eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. It was none other than the Troll clan. Who dares to disrupt our sacrificial formation? A titanic giant, towering over 100 meters, bellowed skyward, unleashing a terrifying might that scattered the murky clouds overhead. The scent of humanity and a peculiar aura wafted through the air. The giant's nostrils flared, detecting the scent. Ancient spirits. Suddenly, the troll's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The ancient spirit clan has the audacity to destroy our sacrificial formation upon our ancestral grounds. With a furious roar, it departed from the passageway. The trolls had occupied this passage for many years, and their primary objective was not merely to collect tolls. Rather, they sought to establish a sacrificial formation, an arcane array whose effects were nothing short of miraculous. If successful, this passage would impose no restrictions on power, allowing even the most terrifying of demons to traverse freely. However, just as success seemed imminent, Fang Qing's tribulation obliterated most of it. Following his fierce clash with the ancient spirit, it was utterly annihilated. Centuries of effort were thus reduced to naught. The trolls were consumed with rage, unable to contain their primal howls. If not for the sudden summons back to our ancestral land, would we have allowed our sacrificial formation to be destroyed? The trolls' expression was one of bitter resentment, yet it did not consider that had they been involved, they would have already been obliterated. Simultaneously, the ancient spirit clan was shaken to its core. Deep within the underworld, a desolate ruin lay hidden amidst barren lands. There were no signs of life in the vicinity, resembling a realm of death. Yet, curiously, a shattered black wall stood tall, etched with 9 distinct patterns. Faintly, one could discern the silhouettes of 9 beings. Recently, the second figure's pattern had suddenly shattered, leaving only 8. The Earth Ancestor has fallen. An eerie voice echoed, amplifying the terror of the already desolate ruins. Return, all royal-grade spirits. This unsettling voice spread throughout the underworld, surpassing the speed of ordinary sound, even penetrating the surface world. Return, all of you. Across the underworld, various forbidden zones began to tremble. Countless formidable royal-grade spirits were summoned back to their ancestral land. Chapter 40, Spirit Mine. The martial arts of the divine state continued to develop rapidly. As the minister of the demon-slaying department, Gu Xinghe sensed the imminent crisis. The previously steadfast Shenzhou city began to push into the underworld, establishing new settlements. The underworld was rich in spiritual energy. Although fraught with peril, treasures abounded. He aspired to root humanity in the underworld, akin to the 4 tribes of demons, establishing city after city. As the second city in the underworld, and city naturally followed suit. Shenzhou City was under the command of Gu Xinghe, while Fang Qing presided over in city. These 2 human powerhouses began leading the martial artists of the divine state to gather resources from the underworld. Policies from the National Martial Affairs Bureau were enacted, providing substantial benefits to martial artists entering in city and Shenzhou City. In an instant, the entire divine state was revitalized. The populace's eagerness to practice martial arts grew increasingly fervent, yearning to venture to the 2 major cities in the underworld to carve out new territories for humanity. In city, Fang Qing stood atop a high tower at the city's center, gazing into the distance. And city had burgeoned into a bustling metropolis, with tens of thousands of martial artists flooding in. Previously, only those at the 7th tier or above could enter. But now even those at the 3rd tier could gain entry. Nearby demons dared not invade in city recklessly. At Xia Mountain, the demon-slaying department had the most personnel, diligently guarding Linen City and ensuring that no demons wreaked havoc within its confines. Chen Jun and the brothers from the ghost-slaying department ventured southward, determined to gather the most detailed geographical information possible. Zhou Mingming, with the few but powerful members of the demon-slaying department, remained stationed in city, always ready to provide support. Fang Qing mobilized the forces of the 4 departments, striving for maximum efficiency in exploring the underworld. In Linen City, due to his formidable strength and high standing, he had inadvertently assumed command over the 4 departments. The National Martial Affairs Bureau did not hinder this development. Rather, they secretly facilitated it, following the directives of Gu Xinghe from the Divine City. Fang Qing's power was immense. Should he become the leader of Linen City, he would undoubtedly do everything in his power to protect it. Yes, Boss Fang. The 3 department heads of Linen City nodded in agreement, not resisting his orders. Fang Qing then discussed specific measures and risks with the 3, ensuring that personnel casualties would be minimized. The underworld had become a realm that must be explored, posing both peril and opportunity for humanity. Once their discussion concluded, just as Fang Qing was about to depart, a voice suddenly interrupted. Boss Fang, a situation has arisen in the southern part of An City. A martial artist rushed in, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. What is it? Fang Qing turned to face the newcomer. There are signs of high-tier demons. Fang Qing nodded slightly. The current Anqing was in the midst of development. Should ordinary demons arise, warriors would naturally deal with them. Only high-ranking demons would warrant his attention. Please mark the specific location for me. I shall investigate it, he instructed. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that he need not remain in Anqing at all times. An hour later, he departed, heading southward. High-tier extraordinary demons, indeed. In the inner world, most demons existed in tribal forms. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly showcased here. Present-day Anqing was akin to a tribe, albeit composed solely of humans. After a period of fierce conflict, ordinary high-ranking demons would not dare to approach human territories unless under exceptional circumstances. As Fang Qing pondered, he arrived at a location that would typically require warriors several days to reach in less than a day. On a desolate expanse, a massive purple beast lay prostrate on the ground, its colossal head swaying, eyes filled with wariness. Opposing it stood a group of robust barbaric demons, also a type of demon race, yet possessing considerable intellect. You weaklings dare contest this territory with me? The purple crystal demon growled, its eyes already gleaming with murderous intent. There lies a whole spiritual mind beneath. Do you think you can monopolize it? The leader of the barbaric demons, towering nearly 5 meters tall and wielding a blood-stained wolf fang mace, retorted with a fierce countenance. Roar! The purple crystal demon's expression darkened, and just as it was about to strike, its gaze abruptly shifted toward the rear of the barbaric demons. The latter reacted in unison, turning to look. There! A diminutive human approached slowly, devoid of any aura or power, appearing as an ordinary person. Human? Take care of him. The leader, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and carelessly pointed to one of the barbaric demons behind. Do you not realize this is Anqing's territory? Fang Qing continued his approach, his gaze fixed on the ground. As his consciousness spread, he confirmed the existence of an entire spiritual mind beneath. The inner world was rich in spiritual energy, having existed for countless millennia, which naturally led to the formation of earthly spiritual minds. Such raw, or once mined and processed, could be transformed into spiritual stones for the cultivation realm. Many of the introductory texts on divine abilities would include aspects of the cultivation world, but Fang Qing had limited understanding. All he needed to know was that this spiritual mind would greatly enhance warriors. Suddenly, a barbaric demon's right leg tensed, its body launching forward in an instant, its claws glinting with cold light, sharp beyond measure, closing in on Fang Qing. The claws aimed for his neck, seeking to deliver a lethal strike. Fang Qing's right hand shot out, unleashing a torrent of furious heavenly xian fire. The barbaric demon disintegrated into ashes before even a sound could escape its lips, scattering to the ground. The disparity between a second-tier extraordinary demon and him was indeed vast. The remaining barbaric demons remained oblivious to the fate of their comrade, but the purple crystal demon's expression changed drastically as it turned to flee. Think you can escape? Fang Qing's demeanor shifted. He formed a hand seal, and a massive imprint resembling a small mountain ascended. Boom! The high-tier purple crystal demon was instantly suppressed, struggling in vain, yet unable to budge an inch. Who are you? The leader of the barbaric demons quivered in fear, its body trembling slightly. Fang Qing remained silent, raising his hand as the heavenly xian fire erupted forth, swiftly enveloping the area in flames. The barbaric demons, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, but the heavenly xian fire clung to them like a curse, impossible to escape. In mere moments, all the barbaric demons were annihilated. Barbaric demons, slain successfully, acquired the divine ability, Call of the Wind. Fang Qing's expression brightened. It was a divine ability of the nascent soul stage. If combined with the heavenly xian fire, their power would soar. It seemed necessary to eliminate high-tier demons now. For a while, Fang Qing had been slaying ordinary demons, yet the rewards had been rather meager, predominantly suited for the qi refinement stage. Could it be due to his own advancement to the god transformation stage? He shook his head, disinclined to dwell on it further, and turned his gaze toward the suppressed purple crystal demon. Chapter 41, Guardian Beast. The purple crystal demon before him had already reached extraordinary 9th tier, just a step away from the sage tier, yet it had encountered Fang Qing of the nascent soul stage. My tribe is nearby. If I perish, humanity will face calamity as well. Although suppressed, the purple crystal demon still endeavored to maintain its composure. You are not dead. Humanity suffers regardless. Demons and humans were already sworn enemies. Even if it sought forgiveness, the countless souls of heroes in Shinzhou City would never grant it. Fang Qing's expression turned icy as he pressed his right hand over the demon's mouth. The heavenly xian fire surged forth, continuously flooding into the purple crystal demon's body. The excruciating burn inflicted immense torment, causing it to writhe in agony, yet it remained utterly immobile. The tremor seal itself was crafted from various rare earth materials and imbued with the spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage, its weight unimaginable. Moments later, the purple crystal demon ceased to possess any life force. Fang Qing retrieved the demon's core, his gaze shifting to the ground. A knife-shaped talisman materialized, forcibly carving out a passageway. As the tunnel was breached, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Fang Qing's expression shifted in astonishment as he descended underground. Indeed, this was a spiritual mine, and its scale was not insignificant. The spiritual stones scattered about emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire subterranean expanse. This must be transported back to Anqing, Fang Qing murmured to himself, realizing that sending humans to mine from such a distance would likely lead to unforeseen accidents. Just as he prepared to relocate the spiritual mine, a low, guttural roar suddenly reverberated. Fang Qing furrowed his brow, instantly spreading his consciousness as an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang! The adjacent spiritual mine shattered, countless spiritual stones tumbling to the ground. A long, crimson tongue lunged forth in an instant, moving with astonishing speed, slicing through the air. Fang Qing reacted with equal swiftness. A small bronze shield appeared, emanating a soft glow. Boom! Upon contact, a ferocious explosion erupted. The small shield visibly dented, sustaining damage. Fang Qing's expression grew somewhat grave. He feared for the integrity of the spiritual mine and shot straight up into the air. Almost as soon as he reached the surface, that long tongue struck again. Fang Qing unleashed his heavenly Xian fire, forcing it back. A colossal black toad sprawled on the ground, its eyes filled with ferocity. A toad? Fang Qing had no recollection of such a demon race. Presumably, it belonged to the inner world's great demons, never venturing into the outer world. The giant toad remained silent, devoid of any desire for dialogue, and launched another attack. Goo-goo-goo. A strange sound erupted, and terrifying, invisible sound waves surged forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Summoning the winds, Fang Qing formed intricate hand seals, and a fearsome purple storm materialized from thin air. Its ripping sounds echoing relentlessly. Even the sound waves were forcibly annihilated, dissolving into nothingness. The purple storm remained undiminished as it surged toward the colossal toad. With a sudden lift of his left hand, the celestial fire merged into the tempest. The fusion of the purple storm and celestial fire exponentially amplified its power. The giant toad's expression shifted, its violent eyes betraying a hint of panic. It thrust its robust hind legs upward, attempting to escape into the sky. This was the moment Fang Qing had been waiting for. A smile graced his lips as the earth-shattering seal expanded explosively, resembling a small mountain as it descended upon the giant toad. The creature was caught off guard, unprepared for such an uncanny maneuver. Boom! The earth-shattering seal plummeted, expected to subdue it completely, yet beneath it lay naught but emptiness. It escaped? Fang Qing's consciousness unfurled, and suddenly, a large splash of green liquid struck, its foul odor nearly inducing nausea. Ceiling. A scroll materialized in the air, its only adornment a flickering flame, with nothing else in sight. This flame was the attack from the previous ceiling. The scroll lacked any additional lethality, but possessed the ability to seal all things. As long as the power did not exceed the scroll's inherent limits, it could bind anything. The toxic liquid made contact with the scroll, and astonishingly, it vanished without a trace. A small green ink blot appeared on the scroll once more. Fang Qing retracted the scroll and summoned another artifact. It was the incredibly lethal Crimson Blood Shuttle. The giant toad's vision was remarkably acute, allowing it to clearly track the trajectory of the Crimson Blood Shuttle. Yet its massive form struggled to keep pace. In an instant, the shuttle pierced through, blood splattering forth. A wave of weakness washed over the giant toad, leaving it devoid of the strength to resist. However, upon witnessing the approaching purple storm, a look of sheer terror suddenly filled its eyes. The giant toad trembled, poised to flee when a voice broke the silence. Clang, clang. Fang Qing held a bronze bell, channeling his spiritual energy into it, constantly urging the bell to resonate. The giant toad felt its mind clouded, succumbing to a drowsy stupor. The purple storm drew nearer, engulfing it entirely. The searing flames intensified, igniting its entire form. The purple storm also boasted formidable cutting power, causing its resilient skin to rupture repeatedly, spilling forth copious amounts of poisonous blood. Fang Qing's spiritual energy meticulously guided the bell, placing the giant toad in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. This was the dream bell. Due to the immense spiritual energy it consumed, Fang Qing seldom employed it. Simultaneously, he divided his focus, maneuvering the earth-shattering seal as well. Boom! The giant toad was thoroughly subdued, unable to escape. After several minutes, its life force faded away, leaving behind only a lifeless carcass. It had reached the level of the nascent soul. Fang Qing exhaled in relief. In terms of sheer power, this giant toad was on par with a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. Even in the inner world, it would likely belong to the apex tier. No wonder it could claim such a vast spiritual mind. He stored its corpse in the system's space, as the materials from such a formidable beast held considerable value. There appeared to be no further threats. Fang Qing extended his consciousness, scanning the entirety of the spiritual mine. With the demise of the giant toad, the danger had indeed dissipated. Fang Qing ventured to the depths of the mine. After a while, he was met with a series of thunderous roars, the ground trembling beneath him. The presence of the giant toad had deterred nearby demons, or else they would have been utterly astonished. For an entire day, the rumblings of the earth persisted, growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, the ground split open, and an enormous spiritual mine erupted forth, its size reminiscent of a mountain. Fang Qing extended his right hand, unleashing a torrent of nascent soul-level spiritual energy, forcibly maneuvering the mine through the art of object manipulation. The weight of the mine was staggering, rendering even the grand relocation technique challenging to execute, especially since it was a divine ability of the god transformation stage. Beyond the capabilities of his avatar, Fang Qing maintained a calm demeanor. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was more than capable of sustaining the effort. Though his spiritual energy drained rapidly, it also replenished swiftly. Supporting the spiritual mine, he made his way toward City. Chapter 42. The Power to Move Mountains. The emergence of the spiritual mine released a surge of spiritual energy, attracting countless demons. However, ordinary transcendent tier demons were no match for him. Along the path, numerous demons fell victim to the flames. Zhou Mingming, the head of the demon extermination department, was immensely powerful. With Fang Qing absent, he naturally remained in charge of City. Suddenly, Zhou Mingming's expression shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. What on earth is that? Soon, more warriors began to notice the anomaly. They beheld a mountain floating in the southern sky, racing toward City, an awe-inspiring sight. Is it a spirit beast? One warrior swallowed hard, his eyes filled with profound dread. Such a terrifying mountain spirit must possess overwhelming strength. The entire City might struggle to withstand it. Is there someone beneath it? Warriors with keen eyesight quickly discerned the truth. From a distance, the human figure appeared diminutive, as if someone were bearing the weight of the mountain. It was Big Brother Fang. Big Brother Fang has returned. Is this truly still a human? The power to move mountains and seas. Can a warrior truly accomplish such feats? The crowd was left in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock, their throats constricting with disbelief. The spiritual mind was moving with remarkable speed, flames rising all around, clearly indicating that demons sought to seize it. These demons had lost all reason. But could anyone capable of moving the spiritual mind be easily challenged? The celestial fire relentlessly claimed the lives of the encroaching demons. What are you all waiting for? Quickly, lend a hand. Zhou Mingming snapped back to reality and led the others toward the swarm of demons. Big Brother Fang, leave it to us. Fang Qing nodded slightly, directly transporting the spiritual mind to the outskirts of City. Utilizing the power of various artifacts, he carved out a substantial area beneath City. The spiritual mind was forcibly placed within. Subsequently, Fang Qing retrieved an array of flags, beginning to set up a formation. At the same time, he arranged for a demon to be brought in each day, ensuring that the system's rewards would not go to waste. After half a month, the formation was finally complete. Its primary function was to extract the spiritual energy from the mine. In an instant, City transformed into a sanctuary for cultivation. Even without actively training, the bodies of the warriors would be continuously tempered. Initially, he had intended to relocate the spiritual mind to City, but the malevolent aura it exuded was far too dense, inevitably corrupting the bodies of ordinary people. Fang Qing instructed that the news be disseminated, aiming to attract more warriors to City. The most powerful figure in City, Fang Qing, had employed divine abilities to forcibly relocate a colossal spiritual mine from the inner world. It is said that spiritual mines greatly enhance the cultivation of martial artists. The 4 divisions of City have issued a statement proclaiming that any martial artist above the 3rd tier may travel to Anqing for training. In an instant, the media's coverage has spread news of this spiritual mine throughout the entire Shenzhou nation. Truly, he is unfathomable. Gu Xinghe murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting a semblance of surprise. Old master, may I go to City as a minister? Bai Lin inquired with utmost seriousness. Old Bai, as the head of the demon suppression division, could you maintain some dignity? Su Yi retorted disdainfully, before donning a smiling facade. Boss, let me go. I am from the demon extermination division. Get lost. Just as the entire Xinzhou nation was abuzz with the news of Anqing's spiritual mind, a shocking turn of events unfolded in the southern city of Xinzhou Nation. Nanxi City, the city farthest from the capital, has lagged significantly in martial arts development, with scarcely any transcendent tier martial artists. Outside the city, a profound and enormous shadow surged forth, resembling a black river that enveloped the earth. A humanoid entity coalesced from the shadow. At last, I have found a human city. The shadow's voice was chilling, and any demons cloaked by it were swallowed whole. It continued its advance towards Nanxi City, intent on devouring the entire metropolis. Fang Qing, stationed in Anqing, had little to occupy his time aside from slaying a high-tier demon in the inner world each day, as it was his avatar performing the slaying. The majority of system rewards were primarily suitable for the nascent soul stage. Demon Ghost Slain. Reward, 9-bone divine nails. Bloodthirsty Demon Slain. Reward, divine quality nascent soul pill. Blazing Spirit Creature Slain. Reward, Burning Heaven Technique. Ever since Fang Qing commenced his high-tier demon extermination, the quality of the rewards he received had been exceedingly high. Months passed as Fang Qing remained engrossed in demon hunting, until an unexpected individual reached out to him. Minister of the Demon Extermination Division, Gu Xinghe? Fang Qing stared at the figure on the video call, a man clad in long sleeves, smiling yet appearing not to be old, though his eyes bore the weight of countless hardships. Is there a crisis in Xinzhou City? Fang Qing speculated, noting Gu Xinghe's slightly grave expression. A city in the southern part of Xinzhou Nation has been invaded by demons. Just kill them, Fang Qing dismissed, not taking the matter to heart. He had already shed the blood of countless demons. One demon did not concern him, even if it were a formidable one. The city has lost contact. Gu Xinghe spoke slowly, his expression increasingly somber. Fang Qing was taken aback, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him. Lost contact? What does that mean? A flicker of understanding dawned upon him, though disbelief lingered. The city has fallen. Gu Xinghe's face was heavy, his eyes faintly reddening. How is that possible? Fang Qing sprang to his feet, his gaze filled with alarm. No signs whatsoever. Such demons could not possibly exist. He outright rejected the notion, asserting that to obliterate an entire city instantaneously would require an adversary capable of matching his true form, attaining the god transformation stage. Take a look at the footage, Gu Xinghe said mournfully, unwilling to elaborate further. As the highest leader of Xinzhou Nation, the fall of a city weighed heavily upon him. Fang Qing remained silent as he began to view the footage sent by Gu Xinghe. It appeared to be aerial footage, presenting a bird's-eye view of the city. On that day, the sun shone brightly, rendering everything seemingly normal. Each individual in the city went about their duties. Martial artists patrolled, while members of the 4 divisions stood at the ready. Ordinary citizens engaged in their daily routines, all appearing tranquil, with no demons at play. Fang Qing wore a puzzled expression, yet gradually his brow furrowed, his demeanor growing serious. What is this? The footage continued to depict the city's daily life. Day 1. Day 2, Day 3, each person's routine was identical. Fang Qing's expression turned grave as he discerned the peculiarity. A middle-aged man dropped a youtiao while eating breakfast, subsequently snatched by a stray dog. Such events recurred day after day. The life of the city resembled a continuously repeating disc, devoid of any variation. Chapter 43, Shadow Ghost. I cannot leave here in Shindu. I beg you, Gu Xinghe said, his expression heavy, bowing slightly to Fang Qing. I will embark on a personal journey. Fang Qing nodded slightly and shut off the footage. A city had fallen just like that. The chances of survival for its inhabitants were exceedingly slim. Demons and humans had become mortal enemies. Fang Qing's expression turned icy as he departed Anqing without delay. He surged forth, his speed unrestrained, heading towards Nanxi City. Within a day, he reached his destination. Indeed, demons are at work. His consciousness enveloped the entire city, yet he detected no signs of disturbance. Ghost Clan? He stepped into the city without hesitation. Everything appeared as it should in a normal city. People conversed without any signs of anomaly. Fang Qing arrived at the 4 divisions in the city center, where martial artists remained alive, exhibiting no unusual behavior. As he walked down the street, he soon encountered the middle-aged man who had lost his youtiao. According to the footage, this man would stumble on his way home right about now. As expected, the man suddenly tripped and fell. How strange. Fang Qing extended his consciousness across the city, seeking the source of the anomaly, yet found nothing. As he continued his investigation, the clock struck 7, and night began to descend upon the city. Suddenly, his body froze, as if sensing something. A minuscule shadow emerged from the city's edge, spreading like a plague, its speed astonishing. The massive shadow engulfed the entire city. It infiltrated every human body, as if siphoning something. Fang Qing's consciousness reached out, his eyes alight with fury. The entire city had fallen. In the dead of night, Every person lay lifeless, devoid of any life force. Contrasting starkly with the vibrant day they had known, Fang Qing ascended to a high vantage point in the city center, gazing down at the vast shadow below. The entire city lay shrouded, presenting an exceedingly eerie sight. He remained unmoved, yet his expression grew ever colder. As time passed, Fang Qing suddenly looked skyward, murmuring to himself, "The witching hour has arrived. It is time for execution." His right hand lifted slightly, and boundless flames erupted from his palm. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping the shadow completely. The entire city was ignited. A tremendous blaze illuminated the heavens, casting light across all of Xinzhou Nation. Far away in the divine capital, Gu Xinghe's demeanor was grave. His gaze fixated upon the immense conflagration. He was acutely aware that this was the work of Fang Qing, whose mastery over flames transcended the limits of human capabilities. Had there been even a single living soul remaining in Nengxi City, Fang Qing would never have resorted to incinerating the entire metropolis. How could such a malevolent entity manifest in the realm of the living? Gu Xinghe murmured to himself, feeling once again that events had spiraled beyond his control. The sky was ablaze, and the searing heat surged relentlessly. Humanity! Humanity! A chilling wail echoed, as the shadow enveloping the city began to writhe and thrash. The shadow resembled a colossal beast, causing the towering edifices within the city to collapse one after another. Fang Qing, however, remained unfazed. A demon capable of annihilating an entire city was undoubtedly not a simple foe. His avatar bore no magical artifacts, instead wielding the Tianxian fire as its innate treasure. Its power reaching an astonishing magnitude. Coupled with the enhancement of his burning heaven technique, it became almost unbearable. Suddenly, a terrifying shadowy hand descended with force. Fang Qing's expression turned frigid as a rusty iron nail materialized in his right hand. Subdue. The nail rapidly expanded and, in a flash, struck down to suppress the shadowy hand. With a thunderous crash, the shadow was pinned to the ground. Fang Qing's countenance remained icy as he conjured 8 identical nails. Boom, boom, boom. All 8 nails enlarged, binding the enormous shadow at every point. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, yet the shadow was utterly restrained, unable to struggle even a fraction. The pervasive Tianxian fire continued to consume it, rendering it exceedingly feeble. Night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, Nengxi City lay in utter silence. Black smoke coiled upwards, a foul stench rising to the heavens. Fang Qing sighed. The human inhabitants of the city had long since perished. Their previous ability to move had merely been due to the demon's innate powers. Once the demon fell, the humans would be buried alongside it. Fang Qing would not allow himself to be constrained by this. Those people had devolved into mere puppets, devoid of the essence of life. The vast shadow that enveloped the city gradually contracted, ultimately shrinking to human size. 9 iron nails remained firmly affixed, holding it down. An extraordinary ghostly race, Fang Qing muttered. He had perused all the documents from the National Martial Affairs Bureau, yet none had mentioned any information regarding such specters. Human, I am of the Shadow Ghost clan. If I perish, the entire human realm shall be buried alongside me. A frigid voice echoed, tinged with panic, yet still issuing a threat. Fang Qing descended to the ground, gazing down at the Shadow Ghost, his eyes devoid of warmth. His right hand extended, resting upon its forehead. Soul-searching technique. A terrifying consciousness instantaneously invaded its mind. What do you intend to do? Stop. Damn it. The voice was filled with terror as the Shadow Ghost sensed its memories being rifled through, accompanied by agonizing pain that threatened to shatter its very being. Fang Qing's methods were brutally direct, showing no regard for the impact on the creature's soul. Another formidable race among the ghosts? From the Shadow Ghost's memories, Fang Qing gleaned a wealth of information about the Shadow Ghost clan, including their origins. The Eternal Nation in the south has been destroyed. The passageway has been entirely seized by the Shadow Ghost clan. Fang Qing murmured, his expression growing solemn. The strength of the Eternal Nation was comparable to that of the Xinzhou Nation. A kingdom capable of enduring for centuries in the demon world was undoubtedly formidable. Yet now, it lay in ruins, its populace slaughtered. The passage had been completely occupied by the Shadow Ghosts. According to the Shadow Ghost's recollections, only beings of extraordinary rank 5 could traverse that passage. However, unlike other passageways, both its interior and exterior were dominated by the Shadow Ghosts. This was an exceptionally united race, ensuring no infighting occurred, allowing the Shadow Ghosts to traverse safely. It must be destroyed. Fang Qing's brows furrowed. The Eternal Nation was not far from the Xinzhou Nation. If the Shadow Ghosts were to invade in droves, it would pose a tremendous threat to the realm of the living. Are you truly human? The Shadow Ghost, now gravely weakened and suffering from a throbbing headache, wore a hideous expression. It felt as if its memories had been completely laid bare, devoid of any privacy. Such needless chatter. Fang Qing's Xianxian fire surged with formidable power, incinerating its body entirely. The shadow ghost was vanquished. Reward, Extreme Ice Flame. Chapter 44, The Sage of Humanity. Fang Qing paused, his expression shifting to one of joy. At long last, he had once again acquired an extraordinary flame. Although he had amassed numerous rewards over the years, the treasures and techniques of the cultivation world were countless. This marked only the second time he had obtained spiritual fire. The Xianxian fire possessed remarkably comprehensive functions, the most crucial of which was its ability to merge with any flame, as well as its capacity to consume them. A blue flame appeared in Fang Qing's left hand, continuously burning yet chilling the surrounding air. In his right hand, a yellow flame blazed with intense heat, the two seemingly on the verge of conflict. Merge. Fang Qing brought his hands together, unleashing his formidable spiritual power, determined to fuse the two flames completely. Several hours later, he was left with a swirling mass of yellow and blue flames, alternating between scorching heat and icy cold, all responding to his will. The power of the Xianxian fire surged once more. Fang Qing retracted the flames and gazed at the desolate Nangxi city below, ultimately letting out a sigh. Despite believing himself to be inherently cold-hearted, witnessing the destruction of an entire city still stirred feelings of sorrow within him. Upon his return to Linen City, Bai Lin approached him, his expression complex, as if he wished to inquire about something but hesitated. Nangxi City has fallen, Fang Qing finally stated after a moment's hesitation. Damn those scoundrels. Bai Lin growled, his fists clenched so tightly that the pressure broke the skin of his palms, blood dripping profusely. After a long pause, Bai Lin took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. As the minister of the Demon Suppression Department, his feelings for the Xinzhou nation ran deep. Witnessing the kingdom he had safeguarded for years suffer such a catastrophic blow filled him with profound pain and guilt. Which race? If they annihilate a city of Xinzhou, then let us eradicate the demon race. Bai Lin slowly spoke, his eyes aflame with hatred. Fang Qing was taken aback, his expression wavering. The Shadow Ghost clan was formidable, and the current humans, truth be told, could not stand against them. Within the Xinzhou nation, only he and Gu Xinghe were strong enough to contend. It would take them an inordinate amount of time to eradicate an entire race, unless his true self emerged. However, his true self was currently in seclusion, making it difficult to intervene in the short term. Relying solely on his avatar, he could only manage to destroy the passageway to the Eternal Nation. The Shadow Ghost clan came through that passage from the Eternal Nation, Fang Qing said, patting Bai Lin's shoulder, his voice gentle. I will handle the passage. Do not act impulsively. Bai Lin shook his head, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. As the pace of the integration between the two realms accelerates, the kingdom of Xinzhou must establish its authority to stand firm. Thank you for your assistance. You need not concern yourself further with this matter. Rest assured, the kingdom of Xinzhou is not as feeble as you perceive. Bai Lin turned and departed, preparing to return to the capital. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. Given the confidence exuded by the other party, he deemed it unnecessary to say more, instead retreating to An City to continue his training. The devastation of Nangxi City instilled a profound sense of insecurity among the populace of Xinzhou. Everyone realized that death was alarmingly close. The flourishing martial arts had blinded some, leading them to believe that the demons were merely a minor threat. Yet now, they understood just how fragile and insignificant humanity truly is. In this instant, the desire to practice martial arts intensified within the people. Beyond the capital, all 16 other cities gradually embraced martial training. An influx of individuals into An City surged. Despite the inherent risks, the yearning for strength proved irresistible. Within the capital, the cries of Shadow Demon echoed. Gu Xinghe, clad in a long robe, wore a chilling expression. Gu Lao and Su Yi shared the same visage of hatred, their fists clenched tightly, burning with the desire to strike against the Shadow Demon's domain. I need to be away for a while. Gu Xinghe raised his gaze, looking towards the southern regions of the kingdom of Xinzhou, where the territory of Yonggu lay. However, Su Yi expressed concern. Should Gu Xinghe leave, an invasion by demons during his absence could prove insurmountable. This region remained the heart of the kingdom of Xinzhou. If it were to be destroyed, the entire kingdom would be on the brink of obliteration. Should we summon Old Fang to the capital? Bai Lin suddenly suggested. Presently, the strongest warriors in the kingdom were Gu Xinghe and Fang Qing. Should the latter agree to come, the capital would undoubtedly remain secure. An City was equally crucial, and having already called upon him once, it would be unnecessary to trouble him again. Gu Xinghe shook his head, speaking deliberately. I will awaken a sage. The three men were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment palpable. As Bai Lin and his companions grew stronger, they had come to comprehend many of the kingdom's secrets. The pioneers of yesteryears had not all perished. Instead, They had utilized technological means to preserve their corporeal forms, entering a state akin to suspended animation. The lifespan of martial artists does not compare to that of immortal cultivators. Even a sage can only exist for 200 or 300 years at most. To prevent their demise due to aging, this method had been employed. Now, as chaos enveloped the world, it was imperative to act with utmost resolve. Gu Xinghe waved his hand, making a decisive declaration. The three men fell silent, yet their fists were tightly clenched, their eyes revealing a sense of frustration. They too held high-ranking positions, yet their strength paled in comparison to Gu Xinghe's, leaving them feeling a significant distance from the sage tier. It was the first time they felt so powerless. For the time being, you all must guard Shenzhou City. Should any unforeseen events arise, the sage will take action. Gu Xinghe departed, heading towards the depths of the abyss of sin. Here, executioners were absent, and only an overwhelming aura of malevolence lingered. In the deepest recesses, obscured by darkness, Gu Xinghe's demeanor remained calm as he beheld several ice coffins, each containing a slumbering human. Old Shun, it shall be you. Gu Xinghe forcibly opened one of the ice coffins, producing a syringe, and injected a green elixir into the middle-aged man's body. The man's vitality gradually surged, his formidable blood energy coalescing. Approximately an hour later, the middle-aged man abruptly sat up from the ice coffin. Confusion etched upon his face as dormant memories stirred within his mind. Awoken? How do you feel? Gu Xinghe inquired, his tone measured. Gu Lao. The middle-aged man rose, a look of reverence in his eyes. I need to be away for a while. Only you can hold down the fort in the capital and Shenzhou City. Gu Xinghe imparted a few instructions before departing from the capital. With a sage-tier martial artist overseeing matters, he felt a considerable degree of reassurance. Chen Yuan stretched his limbs and exited the abyss of sin, taking residence at the National Martial Arts Bureau. Meanwhile, Gu Xinghe's expression turned frigid, his murderous intent intensifying. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, he would never have awakened a sage. Chen Yuan's combat prowess remained at its pinnacle, his strength vastly surpassing that of an inexperienced sage. Yet, his lifespan was limited to mere decades. Should the realms remain unmerged during this period, Chen Yuan would struggle to make an impact. Filthy remnants of the Shadow Demon clan. It has been far too long since I last took action. Gu Xinghe's blood energy surged dramatically, an oppressive aura erupting, causing the demons outside the city to pale in fear, retreating from that terrifying source of power. Chapter 45. The Development of an City. At this moment, Fang Qing remained in Linen City, having sensed Gu Xinghe's approach. His gaze was one of astonishment. He had never encountered such a formidable martial artist before. The Shadow Demon clan was surely in grave danger. Fang Qing murmured to himself, for with Gu Xinghe's strength, he could certainly eradicate the shadow demons both within and outside the Yonggu Passage. He surmised that each side of the passage must have a formidable shadow demon stationed to secure its dominance. Only in this manner could the passage be claimed as their own. If Gu Xinghe were to eliminate the shadow demons, it would effectively seal the passage. After all, any passage holds a lure for demons and monsters. Chaos would inevitably ensue. Should truly powerful demons dare to enter the passage, they would be targeted by others once their powers were suppressed. This was, in essence, a unique form of sealing. Fang Qing chose not to concern himself further. Since Gu Xinghe was so confident, he would refrain from involvement. To encourage more citizens to actively practice martial arts and defend its city, Fang Qing meticulously established a series of reward systems. Slaying an A-class demon, levels 7 to 9, would earn a reward of 5 to 10 blood pills. Slaying an S-class demon, extraordinary 1st to 2nd tier, would yield an S-class specialized weapon. Slaying an SS-class demon, extraordinary 3rd to 4th tier, would grant 1 rebirth pill. Slaying an SSS-class demon, extraordinary 5th to 6th tier, would bestow the corpse of a sage-tier demon, limited to 1 per person. Slaying an extraordinary 7th to 8th tier demon would reward 1 with the corpse of a 1st-tier sage demon, limited to 1 per person. Slaying an extraordinary 9th tier demon would yield the corpse of a 2nd-tier sage demon, limited to 1 per person. The previous classification of demon levels had become irrational. Even the smallest minions in the inner world were classified as SSS tier. Thus, Fang Qing revised the rankings. As long as one could slay the corresponding demon, they would receive rewards. Blood pills and specialized weapons were crafted by humans and could easily be produced with demon materials. Currently, the prosperity of an city ranked second only to the capital, and within city's presence, there would be no shortage of these materials. The rebirth pill was born from Fang Qing's own resources, a healing elixir awarded by the system. For martial artists, there exists an extraordinary healing efficacy, allowing them to recover from even the gravest of injuries. However, for cultivators, the effects are rather mediocre, as one is a mortal vessel while the other is an ethereal body. The implementation of a series of reward systems has incited the populace to fervently pursue martial arts, aspiring to enter in city to vanquish demons. Particularly, the allure of slaying high-tier extraordinary demons and acquiring the corpses of saint-level demons is immensely enticing to the masses. Though Fang Qing remains indifferent to such matters, others regard them as treasures. The flesh and blood of saint-level demons, once processed, can be consumed to enhance vitality, providing substantial benefits to any extraordinary martial artist. Claws, scales, and other materials can be fashioned into equipment of unparalleled strength, achieving an SSS-grade rarity. Furthermore, the eyes and organs of these demons possess unique effects. As a result, the populace increasingly immerses themselves in martial training. Unlike cultivation, martial arts yield results through sheer effort. Observing the flourishing of Linen City, Fang Qing cannot help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Given a little more time, humanity will surely establish a firm foothold in the merged realms. As time passed, Fang Qing initially remained in its city, but as the number of martial artists grew, stability was achieved. He then delved deeper into the inner world, slaying various high-tier demons to fulfill the system's tasks. A year swiftly elapsed. Although his clone's cultivation remained at the initial stage of the nascent soul, its proficiency in the use of various magical artifacts had notably improved. Lacking a divine spirit root, the clone's cultivation speed could never match that of the main body. What is that? Qin Zheng has actually slain an SSS-level demon? Quick look. It seems there's still a faint aura. One day, the previously tranquil city suddenly stirred. The crowd stood high in the air, gazing at Qin Zheng returning from afar. His diminutive frame was hoisting a towering crimson demon, both he and the demon drenched in blood. Yet, the demon's aura was on the verge of dissipating, nearing its last breaths, while Qin Zheng's face radiated exhilaration. Just as Fang Qing returned to An City, he fixed his gaze upon the crimson demon. Indeed, this marked the first instance in a year where someone had slain an extraordinary fifth-tier demon. The strongest martial artist in An City was merely at the fifth-tier level, and even they could not guarantee the slaying of a demon of the same rank due to the inherent risks. However, Qin Zheng, being only a fourth-tier extraordinary, had managed to surpass his rank, which truly astonished Fang Qing. Principal, Qin Zheng looked towards Fang Qing, grinning widely, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Well done, young man. Fang Qing patted his shoulder and suddenly proclaimed, you may choose any of the saint-level demon corpses. With a flourish, he conjured 3 corpses that crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. One was a tiger-headed demon, measuring several dozen meters. Another was a pitch-black blade demon with arms resembling long swords. And the last was a ghostly entity composed of 2 merged bodies. All 3 were saint-level demons. The surrounding populace wore expressions of shock and envy. The number of creatures from the spiritual race was exceedingly scarce, their core parts immensely valuable, capable of directly enhancing cultivation. Even Fang Qing lacked a corpse from the spiritual race. Qin Zheng's expression shifted, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Different species possess distinct advantages. The demon race's large bodies offer substantial nourishment, suitable for multiple consumers, while the materials of the blade race are exceptionally resilient, ideal for crafting equipment. As for the ghost race, they currently seem rather inconsequential, possessing only a ghost pearl, the purpose of which humanity has yet to ascertain. Fang Qing, however, had begun to understand that the ghost pearl could enhance spiritual awareness. Yet, his own awareness was far too powerful for an ordinary ghost pearl to be of any use. I choose the blade demon, Qin Zheng declared resolutely, his eyes aflame with fervor as he gazed at the blade demon. His weapon of choice was the great sword, and the materials of this blade demon could craft an SSS-grade battle blade, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Fang Qing stored away the other 2 corpses, retaining only the blade demon. The crowd had long since become accustomed to his celestial-like abilities, even secretly referring to him as an immortal. Old Fang, how about you give me that tiger-headed demon? Suddenly, a voice chimed in, and Bai Lin arrived in An City. You are not a resident of An City. If you desire a saint-level demon's corpse, seek Gu Xinghe, Fang Qing replied with a teasing smile. Bai Lin, now at the extraordinary 8th tier, faced no pressure in slaying a high-tier extraordinary demon. Old Gu certainly does not possess your wealth. Bai Lin shook his head, casting a knowing glance at Fang Qing. Fang Qing nodded slightly, signaling the crowd to disperse. An City now boasted a population of several 100,000, with the majority being at least 4th-tier martial artists, flourishing more than even Shenzhou City. Chapter 46, The Devil City Passage. What? Is something amiss? The 2 ascended to a high tower in the city, Fang Qing inquired. The nation of Shenzhou had stabilized significantly, with few demons daring to invade the city. A pivotal factor was the battle between Gu Xinghe and the shadow demons. Each of the 17 cities had a saint-level shadow demon corpse hanging at its periphery, serving as a deterrent to demons and monsters. If the shadow demon race dared to obliterate a city of Xinzhou, they would undeniably pay a bloody price. Fang Qing was uncertain whether Gu Xinghe had truly penetrated the inner world, but the shadow demons near the Eternal Nation passage were surely exterminated. 17 saint-level corpses were sufficient to intimidate the demons in the outer world, compelling even those from the inner world to refrain from recklessly invading Xinzhou. Most demons opted to flee, seeking to invade other kingdoms. A third passage has opened. Bai Lin's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Another passage has emerged? Which city? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was becoming troublesome. The Devil City. Both wore solemn expressions. The Devil City was historically the second largest city in Xinzhou, second only to the divine capital. Although it had now been surpassed by Linen's city, it remained exceptionally prosperous. With a bustling city suddenly presenting a passage, the absence of appropriate martial force to guard it could lead to a grave crisis. Old Gu has dispatched Elder Chun to defend it, but the situation is not optimistic. Bai Lin spoke slowly, his tone heavy. The strength required to traverse that passage is at the Saint First Tier. Saint First Tier? Fang Qing nodded slightly. He was aware of Elder Chen's strength, which could indeed handle Saint First Tier threats. The current crisis lay at the other end of the passage. Bai Lin elaborated. There is a giant troll tribe. The trolls are a formidable race among the demon kind. Their combat prowess is not to be underestimated, especially since the trolls harbor a grudge against you. Bai Lin's gaze turned to Fang Qing, his expression peculiar. Against me? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Which demon race does not bear enmity toward me? Over the years, I have slain countless demons, and many races regard me as their greatest foe. Years ago, you destroyed that passage near the divine capital. It was the Troll's Passage. Fang Qing's expression momentarily faltered as a sudden realization struck him. He had known all along that the passage was under the dominion of the trolls. Unfortunately, whether during his tribulation or while exterminating the ancient beasts, he had encountered no trolls. Otherwise, he would have apprehended them all long ago. Old Bai, you're not blaming me, are you? Fang Qing chuckled lightly. Of course not. If offending demons and monsters were a sin, then the ancient ones would be guilty beyond measure, Bai Lin replied with a smile. Currently, the 17 shadow corpses are hanging in the city. The troll army is gathering. The ancient ones will soon make their move, and I hope you can lend your support. Bai Lin revealed his intentions. Each newly opened passage necessitated the establishment of a city on the other side, primarily to seal the malevolent energy, and secondly, to procure resources from the inner world. However, every battle must be swift. If prolonged, an increasing number of demons and monsters would arrive, which would be detrimental to humanity. There is no immediate crisis in Anqing. I will take action, Fang Qing contemplated, nodding in agreement. The current outer world resembled a dilapidated ship, constantly sprouting leaks, destined to sink into the depths of the sea. All that the kingdom of Xinzhou could do was mend its domestic breaches and buy more time for its populace. Once their discussion concluded, Fang Qing and Bai Lin proceeded towards the capital of demons. The following morning, they arrived in this bustling metropolis. Let us go. The Ancient One is already at the National Martial Arts Bureau. The heart of the demon city also boasted several towering edifices, serving as the offices for the National Martial Arts Bureau and its 4 divisions. Upon reaching the base of a skyscraper, Fang Qing's expression shifted as he gazed towards the building's lower levels. The passage had unexpectedly manifested in the city center. How did you know? Bai Lin exclaimed, astonished. The passage was underground, and he had not anticipated that Fang Qing would discover it beforehand. A strong intuition, Fang Qing casually remarked, stepping into the building. Why didn't I sense it? Bai Lin muttered, following closely behind. You're here? Gu Xinghe, clad in a flowing white robe, appeared dignified and refined. Yes. Let us act swiftly, Fang Qing responded, eager to resolve the passage issue. Another human sage, Elder Chun, had already returned to the divine capital. The passage in Xinzhou City was under the watchful eyes of countless demons, and it must not be compromised. Follow me. Gu Xinghe nodded slightly, leading them to a nearby underground passage. Upon descending, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth. Has the passage fully opened? The intensity of the malevolent energy was overwhelming, undoubtedly emanating from the depths of the inner world. The trolls on the other side had likely assembled completely. Gu Xinghe maintained a calm demeanor as he guided them to the passageway. Indeed, Fang Qing's gaze pierced through the passage, revealing a multitude of troll figures, at least hundreds. Their ranks were formidable. These trolls were massive, evidently in their mature stage. Bai Lin, wait here. Once the battle reaches its peak, bring the warriors over. Gu Xinghe turned to Fang Qing, and they exchanged a subtle nod before stepping into the passage together. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, an onslaught of boulders rained down. Instilling dread, Fang Qing's demeanor remained composed. He was well prepared, clutching a white jade pendant in his hand, channeling spiritual energy into it, forming an invisible shield that enveloped both him and Gu Xinghe. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions were fierce, yet the shield remained unyielding. This defensive artifact could only be wielded at the nascent soul stage, boasting formidable protection. Just as Fang Qing was prepared to strike, Gu Xinghe vanished from sight. A cry of agony erupted as an adult troll writhed in pain, disbelief clouding its eyes. Gu Xinghe's expression turned frigid as his right hand pierced through the troll's abdomen, extracting its core. Such a brutal and bloodthirsty combat method sent shivers through the hearts of all trolls present. In the next moment, Gu Xinghe vanished again, and another troll fell on the spot. Fang Qing couldn't help but be astonished. Could a warrior's speed reach such heights? Though he was at the nascent soul stage, he could not match the other's strength and speed. However, the greatest distinction between cultivators and warriors lay in the latter's reliance on brute force. Gust of wind. With a powerful sweep of his right hand, spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring a terrifying purple tempest that engulfed the area, sending dust and debris flying. A wind elementalist? Gu Xinghe was embroiled in a frenzy of slaughter, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the storm. The opponent's elemental manipulation capabilities far surpassed those of human ability users. Chapter 47, A New Strategy. Fang Qing abruptly waved, merging the celestial fire into the purple tempest. Surrounding them were at least 100 trolls, all of extraordinary high rank, including over 10 at the sage level, but they remained utterly flustered. The nature of their battle was incomprehensible to them, transcending their understanding. As the purple tempest surged forth, just as the trolls attempted to evade, a sudden wave of frigid energy struck, freezing them in place, rendering their bodies rigid. The celestial fire, having absorbed the ice flame, had acquired freezing capabilities, and when combined with the wind manipulation, it became an impeccable composition. Whoosh! The purple tempest ensnared over a dozen trolls, and in mere moments, their bodies were shredded to pieces. The remaining trolls quaked in fear, a sense of dread settling in. Flee! Back to our ancestral land. The troll leader, stripped of combat spirit, commanded the others to escape in haste. First, eliminate the sages. Gu Xinghe's expression remained icy, and no sooner had he spoken than a sage-level troll perished. Yet another instant kill. Fang Qing waved his right hand, retracting the wind manipulation while summoning the blood-red shuttle. As the number of slain demons increased, the shuttle's power surged. With a flash of crimson light, yet another sage-level troll fell. Cover our retreat. Let the others escape first, bellowed a colossal troll, realizing that if things continued, they would face total annihilation. The remaining 9 sage-level trolls turned to flee, their eyes filled with a resolve to die fighting. 10 trolls roared in unison, mysterious symbols etched upon their bodies glowing faintly. A terrifying might erupted forth. Gu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Though his demeanor remained calm, he refrained from making another move. Fang Qing sheathed the blood-red shuttle, aware that the sage-level trolls had grown wary, making it difficult to achieve instant kills. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed the wind manipulation once more. The purple tempest, infused with celestial fire, grew ever more formidable. This time, however, he refrained from utilizing the ice flame, instead emanating a terrifying heat. The trolls, emboldened by their combat spirit, prepared to evade the purple tempest. Clang! A clear bell toll resonated, jolting the trolls' minds, their eyes glazing over. The spiritual energy within Fang Qing was rapidly depleting. Manipulating 10 sage-level trolls was a considerable burden, even for someone at the nascent soul stage. On the other side, Gu Xinghe remained unaffected. Seizing the opportune moment, his form vanished in an instant, revealing a black dagger in his grasp. The troll activated its innate runes, experiencing a dramatic surge in both strength and defense, making it nearly impossible for Gu Xinghe to breach its body unarmed. Yet, the black dagger possessed an uncanny quality, emanating a chilling darkness imbued with malevolence. With precision, the dagger pierced through one of the troll's abdomens, shattering its core from within. Another troll fell. The troll leader, being the strongest, sensed the impending danger. His power was far beyond that of a mere novice saint, and he awakened from the control of the dream bell. Observing the misfortune befalling his kin, he let out a roar, sending forth a terrifying sound wave that resonated across the battlefield. The other 8 trolls began to regain their clarity. Ding! Another eerie chime of the bell echoed, once again immobilizing the trolls. A violet tempest surged forth, with Gu Xinghe's flowing sleeves vanishing into thin air. Realizing that danger loomed, the troll leader wasted no time and fled the scene. The remaining 8 trolls were engulfed by the storm. Fang Qing manipulated the dream bell while channeling more spiritual energy, amplifying the power of his wind summoning abilities in an instant. The trolls' anguished screams filled the air as they found themselves trapped at the storm's center. Unable to escape, The might of the heavenly fire was equally formidable. After a brief moment, the violet tempest subsided, leaving behind a multitude of lifeless bodies. The 8 Saint Tier trolls had been stripped of their life force. Fang Qing maintained a calm demeanor, indicating he still had strength to spare, such as the terror of a cultivator. Were he a martial artist of the same tier, annihilating so many Saint Trolls would not be so effortlessly achieved. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Xinghe had dispatched the last troll leader. What tier of martial artist are you? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. The other's strength was unfathomable. Even at close range, he could not discern it clearly, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. Just a mere extraordinary tier 5, and you? Xinghe replied with a nonchalant expression. Likewise, I am an extraordinary tier 4 ability user. Fang Qing chuckled lightly. Can you two not maintain some semblance of dignity? Bai Lin had approached from the passageway, his expression one of frustration. One was tier 5, the other tier 4. Yet around them lay the corpses of Saint Trolls, a clear affront to his intelligence. I shall return first, with the strongest in the Shenzhou kingdom stationed. It should pose no issue. Fang Qing patted Bai Lin's shoulder before turning to leave the passageway. The strongest, is that me? Bai Lin appeared bewildered, pointing to himself. Xinghe nodded slightly in agreement. Bai Lin felt a vain throb on his forehead, ultimately letting out a sigh, filled with resignation. After leaving the passageway, Fang Qing's strength was similarly suppressed. After several hours of recovery, he returned to Linen City. The trolls of the Demon City passage had perished, with only a few extraordinary trolls managing to escape. With Xinghe's presence, further chaos was unlikely. With the trolls fallen, countless martial artists flooded into the passageway, commencing the construction of a new city. The Shenzhou kingdom was on the verge of establishing its 3rd city in the inner world. Within a month, the inner world city of the Demon City passage was completed. The Shenzhou kingdom once again descended into tranquility. City migration? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xinghe on the video screen. Aside from him and Xinghe, the other decision-makers of the Shenzhou kingdom were also present. Although Fang Qing was merely a university president, his formidable strength granted him the qualification to participate in this meeting. I plan to merge the cities of the Shenzhou kingdom. Currently, there are 3 passages, so we will center around Chengdu, Modu, and Linen City, gathering the entire populace. Then we will begin establishing new cities in the inner world and facilitate population migration. Xinghe spoke calmly. We have nearly achieved universal martial training, and it is anticipated that within 3 years, all adults will reach martial tier 3 and be able to enter the inner world. Only by leveraging the resources and spiritual energy of the inner world can the Shenzhou kingdom secure its footing. What are your thoughts? The distances between Linen City, Modu, and Chengdu were not vast, forming a tripartite balance. Should one side face a crisis, the other two would swiftly provide support. Consolidating the outer defenses of the Shenzhou kingdom while expanding territory in the inner world was undoubtedly the best course of action at present. I object. A resolute voice interrupted. The figure of an elderly man in a black shirt appeared on the screen, his expression firm. Such a large-scale migration equated to relinquishing other cities, which would significantly impact the Shenzhou kingdom's economy. Furthermore, unforeseen events could arise along the way, and if a great demon were to attack, the losses could be catastrophic. Are you perhaps worried about your Liu family's interests being affected? Bai Lin retorted with a cold laugh. The Liu family of Chengdu was also a prominent clan with influence in every city. If this large-scale migration and merger were to occur, they would be among the most affected. Their established power would be disrupted, and the leadership of the remaining 3 major cities would likely fall to the strongest, not them. This would mean that the future development of their family would be reliant on the city leaders, imposing an invisible constraint. I support the elders' approach. Minister Zhou Wuji of the Demon Eradication Department chimed in. The Shenzhou kingdom is powerful now, yet the cities are overly dispersed. Should a great demon invade, it could lead to calamity. Surely, you all remember the tragedy of Nanchi City? A heavy silence enveloped the room, as decision-makers of the Shenzhou kingdom. The memory of Nanchi City was an indelible scar. I have no objections. Fang Qing spoke slowly. Given the current circumstances, city consolidation indeed seemed beneficial for the Shenzhou kingdom. The meeting comprised 9 participants, including the 4 department ministers and Fang Qing, along with 4 representatives from the prominent families of Chengdu. I concur. I too agree. Apart from the heads of the Liu and Han families, the other 2 family heads chose to support the proposal. In the face of the survival of the Shenzhou kingdom, family interests clearly had to take a back seat. Not everyone prioritized their self-interests like the Liu and Han families. Then let us prepare for the migration plan. Xinghe nodded slightly. Following the incident with the Shadow Ghost clan, demons now refrained from invading cities. Thus, this window of opportunity must be seized to complete the migration work. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it remains essential to form a protective escort team. Both the four departments and the prominent families must deploy martial artists of Tier 7 or above, with specific arrangements to be overseen by Counselor Chun and Minister Su. With just a few succinct sentences, Gu Xinghe brought the meeting to a close. With his strength, he could have decided unilaterally, and the other prominent families would have been unable to resist. However, he sought to consider other suggestions to avert any oversights. Fang Qing returned to An City, initiating the mobilization of personnel. Should the Divine Zhou nation consolidate into 3 cities, Linen City would accommodate nearly the population of 5 cities. Fortunately, the area of An City has now expanded to be no less than that of Linen City, continuously growing to sufficiently house the influx of people. The amalgamation of cities and the migration proceeded remarkably smoothly, without even the appearance of extraordinary demons. The ancient Xinghe exterminated the Shadow Ghost clan, not only to avenge Nanxi City and intimidate the demons, but likely also considering the ongoing migration. Ultimately, the Divine Zhou nation was left with 3 cities, with Gu Xinghe, Fang Qing, and Shun Yuan as the leaders of these major urban centers. The Divine Zhou nation welcomed a new century, and due to the population surge, martial arts once again flourished. Fang Qing ventured out daily to slay demons, fulfilling the system's eradication tasks. As time passed, nearly a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Linen City thrived with unparalleled prosperity, throngs of people bustling about, various demon materials being decomposed and sold, becoming everyday commodities. The era of universal martial artists that Gu Xinghe once envisioned had finally arrived. Everywhere one looked, at least mid-level martial artists were in sight. The surrounding malevolent energy mingled with spiritual energy, permeating the air, yet it affected the populace little. Rather, it seemed to confer more benefits to their health. The time for the merging of the 2 realms was rapidly approaching. The 14 once abandoned cities had each manifested their own portals. Yet the Divine Zhou nation paid them no heed, allowing the malevolent energy to spread forth. Even if formidable demons crossed over, they dared not invade the 3 major cities of the Divine Zhou nation carelessly. Fang Qing's true form remained concealed beneath the sin prison of Linen City. Having expended a full decade, and the core of the earth spirit was on the verge of being devoured by him. His internal spiritual power had surged several-fold, reaching the late stage of the God transformation realm. Meanwhile, his doppelganger had also attained the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and with the rewards acquired over the past decade, his combat prowess had become extraordinarily formidable. 30 years had passed. Fang Qing sighed, reflecting that it had been 30 years since he first slain a lowly demon and obtained the cultivation system. He had transformed from a mere mortal into a formidable being at the late stage of God transformation, mere steps away from a breakthrough to the enlightenment stage. The inner world of An City brimmed with spiritual energy, thriving to the extent that it could accommodate over 100 million humans, becoming a vast tribe spanning 100,000 miles. The surrounding demonic forces were intimidated by Fang Qing's might, refraining from rashly invading. The population of An City had now approached 100 million, with no exceptions. All were at least mid-level martial artists, comparable in strength to those in Divine Zhou City. The inner world city within the demon capital was named Yuan City, and the establishment of this city had unified the humans of the Divine Zhou nation. This also signified the beginning of a new era, the first year of the Yuan calendar. Among humans, powerful individuals emerged in abundance, with many exceptional talents. In the 3rd year of the Yuan calendar, Bai Lin broke through to the saint level, becoming the first new saint. Of course, this did not include the anomalies Gu Xinghe and Fang Qing. In the 5th year, Su Yi, the minister of the Demon Eradication Department, also ascended to the saint level. In the 7th year, Qin Zheng of Linen City, just over 30 years of age, broke through to the saint level, becoming the Divine Zhou nation's foremost genius. In the 10th year, Zhou Wujing, the minister of the Ghost Extermination Department, similarly achieved the saint level. Gu Xinghe officially announced the existence of the saint level among martial artists. The saint level also comprised 9 tiers, each representing a significant leap in realms. A saint of the 2nd tier could easily overpower a 1st-tier saint. The concept of fighting across tiers simply did not exist. The Guardian and the 12th Stronghold had been established. A transcendent 9th-tier martial artist spoke. Fang Qing nodded slightly, already aware, his gaze directed towards the far horizon. He was no longer the principal of Linen University. That position had been assumed by another high-ranking transcendent martial artist. The Divine Zhou nation conferred the title of Guardian upon the highest leaders of the 3 major cities, a title denoting the strongest among them. Shun Yuan, the Guardian of Yuan City, was at the 3rd tier of the saint level, his combat strength equally formidable. As for Fang Qing and Gu Xinghe, their true strengths remained a mystery, known to none. Yet one thing was certain. Their powers were unfathomable, instilling fear in countless demons. Preparations were underway to establish the 13th stronghold. Fang Qing's expression was calm. He intended to designate the 100,000-mile radius around its city as human territory. However, due to the vast expanse of land, fully occupying it required the establishment of strongholds to gradually encroach upon the various smaller tribes. As for the remaining 4 large tribes, once the timing was ripe, Fang Qing would personally annihilate them. No life in the inner world knew the true size of this realm, even after decades. Fang Qing had only come to understand the 100,000-mile radius of its city. Yet this radius was merely the tip of the iceberg in the inner world, barely scratching the surface of its mysteries. This world was far more enigmatic than he had ever imagined. Chapter 49. The Stirring of Demons. Yuan City and Divine Zhou City were no longer content to hold their ground, but began to encroach progressively into the inner world. The world had descended into chaos, the law of the jungle becoming the prevailing theme, and humanity had fully adapted to this reality. Just as the Divine Zhou nation was developing steadily, dark undercurrents surged within the inner world, as various clans had long since commenced their scheming. The threat posed by Gu Xinghe and Fang Qing was too great, compelling the 4 clans of demons and monsters to unite, intent on obliterating them with overwhelming force. Beyond the 100,000-mile border of its city, hundreds of terrifying giants were charging forth. They hailed from the ancestral lands of the giants. The innate abilities of the spirits had informed the giants of the locations of the 3 major cities of the Divine Zhou nation. They spared no distance, driven solely by the desire for vengeance. Whether it was the destruction of the passage years ago or the annihilation of the giant tribe in Yuan City, both were inextricably linked to Fang Qing. Among the throng of giants, one stood at the center, towering several dozen meters high, its countenance twisted and ferocious. Yet the gazes of the many giants were filled with reverence as they looked up to the giant above them. This giant was of normal human stature, yet its skin gleamed with gold, wielding a bloodied iron axe. This was the king of the ancestral lands of the giants. The other giants were equally formidable, each at least at the first tier of the saint level. The mobilization of hundreds of saints shook the inner world, making any demon wary to approach. Meanwhile, behind another mysterious passage, anomalies were also emerging. This passage was not far from Linen City, yet no humans had discovered it. The Spirit Clan had long concealed it, and Fang Qing had not scrutinized it closely. Kings of the Spirit Clan converged here. A terrifying mountain hovered, exuding waves of violent energy that caused the surrounding creatures to turn pale. Atop it stood an ancient tree, its branches swaying ominously. In another location, a bizarre purple flame shifted, its terrifying heat incinerating everything in its vicinity. An increasing number of powerful spirits gathered at this passage. Over several days, dozens of king-level spirits amassed here. Humanity, it is time to pay the price. This time, I shall incinerate the entire city. The bones of humanity shall pile high as mountains, for the vengeance of the Earth Ancestor. The expression of the spirit creatures was fierce, and the chilling intent to kill spread continuously. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing all the king-level spirits to tremble and fall silent. It seemed as though an invisible entity had appeared, and the pressure emanating from the bloodline compelled each spirit to bow in submission. We pay homage to the Wind Ancestor. We pay homage to the Wind Ancestor. Now, in pursuit of vengeance against humanity, the Wind Ancestor of the Spirit Clan had personally intervened. Although merely a projection, it had been refined over a millennium, its power utterly terrifying. Unlike the Earth Ancestor, the Wind Ancestor had not suffered a devastating blow in the past, remaining at its peak strength. Its true form could not easily leave the ancestral land, lest it risk a crisis. The mere act of deploying a projection already indicated a high regard for humanity. Initially, the ruler of the Spirit Clan aimed to gather the king-level spirits from both realms to flatten the kingdom of Xinzhou, but this plan was halted by the Wind Ancestor. The required time was far too long. The Spirit Clan could not afford to wait for the actions of the other 3 clans. The voice of the Wind Ancestor was eerily enigmatic, a whisper akin to the rustling of the wind. The other clans of demons and ghosts were similarly mobilizing. Within a 10,000-mile radius of City, there existed 4 major tribes, each as formidable as City itself. Among them was the tribe of the Amethyst Demons, whose leader, Fang Qing, had once slain an amethyst demon in a bid to seize a spiritual mine. Ever since, they had been plotting their revenge. But the might of City had kept them at bay. Now, they had finally awaited their opportunity. The high-level warriors of the Amethyst Demon tribe gathered, gradually drawing closer to City, disregarding even the human outposts. However, from the perspective of the other 3 clans, the Amethyst Demon tribe was merely testing the strength of humanity. The true main forces still resided within the other 3 clans. The Ghost Clan harbored immense hatred towards humanity. The ancient Xinghe had not only obliterated the passage to the Eternal Kingdom, but had also penetrated the inner world. Unbeknownst to many, he had discovered the ancestral land of the Shadow Ghost Clan, resulting in a battle that inflicted devastating losses, nearly annihilating the entire clan. Now, in their quest for vengeance, the Ghost Clan needed only to accomplish one task: to stall the ancient Xingha. Compared to the other two clans, the Ghost Clan exerted considerable effort, even surpassing the Spirit and Troll clans. In the eyes of the other races, the ancient Xingha's strength exceeded that of Fang Qing, shrouded in mystery. While the other races schemed, the kingdom of Shenzhou remained blissfully unaware. Fang Qing, stationed in an city, felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation. His true form was on the verge of fully absorbing the core, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of transformation, allowing him to attempt breaking into the realm of enlightenment. Should he succeed, he would become a figure of unparalleled renown throughout the ages. Commander, the Amethyst Demon tribe has made a move in the south. Qin Zheng spoke gravely, his demeanor serious. As the second sage of an city, his primary duty was to monitor the movements of the four major tribes. He had already learned of the Amethyst Demons gathering from the very first day. The Amethyst Demons? Fang Qing's expression flickered momentarily before he inquired. Are they approaching in city? Qin Zheng nodded slightly, confirming that the high-level demons from the tribe had nearly all congregated and were advancing directly towards in city. What of the other three major tribes? Fang Qing's brows furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. The Amethyst Demon tribe's power was inferior to that of in city, yet they dared to take the initiative, indicating that something was afoot. The other three major tribes show no signs of movement. Qin Zheng also wore a perplexed expression, uncertain why the Amethyst Demons had suddenly acted so uncharacteristically. Summon all the warriors from the various outposts. A grave crisis may be looming. Fang Qing's expression turned slightly somber. As a cultivator, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The mobilization of the Amethyst Demon tribe had stirred unease even within him, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Understood. Qin Zheng withdrew to prepare for the gathering of warriors from the 12 outposts. And city was now of paramount importance, rivaling even the capital of Shenzhou. The Amethyst Demons. Fang Qing stood above in city, his gaze fixed southward, deep in thought. No matter what demons come, they shall meet their demise. He murmured, his expression turning icy. As time passed, an increasing number of high-level warriors returned from the various outposts or the wilderness. At present, those at the third stage of cultivation were merely considered ordinary, with only those who had reached the extraordinary tier capable of leaving in city to hunt, to guard against unforeseen events. Fang Qing ordered the ordinary warriors to return to Linen City. Old Fang, is there a crisis in An City? After a decade, the visage of the ancient Xingha remained unchanged, as if frozen in time. Fang Qing appeared similarly youthful, akin to a man in his 20s. Those Amethyst Demons intend to attack An City, he stated casually, but suddenly shifted his tone to one of gravity. Old Gu, I can't shake the feeling that it's not so simple. The leader of the Amethyst Demon tribe knows of my strength and would never dare to strike first. Chapter 50. The Amethyst Demon Tribe. When events deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Both Shenzhou City and Yuan City must remain vigilant. The kingdom of Shenzhou has enjoyed too much tranquility, the ancient Xingha remarked, nodding slightly. Indeed, the kingdom of Shenzhou had been too peaceful for far too long. Given the nature of demons and monsters, they would never adhere to such rules. Thus, there exists but one possibility. The other races are plotting something significant. I will ensure that Shenzhou City is on full alert. Yuan City will do the same. The ancient Xingha's expression was solemn. Should a crisis arise in Yuan City, he hoped for your support. The commander of Yuan City remained the same Chun Yuan from years past, although he was a third-stage sage. He had long since lost his potential for martial advancement. While a third-stage sage was indeed powerful, he still paled in comparison to the ancient Xingha and Fang Qing. Among the three major cities, Yuan City faced the greatest likelihood of crisis. After concluding their discussion, the two ended the call. A month swiftly passed. Commander, the Amethyst Demon tribe is now only 1,000 miles from its city. The warrior responsible for intelligence reported on the movements of the Amethyst Demons. Fang Qing nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with unbridled battle intent. To defend An City, I alone am sufficient. Though the Amethyst Demon tribe was a formidable faction, Fang Qing believed he could handle them single-handedly. His figure transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distance of 1,000 miles. Massive Amethyst Demons scuttled swiftly, their presence overwhelmingly fierce. The leading Amethyst Demon exuded an aura of unparalleled strength, having reached the sage level, rivaling even the commander of Yuan City, Chen Yuan. Hundreds of Amethyst Demons moved with incredible speed, instilling terror in the surrounding creatures. This was the most elite force of the entire tribe, with each member at least at the extraordinary 7th tier, and even the sages numbered in the double digits. Lowly humans, you dare to slay my offspring. You shall pay the price. The leader of the Amethyst Demons roared, its strange purple eyes filled with murderous intent. Roar, roar, roar. The amethyst demons continuously emitted frenzied howls, the overwhelming battle intent gradually coalescing. Halt! Silence! Suddenly, a calm voice rang out, causing the hundreds of amethyst demons to momentarily freeze, their massive bodies coming to an abrupt halt. The demon slayer, Fang Qing? The amethyst demon king raised its head, gazing at the diminutive figure in the air. Little demon, I did not annihilate your tribe, yet you dare to invade my city? Fang Qing wore a smile, but his eyes were devoid of warmth. You killed my offspring. This grudge must not go unavenged, roared the amethyst demon. What a farce. Countless citizens of my divine land have perished at the hands of demons and foreign tribes. It is high time they faced annihilation. Fang Qing let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Let me witness the might of your tribe. Suddenly, his spiritual energy surged, releasing a terrifying pressure. The aura of his late-stage nascent soul cultivation caused the extraordinary grade amethyst demon to tremble in fear. Roar. The amethyst demon king let out a low growl, its fearsome presence erupting instantaneously. A fierce gale swept through, tearing towards Fang Qing. Now this is true wind. Fang Qing scoffed, his right hand sweeping dramatically, summoning the wind. A violet tempest, several hundred meters in diameter, formed, more violent than any natural catastrophe, engulfing everything in its vicinity in a whirlwind of dust and debris. The expression of the amethyst demon king grew grave. The opponent's power exceeded its expectations. It now yearned for the aid of the other three tribes, for their survival was perilously thin. Amethyst shield. Suddenly, 12 saint-level amethyst demons roared in unison, unleashing their innate abilities. A violet wall, towering hundreds of meters, materialized in the air, providing an impenetrable defense against the violet storm. Fang Qing murmured in surprise, taken aback that his wind summoning had been thwarted. Abruptly, he waved his left hand again, a torrent of profound spiritual energy pouring forth. Summon rain. Rumble. The sky of the inner realm was shrouded in gray mist, devoid of sunlight and rain, resembling a desolate wasteland. Yet now, a torrential downpour cascaded violently. The amethyst demon king's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the opponent was truly an immortal? Such methods could not possibly be mastered by mere warriors. The rain fell like daggers, relentlessly assaulting the demons. While the saint-level amethyst demons managed to withstand it, the others suffered grievously. Bang, bang, bang. The rain, sharp as blades, pierced through their scales and severed flesh, eliciting a cacophony of screams and wails. Damnable humans. The amethyst demon king bellowed, its limbs propelling forward as it lunged at Fang Qing. Its frail body, along with the 11 other saint-level amethyst demons, charged with a ferocity aimed at tearing him to shreds. Ants. Fang Qing remained unfazed, simply watching as the 12 saintly beasts approached, leading the charge. The amethyst demon king's claws glinted menacingly. Its gaping maw seemed to envision the gruesome demise of its foe. However, a peculiar smile crept across Fang Qing's lips as his form abruptly vanished, leaving no trace behind. In the next moment, he reappeared above the throng of extraordinary grade amethyst demons. The art of teleportation was indeed a unique ability of the nascent soul stage. You may perish first. Fang Qing's gaze turned frigid as he looked down upon the ordinary amethyst demons, akin to observing a swarm of ants. Heavenly fire suddenly spread, an intense chill radiating outwards, merging with the rain summoning, the exceedingly low temperature causing the amethyst demons to shiver. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Icy shards rapidly formed, encasing the extraordinary grade amethyst demons in frozen sculptures. Summon wind. Fang Qing's expression remained icy as he activated his wind summoning once more. The violet tempest coalesced, drawing all amethyst demons into its eye. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of shattering ice echoed as the frozen forms of the amethyst demons splintered, their flesh and blood erupting in a violent display. In an instant, hundreds of amethyst demons were reduced to mere fragments, their cries silenced before they could escape their fate. You. The amethyst demon king's eyes widened in rage and hatred, realizing that the entire high-tier combat strength of its tribe had been utterly obliterated. The opponent's uncanny abilities continually surpassed its expectations. Do not fret, you will soon join them. Fang Qing smiled, retracting his rain and wind summoning, revealing the ground stained with blood, littered with clumps of flesh and shards of ice. Goo-goo-goo. At that moment, a gray mist bird charged towards Fang Qing. Fang Qing's expression shifted abruptly as he reached for the bird. Stop him. The amethyst demon king, sensing the urgency, immediately launched an offensive to hinder Fang Qing. Get lost. The colossal earth-shattering seal crashed down like a mountain, aimed squarely at the amethyst demon king. The amethyst demon was taken aback, hastily retreating from the impending danger. The earth-shattering seal, having undergone numerous refinements and fused with various earth element treasures, possessed a might unlike ever before. Fang Qing's expression grew serious as he tightly grasped the gray mist bird. Within its talons lay a message. In the inner realm, technology was rendered useless, and communication among humans relied solely on the ancient method of carrier pigeons. Fortunately, the gray mist bird's speed was remarkable, and it lacked offensive capabilities, making it ideal for relaying messages. Giant trolls are attacking. An urgent crisis looms over in city. This simple statement caused Fang Qing's countenance to change dramatically. Indeed, the foreign tribes had hidden agendas. Fang Qing murmured to himself, his icy gaze fixed upon the amethyst beast. Chapter 51, Crisis in City. Surely, humanity is suffering greatly now? Alas, you cannot return. Ha ha. The amethyst demon king cackled, reveling in the anticipation of revenge. You can die now. Fang Qing knew that to return, he must annihilate the amethyst demons before him. Ridiculous. The outcome remains uncertain. The 12 saint-level amethyst demons roared, launching a renewed assault. Fang Qing flipped his right hand, a droplet of blood materializing in his palm. This was the demonic treasure rewarded by the system, the blood of deception. Spiritual energy surged within him as the blood of deception slowly ascended, emitting eerie waves. The 12 amethyst demons froze in shock, their internal blood boiling as if ignited. Their expressions turned to terror, bewildered by the sudden shift. Flee. The amethyst demon king was the first to react, darting away into the distance. The remaining amethyst demons followed suit, retreating towards their tribe. Can you escape? Fang Qing's expression hardened as the droplet of blood in the air erupted violently, vanishing without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, all 12 fleeing saint-level beasts exploded, akin to a volcanic eruption, their blood splattering like molten lava across the ground. This was a one-time treasure, capable of inflicting devastating damage, more than sufficient to eliminate a group of low-tier saints. Fang Qing turned and sped back, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the city. More giants. His expression was frigid as he murmured. At this moment, the city was in utter chaos, buildings collapsing, and terrifying giants rampaging through the streets. Fortunately, Fang Qing had previously ordered ordinary warriors to return to Lin City. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost this time. Many high-tier warriors banded together, resisting the invading giants. Though the number of giants was merely in the hundreds, far fewer than the human warriors. Each giant was at least of saint level, creating an insurmountable gap. Even 1,000 extraordinary warriors could not contend with a single saint-level giant. The defenders of An City were steadily retreating, relying on various siege artillery to temporarily delay the onslaught. Yet this was but a drop in the bucket. The giant's destructive power was far too formidable. Minister Qin, what should we do now? A group of warriors found themselves in a state of utter disarray, casting their gaze toward the sole sage warrior within the city, Qin Zheng. At present, Qin Zheng had ascended to the position of the head of the Demon Suppression Department, while Bai Lin served as the head of the Monster Extermination Department. As for Fang Qing and Gu Xing'e, they held the titles of guardians of the Xinzhou Kingdom. Yet they occupied no official posts. Withdraw immediately. Let the weaker ones return to Linen City. Qin Zheng commanded, his demeanor grave yet composed. Faced with hundreds of sage-level giants, he exhibited no signs of panic. Currently, An City boasted approximately 1,000 extraordinary high-ranking warriors, significantly surpassing even the strength of the Amethyst Demon tribe. Alas, the number of sages was woefully insufficient. Warriors in An City fled in droves towards the opposite end of the passage. For now, they had no choice but to temporarily abandon An City. As long as lives remained, everything could be rebuilt. The number of giants was merely in the hundreds, and coupled with various defensive structures, their efficiency in exterminating human warriors was far from optimal. The leading giant, a king among them, maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze steady as he refrained from initiating an attack. He was biding his time, awaiting the precise moment to strike. Suddenly, the giant king's expression shifted as he turned his attention to Qin Zheng, several kilometers away. With the strength of a sage at the first level, he was capable of engaging 3 sage-level giants single-handedly, a display of prowess that even the giant king found somewhat astonishing. Giants were a superior race among the demon kin, renowned for their formidable combat abilities and historically dominating their peers. Sun Luo, go deal with that human, commanded a massive, grotesque giant, who nodded slightly before launching into the fray. Qin Zheng's expression changed dramatically as he felt an overwhelming pressure. A sage-level giant? His countenance darkened, yet his resolve to fight intensified. He gripped his long blade tightly, his gaze resolute. Just an ant, thought the giant king, who swiftly deduced that the human could not endure for more than 10 minutes. The imbalance between a sage at the third level and one at the first was insurmountable. Qin Zheng's temporary resilience was solely due to Sun Luo not exerting full strength. What a pity. The giant king sighed, his form vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before a bronze gate in its city, the very passage between realms. He looked down upon the fleeing warriors with a gaze that had turned icy. This path is impassable. With a sudden swing of his iron axe, a terrifying wave of energy sliced through the air, cleaving towards the passage. Dozens of warriors were caught unawares, their bodies severed as blood splattered upon the ground. That dreadful force lingered, adhering to the passage as if mirroring Fang Qing's blockade near the capital. The giant king was equally capable of such feats. "My subjects, revel in slaughter," he proclaimed, a malevolent smile gracing his features as his golden skin shimmered. A cacophony of roars erupted from the hundreds of sage-level giants, their ferocity palpable. The hearts of humanity sank further. In terms of sheer numbers, the city boasted millions of warriors, a staggering disparity against the enemy. Yet the chasm in strength was insurmountable. Quantity alone could not provoke a qualitative change. A pack of savage sage giants, their faces twisted with rage, indulged in a bloodlust they had long been deprived of. Once the giant king had sealed the passage, he refrained from further action, waiting for something. He was aware that the three guardians of humanity had yet to return. With the guardian of an city still absent, Sun Luo, the sage-level giant, bore a cruel smile. The game is over. Sun Luo gripped his massive iron staff tightly, bringing it down with such force that the air howled in protest, unable to withstand such overwhelming might. Qin Zheng's eyes narrowed, instinctively preparing to evade. Yet his body felt as if it had turned to stone, immovable. As the colossal staff descended upon him, despair filled his heart. Was this to be his end? In that moment, he felt no regret for his own life, but rather lamented that he could not continue to protect humanity. "Principal, my students have failed to follow in your footsteps." His talent was exceptional, and his dedication was beyond what most could fathom. He aspired to stand by Fang Qing's side, to become his right-hand man, yet never anticipated that today would be the day he would meet his demise. Sun Luo remained expressionless as he swung the iron staff downward. A thunderous explosion echoed like a clap of thunder as Qin Zheng's body shattered, his life force extinguished in an instant. Even a sage-level warrior could not withstand such terrifying might. "Minister Qin, Boss Qin, damnable beast." The surrounding warriors gazed upon Qin Zheng's lifeless body, their eyes wide with rage, igniting their fighting spirit. Even in the face of sage giants, they cast aside their fear and charged forth in a frenzy. A pack of rabid dogs. The giants cursed under their breath, feeling the pressure mount. Although the extraordinary high ranks could not defeat the sage levels, their desperate fervor forced the giants to retreat slightly. Ants will always remain ants. The giant king's gaze remained impassive as he swung his iron axe once more. The terrifying energy tore through space, aimed at the warriors below. Just as it seemed poised to annihilate hundreds of them, a mysterious scroll appeared, shielding the warriors above. What was expected to be swiftly obliterated surprised all. As the energy dissipated, the giant king uttered, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Chapter 52, The Emergence of the Spirit Kin. "You all shall perish." A figure emerged from the distance, exuding a murderous intent as frigid as 1,000-year-old ice, causing all to tremble. Fang Qing utilized his ability to traverse distances swiftly and finally returned to an city. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body below, sorrow washing over him. Qin Zheng had been one of his most promising juniors, the finest student of Linen Martial University. Soul capture. Fang Qing formed a seal with his hands, and a white light floated forth from the shattered head of Qin Zheng. This ethereal light was visible only to Fang Qing. It was the essence of Qin Zheng's soul. A pristine jade vial appeared, drawing the soul within. "Giants! Giants!" Fang Qing murmured, the overwhelming killing intent causing the giant horde to recoil, daring not to approach within 1,000 meters of him. "You are the demon suppressor, Fang Qing?" The giant king's expression remained flat, though a similar murderous intent emanated from him. "Since you have destroyed the fruits of my labor over centuries, you shall pay the price. No one here shall survive." He spoke slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips. The ancestors of the spirit kin possessed prophetic abilities and had informed the giant race that it was the human Fang Qing who had obliterated the passage. The giants who had perished in the Demon City passage were also victims of Fang Qing and Gu Xing's actions. The enmity between giants and humans had reached a point of no return. "You are the mightiest among the giants, are you not?" Fang Qing's expression turned frigid as he soared into the air, gazing down upon the giant king. The giant king furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by being scrutinized. Gripping his iron axe tightly, he swung it once more. In an instant, Fang Qing brandished the crimson blood shuttle, shattering the blade's energy with a swift thrust. In the next moment, he waved his left hand. "Summon the wind." A tempest of violet hue surged forth, yet it lingered ominously near the passage of Incity. The waning edge of the blade's aura was suddenly torn asunder by the tempest, losing all semblance of threat. Depart from Incity. The mere aftermath of the battle is sufficient to inflict grievous losses upon humanity. Numerous warriors hastened back into Lin City, for the passage could accommodate thousands simultaneously, rendering congestion an unlikely occurrence. Meanwhile, those warriors situated farther from the passage made their way toward the human strongholds. As long as they could escape Incity, they could avoid being ensnared in the conflict. Desire to flee? Annihilate them all. The Troll King spoke coldly, commanding his horde to launch another offensive. Summon the rain. Fang Qing's tone remained unperturbed as he enacted his divine ability once more. A gentle drizzle began to fall, gradually crescendoing into a cacophony akin to the clash of metal. This was undoubtedly an indomitable blade. The corporeal forms of the saint-level trolls were cleaved, spilling forth torrents of blood. Even their robust bodies could not withstand such divine prowess. The rain coalesced into an encompassing ring, imprisoning all trolls within its grasp. As long as they refrained from reckless charges, they would remain unharmed. With the torrential rain as a barrier, a chasm seemed to have formed between humanity and the trolls, making it nearly insurmountable. Humans assisted their injured comrades, retreating toward the passage or beyond the city limits. What an uncanny phenomenon. The Troll King furrowed his brow, his form vanishing in an instant. I shall strike you first. A terrifying blade aura coalesced abruptly, the void resonating ominously. Fang Qing's expression remained unchanged as he unfurled his scroll artifact, dissipating the blade aura into nothingness. In the next moment, a clear ringing of a bell echoed. The Troll King's movement faltered, as if his very thoughts were sluggish. Bang! The crimson blood needle flickered unnaturally, piercing directly toward his heart. Yet, the resilient golden skin repelled it effortlessly. Fang Qing's brow knitted in concern, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. Summon the winds and rain. In an instant, the raindrops transformed into blades, forming a vicious vortex that relentlessly tore at the Troll King's form. The violet tempest ensnared him completely, instilling dread in the surrounding trolls with the overwhelming forces of nature. Is this still humanity? The Troll King's face bore an expression of horror. This celestial phenomenon appeared to be orchestrated by a deity. Heavenly profound fire. Suddenly, flames ignited in the void, a chilling aura emanating as it intertwined with the rain-summoning divine ability, thoroughly subduing the Troll King. Fang Qing frowned. The opponent's defenses exceeded his expectations. Even after enduring such a formidable onslaught, there were no signs of his demise, merely the shattering of defenses, resulting in minor wounds. However, the Troll King was now consumed with rage, acutely aware of the scent of death. Though he was not in immediate peril, he found himself trapped, unable to escape. Should time drag on, he would surely perish here, and City shall serve as your burial ground. Fang Qing's demeanor was frigid, apart from that enigmatic creature's ancestor. This was his first encounter with such a formidable fiend. With a flick of his wrist, 9 rusted iron nails materialized in his hand. He had once used the 9-bone divine nails to bind a high-tier shade ghost, and though the Troll King was powerful, he would still find it challenging to break free. Just as he prepared to suppress it, a figure rushed forth. The Guardian Commander. A grave crisis has befallen Lin City. There are aberrations wreaking havoc. Fang Qing's eyes narrowed, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. Damnable beast. He cursed, realizing that this assault was indeed premeditated. The amethyst demon, the trolls, and the aberrations were collaborating to shatter the divine land. Bind. Fang Qing's spiritual energy surged within him as the 9 iron nails swiftly ensnared the Troll King, thoroughly immobilizing him. Come with me back to Lin City. Fang Qing led the multitude of warriors away from its city and into Lin City. The moment they landed, a colossal boulder hurtled toward them. As Fang Qing traversed the passage, he had believed that his strength would be suppressed by the rules of the passage, yet an unexpected occurrence transpired. The passage has become ineffective? His brow furrowed deeply, devoid of any elation, instead filled with foreboding. This also meant that the horde of trolls from its city could enter Lin City. The Troll King was merely temporarily subdued. Given time, he would regain his strength. Guardian Commander, the Western District has fallen. Fang Qing's expression grew grave. Lin City had undergone expansion, its scale differing vastly from decades past. The loss of a quarter of the city signified a dire crisis for the divine land. He soared into the air, witnessing dozens of terrifying aberrations rampaging through the district. The wails of the populace and their despair ignited within Fang Qing a profound sorrow and fury. What is Gu Xinghe doing? Fang Qing, relying solely on himself, found it increasingly arduous to withstand the onslaught. Had Gu Xinghe been present, would the demons have dared to be so audacious? Yet, at that moment, Fang Qing was oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the divine capital. The divine capital, unlike the serene skies of yore, was now shrouded in ominous black mist, imprisoning the entire city. The National Martial Affairs Bureau lay ensnared in the mist's core. Guxinghe's once calm demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a terrifying surge of vitality within him, a crimson mist swirling ominously around his form. Yet he remained ensnared in this predicament. He was trapped. The black mist resembled a labyrinth. Though devoid of lethal intent, it confined him utterly, rendering him unable to assist Lin City. Should the alien races obliterate Lin City, the divine capital would likely be next in line. Chapter 53, The Wind Ancestor. In Lin City, Fang Qing's expression was one of profound sorrow as he surged toward the western district. A colossal tree towered skyward, its branches casting shadows that obscured the sun, while its underground roots intertwined like a series of death warrants, continuously siphoning the lives of humanity. An immense mountain loomed, crushing high-rise buildings beneath its might. A conflagration spread, incinerating fleeing humans, their desperate cries only fueling its exhilaration. The alliance of royal-grade aberrations plunged the western district into an apocalyptic scenario. The divine land, which had flourished for so many years, seemed to regress to a bygone era, where pioneers led humanity through an inferno of blood and fire, a time even Guxinghe preferred to forget. Die. The towering mountain ascended, casting its gaze upon a throng of fleeing humans. Suddenly, it came crashing down. Yet in that instant, a similarly massive seal struck, violently colliding and repelling it. Fang Qing wielded the earth-shattering seal, his gaze filled with wrath. Simultaneously, the heavenly profound fire hovered in his grasp, igniting the colossal tree. Various artifacts sprang forth from him, and within a remarkably brief period, he managed to contend against dozens of royal-grade aberrations single-handedly. The ranks of these royal-grade aberrations varied, yet their combat prowess was at least that of a Tier 3 saint. Spiritual energy surged within him wildly as Fang Qing consumed various divine elixirs, replenishing his internal reserves. Even as a formidable nascent soul cultivator, he felt an inkling of exhaustion. To single-handedly oppose 3 races was an arduous endeavor. Soon, Fang Qing's gaze frequently darted toward the southern district's prison, anxiety etched upon his features. His true form remained underground. If the crisis had erupted sooner, his true form could have emerged from the mountain directly. Yet now, the essence is deeply attuned, ensnared in the throes of a breakthrough. Even the desire to withdraw from this state requires time, should one rashly interrupt. There would be no need for the intervention of foreign entities. The backlash from enlightenment would obliterate all of his cultivation. Warriors of the 4 divisions, heed my command. Those transcending the 7th rank must relocate the populace in the West District. The remaining citizens from the other 3 districts are to proceed to the South District's prison. Fang Qing's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entirety of Linen City. The previously chaotic city seemed to find its anchor. The leader has returned. How splendid. It is the voice of the Guardian. All assemble and proceed in an orderly fashion to the prison in the South District. Without a hint of doubt, the people unconditionally obeyed Fang Qing's orders. Years of ingrained habits had long since become their instinct. Without Fang Qing, there would be no present-day Linen City and Anqing. Simultaneously, throngs of high-ranking warriors, whether from the 4 divisions or societal martial artists, converged upon the West District. Follow closely. All of you come with me. The transcendent 9th rank, Lian, arrived in the West District, wielding a battle blade, flanked by dozens of ordinary citizens. Suddenly, a branch shot up from the ground with ferocity. Lian was caught unawares. His right hand was grievously pierced, blood pouring forth. This was the might of a king-level entity, a chasm too vast between its prowess and his own. He let out a low roar, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, gripping the branch tightly. With his left hand, he swung his battle blade, severing the branch, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. All of you come with me. His expression remained calm as he bellowed, leading the citizens toward the East District. The other high-ranking warriors in the West District mirrored his actions, risking their lives to guide the populace to safety. This was the moment for warriors to step forward. Although Fang Qing had withstood dozens of king-level entities, he could not attend to every detail. Observing the mass evacuation of citizens, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The king-level entities did not seem eager to annihilate humanity, behaving like a cat toying with a mouse, filled with mockery. First, I shall slay you, Fang Qing whispered, directing his gaze toward the immense tree. Its roots likely spread throughout the entire West District, posing the greatest threat to humanity. He formed hand seals, and the heavenly profound fire he conjured suddenly transformed. Illusory dragon art. In an instant, the heavenly profound fire morphed into a terrifying dragon hundreds of meters long. Its power magnified several-fold. The dragon's body writhed, completely ensnaring the great tree. The tree emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its entire form igniting. The flames soared skyward, radiating intense heat. The great tree, cumbersome and immobile, found it difficult to extricate itself. Just as Fang Qing poured all his strength into incinerating the foe, an iron axe cleaved through the void, striking with ferocity. Bang! The white jade pendant in his hand shattered instantly, and the protective shield surrounding him dissipated. He abruptly turned, astonishment flickering in his eyes. A humanoid figure stood before him, its skin a golden hue, glimmering like a war deity under the sun. The Ogre King? Fang Qing's brow furrowed, unease creeping into his heart. By his estimation, the opponent could not have escaped so swiftly. An unexpected event must have occurred. Are you surprised? The Ogre King smirked cruelly, retracting the iron axe in his grasp. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, a gentle breeze arriving that extinguished the flames engulfing the great tree. The fire dragon conjured by the heavenly profound fire reverted to its original form, seemingly suppressed. An entity, is it? Fang Qing's mind grasped the situation, his spiritual sense sensing an anomaly as he gazed toward the empty space beside the ogre. Do you think you can kill the Earth Ancestor? The eerie voice reverberated. Filled with skepticism, Fang Qing's expression remained placid. He understood that the opponent had come for revenge against the Earth Ancestor. Just a severely wounded body. Its core truly enhances my strength. A mocking smile graced Fang Qing's face, as if savoring the moment. Such provocative actions bore no fruit. Do you wish to provoke me? The strange wind swirled, suddenly coalescing into a transparent figure. Regardless, today you shall perish. The wind ancestor remained unperturbed, unaffected in the slightest. We shall see if you possess the capability. Aware that his provocation had failed, Fang Qing opted for direct action. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, the wind command technique was unleashed. A violet tempest howled forth, tearing toward the Ogre King and the Wind Ancestor. Displaying your skills in vain. Scatter. The Wind Ancestor remained unruffled, extending his right hand, and the violet tempest erupted into nothingness. Fang Qing's expression grew slightly grave at that moment. The wind command technique severed all connection to him. The opponent likely possessed the ability to control elemental forces as well. Heavenly profound fire. Suddenly, flames surged from Fang Qing's hand, transforming into a fearsome fire dragon. Allow me. The Ogre King seethed with boundless rage. Their prior skirmish had erupted for but a fleeting moment before he was utterly subdued. Were it not for the Wind Ancestor's intervention, the Ogre King would not have been able to escape in such a short time. This was simply unacceptable for the proud ogre. Chapter 54, Arrow God Su Long. The Wind Ancestor remained unfazed, arms outstretched, as his divine power seemed boundless, radiating outward. The magical artifacts ensnaring dozens of king-level entities were all suppressed by the strange zephyr. Fang Qing's expression turned serious as he retracted numerous artifacts, recognizing that the adversary would be formidable. Despicable human. Prepare to die? The Ogre King's pupils glimmered with golden light. Blood from the iron axe beginning to flow, quickly saturating the entire blade. With a fierce swing of the bloodied axe, he cleaved the fire dragon conjured by the heavenly profound fire. The terrifying might instilled unease in the surrounding king-level entities. Truly, the mightiest of the ogre clan. The Wind Ancestor was somewhat taken aback, his form appearing almost ethereal, drifting back 100 meters. Fang Qing's countenance was grave, forming hand seals. An ancient wooden sword materialized, seemingly devoid of threat. Yet this was a magical artifact of the transformation stage. Now, at this critical juncture, he could no longer conceal his true capabilities. Both the Wind Ancestor and the Ogre King possessed combat prowess at least befitting high-tier saints. Unlike the Transcendent Realm, each tier of a saint represented a significant leap in power. A high-tier saint could easily crush a low-tier saint with a single finger. This exemplified the qualitative disparity. Even Fang Qing, in the nascent soul stage, felt the weight of pressure. He formed hand seals, spiritual energy surging within him. The ogres similarly practiced the path of the corporeal body, their cultivation system akin to that of humanity's martial arts. Yet Fang Qing followed the path of immortality. His methods more elusive and ferocious. He held confidence in his ability to subdue the Ogre King once more. Suddenly, the surrounding ogres and entities displayed shock. A small infant, no larger than a foot, appeared above Fang Qing's head, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Indeed, it is that group. The Wind Ancestor murmured, an unrelenting hatred swelling within, nearly compelling him to act. The Ogre King, too, bore an expression of surprise, yet seemed unperturbed. The sanguine giant axe in its grasp instilled an immense confidence within it. With a swift slash, in an instant, the troll's form vanished from sight, only to reappear directly above Fang Qing's head. Grasping the axe with both hands, it brought it down with ferocity, intent on cleaving Fang Qing in two. Fang Qing's primordial spirit remained remarkably calm, his eyes icy and devoid of emotion. With a deliberate gesture, the ancient wooden sword suspended in the air trembled as if responding to his will. The wooden sword, though moving at a leisurely pace akin to a child's playful swing, began its descent towards the towering Troll King. Any ordinary human could easily evade it. Yet, the Troll King's pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of fear. Its speed had been impeded. No, rather, the flow of time around it had decelerated. This ancient wooden sword was a treasure of extraordinary caliber, devoid of tier constraints, requiring at least the cultivation of a divine transformation to wield effectively. Currently, Fang Qing could only exert minimal control despite pouring all his energy into it. The winds howled ominously. The Wind Ancestor, sensing the Troll King's peril, unleashed a terrifying tempest that demolished buildings throughout the Western District. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves had shifted. However, within the 100-meter radius surrounding Fang Qing and the Troll King, tranquility prevailed. Even with the storm's intrusion, it remained sluggish and utterly ineffective. Though Fang Qing's corporeal form found it difficult to move, his primordial spirit was unperturbed, its gaze as frigid as ice. The wooden sword lunged towards the troll's heart in a flash. Roar! The blood axe emitted a deafening howl, now imbued with a semblance of sentience. It seemed to have transcended the confines of time, violently swinging towards the battered wooden sword. Bang! Upon their collision, both were forced back. The sword's binding dissipated, leaving it suspended in the air, while the bloodstains on the axe vanished, restoring its worn appearance. Fang Qing furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. The wooden sword hovered once more, devoid of any inclination to attack. His decisive strike had been thwarted by the blood axe. Had he been in the divine transformation stage, the Troll King would have undoubtedly met its demise. Yet, constrained by his cultivation, the wooden sword could not realize its full potential. Perish, the Wind Ancestor whispered, as the raging storm clawed at the air, resembling a colossal demon intent on tearing him asunder. Fang Qing formed a protective shield with his hands, sheltering his surroundings. However, within mere minutes, the shield shattered into fragments, losing its efficacy. The Wind Ancestor's power eclipsed even that of the Troll King, and Fang Qing could not help but feel the weight of pressure bearing down upon him. One by one, he summoned defensive artifacts to withstand the dreadful tempest, yet each could only endure for a few fleeting moments. In terms of combat prowess, the adversary had already reached the divine transformation tier. The Troll King, too, had regained its composure, wielding its iron axe in relentless strikes. As both forces converged, Fang Qing found himself at a distinct disadvantage for the first time, reduced to mere defense. Fortunately, during this interval, the citizens of the Western District had largely evacuated, resulting in minimal casualties. After all, each individual was a martial artist, possessing far superior agility compared to the average person. Was this doppelganger destined for annihilation? Fang Qing sighed softly, unperturbed by fear. His gaze remained unyielding as he observed each troll and spirit creature. Even the formidable Wind Ancestor felt a shiver of unease, as if Fang Qing were regarding them as lambs for slaughter. All out. Eliminate him first. The Wind Ancestor's calm demeanor was suddenly tinged with inexplicable panic. Elite spirits and hundreds of trolls charged forth, their terrifying onslaught rendering Fang Qing's defensive artifacts into ruins one after another. Fortunately, his reserves were plentiful, capable of withstanding the toll. He had to buy time for his true self. Fang Qing felt no regret over the potential demise of this doppelganger. His only lament was that his original form would struggle to break through to the enlightenment stage. For now, he could only withdraw from enlightenment, and the next opportunity for a breakthrough remained uncertain. Suddenly, a troll emitted a blood-curdling scream, its massive form crashing to the ground. An arrow embedded in its heart, quivering violently from the force of its impact. Who? The Troll King immediately reacted, casting its gaze towards the distance. Yet, there was no response, only the relentless flight of another arrow piercing through the air, a terrifying projectile that defied the Wind Ancestor's tempest. Another troll fell with a thunderous crash, its life force extinguished. 2 sacred trolls had been dispatched in an instant. I found you. The Troll King locked onto the source of the energy, hurling its iron axe towards a target thousands of meters away. An arrow intercepted the axe's trajectory, yet it also revealed its origin. A gray-clad elder approached, his demeanor amiable, as if the archer was not he. Arrow God Sulong. The fiery spirit creature floating nearby recognized him. He was indeed one of the pioneers of the Shinjo kingdom from years past. Sulong wore a smile, his expression tinged with surprise. He had not anticipated that so many years later, someone would still remember him. Guardian, you must leave. Sulong's gaze remained steady, and suddenly 5 arrows reappeared in his hand. Their tips crackled with a terrifying vitality, and in an instant, they were launched. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The target was none other than the Wind Ancestor, the true mastermind behind the storm. The power of the fifth arrow, the strength of an ant. The Wind Ancestor waved its right hand, summoning a fearsome tempest that enveloped 100-meter radius around itself. The 5 arrows, as they entered the storm's domain, wavered uncontrollably, quickly veering off course and plummeting to the ground. The previous 2 arrows had slain the trolls solely because the Wind Ancestor had chosen not to intervene. After all, the troll's demise bore no consequence for the spirit beings. Su Long's calm demeanor gradually shifted to one of gravity as he realized the caliber of the opponent Fang Qing faced. Even in the past, such a figure had not yet emerged. Moreover, the Golden Troll King was no trifling adversary, its aura far surpassing that of even a mid-tier saint. It was unfathomable that Fang Qing could endure for so long. You should leave. Fang Qing's expression remained indifferent, instantly recognizing the disparity between them. Su Long's strength was at most that of a 5th-tier saint, vastly inferior to the Troll King. In combat, a few exchanges would suffice to determine life or death. The present circumstances were exceedingly perilous. Only the arrival of the ancient Star River could offer a glimmer of hope for his doppelganger's salvation. The Ancient One had given explicit instructions: spare no effort to protect you. Su Long shook his head slowly. He had recently awakened from the ice coffin, and today was his day of reckoning. An overwhelming surge of vitality erupted from him, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Su Long knocked an arrow. A frenzied torrent of energy coursing through him, enveloping the arrow in an eerie crimson hue. Annihilation. Su Long fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the Wind Ancestor's bizarre form. Whoosh! The crimson arrow shot forth with explosive speed, unperturbed by the raging storm around it. Su Long's expression paled. Firing such an arrow placed an immense burden upon him. Yet he did not falter, once more retrieving an arrow. A surge of sanguine energy enveloped it, rendering the arrow drenched in crimson, sufficient to instill dread even in the hearts of royal-grade monstrosities. Soul Chaser, he uttered in a low voice, unleashing the arrow with renewed ferocity. Its speed reached an unfathomable level, swiftly catching up to the first arrow. Both arrows soared in tandem, their terrifying might prompting even the Troll King to evade their lethal trajectory. With a splatter, Su Long spat blood from his lips, his vitality waning significantly. Not enough, he murmured, trembling as he grasped a third arrow. In that instant, the surrounding creatures and trolls recoiled in fear. Madman, truly a madman, the Troll King cursed, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief that Su Long's target was the Wind Ancestor, not himself. Who had ever witnessed a mid-tier saint exerting themselves from the onset? A smile graced Su Long's face as his gaze suddenly shifted to Fang Qing, urging him to seize the opportunity to escape. My body is of no consequence. Depart. Fang Qing comprehended his intent, sighing as his previously indifferent demeanor became imbued with emotion. It had always been he who defended the city, safeguarding humanity. Yet now the roles were reversed. Su Long assumed Fang Qing was indifferent to life and death, remaining steadfast in his resolve. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful surge of vitality roared forth, akin to a tumultuous ocean. The arrows turned blood red, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Yet it was still insufficient. The power within Su Long surged forth uncontrollably. This time, it was not merely vital energy, but the essence of his very life force. Doom! Su Long bellowed. The great bow drawn to a perfect crescent, his eyes ablaze with icy killing intent. The technique of doom was not solely aimed at the enemy's life, but at his own as well. Even if he did not perish immediately, his lifespan would be drastically curtailed. With only a handful of years left to live, he now faced the prospect of merely a few. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of wind and thunder reverberated as the arrow was unleashed, piercing through the very fabric of space. Arrow God Su Long, murmured the royal-grade monster composed of flame, as if recalling a distant memory. The establishment of the Divine Land had been fraught with difficulty, with the 4 clans striving to extinguish it in its cradle. Numerous pioneers had expended their last resources to secure a territory for the Divine Land. Madman, the Wind Ancestor felt a weighty apprehension, perceiving a threat emanating from a mid-tier saint. The relentless storm raged, yet it did not alter the trajectory of the 3 arrows. They had been locked onto their target. The Wind Ancestor's form suddenly dissipated, transforming into a wisp of breeze, merging seamlessly with the tempest. The arrows remained undeterred, launching forward with unyielding precision. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows appeared to be guided by divine will, engaging in fierce combat with the storm. The surrounding creatures were astounded. Never had a mid-tier saint commanded such respect from the Wind Ancestor. The tempest that had bound Fang Qing had shifted, all its might now tearing at the 3 arrows. A flicker of determination ignited in Fang Qing's eyes as he vanished from his location using instant movement. Go! He suddenly reached for Su Long, intent on fleeing together. At this moment, Su Long's complexion had turned pale, his vitality significantly diminished. The 3 arrows not only absorbed his vital energy, but also drained his life force. Could they truly escape? Suddenly, a steel axe surged forth, severing their retreat. Fang Qing found his internal energy depleted, his combat prowess reduced to less than a tenth of its full potential. After such a prolonged battle, even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to persevere. In an instant, the Troll King, relying solely on his own strength, hindered their escape. Block them. A voice resonated through the raging storm. It was the voice of the Wind Ancestor. At that moment, its tone was grave, momentarily entangled by the 3 arrows. Dozens of royal-grade creatures let out a fearsome roar, charging towards Fang Qing and Su Long with the intent to subdue them. You go first, Fang Qing declared resolutely, his right hand suddenly revealing a yellow talisman. As his spiritual energy surged, the talisman emitted a faint glow, flooding into Su Long's body. What is this? Su Long exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as his weakened body rapidly regained its former vigor. Alas, the lost years of his life could not be reclaimed. This talisman could only serve to temporarily alleviate his wounds. Go. Fang Qing's expression hardened. I will not perish. As soon as the words left his lips, he commanded several magical artifacts to assault the surrounding creatures. The Troll King had now sheathed his axe, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The axe, having been struck by a wooden sword, could no longer unleash its original might. Su Long's eyes glimmered with uncertainty, but he ultimately nodded, charging towards the outskirts of the western district. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, enveloping Su Long completely. Since you've come, remain forever. An eerie voice echoed. It was the Wind Ancestor. The 3 arrows had vanished without a trace, and the Wind Ancestor had successfully extricated itself. Arrow God Su Long, I remember now. You who slew so many of my kin, your life shall be forfeit. The Wind Ancestor remained unharmed, even after being targeted by the 3 arrows. Yet Fang Qing sensed that its aura was not as potent as before, having become somewhat disordered. It seemed that dealing with those 3 arrows was not as simple as it appeared. We may not be able to escape, Fang Qing sighed. Although Su Long's appearance had injected an unexpected twist into the battlefield, it ultimately did not alter the outcome. His gaze fell upon the Wind Ancestor. Aware of the formidable challenge it posed, such an entity must be eradicated. Regardless of whether its avatar fell, today it was destined for death. Chapter 56, High-Grade Ghost Core. Guardian, I will unleash the final arrow to ensnare that monster. You take the chance to flee. Su Long said gravely, approaching Fang Qing. Why must you go to such lengths? Fang Qing sighed. The Ancient One had once stated, your life is worth more than all of ours. As long as you exist, the Divine Land cannot fall. Su Long's expression was resolute, unwavering in his faith in Gu Xing's words. This body of mine is merely... Fang Qing was about to reveal the truth when suddenly, another twist of fate occurred. Old Fang, watch out for the mental shock. A voice cried out. From a distance, dozens of oddly shaped grenades were hurled, containing not gunpowder, but ghost cores. The Divine Land had since improved the ghost cannon, transforming it into grenades. Dozens of high-grade ghost cores soared through the air, with several even being of the Saint grade. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Terrifying waves of mental shock radiated outward, causing the surrounding creatures to flee in terror, their souls racked with pain. Fang Qing reacted swiftly, unleashing his consciousness to protect Su Long. Except for the Troll King and the Wind Ancestor, the other creatures and trolls could hardly withstand such an assault, retreating from the battlefield. In the distance, over 100 figures surged forward, leading the charge were Bai Lin, Zhou Wuji, and Su Yi. Besides the 3 of them being of the Saint grade, several others were also of Saint caliber. They were garbed in black wind coats, each adorned with a star emblem on their chests. The Monster Subjugation Division? Fang Qing instantly recognized their identity. This was the team led by Gu Xinghe all along. Bai Lin and his companions merely represent the superficial ranks of saints. It is inconceivable that the vast nation of Xinzhou could be limited to just 4 saints. Yet, the battlefield today is exceedingly fierce, rendering ordinary saints mere fodder for death. This is dire, Fang Qing murmured, sensing that today would likely result in grievous losses. Such troublesome ants. The Wind Ancestor found itself increasingly agitated, its composure unraveling with each unexpected turn of events. Particularly, the way Fang Qing regarded it, as if it were a corpse, only exacerbated its growing fury. All must perish. The Wind Ancestor bellowed, no longer concealing any of its power. This avatar had been refined over countless years, its strength far surpassing that of a royal-grade spirit. With a deafening roar, a terrifying tempest erupted, coalescing into a giant towering hundreds of meters high. The wind giant let out a fearsome howl, its massive hands reaching out toward the distant crowd. Fang Qing formed intricate hand seals, and an enormous scroll unfurled, shielding everyone from the onslaught. The storm could not touch them, yet the scroll began to fracture, threatening to shatter completely at any moment. Old Fang ancestor. Su Yi spoke with utmost respect. Casting his gaze toward the arrow god, Su Long hundreds stood resolute, their expressions unwavering even in the face of such a formidable adversary. Bai Lin's expression grew grave as he gazed up at the wind giant. He held a black orb in his hand, seemingly unremarkable. Old Fang, you take charge. Bai Lin offered the orb. Fang Qing's heart leapt. He instantly recognized the orb's true nature. A core of a high-level ghostly entity? This was an ancient treasure, preserved to prevent emergencies. Fang Qing nodded slightly, accepting the ghost core. With this core, the chances of escape for everyone were significantly heightened. His gaze sharpened as a dreadful mental force surged forth. Though intangible, it imposed an immense psychological strain on all present. His consciousness transformed into a colossal hand, manipulating the ghost core. In an instant, his consciousness propelled the core away from its original position. The wind giant could do nothing but watch as Fang Qing's consciousness surged toward the wind ancestor. The wind ancestor felt a jolt of alarm, sensing the imminent threat. The detonation of a high-level ghost core warranted its utmost caution. Withdraw to 10,000 meters. The wind ancestor's voice resonated ethereally in every spirit's ears. Its form abruptly dissipated, merging with the winds, becoming one with the storm giant. In the next moment, the ghost core enveloped by Fang Qing's consciousness erupted violently. A terrifying psychic shockwave radiated outward, causing the wind giant to halt momentarily, seemingly straining against the mental onslaught. Fang Qing retracted his consciousness, fiercely protecting everyone. His mental prowess exceeded that of the wind ancestor, and since previous battles had depleted spiritual energy, his mental force remained at its zenith. Even the psychic energy from the core's explosion could not disturb him in the slightest. Let us go. With a swift motion of his right hand, Fang Qing summoned a spirit vessel. The group headed toward the direction of the Sin City in the southern district. How exhilarating! Bai Lin couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes filled with apprehension as he regarded the wind giant. He felt that the adversary could crush him with a mere finger. Suddenly, Su Long's complexion paled, and blood gushed from his mouth. The backlash from his 3 arrows proved too much for him to bear. Su Lao, ancestor. The crowd's expressions shifted. Their gazes filled with concern for Su Long. Centuries ago, he had been a pioneer, contributing greatly to the establishment of Shenzhou. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would still need to take action? Protect me. Fang Qing furrowed his brow, retrieving a pill. Spiritual energy surged from within him, flowing into Su Long. In an instant, Su Long's injuries were stabilized, and his complexion gradually regained its color. Within mere minutes, he opened his eyes once more. His gaze held a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, having never witnessed such extraordinary means before. Su Lao, you'll get used to it. Old Fang is capable of anything. Bai Lin chuckled, feeling a surge of relief. Take this pill. Fang Qing produced a purple pill, its rich life force causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. What is this? Su Long's eyes mirrored his surprise. It will restore your life force, perfectly compensating for your lost vitality. Fang Qing spoke with an unperturbed demeanor, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Without this pill, Su Long could have survived only a few years at most, but with its aid, he could potentially live for decades more. It was no wonder that the Ancient One had exerted every effort to preserve Su Long. He now comprehended the intentions of Gu Xingha. Such a person truly warranted the full might of the nation to save. Su Long sat cross-legged, consuming the pill, while Fang Qing stood behind him, aiding in its refinement. The spirit vessel sped along rapidly, soon distancing itself from the western district. However, rather than heading straight for the southern district, they veered further afield. The southern district was crowded with the populace of an city. They could not leave the spirits and trolls there, but must instead buy time, waiting for his true self to emerge from seclusion. The spirit vessel advanced swiftly, leaving the spirits and trolls far behind. Just as the group thought they were safe, a dreadful gust of energy suddenly surged forth, mere meters from Fang Qing. At that moment, he was occupied with assisting Su Long in refining the pill and found himself unable to respond. Chapter 57, The Fall of the Avatar. You shall perish. The Troll King bore a smile, a chilling malice emanating from him. Everyone's attention was fixated on the wind ancestor, completely forgetting the high-level saint, the Troll King. Its form shimmered with golden light, radiating an aura of majesty and power. Clenching its right fist, it struck toward Fang Qing with ferocity, causing the very fabric of their garments to whip violently in the wind. Just as Fang Qing assumed that this avatar would meet its demise, a figure suddenly appeared. Standing before him, Bai Lin, clad in black gauntlets, bore an unwavering expression as he swung his fists with wild abandon, attempting to intercept the blow. Seeking death, The Troll King sneered disdainfully. One was a first-level saint, while the other was at least a seventh-level saint. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resounded. Bai Lin's hands shattered in an instant, his vital energy dispersed, and he was sent hurtling backward, his fate uncertain. Shattered. The remaining members of the spirit hunting team rushed forward recklessly, disregarding the vast difference in power. For a brief moment, anguished cries filled the air, and the spirit vessel was stained red with blood. Hundreds fought like madmen, temporarily holding the Troll King at bay. Yet, in just a few minutes, all either lay dead or wounded, unable to rise again. Fang Qing finally concluded his treatment, his expression profoundly moved, his eyes filled with a brutal killing intent. You are already at your limit. It is time for you to die. The Troll King's demeanor was frigid, discerning the state of its opponent with a single glance. After enduring such a protracted battle, this level of combat prowess even surpassed that of a high-level saint. Such a terrifying entity could potentially surpass even xianxia. It must be eradicated. At this moment, the murderous intent within the Troll King surged as he slowly advanced. Fang Qing remained unmoved, his expression calm and unruffled. Like a tranquil ancient well, you will all perish, he murmured, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Old Bai, hold on. Ignoring the Troll King, Fang Qing approached Bai Lin, whose hands were shattered, his breath faint, barely clinging to life. Fang Qing placed a pill into his palm. Bai Lin's life force flickered back to life momentarily, his eyes barely opening as he struggled to utter, leave. Truly laughable ants, seeking their own demise, the Troll King remarked coldly, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. The strength of the crowd was woefully inadequate. Their presence on the battlefield could only delay the inevitable, without affecting any substantive change. The path of guardianship? Fang Qing mused, a sudden clarity illuminating his gaze. Observing the surrounding warriors in anguish deepened his understanding. Beneath the sin-ridden depths of the southern district, Fang Qing's true form was on the verge of breaking through, yet he closed his eyes once more. A mysterious aura enveloped him, sweeping forth like a tempest. In a moment of panic, the gathered populace felt an inexplicable sense of calm, their fears dissipating entirely. The Troll King furrowed his brow, perplexed by this shift, and a vague unease began to gnaw at his heart. Humph! The downfall of the divine land shall commence with your demise. The Troll King clenched his fists, vanishing from sight in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, a protective shield materialized, thwarting his attack. Futile! The Troll King snarled, his expression turning savage as he rained down blows upon the shield. It buckled under the onslaught, unable to withstand for long. Fang Qing remained unfazed. Another Yuan Ying appeared above him. The small figure, icy in demeanor, formed hand seals, unleashing a terrifying spatial power. Great teleportation. The spatial energy enveloped all present. In the blink of an eye, those aboard the spirit vessel were forcibly transported to the southern district. The Yuan Ying's aura dimmed significantly, and it suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Qing's avatar had reached its limit. Already fatigued, the forced use of advanced techniques pushed his form to the brink of collapse. Even if he survived, this avatar would never again have the potential to ascend to divinity. Let me send you off. Fang Qing's expression remained impassive, a smile gracing his lips as the cold Yuan Ying turned its gaze towards the Troll King. In that instant, the Troll King felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He sought to flee, but a massive seal descended upon him. Boom! The Troll King found himself momentarily trapped. Unable to escape, the Yuan Ying's face turned an unhealthy shade of red as a terrifying destructive force coalesced. The Troll King's eyes widened, fear etching deeper into his features, erasing any semblance of his previous composure. Madman, do you intend to self-destruct? The Troll King roared, attempting to escape the area, but it was too late. The power emanating from the Yuan Ying grew increasingly terrifying, reaching its zenith in an instant. The Troll King's pupils constricted, his skin shimmering ominously. An immense wave of destructive energy swept forth, annihilating all matter in its path, reducing it to dust. The thundering seal had long since vanished, and the Troll King's form swelled to an enormous size, resembling a golden giant. In that fleeting moment, he coughed up blood, his complexion paling. The Yuan Ying's self-detonation lasted only a few minutes, yet the devastation it wrought was staggering. Everything within a 10,000-meter radius was rendered null. And this was under Fang Qing's careful control. Otherwise, the entire Linen City would have faced catastrophic consequences. Damnable humans, the Troll King seethed, his aura still formidable. Remaining at its peak, golden runes flickered across his body, exuding an air of mystery. You have forced me to utilize my life-preserving talents. Though the troll remained unharmed, his own strength had suffered a permanent decline. Truly, he was the mightiest of the troll race. A wispy voice echoed, and a figure materialized, It was the Wind Ancestor of the Spirit Beast clan. Has a generation of strongmen perished just like that? The Wind Ancestor mused, a sense of relief washing over him. Such a figure, if allowed to grow, could pose a significant threat, even to his own body. Even the strongest of humans shall meet their end. Next shall be that ancient galaxy. The Troll King snorted, his eyes glinting with vengeful pleasure. First, we shall obliterate humanity. The Troll King's gaze fixed upon the southern district, teeming with human life. If Linen City were to be destroyed, the Divine Land would suffer a loss of 1/3 of its strength. The remaining 2 cities would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the demons. Roar! Hundreds of trolls charged towards the southern district, decimating every structure in their path. The treasures of the Divine Land belong to my demon clan. The Troll King's gaze suddenly landed on the Wind Ancestor, his tone leaving no room for dispute. This time, he no longer identified himself as a troll, but as a demon. Only forces of equal standing deserve to engage in dialogue. The Troll clan did not qualify. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, the Wind Ancestor smiled and replied, "Of course." Chapter 58, Suppression of All. The Troll King finally felt a sense of relief, turning towards the southern district. The troll horde unleashed a thunderous roar, shaking the hearts of the populace, yet no one was filled with fear. The humans arranged themselves into formations, preparing for a desperate fight. Supernatural high-level warriors stood at the forefront, while the back was filled with extraordinary and high-level martial artists. The crowd, organized by strength, bristled with determination, their eyes ablaze with resolve. The guardianship of the Divine Land remained unaltered. Ants. The Troll King stepped into the void, gazing at the densely packed warriors ahead, unfazed. "My subjects, clear the path." The troll horde pounded their chests, charging forward with ferocity. Dust erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped the area. The foremost supernatural warriors, faces tense, initiated the attack. Just as the warriors clashed with the trolls, dozens of king-level spirit beasts descended as well. "Your guardian has perished," a haunting voice echoed, and a broken corpse floated in the air, devoid of any life force. It was none other than Fang Qing's body. Due to the connection between his physical form and Yuan Ying, the self-destructive force had not completely obliterated him. Has Big Brother Fang died? The guardian is also dead? The crowd murmured, disbelief etched on their faces. Yet to the Wind Ancestor's astonishment, the crowd displayed no signs of despair or defeat. Instead, they were filled with rage and sorrow. The murderous intent of millions coalesced into a tempest, scattering the clouds above, leaving the alien races trembling in fear. For our guardian's vengeance, a supernatural warrior, driven by madness, met the saint-level spirit beast head-on, his eyes ablaze. The once calm crowd erupted into chaos. Humanity refused to remain passive, opting instead to take the offensive. Truly a different breed. The Wind Ancestor whispered softly, feeling an inexplicable admiration swell within. Alas, the 2 clans were destined to remain bitter enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. "May your deaths be merciful," the Wind Ancestor sighed, as the terrifying storm giant began to coalesce once more. With a thunderous clap of its hands, the howling winds surged forth, sweeping up thousands of warriors. Yet, in an instant, a gentle sigh resonated through the air. The storm giant suddenly shattered, dissipating into nothingness, stripped of all its might. The warriors safely touched down, their hearts pounding as they relished the taste of survival. Both the trolls and the spirit creatures were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The Wind Ancestor, the most powerful of them all, sensed an unsettling presence. In a heartbeat, its body trembled, as if ensnared in an icy abyss, immobilized. Who goes there?" The Wind Ancestor's voice trembled with dread, finally pinpointing the source of its unease. The Troll King too felt the disturbance, prickling with unease, its golden skin aglow, yet offering no solace. From the entrance of the Sin City in the southern district, a hunched figure slowly emerged. The Wind Ancestor's acute senses locked onto the figure. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over it. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared before it, a distance of several thousand meters traversed in a mere step. An elderly man, his countenance weathered, stood suspended in the air, instantly silencing the chaotic battle. All eyes turned skyward, gazing at this figure as if beholding a deity. "You?" The Troll King's voice quivered, its gaze fixated on the elder, a chill of dread creeping into its very soul. A terrifying hypothesis formed in its mind. Despite the differences in appearance, the aura was unmistakably of the same origin. This was undoubtedly the fallen Fang Qing. A mere avatar? The Wind Ancestor's tone turned self-deprecating. Already foreseeing the impending conclusion, the meticulously orchestrated assassination plan of the 4 clans had come to naught. The Divine Land had concealed such a formidable being. Truly, it was beyond the Wind Ancestor's belief. "Are you not also but an avatar?" Fang Qing's demeanor remained placid, devoid of any imposing presence. Having ascended to the enlightenment stage through the protective path of the divine land, he had become a formidable power in the realm of cultivation. Handle it yourself. Fang Qing clasped his hands behind his back, as if stating an obvious fact. This was a testament to his self-assurance. Arrogance, the Troll King bellowed. An aura of terror emanating from its form, bathed in golden light, resembling a celestial being. You know not what you speak. Fang Qing remained unmoved, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Suddenly, a sword light erupted, piercing through the heavens. In an instant, the brilliance faded, and the Troll King's body froze abruptly, devoid of any further movement. Is it dead? A royal-level spirit creature exclaimed in shock, its fear reaching a fever pitch. They had never encountered such a terrifying figure. A single strike had obliterated a high-ranking sage, a display of power beyond the comprehension of demons and monsters. A king cannot perish. A distant troll roared in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality before it. Yet the Troll King's aura had vanished, and no matter how they strained, they could no longer sense it. The Wind Ancestor's heart raced. Even its true form could not achieve such a feat. What kind of existence had the Spirit Clan provoked this time? The Troll King has been slain. Accumulating rewards. Fang Qing's expression faltered, surprised by the lack of anticipated rewards. Could it be due to my cultivation level? A flicker of understanding ignited within him. Flee. Quickly flee. In an instant, the troll horde and royal-level spirit creatures scattered, retreating towards the outskirts of Linen City. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, with the warriors below gazing at the figure, unaware of its identity. How could one individual manage to repel both the spirit and troll clans? Did I permit your escape? Fang Qing shook his head with a smile. And the sword light surged once more, sweeping across the sky. In the next moment, dozens of royal-level spirit creatures and trolls fell, their life essence extinguished, leaving no survivors. You, the Wind Ancestor growled, staring at the corpses of the royal-level spirit creatures. Even among their ranks, royal-level beings were exceedingly rare, constituting the backbone of their clan. Cherish the time you have left. Fang Qing vanished from sight, suddenly appearing behind the Wind Ancestor, whispering softly in its ear, like the murmur of death itself. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying sword intent engulfed the air, and the Wind Ancestor's aura was snuffed out in an instant, leaving only a cerulean core behind. In the ancestral grounds of the spirit creatures, a voice of disbelief echoed from the crumbling walls. How can this be? How can one be so powerful? This was indeed the true form of the Wind Ancestor. Its heart brimmed with fury and a tinge of unease. The final words of the adversary served as a reminder. Cherish the time of your existence. Should you encounter me again, it would spell the end for your true form. Chapter 59, A New Era. Designate the Divine Land as a forbidden zone. No clan member may approach within 1,000 miles. The Wind Ancestor sighed deeply, returning to a state of tranquility. Who is the Wind Ancestor truly? A peculiar voice suddenly emerged, resonating from the shattered black walls. Belonging to the present-day Lord of the Spirit Creatures. The Wind Ancestor remained silent, enveloped in quietude, until a voice finally broke the stillness. A powerful human. The Wind Ancestor continued, the four clans united, paying such a hefty price, only to extinguish a mere avatar of the enemy. The Lord of the Spirit Creatures was shaken, not by this defeat, but by the sense of fear it discerned in the Wind Ancestor's tone. The ancestors of the Spirit Clan were ancient beings. Having lived long enough to witness much, it was rare for anything to disturb their composure. Yet today, a lowly human had instilled fear in the Wind Ancestor. The Lord of the Spirit Creatures felt as if its previous understanding had been shattered. Once the Wind Ancestor finished speaking, it fell into silence. The ancestral grounds of the Spirit Clan returned to their former tranquility. This time, the Spirit Clan had suffered the loss of dozens of royal-level members. And even the Wind Ancestor's avatar had perished. In times past, the Wind Ancestor would undoubtedly have led its kin into battle. However, Fang Qing's power was too terrifying, having instantly subdued its avatar. Now, it could not even gauge the level of the adversary's strength. Furthermore, given the tumultuous times, it was hardly appropriate for the entire clan to mobilize. In Linen City, the pallid Su Long suddenly rose, gazing at the elder in the sky, his expression rife with uncertainty. Who are you? Su Long's tone was respectful, wary of any impertinence. Such a transcendent figure was far beyond his reach. The lingering aura of that terrifying sword would likely haunt him for a lifetime. Hundreds of trolls and dozens of royal-level spirit creatures had perished in an instant, without a hint of resistance. The chasm of disparity in power was almost unfathomable. After all, they were not a mere swarm of ants that could be casually crushed. Even the weakest troll was at the sage level, a pinnacle of combat strength within the Divine Land. The royal-grade monstrosities are indeed terrifying, as they are all at least third-tier saints. Coupled with their unique abilities, even mid-tier saints struggle to extinguish them effortlessly. Yet, this formidable power, capable of annihilating the entire nation of Xinzhou, was obliterated in an instant. Not to mention the dreadfully powerful demon lord and the ancestral spirits of the monstrosities. The elder slowly turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Guardian Commander Fang Qing. Countless onlookers below were struck with astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. That form was merely my avatar. Fang Qing's countenance softened, losing its previous coldness. Were it not for the support of the people, leading him to comprehend the essence of guardianship, he might have found it challenging to break through to the Tao enlightenment stage in such a short time. The strong willingly protect the weak, shedding blood upon the battlefield solely to provide a stable environment for cultivation, while the weak are more than willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure the survival of those deemed worthy. It is this mutual support and protection that forms the very foundation upon which the nation of Xinzhou stands to this day. With a subtle wave of his right hand, Fang Qing effortlessly invoked his divine powers. Rainfall. Drip, drip, drip. Light raindrops began to fall from the sky. Unlike the rain summoning technique used by his avatar, which could only cover a few thousand meters, the manifestation of his true self brought about a qualitative change. The gentle rain enveloped the entire city of Linen, yet it bore no harm, instead brimming with life force. Even warriors on the brink of death began to recover, their wounds visibly healing. Bai Lin regained consciousness, gazing in astonishment at his shattered hands, which were now mending. A surge of even greater power coursed through him. He had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, breaking through to the second tier of saintly power. How could this be possible? For a moment, he found it hard to believe the reality before him. Because I am an immortal, Fang Qing murmured, feeling that his abilities were sufficient to change everything. This was the confidence of a supreme being. Those who reach the Tao enlightenment stage are true immortals, for they are no longer constrained by the limits of lifespan. Theoretically, they are immortal beings. As long as the Tao within their hearts remains eternal, their bodies and souls shall also endure. The sole threats they face are the minor tribulations that occur every 3,000 years and the major tribulations that arise once every 10,000 years. However, for him, relying solely on the rewards from the system would allow him to consistently advance, effortlessly resisting any tribulations. Fang Qing gazed down at the humans, a faint smile gracing his face. The crowd rose to their feet, embracing one another, tears brimming in their eyes, yet laughter ringing from their lips. This rain, a manifestation of divine magic, healed the wounds of the human body and dispelled the shadows from their hearts. Fang Qing's once stooped frame straightened, and his weathered visage rapidly transformed back to its original appearance, save for his eyes, which remained profoundly aged. Old Fang, is it truly you? Bai Lin exclaimed in shock, finally confirming that the figure before him was indeed Guardian Commander Fang Qing. Fang Qing nodded, a smile upon his face. Old Bai, now that you have recovered, lead the others in rebuilding Linen and Anqing. The losses this time were grievous for the nation of Xinzhou. The western district has been nearly entirely obliterated, and the death toll is likely in the tens of thousands. While I can heal the dying, I cannot bring the dead back to life. Ensure that all the deceased are properly laid to rest. Fang Qing sighed, conveying his thoughts to Bai Lin. Bai Lin bore a heavy expression, fists clenched in frustration at his inability to protect humanity. Fang Qing collected the body of the demon lord and descended to the depths of the abyss of sin. Bai Lin took a deep breath, steeling himself. Su Long had just emerged and was unaware of the current circumstances in Xinzhou. As the highest-ranking official, it was only natural for him to assume the responsibility of comforting the populace and overseeing the rebuilding efforts. Bai Lin's emotions surged as he proclaimed, in this battle, over 500 saint-level demons have fallen, including a high-tier demon lord. The monstrous race has lost over 50 royal-grade beings, as well as an ancestor of a saintly level. Humanity has triumphed. The nation of Xinzhou has triumphed. In that moment, the crowd below could no longer contain their tears, erupting into jubilant cheers. Since its establishment, the nation of Xinzhou had been continuously invaded by demons, with humanity merely struggling to survive. Countless strong individuals had sacrificed their lives to erect the walls that guarded the territories of Xinzhou. Centuries of humiliation would be washed away today. This day would undoubtedly mark a turning point in the history of the nation. The four clans of demons and monsters had united, meticulously planning for years, only to end up with such dismal results. Hundreds of saint-level demons had perished. Such a grave lesson would deter foreign races from invading humanity again, would it not? This battle had instilled fear in the hearts of the other races, heralding a clear and resounding victory for humanity. The nation of Xinzhou stands invincible. The Guardian Commander is invincible. The crowd rose, their voices raised in fervent cries, tears of joy streaming down their faces. With the conclusion of this battle, The balance of power between humanity and the demons would be irrevocably altered. The demons would no longer dare to conspire to invade, while humanity could commence counter-invasions into the demon realm, seizing more cultivation resources. Bai Lin's eyes glistened with tears as he beheld the ecstatic crowd. Feeling a deep sense of empathy, he began leading the people in the reconstruction of Linen and Anqing. He knew that after this battle, a new era for the nation of Xinzhou would commence. Chapter 60, Ghost Cultivator? Fang Qing stood at the entrance of the Abyss of Sin, moved by the passionate voices of the crowd. Though his strength was at the immortal level, his heart remained human, filled with flesh and blood. Still willing to protect this group of humanity, the demons would ultimately be vanquished. He whispered softly and vanished from sight. Deep within the Abyss of Sin, the body of the demon lord lay before him, its skin still emanating a radiant golden glow. The power of this body was beyond imagination. An ordinary saint would find it impossible to breach its defenses. If human warriors were to confront the demon lord, they would need to be at least 2 tiers above it to have any hope of vanquishing it. Yet, even if they succeeded, they could never preserve such a pristine physical form. Fang Qing's sword intent directly obliterated its soul, leaving the body intact. He retrieved a jade vial containing a small white figurine, the soul of Qinzheng. Qinzheng opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. In this instance of soul transfer, even I can only guarantee a 50% success rate. Whether you can be reborn hinges on your fortune, Fang Qing murmured. Qinzheng's soul, however, could hear him, his expression resolute. He nodded, gratitude filling his eyes. Fang Qing formed hand seals, casting spells that enveloped Qinzheng's soul. Moments later, Qinzheng's essence merged with the crown of the demon lord's head. Fang Qing remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Had it been him attempting to seize the demon lord's body, he could have almost assuredly succeeded. However, Qinzheng was not a cultivator, and his soul was not particularly strong. Thus, the likelihood of a successful transfer was merely 50%. This was still due to the fact that the demon lord's own soul had already been extinguished, leaving behind only an empty shell. Should he succeed, your martial path would assuredly become smoother. A body as powerful as that of the demon lord, combined with the blood and energy of humanity, would undoubtedly result in a dramatic increase in combat prowess. Yet, all depended on whether Qinzheng could successfully command the body of the demon lord. In the city of Linen, humanity has embarked on a monumental reconstruction effort. In this era where every individual is a warrior, the pace of rebuilding far surpasses that of several decades ago. Simultaneously, a multitude of warriors from the demon capital have arrived to lend their support, bringing with them a plethora of resources and manpower. The reconstruction of Linen is proceeding in an orderly manner, with a timeline of no more than 2 months for everything to be restored. Remarkably, it is only the demon capital that has been spared from significant calamity. While both the divine capital and Linen have suffered incursions by malevolent creatures, the fundamental reason for this is the formidable presence of Fang Qing and Guxingha. Their extraordinary strength makes them anomalies, posing a substantial threat to the demons, which necessitates their eradication. However, this battle has also revealed to the demon clan that these two are not mere youthful lions, but fully matured dragons. Any invasion would come at a grievous cost. Fang Qing has departed from the prison of sins, and Qinzheng's possession can only rely on his own efforts, as external assistance is of little help. His presence is concealed, unnoticed by anyone. Observing the spirited determination of the people diligently reconstructing Linen, a smile of contentment graces his face. Yet, has the turmoil in the divine capital not been resolved? Fang Qing's gaze seems to pierce through the fabric of space, directing itself toward the distant divine capital. In the next instant, his form vanishes from Linen. In a mere 10 minutes, Fang Qing finds himself in the divine capital, having ascended to the enlightenment stage. His combat prowess has surged, transforming him from a mere mortal into a celestial being. His speed is incomparable to that of the past. A sudden realization strikes him as he gazes upon the ominous black mist enveloping the divine capital. A formation of cultivators? Although he is not well versed in formations, he has encountered them through system rewards and thus possesses a basic understanding. The black mist before him undoubtedly belongs to a formation of considerable rank, which explains its ability to ensnare Guxingha. Break. Fang Qing's expression remains calm as he utters a single word. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light cleaves through the heavens. The black mist above the divine capital dissipates, seemingly unable to withstand such overwhelming might. In an instant, the sword light descends. No buildings collapse. Yet the black mist vanishes in an ephemeral breath, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the divine capital. Guxingha, positioned high above, momentarily stunned, quickly realizes that the formation has been shattered. His gaze almost instantaneously locks onto Fang Qing. You are indeed more powerful than I had imagined. Gu Xinghe perceives the stark contrast between Fang Qing and his past self. Previously, he had only encountered a mere projection. A flicker of surprise ignites in Fang Qing's eyes as he regards his counterpart. You two possess greater strength than I had anticipated. The vitality and power emanating from Gu Xinghe are awe-inspiring. Any warrior he had previously encountered pales in comparison, while Gu Xinghe shines like a blazing sun, his vitality reaching unimaginable heights for a human. In a physical confrontation, Fang Qing would likely face inevitable defeat, possibly within mere exchanges. Yet, the most significant distinction between cultivators and warriors lies in the ability to wield techniques. Even the mightiest of warriors may not withstand a single strike from him. Are you injured? Fang Qing raises an eyebrow, noticing the blood on Gu Xinghe's right hand. Enemy's blood, Gu Xinghe replies with a slight shake of his head, a hint of regret in his tone. Unfortunately, I failed to slay it. Fang Qing's expression shifts. The entity that set this formation is clearly a cultivator of no low rank. Yet, the individual was nearly annihilated within their own formation, highlighting Gu Xinghe's terrifying prowess. The realm of martial arts indeed allows one to commune with the divine. Soon, Gu Xinghe contemplates something. This invasion is evidently a collaboration of demons. Has there been no crisis in Linen? The invading demons have all perished. Fang Qing shakes his head, a curious tone emerging in his voice. Can you describe the abilities and appearance of the invaders from the divine capital? Initially, he believed himself to be a unique cultivator. But it seems there are others within the inner world. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xinghe slowly responds. They likely belong to the ghost clan. Yet they exhibit a more human-like nature. Their intelligence is markedly different from that of ordinary ghosts. Unlike demons and spirit creatures, the ghost clan possesses inherently bizarre abilities, making them quite troublesome, yet their intellect is somewhat lacking, even somewhat rigid. Most are the condensed resentments of beings who have perished, driven solely by a desire for destruction and slaughter. However, the ghost I encountered today was entirely different, bearing a striking resemblance to humanity. It did not merely aim to ensnare me, but actively attacked. Seizing the opportunity, I tore off one of its arms, but ultimately, it managed to escape by phasing out of existence. Gu Xinghe's eyes flash as he recounts the details of their clash. It felt to me that its methods were quite reminiscent of yours. Fang Qing is momentarily taken aback. Could it indeed be a cultivator? If the entity belongs to the ghost clan, might it be a ghost cultivator from the realm of cultivation? Despite Fang Qing's formidable strength, he is not well acquainted with the intricacies of the cultivation world, as the system's rewards do not encompass foundational knowledge of this realm. He can only make educated guesses. And soon a smile graces Fang Qing's lips. The inner world is rife with mysteries he has yet to uncover. But no matter how powerful the adversary, he can now sever it with a single sword strike. If necessary, 2 strikes will suffice. Suddenly, Fang Qing raises an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward Gu Xinghe. Old Gu, would you be interested in becoming someone like me? At present, his cultivation is sky-high, and he can easily discern that Gu Xinghe possesses spiritual roots, capable of embarking on the path of cultivation. Would you pursue a cultivation system like mine? Gu Xinghe, however, shakes his head with a smile. I have traveled too far down this road to turn back. The vitality surging within him is akin to a scorching sun, terrifyingly potent, far exceeding that of other warriors. Human energy is limited. Gu Xinghe cannot traverse 2 paths simultaneously. Not everyone is endowed with the assistance of a system. Fang Qing nods slightly, choosing not to press further. Since the formation in the divine capital has been dismantled, I shall take my leave. I entrust Linen to your care. Gu Xinghe nods slightly, his expression gravely serious. Fang Qing remains silent, his form disappearing from the spot. Having encountered such a powerful figure for the first time, Gu Xinghe feels as though his very life has been grasped in the other's hands. He sighs deeply before returning to the divine capital. Fang Qing does not rush back to Linen. Instead, he releases his consciousness in its entirety. His consciousness, now immensely potent, can easily envelop 10 Linnaeans. I found it. Fang Qing murmurs, instantaneously arriving at a desolate mountain. Surrounding him, the demons howl, and he unleashes the full force of his consciousness, resulting in the demise of all demons and monsters within a radius of several thousand meters. Their physical forms remain intact, but their souls have been utterly obliterated. With a wave of his right hand, an empty space suddenly ripples. An anomaly in space manifests, resembling a mirror through which another world can be glimpsed. It is yet another passage within the realm of the divine land. The spirit creatures also invaded the outer world through this very passage. With a single hand gesture, the demon-slaying sword materializes. The terrifying intent of the sword radiates, enough to instill fear in the hearts of any beings. Seal. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword struck fiercely towards the passage. On the day of vanquishing the Wind Ancestor's avatar, Fang Qing had not employed the demon-slaying sword. Today's purpose in unleashing it was to thoroughly seal the passage. The sword's aura was imposing, accompanied by terrifying sounds of wind and thunder, causing violent fluctuations in the space. The previously stable passage began to close in reverse, unlike the passages near the imperial capital, where Fang Qing had merely utilized the heavenly tribulation and his own sword intent to seal them. This passage was forcibly closed by an overwhelming sword intent. The Elder of the Spirits could temporarily nullify the rules of the passage, being far more powerful than his adversary, thus capable of forcibly shutting it down. Although he could use sword intent to seal the passage, the fusion of the two realms remained unstoppable. He could not spend his days aimlessly searching the world to seal passages. Having accomplished all this, Fang Qing swiftly returned to Linen City. At this moment, the reconstruction efforts were still in full swing. Fang Qing arrived at the passage in Linen City and, utilizing his divine powers, forcibly reversed the rules of the passage. Now, humans could easily traverse between the two realms without any hindrance. The strength of the demons and monsters would be suppressed to their utmost limits. Upon passing through the passage, they would be reduced to first-tier warriors, ripe for the slaughter by humans. After finishing all matters, Fang Qing returned to Linen City in the inner world. The system rewards had accumulated to their limit. Would you like to claim them? After annihilating the avatar of the Elder of Spirits, the system's cumulative rewards reached their cap. Claim. Fang Qing directly opted to claim them. He obtained the divine ability sowing beans to create soldiers. A surge of memory was forcefully implanted in his mind, and Fang Qing's divine consciousness had now surged, allowing him to instantly master this divine ability. His internal spiritual power surged, and with a wave of his right hand, countless golden beans composed of spiritual energy fell to the ground. At the moment they touched the earth, warriors clad in golden armor materialized out of thin air. Their expressions were cold, yet their aura was incredibly imposing. What is that? The returning warriors from the wild were astonished, gazing at the warriors. Are they the legendary celestial soldiers? Someone exclaimed. Each warrior was at least at the saint level, possessing formidable combat prowess, completely obedient to Fang Qing's commands. Despite their immense power, they lacked intelligence, driven solely by their instinct for battle. These were conjured by Fang Qing's magical prowess and did not constitute pure life. Nonetheless, they proved useful in critical moments. Fang Qing murmured to himself, knowing that with his profound magical power, he could effortlessly create tens of thousands of saint-level warriors. With a mere thought, his internal spiritual energy surged forth wildly. Countless golden beans fell like raindrops. Innumerable golden-armored warriors appeared, taking positions throughout Linen City. From a distance, their numbers were at least 100,000, and their strength had been diminished to the extraordinary tier. The trolls had previously rampaged in Linen City, causing extensive destruction, necessitating the restoration of various buildings. With a thought, Fang Qing commanded the golden-armored warriors to commence reconstruction. This scene left the returning warriors in astonishment, rendered speechless. A celestial being. The true methods of a celestial being. The ability to conjure life from nothing shattered the perceptions of countless individuals. Yet Fang Qing understood that the golden-armored warriors were vastly different from living beings. They were merely products of his magical energy. He began instructing the returning warriors to participate in the reconstruction. Both Linen City and Linen City gradually restored their former prosperity. Though the battle had inflicted significant losses on the Xinzhou kingdom, the gains were not insubstantial. The bodies of various saint-level trolls and spirits were sufficient to elevate the strength of the warriors in Linen City. More importantly, it instilled fear in the foreign races, dissuading them from any thoughts of invasion. 2 months swiftly passed, and both Linen City and Linen City had completely returned to their former appearances. How is it? Are you adapting? Fang Qing inquired, observing Qin Zheng's physique. Qin Zheng nodded, his body shifting slightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. It's far stronger than my previous body. Thank you, Guardian. Qin Zheng's face was filled with excitement, and as he lightly clenched his fist, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. From now on, just call me teacher. Fang Qing's expression softened as he nodded and smiled. Familiarize yourself with the previous combat techniques, and you can cultivate your blood energy from now on. The cultivation methods of the trolls were not suitable for Qin Zheng. While he may not perceive the impact now, delving too deeply would inevitably lead to a conflict with his soul. Moreover, with the trolls now extinct, finding a powerful one would be exceedingly difficult. And Fang Qing could not obtain their cultivation methods in the short term. The human cultivation of blood energy might not be overwhelmingly powerful, but its compatibility was exceptional, ensuring no issues with cultivating the troll's physique. Yes, teacher. Qin Zheng was momentarily stunned, and then overwhelmed with joy, even trembling slightly. For him, Fang Qing's recognition held more significance than anything else. Let's go. Fang Qing and Qin Zheng left the prison, and as Fang Qing gazed upon the familiar surroundings, he couldn't help but reflect. After 30 years, he was finally ready to emerge. With the comprehension of the Tao realm, combined with his identity as a sword cultivator and various celestial treasures, he felt confident in facing even those at the late stages of the Tao realm. This was Fang Qing's confidence. Chapter 62. 3 feet above, no divine being. The two arrived in front of the National Martial Arts Office in Linen City. The Troll King. Bai Lin's expression shifted in shock as he clenched his fists and charged forward. Fang Qing wore an unusual expression but did not intervene, merely observing quietly. Qin Zheng looked perplexed, unsure of how to react. Boom. Bai Lin, having advanced to the second tier of the saint level, exhibited solidified strength. The explosive power of his blood energy surged as his fist struck the golden body of the Troll King. Before the National Martial Arts Office, only the sound of crackling impacts remained. The onlookers were equally astounded at the sight of the Troll King, but upon noticing Fang Qing nearby, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seemingly realizing something, everyone cast peculiar glances at Minister Bai Lin. Senior Bai, should we perhaps stop for a moment? Qin Zheng's body remained motionless, not feeling even a hint of pain. This situation made him feel embarrassed for Bai Lin, prompting him to speak up. A foreign race seeking death. Bai Lin, in a state of heightened blood energy, had completely entered battle mode, failing to comprehend Qin Zheng's words, interpreting them instead as a provocation. The appearance of a demon at the National Martial Arts Office of the Shenzhou Kingdom was indeed a provocation. Little Qin, make him stop. Fang Qing finally intervened, as Bai Lin seemed on the verge of unleashing his full power. Qin Zheng nodded slightly, moving his hands to restrain Bai Lin's body, rendering him unable to move. One was at the initial stage of the saint level, the other at the high stage. They were not of the same caliber. Senior Bai, I am Qin Zheng. Bai Lin gradually calmed down, abruptly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Zheng. The surrounding crowd halted, their faces filled with astonishment as they scrutinized the body of the Troll King. They had initially assumed that the Guardian had turned its corpse into a puppet or something similar. After all, such feats were trivial for a celestial being. To one's astonishment, it turned out to be a resurrection of the deceased Qin Zheng. The revival of the dead has always been a yearning of humankind. After a long pause, Bai Lin finally managed to articulate a thought. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. Fang Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging the aptness of the statement. Old Fang, is this your doing again? Why not grant me a new body as well? Bai Lin's face was filled with envy. His fists throbbed painfully, having not breached the other's defenses, but instead injuring himself in the process. Find a body, and I shall assist you in the exchange, Fang Qing responded with a smile, surprisingly agreeing. I believe Gu Da's physique would suffice. Lend me a hand, won't you? Fang Qing broke out in a sweat, his lips twitching. You truly dare to utter anything. Based on his assessment, with Gu Xinghe's formidable physique, it would take little time to rend the body of the giant demon king asunder. Bai Lin, in a brazen moment, coveted Gu Xinghe's form, brazenly voicing it in public. Old Bai, truth be told, residing in the magic city or linen is quite pleasant. Let us strive to avoid returning to the divine capital, Fang Qing said, patting his shoulder with a serious expression. Bai Lin quickly grasped the implication, appearing utterly unfazed. Though I may not rival the giant demon king, I have ascended to the second tier of sainthood. The gap to Gu Da is now minimal and inconsequential. Observing his nonchalance, Fang Qing sighed and refrained from further commentary. Bai Lin continued to scrutinize Qin Zheng's body. An expression of envy etched upon his face. Yet he also recognized the perilous nature of such a defiance of fate. If it were so easily executed, humanity would have long escaped the confines of mortality, transgressing the natural order. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Lin, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Old Fang, come with me. He soared into the sky, heading towards the rear of the National Martial Arts Bureau. Fang Qing, perplexed, followed closely, with key members of the Bureau trailing behind. Dozens of individuals converged in a singular direction. Minutes later, Fang Qing's gaze sharpened as he beheld a cemetery. Could it be? He surmised, his heart foreboding the truth. The resting place for the warriors who perished in battle. Bai Lin caught up, abandoning his previous levity, now wearing a grave countenance. He spoke softly this time. The casualties numbered 63,421, the weakest among them being 7th-tier warriors, with extraordinary tier warriors comprising half of the losses. Fang Qing fell silent, fully aware of the reason behind this. In a large-scale invasion, one would expect the highest toll among the common folk. Yet the reality was starkly opposite. The weakest were all 7th-tier warriors. Had they wished to flee, it would have been difficult for a mere handful of king-tier monsters to detain them. However, all high-tier warriors sacrificed themselves to protect the vulnerable. Otherwise, the death toll would have easily surpassed hundreds of thousands. The atmosphere was profoundly somber, each face reflecting sorrow. This cemetery is far too vast, Fang Qing suddenly declared. Our human race requires no such grand resting ground. In an instant, a sharp beam of sword light surged forth, raising the excess land to the ground. Today marked the completion of the cemetery's construction, and Fang Qing had directly obliterated half of it. Yet, the crowd remained silent. Understanding Fang Qing's intent, he no longer wished for further sacrifices, but in this chaotic world, how could one expect such a desire to be met? Were it not for his unique abilities, Linen would undoubtedly have fallen, and humanity would have become fodder for demons. The throng below was unceasing, each individual holding white flowers, tears swelling in their eyes as they approached the cemetery to pay their respects. The number of extraordinary high-tier warriors who fell in this battle was not insignificant. In the bid to evacuate the citizens of the Western District, each high-tier warrior had stepped forth without hesitation. Yet the battles of the Saint Tier were exceedingly brutal. Countless warriors were torn asunder, leaving little of their remains. This is a tomb for the honored. One of Fang Qing's companions, a captain from the Demon Suppression Division, spoke up. Sir, as an immortal, can you not bring them back? Despite knowing the impossibility of the request, the words slipped out. For the example of Qin Zheng lingered before their eyes. Fang Qing turned to regard the speaker. The hope in the eyes of the crowd was palpable. Yearning for a nod of affirmation, even the slightest chance, would compel them to spare no effort. The souls have dispersed. I am powerless to reverse the tide. Fang Qing sighed, shaking his head. The light in the eyes of those around him dimmed, their expressions weighed down by despair, the atmosphere steeped in gloom. Even Bai Lin wore a face of mourning, devoid of his usual mirth. Had it not been for Qin Zheng's instance, none would harbor any hope. The jarring descent from heaven to hell was not a burden all could bear. Yet Fang Qing furrowed his brow, his demeanor settling into calmness as he spoke slowly. The best way to allow the deceased to rest is to slay the demons. How can we allow this state of affairs to continue? If one day we can quell the chaos of demons and restore peace to humanity, only then will the fallen heroes find solace. Fang Qing snorted coldly, his gaze piercing, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Do not say I am incapable of resurrection. Even if I could, I would never do so. Humanity must strive for strength. If one day I were to fall, should humanity be doomed as well? Above us, there are no divine beings. We, the human race, must rely solely on ourselves. Chapter 63. A sword to annihilate a clan. Fang Qing harbored no desire for the nation of Shenzhou to place all their hopes upon him. Though he stood powerful now, who could predict the future? Perhaps a peak cultivator would emerge, effortlessly bringing him down. In such a scenario, Shenzhou would likely crumble, requiring no demons to strike. It would self-destruct. This was a fate Fang Qing refused to witness. Above us, there are no divine beings, Bai Lin murmured, a glimmer of hope emerging in his eyes. The might and enigma of Fang Qing and Gu Xinghe had led everyone to place their hopes upon them. Should misfortune befall either, Shenzhou would likely never recover. The best homage to the fallen heroes is not sorrow and tears, but the blood of demons. Fang Qing's voice boomed, rousing the crowd from their despondency. The demons have slain tens of thousands of our heroic kin. Today, we shall make them pay in blood. His gaze swept over the throng, his voice reverberating throughout the cemetery. In the next moment, the radiant slaying demon sword materialized. Fang Qing wielded the sword, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the passage to Linen. The crowd of mourners below was jolted from their sorrow, urgency eclipsing their grief as they hurried towards the city. The commander was about to take action. News spread like wildfire across Linen. With an increasing number of warriors heading towards the city, Fang Qing stood aloft, the slaying demon sword hovering beside him, his eyes gently closed, patiently awaiting something. The citizens of Linen were engulfed in mourning for the fallen heroes, yet amidst the chaotic world, with the realms on the brink of merging, humanity could not afford to squander precious time on such matters. As the commander, Fang Qing had to bolster morale, restoring the spirits of the people. The crowd below gazed up at Fang Qing in astonishment, a sense of anticipation stirring within them. Suddenly, Fang Qing unleashed a series of incantations, causing the demon-slaying sword to radiate with brilliance, coalescing into an enormous sword aura. As the spiritual energy surged within him, for terrifying sword auras swiftly materialized around him. Today marks the annihilation of the 4 great tribes. The crowd below trembled, their expressions transformed into excitement and even a hint of fanaticism, silently awaiting something momentous. Today, let the blood of the alien races honor our heroic human lineage. Fang Qing's countenance was frigid as he waved his right hand slightly. An overwhelming intent to kill suddenly converged. The demon race shall perish. In an instant, the 4 sword auras around him quivered, and one of them solidified. Racing southward towards the city, the sword light spread forth, slicing through the dimness of the inner world, dazzling like a blazing sun. To the south of the city, The once mighty Amethyst demon tribe had now devolved into a mere minor faction. Its once prominent leaders had long since fallen, yet still, thousands of high-tier Amethyst demons remained. A tribe cannot be without a leader for a day. The leaders had perished long ago, and today I shall assume the position of chief. An imposing 9th-tier Amethyst demon gazed down regally at the gathered Amethyst demons below. How dare you, Zimeng? I, Zituo, will be the first to oppose. Another demon of the same tier stepped forward, confronting him directly. The two 9th-tier Amethyst demons faced off, each vying for the leadership of the tribe. Suddenly, both caught sight of something out of the corner of their eyes. A brilliant white light appeared on the horizon. What is that? The 9th-tier Zimeng exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. I have heard tales of it. It seems to be the sun from that outer world. Zituo murmured, as if recollecting something. Yet, in the mere blink of an eye, the white light had approached, its intensity so blinding that the Amethyst demons struggled to open their eyes. What is that? Zimeng's eyes suddenly contracted, filled with horror and trepidation. Overwhelmed by the blinding radiance, tears streamed from his eyes, and he finally discerned the form of the light. It was an unfathomable sword aura, stretching an astounding 10,000 meters. This 9th-tier Amethyst demon attempted to utter something, but it was already too late. The sword light slashed through, leaving no trace of dust in its wake, vanishing into the void. Yet, every soul of the Amethyst demon tribe perished. Their bodies showed no signs of destruction. Their very spirits were obliterated. Above in city, Fang Qing maintained an expression of indifference, his gaze shifting towards the north of in city. The demon race shall be extinguished. In the next moment, a sword light trembled slightly, suddenly cleaving the sky as it surged northward. The sword light expanded with the wind, rapidly coalescing into a colossal 10,000-meter blade, illuminating the inner world once more. But it was still not over. Fang Qing's gaze turned northeast, and with a flick of his right hand, another terrifying sword light tore through the fabric of space. To the north of in city, in a vast expanse, countless frenzied demons were gathered, their expressions fierce, their skin dark as they resembled massive lizards, instilling a sense of dread. My king, the humans have suffered grievous wounds. Why do we not seize the opportunity to invade? Within a vast cave deep in the tribe, dozens of frenzied demons of the saint level congregated. Indeed, my king, we must not let this chance slip away. It has been far too long since I have tasted human blood. My king, lead us forth to slay the human tribes. The frenzied demons licked their lips, appearing both ferocious and greedy. A gigantic frenzied demon, towering several dozen meters, remained silent, its eyes closed, as if in deep contemplation. According to scouts ahead, the vast human city had indeed been ravaged, only recently rebuilt. Buildings can be swiftly erected, yet casualties remain. The humans must surely be weakened internally. We can attempt an incursion. Let us contact the devouring demon tribe and join forces to invade the humans. The leader of the frenzied demons finally issued a command, unable to suppress the greed within. At that moment, dozens of frenzied demons, peering out of the cave, beheld a blinding white light. My lord, what is that? One of the frenzied demons exclaimed in terror, sensing an unsettling foreboding. Flee! Quick, escape! The frenzied demon leader roared, their eyes wide with horror. An overwhelming killing intent enveloped them like a chilling frost, rendering their bodies completely rigid. As saint-level demons, they instantly sensed the looming threat of death. Yet, it was already too late. The 10,000-meter terrifying sword aura descended, devoid of any ostentation, gliding through like a gentle breeze. However, it heralded a frigid demise. The entire frenzied demon tribe was annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Even the saint-level frenzied demons offered no resistance, such as the terror of the sword cultivator. The same fate befell the devouring demon tribe to the northeast. They had been plotting an invasion when a sword light swept across, obliterating their entire tribe. Only corpses remained, devoid of any signs of life. The humans of In-City gazed at the three sword lights that cleaved through the skies, their hearts filled with a sense of foreboding, yet hesitant to confirm their suspicions. Fang Qing, however, remained composed, requiring no confirmation. He possessed unwavering confidence in his sword aura. Attempt to flee? Suddenly, his gaze turned westward, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Chapter 64. In the name of Fang Qing, the ghost race shall perish. His tone was icily detached, and with a mere thought, the final sword aura hovering beside him surged forth into the distance. To the west of In-City, spanning thousands of miles, lay a valley once teeming with terrifying ghostly beings, now rendered eerily desolate. Death was imminent. An elderly woman clad in simple garments floated, hastily darting away into the distance. Her intellect was limited, yet her instincts warned her of impending danger. Her power had reached the mid-tier saint level. Behind the old woman, Dozens of ghostly entities fled alongside her, eager to escape this territory. Suddenly, a searing white light illuminated the area, rendering the ghostly forms utterly exposed. Some ghosts could render themselves ethereal to evade attacks. Yet, as the sword light descended, its terrifying sword intent obliterated their very souls. The wails of resentment echoed as the ghostly entities melted away like snow, leaving behind a scattering of precious ghost nuclei. One sword strike annihilated an entire tribe. The terror of the sword cultivator was finally revealed. Fang Qing's expression remained tranquil as he summoned yet another crimson ancient sword. This ancient sword was of celestial grade, only wieldable by those who had attained the Tao. Fang Qing named it the demon-slaying sword. His spiritual energy surged forth like a vast ocean, coalescing around the demon-slaying sword. The overwhelming sword intent made the hearts of the humans below tremble, as if they had encountered divine wrath. Initially, the demon-slaying sword measured merely 3 feet. Yet in the blink of an eye, it expanded dramatically. The onlookers were aghast, their hearts tumultuous and unsettled. Before them hung a colossal crimson sword, stretching tens of thousands of meters, as if it were descending from the heavens. Fang Qing's eyes shimmered with boundless divine light, an overwhelming sword intent radiating forth. Centered around its city, this sword intent expanded continuously, enveloping an area spanning a staggering 100,000 miles. His voice resounded with unparalleled authority, reaching even the farthest corners of the inner world. In the name of Fang Qing, the human race's guardian envoy, I shall protect the territory of its city, stretching 100,000 miles. Any who dare to invade shall meet their demise, their souls extinguished. They shall not enter reincarnation. Like a magnificent celestial decree, the demons of the inner world trembled, casting their gazes toward the terrifying crimson giant sword that loomed in the sky. The astonishing sword intent permeated the atmosphere, causing numerous demons to shudder in fear, retreating further away. The true extent of the inner world remains unknown, yet within a radius of 100,000 miles, all demons quaked in response. A sword immortal has arisen among the human race. The news spread like wildfire, driving countless demons to flee from the vicinity of Incity. The millions residing in Incity trembled with excitement, their hearts ablaze with fervor. The human race has risen. Countless voices murmured, tears of joy welling in their eyes, struggling to contain their emotions. The guardian envoy is invincible. The guardian envoy is invincible. Shouts surged like a tide, each person gazing up at the figure in the sky, as if he alone upheld the entirety of humanity. Yet, Fang Qing's expression remained composed as he spoke softly. Today, I have slain over 100,000 demons from the 4 major tribes, yet it is impossible for me alone to eradicate all demons. If each individual could vanquish 100,000 demons, only then would the human race truly stand tall, and only then would the spirits of our fallen heroes find peace. Fang Qing's gaze sharpened, piercing through the crowd, and he suddenly bellowed, "The human race is invincible." The crowd's spirits ignited, their eyes filled with a fierce resolve, and they roared in unison, "The human race is invincible. The human race is invincible." Beside him, Bai Lin shared in the fervor, observing the surrounding throng. He understood that a new era for the Shenzhou nation had dawned. Even if sacrifices were to occur in the future, the people would not wallow in mourning and sorrow, but would instead fervently slay demons. For only in this way could they honor the spirits of the deceased. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, a shadow appeared mysteriously across the vast expanse of Incity's territory. This shadow bore resemblance to a human, yet its right arm was severed, incomplete. It gazed at the crimson sword of demon slaying in the heavens, murmuring to itself, "The human race has truly produced cultivators. Their prowess is likely at least at the late stage of divine transformation, truly unfortunate." This was Li Yi, a ghost cultivator of the Ghost Clan. Grievously wounded by the ancient Star River, forced to flee here. Having presumed Incity to be lost, he intended to absorb human blood to heal his wounds, but unexpectedly encountered the human sword immortal. Gazing at the terrifying sword intent at the borders of 100,000 miles, this ghost cultivator found himself utterly ensnared. The territory of 100,000 miles had become Incity's domain. Any alien beings entering or exiting this territory would be mercilessly slain by the sword intent. Fortunately, the sword intent merely monitored the borders, and Li Yi, now in the central region of the territory, had not yet been discovered. However, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Truly unfortunate. He should not have allied with the other 3 tribes, nor claim to be some ancestral spirit. Such claims are utterly meaningless. Li muttered a curse, burrowing underground, knowing that any attempt at escape would require careful planning. The next day, Fang Qing remained stationed within Incity, surrounded by a crowd filled with fervor and determination. Within Incity's territory, no holy ranked demons remained. As for the ordinary demons, they were allowed to stay. Humanity needed to undergo trials, and Fang Qing could not slay them all. The territory was rich in various minerals and medicinal resources, yet most were guarded by demons, requiring humans to mine and harvest them themselves. The vast resources of the four major tribes had been transported by the National Martial Bureau. Such resources were incredibly valuable and could not be provided to martial artists for free. Moreover, chaos would undoubtedly ensue during any attempted scramble for them. Fang Qing, having reached the Enlightenment stage, had no need for these resources. He instructed the National Martial Bureau to consolidate the wealth from the four major tribes for better distribution. To motivate the populace, he continuously enacted various policies. Unlike previous practices of free distribution, all martial arts resources now required points for exchange. The original Shenzhou currency could only be used for daily living, while resources related to martial cultivation would now necessitate the use of points instead. Whether it be medicinal herbs to enhance one's physical vitality or rare minerals for weapon forging, all would require points for acquisition. The primary means of obtaining points was through slaying demons. The corpses of demons also counted as resources. Surrendering them would earn points. And additional points would be awarded for killing demons. To swiftly acquire points, slaying demons was undoubtedly the quickest method. This series of policies revitalized the city. The once bustling Linen City saw a dwindling human population as all capable martial artists flocked to the city to hunt demons. The demon capital and divine capital soon emulated Fang Qing's policies, encouraging the populace to enter the inner world and slay demons, preparing them for future life. Chapter 65. The Demon Dragon Turtle Mountain Range. Are you certain you do not wish to serve as the guardian envoy in Yuan City? Fang Qing, hands clasped behind his back, stood atop a towering edifice in the heart of the city. This was the office building of the National Martial Bureau. Behind him, Qingjing shook his head slightly. He had grown increasingly adept at manipulating the body of the giant Demon King, his combat prowess rapidly escalating, now nearly on par with that of the giant Demon King in life. With the high-level combat strength of a saint, he was more than capable of serving as the guardian envoy of Yuan City. The student yearns only to follow the teacher. Qingjing's expression was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. He lifted his gaze toward the sword of demons slaying in the sky, his eyes brimming with respect and longing. With but his own strength to intimidate the multitude of demons, Fang Qing's might continually shattered his perceptions. The territory of an city poses no danger to you. If you wish to rapidly enhance your combat power, you must venture beyond the borders. Fang Qing's gaze met his tone unassuming. With the body of the giant Demon King, no extraordinary demons could withstand even a single blow from him. Remaining within the territory held no significance for him. The student shall depart at once. Qingjing nodded slightly, fists clenched, feeling the boundless power within him yearning for expression. Take care on your journey, and ensure to map each location you visit. Fang Qing nodded, offering his counsel. The inner world remained largely unfamiliar to him, and the importance of mapping was self-evident. Yes, the student understands. Qingjing bowed and prepared to take his leave. Wait, Fang Qing suddenly called out to him. With a swift gesture, his right hand conjured a beautifully crafted white sword, which coalesced as if imbued with a spirit of its own. If danger arises, throw this, and it can slay a 9th-level saint. It may only be used once, so exercise caution. Qingjing solemnly accepted the white sword, nodding as he took his leave. Presently, Qingjing's strength was equivalent to that of a 7th-level saint. Under normal circumstances, he was unlikely to encounter peril, though he could still face 8th or even 9th-level great demons. As for demons above the saint level, they were exceedingly rare. Even the previous avatar of the Wind Ancestor was merely an 8th-level saint, albeit with somewhat peculiar abilities. Bai Lin believed the other party to be a being above the saints, a notion stemming from both random speculation and the desire to inspire hope. It was time to formulate a plan to eradicate the demons. Fang Qing murmured to himself. His cultivation had now reached the stage of enlightenment. Yet he still required further training. The path of cultivation knows no bounds. The spiritual energy within the inner world was abundant, yet it failed to meet his cultivation needs, unless he ventured deeper. However, given that the divine land had only just begun its rapid development, it was certain that many demons would be lurking, and he could not stray too far. To satisfy his cultivation needs, he had no choice but to rely on the rewards from the system. Unlike the daily rewards of the past, the current system only granted rewards upon slaying a certain number of formidable demons. He was still short. The 4 major tribes of demons had yet to yield enough to trigger the system's reward limit, rendering him unable to claim his rewards. Although their numbers exceeded 100,000, their ranks were not high, with only a single mid-tier saintly demon among them. Fang Qing summoned the 3 ministers from Linen City. Xieshan, Chen Jun, and Zhou Mingming were the heads of the other 3 departments, while the head of the Demon Suppression Department was Qingjing. Xieshan, I may need to be away for a while. I entrust the management of an city to you all." The three were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly turning grave, tinged with worry. Given their strength, it would indeed be challenging to fend off external threats. There is no need for undue concern. The coalition of the four clans has just declared failure, suffering heavy losses, and they would not dare invade a city in the short term. Moreover, my sword intent can handle most demons, and should a crisis arise, I will return promptly. Fang Qing's reassurances lifted the weight of anxiety from their hearts. Your strengths have all reached the extraordinary 9th tier. Go to the National Martial Department's Supply Division and claim 3 cores of royal-level spirit creatures. The 3 ministers were filled with joy and excitement at his words. Currently, the most precious resources within the National Martial Department were those royal-level spirit cores, capable of enabling any extraordinary tier individual to ascend to the saintly realm. However, the points required were exorbitantly high, and no one could exchange for them in the short term. Furthermore, only Fang Qing possessed the authority to mobilize them. Even the 3 ministers had no right to access them. The prospect of ascending to the saintly realm naturally filled them with elation. As for the points, they will be deducted from your monthly salaries. Fang Qing added after a moment's thought. The 3 ministers' expressions turned sour. They had expected to receive the cores for free, only to realize they were merely advancing their salaries. Yet they quickly understood Fang Qing's intention to uphold the rules. At least they could advance to the saintly realm, which would significantly enhance their efficiency in slaying demons, allowing them to repay their owed points sooner. After giving a few more instructions and ensuring everything was in order, Fang Qing departed from its city. Days later, Fang Qing soared through the skies on his sword, not pushing his speed to the utmost. As his primary aim was to slay formidable demons and garner the system's rewards, he opted to head east of an city, in stark contrast to the direction explored by Qin Zheng. Indeed, had the great demons retreated? Fang Qing's consciousness expanded, sensing every movement within a radius of 10,000 meters with ease. Following his previous intimidation, all the great demons surrounding the city had withdrawn. It was time to venture further. With a flicker of his gaze, he transformed into a shooting star, streaking across the heavens, casting a glimmer of light upon the desolate inner world. Successful in slaying the winged demon. Rewards accumulating. Successful in slaying the thunder tiger demon. Rewards accumulating. Successful in slaying the tree ghost. Rewards accumulating. As Fang Qing rode his sword, a terrifying sword intent radiated outward, causing instant demise to any demons that came into contact with it. A wave of panic swept through the inner world, akin to the onset of apocalyptic calamity. Previously, it was the demons that brought devastation to humanity. Now the tide had turned. Fang Qing's expression remained cold as he reaped the lives of the demons without a hint of hesitation. Days passed, and the path he traversed was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Fang Qing stood still, refraining from further action, and gazed ahead at the imposing black mountain range. Peaks loomed between heaven and earth, resembling a colossal black dragon, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. The domain of the demon dragon turtle? Fang Qing's gaze sharpened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. According to the memories he had plundered from the demons, the black mountain range ahead was yet another forbidden area within the inner world. The demon dragon turtle was a species of exceedingly high rank among the demon clan. Upon reaching maturity, its strength could attain the saintly tier. This innate bloodline inheritance far surpassed that of humans. If its cultivation talent was exceptional, it could potentially become a high-ranking saint. Just the right opportunity to simmer a pot of turtle soup. Fang Qing licked his lips and chuckled softly. Such high-ranking species were virtually non-existent in the outer world. It was only decades ago that the ancient Stellar River had hunted one, documenting its information in the National Martial Department, which praised the taste of the demon dragon turtle soup. His consciousness surged forth, enveloping the black mountain range like a torrent. Suddenly, he encountered an obstruction, as if an invisible force was hindering his advance. Break. His consciousness coalesced into a long sword, infused with his sword intent. To him at this stage, all things could become a sword. The sword of consciousness slashed toward the black mountain range. An imperceptible tremor echoed, as though some prohibition had been shattered. His consciousness smoothly infiltrated the domain of the demon dragon turtle. Ants, how dare you invade our territory? A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the black mountain range violently. A shadow descended abruptly, revealing a demon dragon turtle measuring 100 meters in size. Its shell was pitch black, etched with mysterious demonic patterns, and its head resembled that of a dragon, exuding an expression of fierce malevolence. A high-ranking saintly demon dragon turtle? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. What? A lowly human? The demon dragon turtle swiftly locked onto the living being before it. It had expected to encounter another high-ranking species, only to find the most contemptible of beings in the inner world, the human race. Its memories of humans depicted them as mere crawlers, establishing insignificant cities and struggling to survive in the inner world. In the past, Shenzhou City and other nations were indeed like this, often unable to defend even a small city from demon incursions. Your flesh should be quite nourishing. A smile crept across Fang Qing's lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. In that moment, the roles seemed to reverse. He embodied the demon. You seek death. The demon dragon turtle roared, its dragon head transforming into a blur, making it nearly impossible to evade. Fang Qing remained utterly still, gathering his sword intent in his right hand. A terrifying sword aura sliced forth in an instant, causing the surrounding space to hum ominously. The demon dragon turtle's eyes narrowed, sensing the encroaching threat of death. With a sudden, fierce roar, it forcibly halted its attack. The magical patterns on its massive shell surging forth, rapidly enlarging to block the earth-shattering sword aura. Boom. In that instant, the demon dragon turtle's body plummeted into the mountains like a meteor. Its incredibly hard shell showed faint cracks, the magical patterns dimming, no longer possessing any divine power. Who are you? The demon dragon turtle bellowed, its fear palpable and beyond description. It has survived for millennia, yet it has never encountered such a terrifying human. The human envoy, Fang Qing. No sooner had the words left his lips than an even more dreadful sword aura cleaved through the air once more. The demon dragon tortoise was plunged into utter despair. It had believed that this was the full extent of its opponent's power, only to realize it was merely a casual strike. The sword aura sliced through the demon dragon tortoise's form, dissipating with a thunderous sound, leaving not a single blade of grass harmed. Yet, the creature's breath was utterly extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless husk. Such terrifying mastery was sufficient to instill fear in any demon or monster. Soul capture. Fang Qing extended his right hand into the void, drawing the essence of the demon dragon tortoise into his grasp. A dreadful consciousness enveloped the surroundings, forcefully seizing the creature's memories. He had previously surveyed the entire Black Mountain range and found that there was but a single demon dragon tortoise, which was clearly illogical. One solitary demon dragon tortoise could not satiate his appetite. The true demon realm? A smile graced Fang Qing's lips as he murmured. All the other demon dragon tortoises had evidently ventured to the true demon realm. According to the memories in his mind, the true demon realm was a mysterious location within the inner world, a realm unto itself. It was replete with various rare treasures, opening only once every millennium. Each occurrence would stir the winds and clouds of the inner world, drawing great powers to converge upon it. The human race had merely been insects in the inner world, unable to partake in such a mysterious domain. How intriguing. A terrifying sword hum resonated within Fang Qing's being, and he became exhilarated at the prospect of bloodshed. He cared not for the rare treasures, but the demons and monsters must be eradicated. The true rewards lay within the system. He transformed into a streak of flowing light, a fearsome aura erupting as he surged deeper into the inner world. Thousands of miles away, a strange luminescent veil hung in the air, resembling a passage connecting two realms. Yet, the other side did not reveal the surface world, but rather a mysterious domain. Several terrifying demons loomed there, seemingly guarding the passage. One could only wonder how long the true demon realm would endure this time. A four-armed demon slowly spoke. It was a warrior of the demon clan. Its bloodline strength fearsome beyond measure, with combat prowess that could crush others of the same rank. The warrior clan was exceedingly rare, yet it struck fear across the inner world, with no race daring to provoke them lightly. I hope your kin do not perish in droves. The warrior's lips curled into a grin, his eyes brimming with a savage, killing intent. I share your sentiment. A demon dragon tortoise opened its eyes slightly, equally unwilling to yield. The internecine strife among the alien races continued unabated, yet they would unite against humanity whenever faced with it. This time, the warrior clan might not emerge as the greatest victor. A swirling willow, the wisp slowly spoke. It did not belong to the ghost clan, but rather to the spirit creature tribe. What? Do you spirit creatures have a plan? The warrior grinned mockingly. I have heard that even your ancestors were slain by a group of despicable humans, and yet you dare to covet the true demon realm. Ridiculous. You. The willow, the wisp flickered violently, a dreadful killing intent surging forth. The warrior, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a terrifying aura, his voice icy as he spoke slowly. Do not forget, this is the true demon realm. Enough. Our task is not to slaughter. A head floated in the air, its long hair cascading, making it difficult to discern its visage, yet its words instantly quelled the chaos. Unlike the disorder of the ghost clan, this head appeared remarkably lucid, akin to a sentient being. It belonged to the ghostly head clan, known for their cunning and formidable combat strength. Did not your trolls also fall? Even the troll king perished in the surface world. The demon dragon tortoise seemed displeased, speaking once more. They were merely a group of bloodline wretched fools. The warrior scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Just as he was about to respond, his gaze suddenly turned to the distant horizon. A shooting star streaked across the sky, appearing particularly jarring in the dim inner world. What is that? The demon dragon tortoise looked up, astonishment flickering in its eyes. The ghostly head's expression abruptly changed, its hair billowing, its pupils absent and eerily focused on the celestial light. The aura of a formidable presence. The ghostly head's aura surged, its demeanor gravely serious. Its reaction startled the other three, as their terrifying auras erupted, intimidating the newcomer. For little demons, how amusing. The light continued to approach at an astonishing speed, yet a voice echoed eerily in their minds. Arrogant. The warrior, with the most ferocious temperament, wielded four bizarrely shaped weapons, exuding an aura of menace. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot, hurtling toward the heavens. He is actively confronting it. The other three wore solemn expressions, awaiting something in silence. However, the next scene left them utterly aghast. In but a breath, the warrior's form plummeted back down, the speed astonishing. Boom! The warrior crashed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. All four of his arms were severed, and his weapons vanished without a trace. Pitch black, demon blood gushed forth, his body writhing violently as he let out a pained roar. What on earth is happening? The wisp murmured, unable to fathom the unfolding events. To instantly annihilate a high-tier warrior, such power was beyond their imagination. Chapter 67, Bloodbath. Do not approach it. The ghostly head bellowed suddenly. The wisp, and the demon dragon tortoise came to an abrupt halt. The severed limbs of the warrior were enveloped in a swirling sword aura, incessantly disintegrating his form. Is this really the true demon realm? A youth clad in white approached slowly, his expression profoundly calm. The demon dragon tortoise felt an overwhelming weight in its heart, as if breathing had become a struggle. The wisp also bore a look of shock. Unable to restrain itself from whispering, "Insect." It suddenly halted, murmuring, "Human." Fang Qing cast a deep glance at it, sneering coldly. "You are human?" The ghostly head remained the most composed, forcing itself to stay calm. This is indeed the true demon realm, yet it is jointly occupied by the four great powers. The ghostly head spoke slowly, attempting to leverage the might of its allies to dissuade the intruder. "You are mistaken." Fang Qing shook his head. "This is now the land of humanity." A flash of sword light flickered, and the life energies of the four demons vanished in an instant. Fang Qing collected their remains and stepped into the passage ahead. Such pure demonic energy. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, observing that this realm was even darker than the inner world, as if a black shroud obscured the sky. The surroundings were desolate, stretching endlessly into the distance. "The aura of great demons," Fang Qing murmured, his right hand making a subtle gesture. From beings to soldiers. In an instant, hundreds of golden beings, formed from condensed spiritual energy, cascaded to the ground. Hundreds of warriors clad in golden armor rose, revealing only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes, their aura already reaching the mid-tier saint level. With a thought, Fang Qing commanded the warriors to disperse and commence a bloodbath in the true demon realm. He harbored no intentions of concealment, but rather prepared to overpower everything in his path with sheer might. Hundreds of mid-tier saints advanced towards the distant heavens, and Fang Qing casually fixed his gaze on a direction, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. In the realm of true demons, beside a dark river, several formidable demons were engaged in a relentless battle, exuding an aura of terror. "How dare the despicable races oppose my demon warriors?" roared a six-armed demon warrior, his eyes brimming with chilling murderous intent. "Today, our three clans have united. Your demon tribe shall find no respite." A demonic dragon tortoise relentlessly clashed with its adversary, its gaze filled with ferocity. Above it, a bizarre head materialized, emitting fits of eerie laughter. The demonic dragon tortoise and the head demon clan joined forces, thoroughly suppressing a demon warrior. Beside the three formidable demons, a translucent black lotus thrived, radiating an aura of mystery. Despite the terrifying might of the demon warriors, they found themselves subdued before two beings of the same rank, particularly due to the head demon clan's exceedingly peculiar methods of attack. This is the realm of true demons. Those who dare strike against my demon clan will come to regret it. The six-armed demon warrior bellowed, two of its arms forming an unusual shape. Demon spirit, great technique. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the dark river. "Stop it!" The head demon cried out, but it was already too late. A massive purple serpent emerged from the river. A native creature of the true demon realm. Having long been tainted by demonic energy, it had lost its intelligence, driven solely by pure slaughtering desire. The demon warrior shouted fiercely as the serpent merged into its body. An overwhelming aura erupted forth. From the demon warrior's right shoulder, a purple serpent head sprouted, appearing exceedingly bizarre, significantly enhancing its combat power. This was precisely the advantage of the demon clan in the realm of true demons, the ability to briefly fuse with native creatures. However, the demon spirit great technique had its time limit. If it could endure until then, it would face backlash. The head demon remained remarkably composed, instantly perceiving the opponent's flaw. The demonic dragon tortoise's gaze shifted, its dark shell adorned with glowing demonic patterns. Suddenly, its entire body withdrew into its shell. The head demon's long hair flowed, and a strange glimmer appeared in its eyes. An invisible force propelled the tortoise's shell toward the demon warrior, while it itself vanished in an instant, fleeing into the distance. With the current surge in the demon warrior's combat prowess, enduring the opponent's demon spirit great technique was utterly impossible. The head demon's intent was merely to have the demonic dragon tortoise buy it time. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, the demon warrior wielded 6 weapons, incessantly striking at the hardened tortoise shell. Though the shell remained unscathed, the demon's attacks contained a peculiar ability, gradually erasing the demonic patterns upon it. Once the patterns dissipated, its defensive capability would cease to exist. In no time, the demonic patterns on the dragon tortoise's shell had completely faded. Roar! The demonic dragon tortoise bellowed, realizing it had fallen into a trap, yet escape was no longer feasible. With a final, unwilling roar, the demonic dragon tortoise met its demise. The demon warrior, exhilarated, paid no heed to the tortoise's corpse, instead advancing toward the nearby black lotus. Just as it prepared to pluck the flower, a golden arrow suddenly shot forth. The unexpected assault caught it completely off guard, leaving no time for reaction. A scream echoed. It was the purple serpent head on the demon warrior's right shoulder. The golden arrow obliterated it in an instant, severing the demon's connection to its demon spirit great technique. The demon warrior immediately fell victim to the backlash of its own abilities. Who? It roared, turning to the side. There, a towering golden warrior approached, holding a golden longbow, exuding an immense and terrifying presence. What race are you? Fear surged within the demon warrior, having never encountered such a being before. The golden armored warrior remained undeterred, its expression cold and indifferent, as if gazing down upon mere insects. It slowly drew another golden arrow and loosed it once more. The demon warrior propelled itself forward, narrowly evading the attack. However, before it could revel in its escape, despair consumed it entirely. 3 more arrows flew towards it, sealing off every avenue of retreat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrows pierced its body in an instant, a mysterious force subduing it. The golden warrior slowly advanced, dispatching the demon warrior, severing its 6 arms, and taking the black lotus with it as it moved further away. In the realm of true demons, such scenes unfolded in succession. The golden warrior ruthlessly reaped the lives of various formidable demons. With Fang Qing's arrival, the true demon realm had become a burial ground for demons. Successfully slain head demon. Reward has reached its limit. Would you like to claim it? Acquired reward, 9-turn Dao pill. Successfully slain demon warrior. Reward accumulating. Successfully slain demonic dragon tortoise. Reward accumulating. Successfully slain demonic lion. Reward has reached its limit. Would you like to claim it? Acquired reward, dream imprint of divine powers. Chapter 68, The Forest of 10,000 Heads. Within just a few days, Fang Qing acquired several treasures. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, astonishment gracing his features. In front of him lay an expansive plain, overgrown with peculiar black grass, appearing like an ocean from afar. At the center of the plain stood an enormous mountain peak, its form bizarrely round, resembling a colossal stone from the dawn of creation. Is this the core of the true demon realm? As Fang Qing journeyed, he plundered the memories of several formidable demons. He learned that powerful beings from the surrounding dominant factions congregated within the vast mountain peak ahead. With a thought, Fang Qing transformed into a streak of light, heading directly for the mountain. The overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, causing him to gasp in astonishment. This pure demonic aura was undoubtedly unlike anything found in the lower realms. Having been nourished by such demonic energy for an extended period, it could undoubtedly give rise to treasures of the demon race. No wonder every time the true demon realm opened, the major factions would mobilize with all their might. His spiritual sense suddenly expanded, but in an instant, he was taken aback. His spiritual sense was obstructed. The mountain peak possessed some special restriction, allowing his awareness to extend only to a 100-meter radius, far less than his vision. A hint of caution crossed Fang Qing's expression as he withdrew his spiritual sense and ventured deeper into the mountain. After traversing nearly 1,000 meters, a strangely shaped tree came into view. The tree stood only a few meters tall, yet the surrounding demonic energy had almost solidified. At its crown, a vividly red fruit hung, exuding an irresistible allure. Fang Qing chuckled coldly, extending his right hand. Suddenly, a bolt of red lightning coalesced, striking forth with wild ferocity. The strange tree emitted a sharp cry, attempting to evade the red lightning. Yet with its speed, how could it succeed? The red lightning, a remnant of the heavenly tribulation Fang Qing had absorbed, was particularly effective against such malevolent entities. The tree let out a venomous howl, its trunk shaking as a swarm of terrifying black beetles burst forth from within. Countless black beetles swarmed like a tidal wave, capable of burying any living being. Fang Qing remained unperturbed, his hands forming seals as terrifying spiritual power surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying white light imprint manifested. The very divine seal he had just acquired, the Dream Seal. This luminous imprint possessed no physical form and passed through the swarm of insects as if it bore no lethal intent. Yet, astonishingly, the insects began to fall, succumbing to slumber. The monstrous tree was likewise unable to evade its fate, rendered powerless to resist. Fang Qing had not anticipated the overwhelming potency of this divine ability, particularly since it did not deplete much of his spiritual energy. With a swift motion of his right hand, he harnessed the sword Qi to obliterate them all, leaving only a singular red fruit behind. Just as Fang Qing was about to seize it, an eerie voice echoed incessantly. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, and he fell into a daze. A floating head approached, its lips curling into a sinister smile. It hovered before the red fruit, preparing to devour it. Fang Qing's eyes blazed with sword Qi, which swiftly ensnared the head. "You," the head ghost exclaimed, astonished. "A high-ranking sage?" Fang Qing smiled faintly, finally encountering a formidable demon. "You are human?" The head ghost's expression turned to one of disbelief. Only humans spoke of sages in such terms. "Fang Qing." The head ghost seemed to recall something, its voice trembling with fear. The renowned might of Fang Qing, the guardian, had intimidated many demons. And upon witnessing the terrifying sword Qi, it quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "You even recognize me?" Fang Qing was taken aback, but soon let out a cold laugh. "Then allow me to grant you a swift end." With a resonant clang, the dreadful sword Qi coalesced and suddenly struck towards the head ghost with unimaginable speed. The head ghost felt immobilized, as everything around it was suppressed by the sword intent. Its pupils constricted violently as a streak of sword light flashed by, obliterating its very soul. Even a high-ranking sage could not withstand the might of a single sword strike. Soul extraction. Fang Qing plundered the head ghost's memories. Due to the circumstances surrounding his external incarnation, his consciousness was more potent than that of his peers. Even after assimilating vast memories from numerous demons, he suffered no adverse effects. "Are all the heads gathered in the forest of 10,000 heads?" Fang Qing's gaze flickered as he turned his attention to the peak of the mountain. The most coveted treasure in the realm of true demons was the demon crystal, formed from the purest essence of demonic energy. If consumed by a demon of the 9th rank, it could potentially shatter its shackles and become an unparalleled demon. This was indeed the ultimate objective of the 4 great factions in this endeavor. "It belongs to me now." Fang Qing's expression remained calm as he ascended towards the mountaintop. After several hours, he reached the summit. The demonic energy before him was almost tangible, as if a multitude of demons were howling in agony, an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Fang Qing appeared unfazed, his invisible sword intent enveloping him, preventing any demonic energy from approaching. Indeed, it is the forest of 10,000 heads. As Fang Qing's eyes pulsed with spiritual energy, he pierced through the demonic miasma and beheld the bizarre forest ahead. Countless peculiar trees stood tall, each crowned with a hanging head, whether of demons or beasts, their lifeless eyes wide open, seemingly harboring a multitude of grievances. The sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine. "The demon world," Fang Qing murmured, taken aback by the scene before him. Yet, his nearly invincible strength instilled no fear within him, and he boldly stepped into the forest of 10,000 heads. Various whispers of resentment assailed his ears like curses. "Wicked paths." Fang Qing snorted coldly, concentrating the sword intent of the guardian path, unaffected by any distractions. With a swift motion of his right hand, he struck a severed head hanging from a black tree. The chilling sword Qi sliced through, causing the tree to shatter with a resounding crack, revealing a clean cut. The head too shattered, yet no blood flowed. Only a profound demonic energy surged forth. Just as Fang Qing intended to annihilate the entire forest of 10,000 heads, a faint tremor resonated. Thud, thud, thud. The vibrations were powerful, akin to the rumbling of thunder. Soon, The entire realm of true demons began to tremble. As if caught in a synchronized rhythm, Fang Qing furrowed his brow, enveloping himself in sword qi, disregarding the surrounding severed heads and trees, and ventured deeper into the forest. With each step into the depths, the tremors grew increasingly ominous. Ultimately, he arrived at the heart of the forest. Here, the bizarre trees ceased to exist. Replaced by a nauseating stench of blood, several large demons awaited eagerly, their gazes fixated on a void ahead. Chapter 69, Demon Crystal. Who? A ferocious red head seemed to sense something, and instantly turned to look behind. It was the leader of the Head Ghost clan, a being of the 9th rank. A war demon, towering at 10 meters, suddenly turned, having evolved into a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Humans? Just the right kind of snack. A massive dragon tortoise's head twisted, having transformed into a pure black dragon's head. Another green sprout stood silently. Yet its heart trembled with dread. This opponent was undoubtedly formidable. It appears we are all assembled. Fang Qing smiled, continuing to stride forward. His sword intent suddenly expanded, startling the 5 demons, who sensed his extraordinary presence. Even the dragon tortoise, intent on consuming him, revealed a hint of apprehension. While his sword intent was terrifying, it remained unspent. The demons instinctively felt the looming threat. Is this the demon crystal? Fang Qing's gaze locked onto a particular space. The void seemed to crack open slightly, drawing in countless demonic energies. A pure and flawless black crystal materialized, the demonic energy gradually coalescing into the demon crystal. Fang Qing. The red head ghost suddenly recalled something, its crimson eyes filled with uncertainty. That individual who claimed to be the human guardian? The 3-headed, 6-armed war demon's eyes flickered, all 3 heads turning toward him. You are worthy to share in the spoils, declared the little sprout. Sword Gracio, the dragon tortoise grumbled, its tone rife with dissatisfaction. I concur. The head ghost chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the peculiar clan. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the demons to refrain from attacking him, instead permitting him to partake in the spoils. Indeed, strength was the key. His gaze flickered as he regarded the sword grass. Can it sense the sword intent within me? Fang Qing pondered. He smiled lightly, deciding not to rush into action just yet. It seemed that the formation of the demon crystal still required certain conditions. As time progressed, the demon crystal in the air remained incomplete. Damn it, we are so close. The war demon cursed, its eyes blazing with fury. Do not hesitate, it's your turn, urged the red head directly. Hearing this, another war demon's expression turned panicked, its body trembling. It possessed only 2 heads and 6 arms, its strength inferior to the other formidable demons. In the next moment, this war demon turned and fled towards the edge of the forest of 10,000 heads. Brother, stay, sighed the 3-headed, 6-armed war demon, its terrifying strength erupting suddenly. 2 battle demons unexpectedly clashed violently with one another. Fang Qing's expression momentarily faltered, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. They have struck. The 3-headed, 6-armed battle demon found it challenging to subdue its kin. The other 3 formidable fiends swiftly intervened, their powers akin to that of 9th-tier saints, surpassing even that of the Wind Ancestor's avatar. The battle demon was soon gravely injured, its countenance rife with vengeance. You have destroyed our lineage. The battle demon clan shall never let you escape. The wounded demon roared. Once I take that step, who within the clan can suppress me? The 3-headed, 6-armed demon's expression twisted in a cruel smile. I shall remember you, brother. In the next instant, the grievously injured battle demon was utterly annihilated, reduced to a lifeless corpse. The battle demon king hurled the body into the distant clearing. An eerie force began to erode it, and the corpse swiftly dissolved, as though sinking into the earth. A shocking scene unfolded before Fang Qing's eyes. A bizarre tree erupted from the ground, its crown adorned with 2 heads, radiating intense malice. His gaze fixed upon the tree, whose form bore a striking resemblance to that of the fallen battle demon. As he shifted his focus, he noticed the surrounding heads that had taken root in the tree. Most were the heads of ghosts, dragon tortoises, and battle demons, alongside a few from other mystical beings. He now seemingly comprehended the source of the surrounding stench of blood. The 4 great fiends before him were evidently the leaders of their respective races. Yet in their quest for magic crystals, they had sacrificed their entire kin. The battle demon king sighed, having not anticipated that the condensation of magic crystals required such a dire cost of life. Otherwise, it would have brought all its kin to the forest of 10,000 heads from the outset. Perhaps its brother would not have had to make such a sacrifice. But now, with the arrow on the string, there was no room for further contemplation. The demon murmured under its breath, its murderous intent intensifying. It is about to emerge. The last 4 great fiends were visibly invigorated, unable to contain their exclamations, driven to the brink of greed. Following the demise of the battle demon, the surrounding demonic energy began to coalesce once more. The magic crystal was on the verge of manifesting. Yet, Fang Qing astutely noted that the thunderous sounds grew ever more intense. As time passed, the bodies of the four fiends trembled, struggling to contain their exhilaration. A strange sound erupted, and the magic crystal in the air fully took form. A black crystal, roughly the size of a palm and resembling a snowflake, floated aloft. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed, and the dragon tortoise's dragon head transformed into an afterimage, lunging fiercely at the battle demon. The other red ghost head and the sword grass also launched their attacks against the battle demon. Damn it, you've already formed an alliance, the battle demon bellowed. Its 6 arms empty-handed, yet its combat prowess was terrifying. At that moment, even in the face of 3 equally ranked fiends, it did not falter. Fang Qing maintained a calm demeanor as he ascended hundreds of meters into the air, observing the fray below as if it were a mere spectacle. I have heard you are one of the 3 great bloodlines of the demon race. Today, I shall sample your essence, the dragon tortoise exclaimed, suddenly lunging for the central head of the battle demon. The battle demon, equally defiant, disregarded the attacks from the other 2 fiends and charged madly at the dragon tortoise. As the battle raged on, the dragon tortoise began to disregard the other ghost heads and sword grass. In an instant, the ghost head, previously besieging the battle demon, abruptly turned and charged at the dragon tortoise. The sword grass seized the opportunity as well, its razor-sharp sword energy nearly cleaving the dragon tortoise's head in 2. Scalding blood flowed down, further saturating the forest of 10,000 heads with an aura of the bizarre and ominous. You, the dragon tortoise roared, its eyes filled with disbelief as it realized it had been ensnared by 3 parties. Alliancing with the battle demon, you shall not meet a favorable end. Worry not about that. The ghost head screeched, and the coagulated blood upon its head began to flow unnaturally, a sight most peculiar. Fang Qing, observing the treachery among the fiends, felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. It is time to conclude this. With a flick of his hands, his spiritual energy surged forth. The battle demon below instantly sensed it, its 3 heads turning upward, filled with menace. Human, leave now, and you may yet preserve your life. Should you involve yourself, death is certain. Chapter 70. Terrifying Anomaly. A mocking smile graced Fang Qing's visage as, in the next moment, a terrifying sword energy suddenly coalesced. With a slight motion of his right hand, a monstrous sword qi, spanning over 100 meters and brimming with lethal intent, sliced downward towards the fiends. The other 3 fiends remained oblivious, yet the sword grass trembled, feeling an innate sense of suppression. It abandoned the magic crystal and fled into the distance. As the sword energy struck, the 3 fiends were forced to retreat, spewing forth large quantities of blood, their auras significantly diminished. Fang Qing was surprised that all 3 could endure a single strike of his sword energy. Truly, they were worthy of being 9th-tier saints. Suddenly, an incomprehensibly terrifying sword light enveloped the area. The demon-slaying sword appeared in an instant, emitting a series of resonant sword cries, having become insatiably bloodthirsty. The sword's edge made the 3 fiends below feel as though their very souls were being relentlessly sliced apart. Flee! Flee! Quickly flee! The battle demon's 3 heads cried out in alarm, its form transforming into an afterimage as it lunged toward the magic crystal. This treasure, obtained only through the sacrifice of its entire clan, was also the key to its breakthrough. The dragon tortoise and the red ghost head, unwilling to concede, rushed toward the magic crystal. The 3 great fiends were once again embroiled in a fierce struggle. Fang Qing wore a derisive expression as the demon-slaying sword flickered and vanished from sight. The dragon tortoise's head suddenly shattered, the wound's sword intent obliterating its will. The sword flashed again, severing the 3 heads of the battle demon cleanly, its massive body crashing to the ground. The red ghost head finally recognized the peril and dared not continue to vie for the magic crystal. In the blink of an eye, its head flickered hundreds of meters away. However, its aura had already been locked onto by the demon-slaying sword. In a swift motion, the sword light flashed by, impaling the red ghost head onto a tree, its expression filled with shock and terror. The demon-slaying sword was abruptly drawn out, quivering as if it were tracking a direction. In the next moment, it tore through space, pursuing the fleeing sword grass. Within mere minutes, the sword had pierced through a patch of grass, extinguishing its life force. The combat prowess of the demon-slaying sword far exceeded that of a 9th-tier saint, and with Fang Qing's sword intent augmenting it, it was nothing short of terrifying. Fang Qing sheathed the demon-slaying sword and approached the magic crystal with utmost composure. I never anticipated that the forces from all sides would perish because of you. He chuckled softly and collected the crystal into his possession. His gaze then shifted to the corpses of the other 3 great fiends. To snatch prey from my hands. Your appetite is rather excessive, he observed as the 3 corpses gradually sank into the earth. Had he delayed even a moment longer, 3 new trees might have emerged. With a wave of his right hand, he collected the 3 great fiends' bodies into his possession. It is time to depart, Fang Qing murmured. For the magic crystal was the most coveted treasure in the realm of true demons. Its efficacy is sufficient to elevate beings beyond the realm of saints. Alas, it holds little significance for Fang Qing. He is a formidable cultivator in the enlightenment stage, operating within a paradigm entirely distinct from that of other demons and monsters. However, his combat prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of a saint. Otherwise, he could not have effortlessly vanquished a 9th-level saint. Should Qin Zheng ascend to the 9th-level saint, it would indeed be useful. Fang Qing murmured to himself, the demon crystal being a condensation of the purest demonic essence, perfectly suited for Qin Zheng, whose form is that of a giant demon king. He retrieved a green crystal core, resembling a finely crafted dagger. This was the heart of the swordgrass, imbued not only with exquisite energy, but also enveloped in sword intent. Fang Qing consumed it directly, forcefully absorbing its terrifying magical power. Though his cultivation did not visibly increase, the sword energy within him grew increasingly formidable. He moved his body, intending to depart the forest of 10,000 heads. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy roiled around him. The strange trees in the vicinity began to sway, and the eyes of countless heads seemed to possess sentience. It appeared that Fang Qing's act of collecting the corpses of the demons had thoroughly enraged the forest of 10,000 heads. You cannot escape. Become one with us. A chorus of vengeful curses echoed, sending chills down his spine. How tedious. Fang Qing furrowed his brow, his hands suddenly spreading wide, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy. Summoning the winds and rains, a fearsome storm rapidly coalesced, enveloping the entire forest of 10,000 heads, relentlessly tearing at the bizarre trees. The expressions of the heads twisted into grotesque visages, as if they aimed to consume him entirely. Torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, each drop infused with his sword intent, potent enough to pierce any material. Countless anguished howls erupted from the forest of 10,000 heads, each tree splintering under the relentless onslaught of wind and rain. The heads atop the treetops howled skyward, releasing a torrent of extreme malice. Fang Qing's demeanor remained calm as he prepared to obliterate this bizarre woodland entirely. In but a fleeting moment, the forest of 10,000 heads began to vanish at a visible pace, trees shattering and being reduced to mere fragments by the rain. Truly, they have sought their own demise. Fang Qing chuckled coldly. He had no intention of wasting time, yet the forest of 10,000 heads sought to detain him. At that very moment, an eerie sound resonated once more. Thump, thump, thump. The vibrations intensified, far exceeding those before, each tremor accompanied by an influx of pure demonic energy surging towards the surrounding peaks. Fang Qing soared into the air, sensing that the source of the strangeness lay beneath his feet, at the mountain. As he gazed down upon the colossal peak, his expression suddenly shifted, as if he had come to a profound realization. The shape of this massive mountain resembled a heart. The sound of the tremors was akin to the heartbeat, while the surging demonic energy flowed like blood. The realm of true demons. Fang Qing's gaze sharpened, enlightenment blossoming within him. Clang! The demon-slaying sword reappeared, as if gaining sentience, standing guard at his side. The sword intent of the path of protection swirled around him, and the power of his enlightenment stage erupted with a resounding force. A terrifying momentum surged forth like the tidal forces of the heavens, pressing down upon the immense mountain ahead. Thump, thump, thump. The mountain quaked even more violently, demonic energy continuously gushing forth. Suddenly, a dreadful aura emerged slowly, reminiscent of a resurrection of life. The surrounding demonic energy surged, seemingly endowed with sentience, transforming into a horde of demons that clawed relentlessly at Fang Qing above. Humph! Fang Qing snorted coldly, the sword intent surging forth, annihilating the demonic energy before him. He was waiting for the emergence of an unparalleled great demon. The stench of cultivators truly makes my stomach churn. A deep voice resonated from the very heavens, as if the world itself was speaking, engaging in tricks. Fang Qing's consciousness expanded, yet he found no trace of demons. Suddenly, an icy sword energy circled him, immense in scale, completely dispelling the darkness of the realm of true demons. The sword energy violently cleaved downwards towards the colossal peak, as if intending to rend heaven and earth asunder. Sword cultivator! Sword cultivator! A voice filled with malice rang out, and the mountain trembled with increasing ferocity, echoing like thunder from the heavens, sending shivers through the soul. Chapter 71, Dreamscape. A sudden upheaval occurred in the realm of true demons, and the native creatures descended into madness, charging towards the colossal peak. Fang Qing's expression shifted. The adversaries were aware of sword cultivators, indicating that indeed there existed true cultivators within this realm. However, as the human race cowered in a corner, they remained oblivious to such information. Observing the countless frenzied beings rushing toward him from the horizon, Fang Qing knew he needed to conclude the matter swiftly. Annihilation strike. With a mere thought, a terrifying sword energy suddenly coalesced, slashing towards the mountain. The ultimate sword light pierced the pitch-black heavens, momentarily halting the mountain's tremors, as if it sensed impending peril. Boom. The sword energy swept through, intertwining with surging spiritual power and sword intent, transforming into the sharpest weapon in existence. The mountain let out a sudden wail, as if an entire world was lamenting, sending chills down one's spine. Sizzle. A fathomless fissure appeared at the heart of the mountain, as if it would split in twain at any moment. Fang Qing's expression remained neutral, sensing that the tremors persisted and grew increasingly violent. He formed hand seals, his movements resembling afterimages, as spiritual energies surged forth, and sword intent suddenly coalesced. Hundreds of sword energies rapidly gathered, hovering in the high sky, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens, emanating an aura even more formidable than before. The entire world seemed to fall into stillness. In the distance, the myriad beings froze, instinctively retreating in fear. Break. Fang Qing's expression turned frigid as he uttered a single word. Instantly, hundreds of sword energies surged forth, fiercely cleaving downwards. Boom, boom, boom. The spine-tingling sound of slashes echoed, and the mountain unleashed a vengeful howl that resounded through the skies. As if the realm of true demons was on the brink of collapse, the very heavens trembling. The sword light lasted but a moment before vanishing into thin air. Along with it dissipated the mountain that resembled a heart. Countless bizarre stones scattered across the ground, the peak leveled to the earth. Pure demonic energy continuously surging and enveloping the area. Yet Fang Qing's brow furrowed slightly, devoid of any signs of joy. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of tremors continued unabated. Even with the mountain shattered, no sign of cessation appeared. The strange source was not the mountain. A hint of doubt flickered in Fang Qing's eyes. It had been far too long since he had encountered such unadulterated sword energy. A deep voice suddenly erupted from all directions, followed by fits of maniacal laughter. Young one, continue to amuse this ancestor with your sword intent. Just as Fang Qing was about to respond, his expression abruptly changed. The previously shattered mountain restored itself to its original form in the blink of an eye. The mountain still resembled a heart, rhythmically pulsing and exuding pure, demonic energy. It had completely disregarded his sword energy. Fang Qing murmured, the remnants of his sword intent lingering on the shattered stones, yet failing to exert any suppressive effect. As the mountain swiftly returned to its former state, then I shall strike you down once more. Fang Qing grasped the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, casting aside any semblance of restraint. His magical energy intertwined with the sword's intent, and a formidable aura began to coalesce around him. In but a fleeting moment, he swung the sword with great ferocity. The demon-slaying sword sliced downward through the void, causing the colossal peak to shatter, its essence reduced to mere fragments. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding burst of laughter echoed through the air. The mountain abruptly reverted to its original form and scathed. In my time, I did not perish. How could a mere junior like you hope to vanquish me? Fang Qing maintained his composure, his magical power abundant, devoid of any trace of concern. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the great peak had been obliterated no less than 10 times. Yet each time, it restored itself to its former state. An astonishing resilience that could drive one to despair. Fang Qing initially intended to depart this realm, only to find the passage had vanished entirely. He was ensnared. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Fang Qing lifted his gaze to the heavens, his consciousness surging forth, keenly detecting an anomaly. The dim sky appeared as a veil of darkness, hollow and deceptive. Another mental spell? Long ago, his avatar had been ensnared by the mental arts of the Blackwater Ghost, but had swiftly broken free. Now, having reached the enlightenment stage, Fang Qing's consciousness was formidable beyond measure. A mental spell capable of ensnaring him was undoubtedly complex. Most critically, his sword energy could not aid in his escape. Should he truly be trapped within this mental realm, the opponent could restore themselves infinitely, ultimately leading him to exhaustion and demise. Such keen perception. To perish in the dream of my inner demons would indeed be a privilege for you, Junior. Suddenly, the heavens split open, a colossal maw forming as it spoke slowly. A dream? Fang Qing narrowed his eyes, a realization dawning upon him. Despite the peril he faced, he remained unflustered. Dream sealing imprint. He formed intricate seals with his hands, mystical light patterns rapidly coalescing, layers upon layers intertwining, inducing a sense of drowsiness from afar. Fang Qing's magical energy surged, and in a brief moment, he conjured countless dream-sealing imprints. The heavens soon formed a pair of eyes, reflecting a hint of confusion. Merge. With a thought, Fang Qing directed the multitude of dream-sealing imprints towards himself. Since he had fallen into the opponent's dream, he would create a new dream to extricate himself. Flowers are not flowers. Mist is not mist. Only by deeply entrenching oneself in illusions can one perceive the truth. Fang Qing closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness radiating outward. Everything around him began to transform, as if an invisible membrane was shattering, revealing the true visage of the world. It remained a dim sky, the massive peak still resembling a heart, yet everything now appeared strikingly real. Damnable Junior, you dare to shatter my dream. The peak trembled violently, dark energy swirling above, coalescing into a colossal hand that descended. Clang. Fang Qing kept his eyes shut, the effects of the dream-sealing imprint still intact. Yet the demon-slaying sword instinctively defended its master, flashing with brilliance as it severed the demonic hand completely. The sword clashed fiercely with the great peak, suppressing it with sheer might. It is time for you to depart. Fang Qing spoke slowly, his gaze now clear, his right hand gently gripping the demon-slaying sword. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a resonant sound. Seemingly exhilarated by the prospect of tasting blood. I am the progenitor of inner demons. I cannot possibly perish. The great peak quaked, now filled with dread. Its dream had been its greatest support, and it knew that other enlightenment stage practitioners might struggle to break free. The terrifying sword intent coalesced, and the demon-slaying sword suddenly transformed, growing to an immense size. A colossal sword, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens, stood aloft, instilling tremors throughout the realm of true demons. Heart-cleaving strike. Fang Qing's expression turned frigid as he unleashed the ultimate technique from the immortal sword art. On that day, the ancestor of the spirit race had perished beneath this very strike. The towering demon-slaying sword trembled, swiftly descending upon the great peak. Time seemed to freeze, and the demon-slaying sword quietly reverted to its original form. Chapter 72. The second demon-slaying sword. Impossible. I will not die. I will not die. The peak trembled, emitting a cry of defiance. Boom. Cracks suddenly appeared on the mountain, spreading like a spider's web. Within those fissures, a terrifying sword intent surged, obliterating its very soul and will. Fang Qing sheathed the demon-slaying sword, his demeanor tranquil, fully aware that the opponent was doomed. Why? What sin has my clan committed? For tens of thousands of years, we cannot escape. We cannot escape. The peak howled to the heavens, filled with profound sorrow, as if questioning the very cosmos. Boom. The cracks widened further, as if the next moment would see the great peak utterly shatter into dust. I will see you buried alongside me. You will die too. The peak seethed with malice, a piercing shriek erupting forth. A surge of black gas shot forth, seemingly the last vestige of this great demon's power. Fang Qing frowned slightly, the sword intent of his protective path surging forth, attempting to annihilate the black gas. Yet the black gas was extraordinarily peculiar, directly disregarding his formidable sword intent, swiftly penetrating his heart. Fang Qing's expression shifted, yet he felt no pain. The slaying of the inner demon is complete. Rewards amplified. You may choose from the following rewards. Option 1. Acquire 5 mysterious treasures. Option 2. Acquire 1 supreme treasure. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an option following the slaying of this great demon. This was the first occurrence of its kind since he had obtained the cultivation system. With a decisive thought, he selected the latter option. At present, Fang Qing possessed countless treasures, lacking neither artifacts nor supernatural abilities. You have received the unknown ancient sword. In a flash of light, an ancient sword materialized in his hand. Fang Qing's expression turned serious, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The ancient sword in his hand bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon-slaying sword. Clang. The demon-slaying sword actively emerged, resonating with a clanging sound, seemingly exhilarated. The other ancient sword reacted similarly, vibrating incessantly. In the next moment, to his astonishment, the two demon-slaying swords began to merge seamlessly. There was no conflict between them, as if this was the way it had always been. Could it be that the previous demon-slaying sword was incomplete? A jolt of realization coursed through Fang Qing as he considered this possibility. The original demon-slaying sword's power was already fearsome, and when combined with his sword intent, it was sufficient to engage in battles beyond his level. Even against practitioners in the later stages of enlightenment, he would harbor no fear. Now, having fused with the ancient sword, the demon-slaying swords might surge several-fold, rendering it nearly impossible for any demon to withstand its power. Yet, Fang Qing could vaguely sense that the demon-slaying sword remained incomplete. He could scarcely fathom the nature of such a sword. If the demon-slaying sword were complete, what level of power would it possess? The demon-slaying sword quivered, transforming into a sword pill, returning to his body. Suddenly, Fang Qing's consciousness stirred, and he perceived an anomaly within himself. Ever since he advanced to the enlightenment stage, his heart had transformed into a crystal-clear small sword. This was also the source of his sword intent for the path of protection. Yet now, his heart had become tainted with a trace of black gas, akin to a festering sore that could not be eradicated. The resurgence of the heart demon? Fang Qing's expression turned grave. The final strike of the heart demon was, in fact, eroding his sword path. A formidable being at the enlightenment stage possesses extraordinary survival capabilities, able to be reborn as long as a sliver of their soul remains intact. It was precisely due to this remarkable tenacity for survival that Fang Qing had resolutely chosen to venture out. However, should the path of enlightenment be extinguished, both body and soul would consequently perish, leading to utter annihilation. With a sigh, Fang Qing acknowledged the absence of immediate solutions, relieved that the dark energy showed no signs of spreading. For the time being, it would not have any impact. Suddenly, the realm of true demons trembled violently, as if the very heavens were fracturing. The space was on the verge of collapse. Fang Qing's gaze flickered. He grasped a black crystal core from the debris of the colossal peak. This was indeed the heart of the heart demon. In the next instant, enveloped in sword intent, Fang Qing made his way towards the exit. The passageway swayed precariously, akin to a dilating pupil on the brink of closure. Open. Fang Qing's eyes emitted twin beams of sword energy, forcibly tearing the passageway apart with his divine abilities. He stepped in with remarkable composure, emerging into the outside world. As the support of his sword energy waned, the passageway sealed shut, and the realm of true demons ceased to exist. Along with its demise, the myriad powerful factions within a radius of tens of thousands of miles vanished as well. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the sky, sensing something amiss. With a crashing sound, the dim sky of the inner world unleashed a torrential downpour. For the first time in countless years, such celestial phenomena manifested in the inner world. Yet, what poured down was not mere rain, but blood rain. The heavens lamented, seemingly drenched in sorrow. Surrounding Fang Qing, the sword intent formed a barrier, keeping the blood rain at bay. 100 meters away, he felt a connection, gazing towards the now vanished realm of true demons. The fall of the heart demon? His brow furrowed slightly, as he subconsciously associated this anomaly with the heart demon. On this day, amidst the blood rain, the myriad demons in the inner world howled in anguish, their sorrow and fury intertwining as the demonic race descended into madness. The expressions of other races shifted drastically, instinctively retreating from the frenzied demons. Fang Qing remained unperturbed, striding forward through the blood rain, when suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his gaze turned westward. Had Qin Zheng encountered a crisis? He had not anticipated that the latter would employ that small sword so promptly. Surely, he must have faced adversaries of at least 8th-tier saint level, or even stronger. However, what puzzled him was that the location of this confrontation was disturbingly close to An City. An invasion of monsters? Fang Qing's brow furrowed in contemplation. Above An City, the demon-slaying sword stood sentinel. Should any monsters dare to enter within 100,000 miles of An City, they would be met with his sword-intense lethal strike. Yet, he sensed no unusual activity from the demon-slaying sword. Truly perplexing. Whispering softly, Fang Qing set his course towards An City, vanishing into the blood rain. Days later, in An City, the territory now sprawled extensively, with the original 12 strongholds having been expanded into cities capable of accommodating vast populations. The original An City was now referred to as the main city, while the 12 others were designated as auxiliary cities, each occupying a cardinal direction, forming a constellation around the central hub. At this moment, Qin Zheng lay unconscious in a grand building within An City, shrouded in a shroud of dark energy. His vitality alarmingly diminished. What is the status of Minister Qin? The other 3 ministers arrived, their voices laced with deep concern. As before, he remains in a deep slumber. If this continues, his life may be in jeopardy. The dark energy incessantly devoured Qin Zheng's life force, akin to a virulent contagion. Minister Qin was formidable. What adversary could have bested him? Could it be a calamity wrought by the human race? Now, with the blood rain falling, a myriad of ominous signs had emerged. Observers, upon seeing Qin Zheng's condition and correlating it with the external blood rain, could not help but speculate. Nonsense. Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmurs. A figure clad in a long robe, Gu Xinghe, entered. The terrifying aura of his vital energy startled the surrounding warriors, their faces reflecting shock. Gu, the Guardian, had grown significantly stronger. Chapter 73, The Tragic Fate of Li Yi. The aura of that specter? As Gu Xinghe approached Qin Zheng, his expression shifted abruptly. The ghostly entity that had conspired with the alien races to ensnare Gu Xinghe had now appeared in his city. His vital energy surged forth, directly targeting Qin Zheng's mind. The energy took on a tangible form, morphing into a crimson dragon, attempting to consume the dark energy. However, the results were negligible. Despite possessing some restraining effect, it was unable to eradicate the darkness entirely. Let us wait for Lao Fang to return. Gu Xinghe discerned that Qin Zheng's soul was in peril, likely due to the specter's influence. His path was purely one of vital energy, rendering him incapable of resolving Qin Zheng's predicament. Speak to me of the situation. Gu Xinghe addressed the gathered individuals. One stepped forward, named Zhou Li, the first to discover Qin Zheng's plight. Zhou Li recounted, Guardian Gu, Minister Qin ventured beyond the borders of an city, seeking to explore the western inner world. However, mere days later, he returned to an city, appearing at the city gates of District 7, already in a daze, seemingly possessed by some malevolent force. His condition deteriorated swiftly, and no matter what we did, he could not be awakened, which is why I brought him back to an city. It seems he was likely targeted by that specter long ago, Gu Xinghe murmured, his mind now enlightened. He had not expected such a coincidence. He had thought the specter had escaped human territory, only to find it had traversed from Xinzhou City to An City. The distance between Xinzhou City and An City was immense. Even humans were unaware of how to traverse it. The only means to travel between Xinzhou City and An City lay through the temporary cities of the outer world. It was astonishing that the specter had fortuitously arrived in An City, but it was also possible that it had prior knowledge of the route. Gu Xinghe's vital energy surged forth, flooding into Qin Zheng's body. The latter's life force visibly strengthened at an observable pace. What a remarkable physique, Gu Xinghe mused quietly. Any ordinary human would likely be incapable of enduring his vital energy. Yet, the Demon King could easily withstand it, far surpassing the strength of human bodies. I hope Lao Fang returns swiftly. Gu Xinghe sighed, departing the building, realizing that he had limited options regarding Qin Zheng's condition. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the crimson ancient sword in the sky. It should be able to sense him. Gu Xinghe's eyes narrowed, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck towards the heavens. A colossal dragon formed from vital energy surged violently towards the demon-slaying sword. Just as the dragon was about to collide with the sword, a fearsome sword energy cleaved through the air. The dragon and the sword energy erupted in a cataclysmic display, dissipating into the void. Old Gu, are you just idling about? A voice echoed, as Fang Qing appeared in an city in an instant. Gu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a coincidence. I can only advise you that if you delay your return any longer, your student may lose his life. Qin Zheng had voluntarily relinquished his position as the guardian of Yuan City, due to Fang Qing, highlighting the profound bond between them. He was loath to see Fang Qing rush into the depths of the inner world in pursuit of vengeance for Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, upon hearing the words, Fang Qing's consciousness expanded and he vanished from his original position in an instant. Gu Xinghe similarly followed suit, and the two reappeared at Qin Zheng's location. Fang Qing paused slightly. It is the malevolent entity that ensnared me. Gu Xinghe nodded slightly, addressing the inquiry. The ghostly being had attempted to assassinate him that day, only to have its right arm torn off. It had concealed itself within the soul. A flicker of realization passed through Fang Qing's gaze as he concentrated a terrifying sword intent, suddenly striking towards Qin Zheng's mind. A being of the Tao Enlightenment stage? You. A visage formed from dark energy materialized on Qin Zheng's forehead. The face gazed at Fang Qing with eyes filled with dread, astonished that a being of the human race had emerged at the Tao Enlightenment stage. More critically, the sharpness of his sword energy was so overwhelming that even cultivators at the late Tao Enlightenment stage might struggle to withstand it. Senior, I am the ghost cultivator Li Yi. Spare me, grant me my life. Li Yi shrieked, fear nearly overwhelming him. He had seized the opportunity to depart from An City that day without alerting the extermination sword above. However, Gu Xinghe's violent blood energy not only severed his right arm, but also continuously consumed his life force. In this life and death crisis, he sought to possess Qin Zheng and obtain his body. Yet unexpectedly, the latter had decisively summoned a small sword, slaying him almost instantaneously. In desperation, he had forced his way into the opponent's mind, attempting to seize control. Yet, alas, his soul had been severely weakened from repeated injuries, and as a cultivator, he found himself locked in a stalemate with Qin Zheng's soul. Li Yi thus fell into a predicament, hoping for an opportunity, but only awaited Fang Qing's return. Dare to seize my human race. Die. Fang Qing's expression remained calm as his right hand transformed into a sword, slicing down fiercely. If I perish, the grave of 10,000 ghosts will descend into utter chaos. Li's words were cut short as his breath extinguished, leaving no trace of threat. The grave of 10,000 ghosts. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Guxingha. The latter shrugged, indicating his ignorance. To think that this ghost cultivator's power had reached the late god transformation stage, a contemplative expression emerged in Fang Qing's eyes. Regrettably, his aura was utterly depleted, otherwise he would have long since taken over Xianxia. Late god transformation stage? Guxingha was taken aback, his expression filled with confusion, equivalent to a 9th-tier sage. Fang Qing pondered for a moment, using terminology the other could comprehend. Suddenly, his tone shifted. Old Gu, your strength has surpassed that of a sage, hasn't it? Fang Qing had sensed the formidable nature of Guxingha's power when he had slain that blood dragon. It was undoubtedly different from the 9th-tier sages he had previously encountered. What are you saying? I am merely a 5th-tier extraordinary warrior, unable to comprehend your words. Guxingha appeared dazed, then spoke again. By the way, you witnessed the torrential blood rain earlier, did you not? I have a slight understanding of the celestial phenomena in the inner world. Oh, it is said that when a peerless demon perishes, the skies in the inner world will wail, and blood rain will fall. Guxingha's expression grew peculiar as he gazed deeply, continuing, I observe that your aura is thick with malevolence, clearly indicating recent bloodshed. This peerless demon would not happen to be your doing, would it? Fang Qing's demeanor remained composed as he replied blandly, absurd. Why speak such things to me? A mere 5th-tier extraordinary being? I shall enter seclusion for a period. Should a crisis arise in its city, you must make haste. Ignoring Guxingha's silence, Fang Qing continued. The opponent's power is formidable. Traveling from the divine capital to Linen City would not take too long. On this journey, he had acquired several 9-turn Dao pills, along with the core of the heart demon, and required time to absorb them. Guxingha nodded and departed from its city. Days passed, and Qinzheng also recovered. Fang Qing instructed him to remain stationed in its city for the time being while he himself departed. Familiar surroundings once more. Fang Qing surveyed the dense malevolent energy around him. This was indeed the very depths of the Sin prison. The formation he had set up previously still remained intact, and he immersed himself in cultivation. With 3 9-turn Dao pills and the heart demon core, his strength would undoubtedly advance further. As time gradually elapsed, a year swiftly passed. Chapter 74, The Expanding Tianwu Kingdom. Over the course of a year, the Xinzhou Kingdom grew increasingly powerful, with an ever-growing number of sage-tier warriors appearing, instilling fear in the alien races with their formidable strength and ferocious combat styles. The demon race also recognized that the Xinzhou Kingdom was not solely comprised of Fang Qing and Guxingha, but rather countless warriors. While their strength may not match that of the two, their methods of slaughter were equally ruthless, instilling trepidation in the demon race. The most significant improvement over the year was the rise in the average strength of the Xinzhou Kingdom. Individuals encountered on the streets were at least mid-tier warriors, capable of resisting the encroachment of malevolent energy. Most people had migrated to the inner world, leading to a dwindling population in the 3 major cities of the outer world. This was precisely what Guxingha and others wished to see. Once the 2 realms merged, humanity would inevitably reside within the inner world, necessitating early adaptation. Divine Capital. National Martial Affairs Bureau Building. HM. To incorporate our Xinzhou Kingdom? Guxingha maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded a middle-aged man before him. Not incorporation, but migration and alliance. The current world is chaotic, and the merging of the 2 realms is not far off. The middle-aged man paused, a congenial smile gracing his lips. When that time comes, the demon horde will surely dance. Can your Xinzhou Kingdom withstand it? Our Tianwu Kingdom has already absorbed several kingdoms, including the Yuan Kingdom and the Tang Kingdom, becoming powerful enough to contend with the demons. Guxingha remained unperturbed, quietly listening to the man's discourse. The middle-aged man was unfazed, for although his cultivation was merely that of an extraordinary warrior, he maintained his composure in front of Guxingha. The reason was simple. He was an envoy of the Tianwu Kingdom. When that time comes, the Xinzhou Kingdom will also be renamed. While you may not hold the position of governor, you will undoubtedly have a place as deputy governor. Your strength should suffice for the role of deputy governor. Being at the sage tier, no? What do you think? A rather enticing offer, is it not? The middle-aged man's expression radiated confidence, as though he was certain of success. Guxingha could no longer restrain a smile, shaking his head. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Zhao Qi, the diplomatic envoy of the Yunxia Prefecture of Tianwu Kingdom. The middle-aged man declared proudly, stating his name. Zhao Qi, a rather peculiar name. You may take your leave. Guxingha replied with a composed smile. What do you mean, Zhao Qi? My name is Zhao Qi, the middle-aged man retorted, but in the next moment, he seemed to grasp the implication. You wish for me to leave? Zhao Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you realize how many sage warriors like you are present in my Tianwu Kingdom? The Elder Council is filled with experts. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who named the sage tier? Gu Xinghe raised an eyebrow, as if regarding a clown. Leave. The terrifying force of blood energy erupted suddenly, yet the surrounding tables and chairs remained undisturbed. Only Zhao Qi felt as though he had been crushed by a mountain, his body abruptly flying backward, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. You. Zhao Qi's expression turned furious, but the intense pain in his chest brought him back to reality. Just you wait. Zhao Qi left the National Martial Affairs Bureau building in utter disarray. Boss, what about those from Tianwu Kingdom? Shall we eliminate them? Bai Lin suddenly entered the office and spoke. Forget it. Though the people of the Xinzhou nation are ruthless in slaying demons, there is no need to treat our compatriots with such severity. Gu Xinghe shook his head, a look of contemplation appearing in his eyes. The number of demons in the surface world has diminished greatly, not due to an improvement in the state of affairs, but rather because the merging of the two realms has drawn closer. Furthermore, a year ago, Xinzhou nation thwarted the plans of the four clans, inflicting severe losses upon them. The demons have been intimidated, prompting their kin to withdraw from the surface world. After all, this is not the territory of a foreign race. Many formidable demons cannot easily reveal themselves. To his surprise, Tianwu nation has begun to consolidate humanity. Gu Xinghe tapped his fingers on the desk, incessantly plotting in his mind. The surface world is gradually becoming tranquil, albeit a calm before the impending storm. Indeed, it is the optimal moment for the consolidation of humanity. This continent belongs to Xinzhou. It seems Tianwu nation has forgotten that. Gu Xinghe abruptly stood, his gaze directed toward the southern region of Xinzhou. 2 months swiftly passed. On this day, 3 cities of Xinzhou welcomed uninvited guests. In Linen City, a horde of ferocious eagle demons descended. Each eagle bore 3 to 5 individuals atop its back. Boss, this city is truly backward. It probably has only around 1 million inhabitants. Even if we conscript them, it would be of no use, right? Humph. What do you know? A middle-aged man clad in black armor scoffed. Centuries ago, Xinzhou was the foremost power, home to countless strong warriors who fought for humanity's survival. Though it may now be in decline, it surely possesses remnants of treasures, which are of great significance to us in Tianwu. The individuals atop the eagles then understood, their hearts aware of the kingdom's intentions. That should be the official building of Xinzhou nation. Follow me, but do not act rashly. After all, we are both human. The middle-aged man warned, as dozens of eagle demons landed before the Guofu building. Caw! The eagle demons exuded a fierce aura. Their wings stirred up a tempest, instantly demolishing small structures. While there was no need to kill, they had to establish a modicum of intimidation. Who are you? A throng of warriors gathered, their gazes filled with vigilance and menace. Where is the highest authority in Linen City? The middle-aged man, evidently the leader of the group, stepped forward. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, causing those around to involuntarily retreat a few steps. A saint-level warrior? The crowd's expressions changed. I am Su Qing'an, a captain of Team C from the Demon Suppression Department. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak with me. A transcendent 8th-tier warrior stepped forth, unyielding even in the face of a saint level. Your weight is insufficient. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, appearing indifferent. Suddenly, the saint-level aura surged forth, forcing Su Qing'an back into the crowd. Is there not a single saint-level warrior in Linen City? How disappointing this is. The middle-aged man had been waiting for some time, yet no one of sufficient stature appeared. Then let the highest authority in Linen City come forth. Su Qing'an's eyes burned with anger. Yet his strength was indeed inadequate to confront the opponent. The strong of Linen City are all in the inner world. If you have the capability, you may venture there. Who is your highest authority? Is he also within the inner world? The middle-aged man's brows knitted together. The garrison commander is currently absent, but the minister of the Demon Suppression Department is stationed in City. Someone spoke up, suggesting that the other party should head to City. Since the highest authority is not present, why should I go? It seems you are merely a collection of worthless rabble in the inner world. The middle-aged man's gaze suddenly shifted toward the south. Oh, have you also constructed a demon prison? I imagine the position of warden there is quite high, barely qualifying to converse with me. A throng of individuals marched toward the southern direction of the prison. Chapter 75, Truly Unfortunate. The people of Tianwu Nation headed straight for the southern district. The eagle demons in the sky were ferocious, spreading their wings and flying recklessly at low altitudes. In an instant, chaos erupted in Linen City. Observing the turmoil among the populace, the Tianwu individuals chuckled lightly. This city is exceedingly weak. The middle-aged man scoffed, as his gaze fell upon the frail and elderly, women and children. While their cultivation levels were not low, their combat prowess paled in comparison to their ranks. A warrior from the Guofu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with fury, yet he was restrained by Su Qing'an. Despite Tianwu Nation having only a few hundred members, their demeanor was remarkably nonchalant. However, the 10 individuals at the forefront exhibited a glimmer of murderous intent, their blood essence continually coalescing, ever watchful of their surroundings. Should any citizen of Linen dare to take action, they would undoubtedly face a swift and violent retribution. 10 saint-level warriors. They were ill-equipped to handle such a force. The malevolence was minimal. The demons imprisoned therein were far too weak. The middle-aged man discerned the circumstances of Linen City's prison with a mere glance. Presently, demons in the surface world were scarce, and those bold enough to invade human cities were exceedingly rare. Moreover, most individuals had ventured into the inner world, where the demons were directly slain, rendering imprisonment unnecessary. This had resulted in the prison scale being far inferior to what it had been decades prior. Just as the middle-aged man was about to enter the prison, a figure emerged. Gazing upon the casually dressed man, the people of Tianwu Nation were taken aback, quickly erupting into laughter. An ordinary person? He exudes not a trace of blood essence. They exchanged glances, finally unable to contain their mirth. Tianwu Nation had completed the martialization of its populace a decade ago. Finding such an ordinary person was utterly impossible, barring infants. The man was none other than Fang Qing, who had just emerged from seclusion. His gaze was tranquil, yet he paid no heed to the crowd, instead looking skyward. Since when did Linen City dare to harbor demons? In the next moment, an invisible force manifested. Dozens of eagle demons in the sky were instantly slain, their bodies torn asunder, their eyes filled with confusion, as if they could not comprehend the reason for their demise. Drip, drip, drip. The blood of the eagle demons fell from the sky, drenching the members of Tianwu Nation. Their throats seemed to be constricted, the earlier laughter abruptly ceased, their expressions frozen. Why you? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, as if he wished to say something but found it difficult to articulate. Su Chengyan, what is happening? Fang Qing's gaze turned to the personnel of the Guofu. Su Chengyan stepped forward, his eyes alight with excitement. The garrison commander has finally emerged from seclusion. He spoke. Garrison commander, these individuals hail from Tianwu Nation. They have just arrived in Linen City and wish to speak with the highest authority. Seeking me. Fang Qing's gaze remained calm as he regarded the individuals before him. At that moment, the members of Tianwu Nation finally regained their composure. The middle-aged man at the forefront took a deep breath, anger flaring in his eyes. Do you dare to kill the eagle demons nurtured by Tianwu Nation? The middle-aged man's gaze was electric, the blood essence within him erupting with a thunderous force. Reaching the level of a Saint Tier 4. If you come to Linen City, you must abide by the rules. Fang Qing's tone was flat, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. Speak swiftly if you have business. The middle-aged man finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Despite the loss of dozens of eagle demons, as long as he could bring Linen City under control, it would be considered a worthwhile endeavor. Nevertheless, he had firmly resolved to report to his superiors and propose the conscription of the local populace into the army's expendable units. My name is Du Yun, a third-rank official of the Tianwu Kingdom, and I am here today to negotiate an alliance. Du Yun regained his composure, yet his visage was still smeared with blood, rendering him an absurd sight. In these dire times of rampant demons, humanity must support one another to secure a foothold. You are unsure how to forge an alliance? It is quite simple. All of you must migrate to the Tianwu Kingdom and become our citizens, thereby ensuring your protection. A smile curled at the corners of Du Yun's mouth, his eyes brimming with confidence, reminiscent of the Tianwu Kingdom envoy from earlier. The difference this time was the formidable strength they possessed. 10 saints were enough to intimidate an entire city. However, the journey was long, hence no possessions were permitted, as they would be confiscated by the Tianwu Kingdom and deposited into the state treasury. In return, you would receive residency permits from the Tianwu Kingdom. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such shamelessness. It was akin to paying to sell oneself, only to be expected to feel grateful to the Tianwu Kingdom in the end. Du Yun's expression remained placid, adopting an air of tacit acceptance. What? You do not wish to become a citizen of the Tianwu Kingdom? Depart. Fang Qing's countenance turned frigid as he uttered a single word, then continued. Having just emerged from seclusion to encounter a group of lunatics, truly unfortunate. They were insufferably arrogant. Du Yun's eyes narrowed, a terrifying aura abruptly emanating from him. Those eagle demons were merely at the initial stage of the extraordinary. Should he choose to intervene, he too could obliterate them in an instant. Though his methods were not as peculiar as theirs, Du Yun assumed the opponent had mastered a certain unique combat technique. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Appearing high above in the air, clenching his right fist, his expression turned savage as he bellowed, "Since you seek death, let this city have a new master. Do you wish to kill me?" Fang Qing's brow furrowed. He initially had no intention of engaging with humanity, but the persistent provocations had now ignited his lethal intent. Die? In an instant, it was as if his words had invoked a spell. Du Yun, a mid-level saint, felt his pupils constrict as he beheld an overwhelming terror. In that fleeting moment, his body shattered into fragments, blood splattering across the ground. A mid-level saint had fallen in an instant, leaving no time for anyone to react. Lord Du, Lord Du. The people of the Tianwu kingdom cried out in astonishment and fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A peculiar exhilaration surged within Fang Qing. Although the backlash from the progenitor of his heart demon had failed to corrupt his path, it had subtly influenced his psyche. You dare to kill a third-rank official of the Tianwu kingdom. You will pay dearly for this. This city shall bear the consequences of your actions. A second-rank saint bellowed. His eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with fury and ferocity. The backing of the Tianwu kingdom had granted him immense confidence. Within the hour, if you do not vacate Linen City, you shall remain here forever. Fang Qing's expression was indifferent, and in an instant, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth. The people of the Tianwu kingdom felt a shift in their countenance, as if their very souls were being pierced, their eyes instinctively closing. They trembled, their wrath transforming into terror as they finally grasped the gravity of their predicament. Even a fourth-rank saint like Du Yun had been annihilated in an instant. They were not even afforded the privilege of fleeing. Retreat. The second-rank saint gritted his teeth, leading hundreds to turn and flee. This operation could only be deemed a complete failure. Not only had they failed to conscript Linen City, but they had also lost a third-rank official. Wait. Suddenly, Fang Qing spoke, his cold voice causing everyone to pause. Did you destroy Linen City? With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered numerous small structures in Linen City had been razed. The once pristine streets lay in utter disarray, as if besieged by demons. We are willing to compensate. The people of the Tianwu kingdom gritted their teeth and spoke, preparing to retrieve demon cores from their packs. No need. My Shenzhou kingdom does not lack for such trifles. Fang Qing shook his head, turning his gaze toward the remaining 9 saints of the Tianwu kingdom. You 9 shall leave your right hands. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the Tianwu kingdom's people shifted dramatically, followed swiftly by a surge of anger. Had the audacity of the opponent become so brazen? If they were unwilling to act, then let him do so. Fang Qing's demeanor remained impassive as he casually waved his right hand, and an invisible sword intent surged forth. You! In an instant, the 9 cried out in agony, their astonishment reaching a peak. Their right arms shattered simultaneously, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The most terrifying aspect was that they still failed to comprehend how he had accomplished such a feat. This power transcended that of mere warriors. A demon, an unparalleled demon. The people of the Tianwu kingdom murmured, fear permeating their eyes as their bodies trembled incessantly. You may leave now. Fang Qing remained unmoved, his expression as frigid as ice. The people of the Tianwu kingdom dared not linger any longer, desperate to escape the city with all haste. They were not human at all, truly unfortunate creatures. Fang Qing muttered, refraining from annihilating them entirely. Xiao Su, I leave the matters here to you. Su Cheng'en's countenance shifted, filled with reverence, as he nodded vigorously, indicating his capability to handle everything. Numerous buildings in Linen City had sustained damage, necessitating the arrangement of personnel for repairs. Fang Qing proceeded to the grand edifice of the National Martial Bureau. A year had passed, allowing him to successfully absorb 3 9-turn-Dao pills and the heart demon core. Yet, strangely, his cultivation had not advanced at all, remaining at the initial stage of enlightenment. However, his sword intent had soared. In other words, while his cultivation had not improved, his combat prowess had surged considerably. Fang Qing's cultivation journey resembled crossing a river by feeling for stones, with no one to guide him, as he was the sole cultivator in the Shenzhou kingdom. Fortunately, he placed little value on cultivation. An increase in combat strength sufficed, especially since he was no longer constrained by the limitations of lifespan. Just as he was delving into various documents to understand the developments in the Shenzhou kingdom over the past year, a phone call unexpectedly came through. Old Fang, have you emerged from seclusion? Gu Xinghe's appearance remained unchanged, exuding an air of elegance. Have you been monitoring me? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing that news of his recent emergence had reached his ears. Intuition. Gu Xinghe coughed lightly before continuing. There are people from the Tianwu kingdom in Linen City, correct? Fang Qing nodded slightly. A group sought to conscript Linen City, but I sent them away. Has anyone from the capital come as well? A similar group riding eagle demons had been driven off before they could even land. Gu Xinghe nodded, exhaling slowly. The Tianwu kingdom has been developing rapidly in recent years. They are becoming somewhat arrogant. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, looking directly at Fang Qing. Old Fang, have you any matters to attend to recently? No time. Fang Qing frowned, instinctively sensing something amiss, and decisively replied. Anqing has me to look after it. You should take a trip to the Tianwu kingdom for a business trip. Me? What would I do there? touristic observation, or unleash a massacre. Fang Qing shook his head. Although he had been influenced by the heart demon, his temperament had changed. Yet it was inconceivable for him to actively unleash a massacre upon humanity. A friendly alliance, Gu Xing has stated with a composed demeanor. The cities of Shenzhou, Yuan, and had undergone extensive expansion, capable of accommodating the populations of several nations within Shenzhou. Even if all the inhabitants of the Tianwu kingdom were to relocate, it would pose no issue whatsoever. A smile graced Gu Xing's lips. In this chaotic world, humanity could only unite to withstand the onslaught of demons. Isn't this akin to the Tianwu kingdom? Fang Qing remarked, his brow furrowed. Completely different. Gu Xinghe firmly countered, shaking his head. Only we can instill fear in the demons and protect the human race. Can the Tianwu kingdom achieve that? Their actions are audacious, showing utter disdain for the demons. They are blinded by the prosperity of the outer world, believing that the demon threat is minimal. Once the two realms merge, the downfall of the Tianwu kingdom is merely a matter of time. The population of the Tianwu kingdom is at least several times that of ours. If we do not intervene, a single unparalleled demon could extinguish them. What do you think? Gu Xinghe spoke with evident contemplation. He had never immersed himself in the machinations of power, preferring instead to be a guardian of humanity. Otherwise, he would not have appointed himself as a sentinel. Fang Qing's expression softened. He believed Gu Xinghe's words. Their personalities bore some resemblance, both lacking interest in mundane power. You should assign others. If I were to go, it could very well backfire. Although Fang Qing understood the other's intentions, he declined. He was uncertain he could control his murderous intent, akin to how he had ruthlessly slain Du Yun in an instant. If the people of the Tianwu kingdom regarded him as a mortal enemy, it could very well lead to rivers of blood. Very well, since you are unwilling to go, I shall arrange for others. Gu Xinghe sighed, not pressing the matter further. Both were sentinels of the Shenzhou kingdom, and he had no authority to command Fang Qing. After ending the call, Gu Xinghe vanished, arriving in the depths of the Xin prison in the capital. Old friends, we can gather once more. Gu Xinghe sighed, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. Despite the current strength of the Shenzhou kingdom, boasting dozens of sages, most were merely at the initial stage. Aside from Gu Xinghe and Fang Qing, the most formidable individual was Qin Zheng. However, his form was that of the giant demon king, and any entry into the Tianwu kingdom would likely result in conflict. The next most powerful being was the arrow god, Su Long, a fifth-tier sage. Though formidable, he could not suppress the Tianwu kingdom. Only by awakening his old friends could he hope to achieve that. Gu Xinghe desired to reunite with his old comrades, but hesitated to revive them. Once the pioneers of that era reawakened, his own life would be akin to a countdown. With a tumultuous heart, Gu Xinghe descended to the lowest depths of the Xin prison. Su Long and Chun Yuan had already been awakened, leaving only 7 ice coffins remaining. Gazing at the 7 ice coffins surrounding him, Gu Xinghe was filled with emotion. Soon, his expression steeled as he directly opened 6 of the ice coffins. Life elixirs were injected, and the 6 soon began to respond. A terrifying aura of vitality enveloped them as their long-dormant bodies gradually revived. Chapter 77, The Eerie Entity. Has a crisis erupted in the Shenzhou kingdom? The tall man wielding a spear appeared solemn, already sensing something amiss. Gu Xinghe smiled, reassuring them that, for the moment, there was no crisis, but certain special tasks awaited their attention. Old Meng, how do you feel? Meng Li slightly swayed his body, feeling that his martial realm from back in the day still existed. The blood energy within him surged like a dragon, faintly roaring. No decline. Meng Li's eyes sparkled with electric intensity, the aura of his former invincibility returning. Brother Meng, old Gu. A voice rang out as a young man clad in a white martial attire, with a strikingly handsome visage, stood up. In his hand was a crimson long blade, seemingly stained with blood, exuding an equally terrifying aura. Have the demons breached the Shenzhou kingdom? Jiang Qing's expression was calm, yet his eyes brimmed with fierce battle intent. The other 4 gradually revived as well, their terrifying blood vitality radiating forth, their eyes unwaveringly determined, ready to face death at any moment. As long as I am here, the Shenzhou kingdom shall not falter. Gu Xinghe smiled, witnessing the joy in the eyes of his former friends. Let us depart first. Old Gu, how is Sister John's condition? Meng Li suddenly shifted his gaze toward the last ice coffin, concern etched in his features. The final ice coffin was different from theirs. They had entered slumber to prolong their lives, while the last individual had been put to sleep for a peculiar reason, unable to control her own power. To prevent inadvertent harm to humanity, she had to remain in slumber. She will need a bit more time. Gu Xinghe sighed, shaking his head, offering no further explanation. The 7 of them left the innermost depths of the Xin prison, arriving at the grand building of the National Martial Arts Office. Gu Xinghe began to assign tasks. instructing the six to work together to relocate the inhabitants of the Tianwu kingdom. In their time, they were not only the pioneers of the Xinzhou kingdom, but also of humanity, having made significant contributions to securing a place for humanity to thrive. Their reputation among humans remained exceedingly high, and even the people of the Tianwu kingdom dared not treat them lightly. Should the six join forces, leveraging their former renown and their own strength, the likelihood of success was immense. Gu Xinghe conveyed numerous details to the six, also informing them of the current state of the Xinzhou kingdom. Sentinel Fang Qing, Meng Li's eyes blazed with unbridled battle spirit, eager for action. Old Meng, it would be wise not to act recklessly. Even I cannot guarantee victory. Gu Xinghe's expression was complex. The Gu Xinghe of yore and she had been anomalies. And now Fang Qing emerged as yet another. Every era gives rise to a protagonist. Gu Xinghe sensed that the protagonist of this age was none other than Fang Qing. While the group deliberated on their expedition to the Tianwu kingdom, Fang Qing had arrived in City. He initially intended to leave the territory of City and delve deeper into the inner world to slay demons, but certain matters had hindered his progress. Haunting? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, sensing trouble on the horizon. Before him stood 12 individuals, all appearing flustered, incessantly reporting various bizarre occurrences. Lord Sentinel, in City 1. There have been sightings of ghostly apparitions. Every night, a woman in red wanders the streets, claiming a life at midnight. Warriors cannot touch her form, and even their blood energy proves ineffective. City 2 has also witnessed strange occurrences. During the day, eerie laughter echoes, while at night, it gives way to sorrowful wails. Each day, there are inexplicable deaths, including that of a transcendent 9th-tier warrior. City 3. The 12 were the overseers of the 12 subordinate cities, now gathered to report their findings. Fang Qing's brow furrowed as he gazed at the demon-slaying sword in the sky. Its sword intent remained, yet demons had infiltrated, indicating a formidable challenge ahead. I will address each issue one by one. Order the entire city to be on high alert. Fang Qing and his 12 companions returned to the city, meticulously organizing all affairs without succumbing to panic. Just as he prepared to exit the office building, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the white wall to his right. Anqing, a city of modernity, stood in stark contrast to the ancient charm of Xinzhou City. There, on the once immaculate wall, a bizarre black handprint appeared, its size reminiscent of an infant's arm. Could it truly be haunted? Fang Qing's expression grew increasingly grave. Anqing had likely been infiltrated. His consciousness surged forth. That ominous handprint had undoubtedly manifested during his discourse with the others. A specter capable of evading the scrutiny of the demon slayer's sword and approaching him so closely was a testament to its eerie and terrifying nature. How audacious! Fang Qing murmured softly. Yet, his brow soon furrowed with concern as he extended his terrifying awareness, only to find no anomalies present. Play with me, play with me. A nebulous voice echoed, reminiscent of a child's whisper. Fang Qing's body froze momentarily. The demon slayer's sword summoned forth from within him, its dread aura encircling him. Ever vigilant against impending threats. Suddenly, he felt a chill creep up from behind his neck, as if an otherworldly presence were brushing against him. A fleeting glance revealed an azure hand. Fang Qing's pupils constricted in terror, his heart racing. An atmosphere of strangeness and dread enveloped him. The child's whispers persisted. Play with me, ringing in his ears. The demon slayer's sword quivered, imbued with a fearsome might, and struck out swiftly. Yet, there was no response. As if the entity were non-existent. What manner of creature was this? Fang Qing's expression turned to one of horror, as he could still discern that azure hand. Wrapping his right hand in the sword intent of guardianship, he abruptly reached backward. Still, there was no sensation of contact. A phantom? Impossible, Fang Qing muttered. For regardless of its nature, his sword intent could obliterate its soul. Unless it possessed no soul at all. The coldness at his neck deepened, akin to an ancient block of ice. With a thought, he vanished from his location, reappearing in a wide-open space. The onlookers witnessed the sentinel standing high above, their faces etched with confusion. Could the others not see it? Fang Qing's expression remained grave, his peripheral vision still catching sight of two azure hands. He was acutely aware that a specter perched upon his neck. With a swift motion, Fang Qing conjured red lightning in his hand, hurling it violently backward. This was the lightning of heavenly tribulation, potent enough to subdue all phantoms. Yet, to his astonishment, the lightning proved ineffective, as if the entity were invulnerable. Fang Qing unleashed a barrage of mystical techniques, yet each attempt failed to harm it in the slightest. Suddenly, a blazing flame erupted. It was the Tianxian fire he had once wielded through his avatar. In that instant of ignition, Fang Qing keenly noticed the two azure hands retracting sharply. Afraid of the fire? Fang Qing's eyes narrowed, his power surging, as the inferno enveloped him entirely. A venomous scream erupted, the specter finally gripped by fear. Fang Qing felt the pressure on his neck release abruptly. He swiftly turned to confront the entity. Before him stood a small azure ghost, wailing amidst the sea of flames. A foul stench wafting through the air. The Tianxian fire, a treasure from his nascent soul period, radiated immense power capable of overwhelming even the most formidable of cultivators. The small ghost endured for mere minutes before unleashing a desperate shriek, its form reduced to ash. The specter was vanquished. Reward enhancement. The following rewards were available for selection. Option 1. Acquire 5 mysterious treasures. Option 2. Obtain 1 supreme treasure. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Another reward enhancement. This specter. A look of astonishment filled his eyes. The previous enhancement had been a result of vanquishing the progenitor of the heart demon. The entity's strength was formidable, rivaling that of those in the path of enlightenment. Although the small ghost was peculiar, it exhibited a fear of flames, which the Tianxian fire could incinerate entirely. Such a small ghost was indeed on par with the heart demon. Fang Qing resolutely chose the second option. Reward acquisition successful. He obtained the residual Annihilation seal. Another sealing technique entered his consciousness. Fang Qing discerned that the residual Annihilation seal shared a common origin with the Dream Entry seal. Teacher, are you alright? A voice suddenly broke through, belonging to Qin Zheng. The onlookers saw no phantoms, only Fang Qing seemingly in a frenzy, unleashing spells upon himself. A myriad of awe-inspiring spells erupted, and none dared approach within 1,000 meters. Fortunately, his control was impeccable, ensuring the spells did not endanger the civilians below. All is well. Anqing has also been infiltrated by phantoms, Fang Qing declared, his gaze scanning the other 12 cities. He commanded all martial artists to refrain from venturing outside, advising them to remain indoors. This bizarre incident needed resolution. Otherwise, the entire Anqing would be gripped by fear. How could such peculiar phantoms manifest without warning? Fang Qing pondered. The phantoms were entities he had never encountered, even unrecorded in the National Martial Arts Archives. More crucially, these phantoms did not seem to belong to the Ghost Clan. Most of the Ghost Clan possessed low intelligence, yet at least they had awareness. However, that Azure Ghost was entirely different, resembling a mere automaton executing a programmed sequence. Its combat prowess was feeble, yet it yielded such generous rewards. There must be a reason behind it. Fang Qing's gaze flickered, as if a realization dawned upon him. The Ghost Clan typically formed from the remnants of fallen beings. Could it be that this small ghost had once been a formidable entity? He felt the world was rife with mysteries, and he had only scratched the surface. Just as Fang Qing prepared to address the remaining spectral incidents. In the ancestral lands of the Spirit Clan, a fractured black stone wall stood, from which a pattern began to emit a soft glow. Did you intervene? The long silent wind ancestor spoke once more. Beside the wind ancestor, the pattern revealed its strangeness as an eerie voice echoed. The forbidden realm of the Ghost Clan. The grave of 10,000 ghosts has gone awry. I have transported the escaped phantoms to human cities. There were no slip-ups, I hope? A trace of concern flickered in the wind ancestor's demeanor. You frightened? The wind ancestor fell silent, ultimately letting out a sigh. Though it could command the Spirit Clan to refrain from action, it could not restrain existences of equal rank. At this moment, Fang Qing had arrived at the northern part of Anqing, in City 1. He stood quietly in the street. Following his orders, the martial artists returned indoors. No longer wandering aimlessly outside, City 1 frequently saw the appearance of red-clad phantoms, and according to information, they only manifested at night. Fang Qing awaited the onset of darkness. The sky was shrouded in darkness when suddenly a sound echoed from behind him, seemingly close at hand. Fang Qing abruptly turned his head, and the heavenly mysterious fire in his hand instantly coalesced, engulfing a 10-meter radius in flames. Amidst the inferno, a figure clad in red slowly floated towards him. Fang Qing furrowed his brow. The heavenly mysterious fire was ineffective. He had believed it to be a formidable weapon against such specters. But the reality was starkly contrary to his expectations. The red-clad ghost was unaffected, appearing almost frenzied as it emitted a series of chilling shrieks. Fang Qing's eyes narrowed, feeling as though his very soul was quaking, as if it were about to be drawn away. The apparition before him was far more malevolent than the previous blue specter, even exerting an influence over his Tao Enlightenment stage cultivation. The sword intent of the Guardian's path shielded his soul as he formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of various mystical techniques towards the ghostly figure. Trees, torrents, flames, sharp weapons, and other spells rained down upon it. His cultivation was immensely profound, and the spells he released shimmered with resplendence. The entire city was illuminated, drawing the astonished gaze of countless martial artists outside, their eyes filled with shock and awe. To them, it was a display of manipulating the forces of heaven and earth. when a bolt of heavenly thunder struck. The red-clad ghost let out a terrified shriek and began to flee. It fears the attribute of thunder? An epiphany dawned upon Fang Qing. This bizarre entity was clearly afraid of a specific elemental spell. The Nine Heavens thunder control technique was one of his primary cultivation methods, and the power of thunder was sufficient to instill fear in opponents of the same realm. Countless red lightning bolts cascaded down, and the ghost was swiftly vanquished, dissolving into formlessness, dissipating into the cosmos. The unknown specter had been successfully slain. Reward amplification. He could choose from the following rewards. Option 1. Acquire 5 mysterious treasures. Option 2. Acquire 1 supreme treasure. Fang Qing's expression brightened. His understanding of such apparitions deepened. He obtained the magical sealing talisman. It was yet another spell of the same origin as his previous techniques. This singular sealing method was exceptionally potent, rivaling the might of his thunderous power. Yet, he harbored a vague sense that once all sealing techniques were acquired, a qualitative transformation would occur. At that moment, Fang Qing felt invigorated as he gazed towards the remaining cities, visions of countless supreme treasures dancing in his mind. If a common martial artist were to encounter such a ghost, it would be an insurmountable challenge, capable of confounding even the ancient Star River. However, Fang Qing was a cultivator, equipped with an arsenal of spells and techniques within his mind. He could unleash any attribute-based attack, always possessing one that could annihilate such entities. Though seemingly straightforward, the conditions were exceedingly arduous. Not only did one need to master various elemental spells, but their potency had to be formidable as well. Just as with the previous Red Ghost, utilizing spells from the nascent soul stage would have proven insufficient for its annihilation. Fang Qing himself was at the Tao Enlightenment stage. Even if he employed other techniques, their power would at least be at the God Transformation stage, capable of obliterating the apparition. Chapter 79. Ascendant Stage Cultivators. Supreme Treasures. All belong to me. Fang Qing smiled as he made his way towards the other cities. It was nighttime, increasing the likelihood of encountering more ghosts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, after the specter's demise, its body released a mysterious substance that permeated the city. Even his consciousness failed to detect such an anomaly. Over the course of several days, the skies above the cities surrounding the city were adorned with dazzling, radiant spells. Trees, flames, lightning, frost, and other elemental manifestations were extraordinarily captivating, prompting countless citizens to marvel at such celestial powers, achievable only by immortals. He received the rewards: Ascendant Pill, Heavenly Tao Pill, Unknown Ancient Sword, Reincarnation Seal. Each ghost would bestow upon Fang Qing a supreme treasure, and within a mere few days, his gains had become unimaginably vast, even acquiring a demon-slaying sword. The sword's power surged once more, significantly enhancing Fang Qing's swordsmanship. At this moment, Fang Qing's demeanor turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon the ghostly figure ahead. Blood magic hand. He clenched his right hand suddenly, and an enormous, ferocious blood hand lunged toward the elderly woman before him. The old woman recoiled in evident fear of this blood attribute technique. Fang Qing's expression remained unchanged as he channeled his magic, conjuring 3 more blood hands from different directions, completely sealing off the old woman's escape. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 colossal blood hands descended, their terrifying might shattering the old woman's form, dispersing her into the ether. It turned out she was a cultivator at the Tao Enlightenment stage. A remnant soul floated in the air, sighing. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. This ghost possessed a soul. In just a few days, he had slain dozens of specters, but never had he encountered such an anomaly. Who are you? Fang Qing's thoughts stirred, and a terrifying sword intent radiated, completely restraining the remnant soul, preventing any actions. A sword cultivator. The old woman's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with dread. The icy sword chi sliced through the air, catching the old woman off guard, and her right hand was instantly severed. Her form grew increasingly ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing into the cosmos. Only then did the old woman realize that her opponent was a true, ruthless individual. And she sighed. You need not be so wary. I am but a wisp of a remnant soul, destined to dissipate into the world sooner or later. The old woman's expression was bittersweet, tinged with sorrow. I am known as Qing Yuan, a former cultivator who met an untimely demise due to an accident. My body interred in a special location, ultimately reduced to this state over time. Suddenly, the old woman's gaze turned towards Fang Qing. I have one last request. May I ask if you would grant it? Oh, speak, and I shall listen. Fang Qing's demeanor was composed, revealing no sign of unusualness. Could you perform the soul-crossing technique for me? Otherwise, my soul shall find it difficult to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Fang Qing raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued by the mention of reincarnation. The old woman appeared astonished, perceiving Fang Qing as rather peculiar. As cultivators, We naturally believe in the cycle of heaven and earth. Otherwise, where do souls come from, and where do they go? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He had previously employed the soul-crossing technique for heroic figures of humanity, yet it seemed ineffective. The old woman's words today plunged him into deep thought. I shall, of course, offer you a reward. The old woman suddenly spoke, presuming Fang Qing sought some benefit. Your sword intent is pure. It is evident you have cultivated an extremely advanced sword technique. I shall impart to you a sword technique that can sever the path to ascendance. Should you master it to a profound degree, it may lead to your ascent. Your technique can sever the path to ascendance? Fang Qing squinted, responding. He cared little for the old woman's offer, as the system had already rewarded him with countless treasures. Rather, he harbored other intentions at that moment. Your body has long since faded. How can you impart it to me? Soul transmission of techniques. The old woman's expression was calm as she spoke. Fang Qing's gaze flickered with coldness as he regarded her in silence. Worry not. My soul is exceedingly frail. Even Tao Enlightenment stage cultivators cannot harm me, let alone those at the God transformation stage. How could I possibly seize control? The elderly woman began to explain, fully aware of the vigilance exhibited by her counterpart. At present, she existed only as a remnant of her former self, with her sole chance of survival hinging upon usurping the body of a cultivator. Fang Qing scrutinized her frail soul, ultimately nodding ever so slightly. A barely perceptible glimmer of joy flickered between the woman's brows. If that is the case, then let us commence, Fang Qing declared, simultaneously lowering his defenses within his sea of consciousness. The elderly woman formed intricate hand seals, channeling mysterious imprints of arcane power into Fang Qing's mind. However, at the very moment of entry, Fang Qing's expression abruptly shifted. His consciousness had been ensnared. To think there could be such a foolish cultivator. The woman's previously composed demeanor twisted into a ghastly visage, akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Your body now belongs to me. A rare swordsman, how fortunate for me. The woman's soul surged into Fang Qing's consciousness, intent on executing the soul-snatching technique. Yet, in that instant, her expression changed dramatically. How could your consciousness be so formidable? Fang Qing wore a mocking expression. He was inherently a sacred spirit root, and his cultivation method belonged to the pinnacle of prowess, rendering his mana and consciousness vastly superior to that of his peers. His terrifying sword intent had overshadowed all other aspects, leading others to overlook his additional strengths. Do you truly believe I covet your powers? Fool, Fang Qing scoffed, sealing off his sea of consciousness entirely. From the moment the elderly woman appeared, he had been devising a plan to extract her memories. He could perceive that her strength in life was formidable, at least on par with his current self. Should he attempt to forcibly seize her soul, she would undoubtedly self-destruct, leaving him with no opportunity. However, once she entered his sea of consciousness, the dynamics shifted. Here, he held absolute control, and she could stir no tempest. You dare to scheme against me, old woman? The elderly woman fumed with rage, her soul feeling utterly constrained. This was a complete suppression of her spiritual power. Within Fang Qing's mind, a figure identical to him began to approach his own soul. He extended his right hand, resting it upon the woman's head. Your memories are now mine. Soul extraction. A piercing, vengeful wail echoed sharply, unmistakably indicative of excruciating torment. This act of memory theft is undoubtedly one of the most brutal forms of punishment in existence. Fang Qing's expression was icy as he assimilated her memories into his consciousness. In a fleeting moment, the elderly woman's soul became insubstantial, dimming significantly. As Fang Qing lowered his hand, her essence disintegrated entirely, extinguished without a trace. To think she was a cultivator of the ascendant stage. Fang Qing murmured to himself, astonished by the magnitude of her former power. It seemed that each of these specters had once been an ascendant stage cultivator. Otherwise, the system would not have bestowed such generous rewards. Being a fractured soul, the information she possessed was minimal, yet the knowledge he sought most was contained within. The tomb of 10,000 ghosts. Fang Qing murmured, uncovering the origin of these specters. Chapter 80, Celestial Technique, Divine Aspect. Once again, the mischievous spirits were at play, truly courting disaster. If given the chance, he would ensure their annihilation. Fang Qing's expression hardened as he realized that the specters had been summoned by the mischievous spirit, Yinzu. First, he must address the tomb of 10,000 ghosts. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the inner world. Each specter equated to a treasured artifact, and the tomb of 10,000 ghosts must harbor thousands of these entities. Time was of the essence. To prevent any unforeseen developments at the tomb, he immediately set forth. Fang Qing instructed Qin Zheng to secure in city while he transformed into a beam of light and departed. According to the elderly woman's memories, all the specters that invaded in city had perished, and no further bizarre occurrences were anticipated. Riding his sword, Fang Qing journeyed toward the depths of the inner world and the tomb of 10,000 ghosts. A streak of light pierced the somber sky as his sword intent radiated outward, instilling terror in the hearts of demons and monsters alike. Should he encounter formidable fiends, he would swiftly eradicate them and seize their cores. Chaos once again erupted within the inner world. The name of Fang Qing, the human realm's protector, spread far and wide, instilling dread in the hearts of demons and monsters. A single man with a sword could traverse the demon realm with ease. Months swiftly passed as Fang Qing pressed onward without respite, finally arriving at his destination. Even the specters, once formidable beings of the ascendant stage, took a full year to reach in city. Had it not been for the unprecedented speed of his demon-slaying sword, he might have taken even longer. Is this the tomb of 10,000 ghosts? Fang Qing gazed toward the foreboding expanse of black mist. The profound black fog enveloped the area for miles, obscuring all clarity. Yet, the air was filled with anguished, vengeful howls that sent chills down the spine of any demon, causing them to shun the vicinity. This is a forbidden ground of the ghost clan. You have trespassed. A voice suddenly echoed, belonging to a ghost cultivator clad in black robes, his gaze icy and menacing. Oh, a core formation cultivator? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow as his consciousness expanded, instantly detecting 10 other core formation ghost cultivators. 11 ghost cultivators held dominion over the tomb of 10,000 ghosts, clearly tasked with suppressing this forbidden ground. Yet one area had been left unguarded, resulting in the emergence of the specters. Has there been an issue in Li Yi's territory? A flicker of realization crossed Fang Qing's mind as he recalled the ghost cultivator Li Yi whom he had slain. Before his demise, Li Yi had warned that the tomb would spiral out of control upon his death, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. His overwhelming consciousness caused the other 10 ghost cultivators to turn pale, all hastening toward him. The 11 of them regarded the swordsman before them with grave expressions, sensing an unfathomable depth in his power. Fellow cultivator, this is a forbidden ground of the ghost clan. One of the ghost cultivators spoke slowly, his gaze frigid. 11 core formation cultivators, bolstered by the advantage of formation, should be capable of repelling a downside stage cultivator. From this moment forth, the divine state shall take control, Fang Qing declared nonchalantly, directly informing them. Humph, arrogant. The ghost cultivator scoffed, unleashing his cultivation power with a thunderous burst. Form the formation. In an instant, the black mist above the tomb of 10,000 ghosts began to roil and surge violently. The 10,000 slaughter formation. The 11 core formation ghost cultivators swiftly and flawlessly completed the formation. As they beheld Fang Qing, now entirely engulfed by the black mist, the ghost cultivators revealed cruel smiles. Even if you are a Dao Insight stage powerhouse, today you shall surely perish. One of them shouted, his hand bursting open, blood gushing forth as he pointed toward the tomb. A narrow, red earthen path materialized from thin air, appearing exceedingly ethereal. The specters within the tomb seemed to have found their direction, swaying toward the path. With their core formation cultivation, they could at most confine Fang Qing, but they could not hope to slay him. Only those specters who had once attained the ascendant stage could accomplish that. Once surrounded by countless specters, even a cultivator of the ascendant stage would meet their demise. Fang Qing remained composed, not even glancing at the encroaching specters. Ding! In an instant, an unprecedented sword cry rang out, piercing through the black mist with blinding brilliance. The dazzling light erupted forth, startling all 11 ghost cultivators as their mana surged, activating the formation in full. Break! Fang Qing clenched his right hand, and the demon-slaying sword materialized with a fierce flourish, cleaving through the air above him. The three combined demon-slaying swords had reached an extraordinarily formidable level of power. In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, rending the surrounding black mist asunder. The W and Lu killing formation was shattered in a heartbeat. Fang Qing, lacking any knowledge of formations, had no means to discern their weaknesses. He relied solely on brute strength to dismantle it. How could a cultivator in the early stage of enlightenment be so powerful? The 11 ghostly cultivators gasped in astonishment. They had long dealt with phantoms and demons, yet had never encountered such a terrifying figure in the enlightenment stage. Death! Fang Qing's expression turned frigid from the outset. He had no intention of sparing the 11 ghostly cultivators. The aura of his sword enveloped them, and the 11 late-stage transformation cultivators found themselves utterly powerless to resist. The overwhelming sword intent crushed them, obliterating their very souls and wills. Fang Qing's gaze shifted to the grave of 10,000 ghosts, for that was his primary target. With the demise of the 11 ghostly cultivators, the formation sealing the grave of 10,000 ghosts began to weaken. It was likely that within a few days, The grave would spiral out of control, unleashing thousands of demons upon the realm, causing great turmoil. Even the most formidable of demons might struggle against them. However, Fang Qing had no intention of letting these phantoms escape. He vanished from his position in an instant, appearing above the grave of 10,000 ghosts. The once dense black mist had become somewhat ethereal, and his consciousness pierced through it effortlessly. Below, countless demons roamed restlessly, emitting anguished howls. Summon the wind. Fang Qing's incantation surged forth, and a fearsome purple tempest coalesced from all directions around the grave, converging towards the center to annihilate all in its path. With thousands of demons below, surely some would fear the wind element. In a heartbeat, dozens of demons trembled, attempting to flee the storm, only to be drawn towards the center, their bodies shattering violently. Demons slain. A tenfold reward has been granted. Choose from the following rewards. Option 1. Acquire 5 mysterious supreme treasures. Option 2. Acquire 1 celestial treasure. Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly shifting to one of delight. Having just annihilated dozens of demons, the system's rewards had transformed yet again. After a moment's contemplation, he chose the second option. According to previous rewards, dozens of demons would equate to dozens of supreme treasures, making the first option a poor choice. He received the celestial technique, divine aspect. Memories of the technique surged into Fang Qing's mind, and he instantly comprehended the celestial art. With his hands forming seals, an ethereal figure materialized behind him, an awe-inspiring presence radiating outward. Demons within thousands of miles were struck with terror, fleeing as if confronted by divine might. The towering figure, standing at 10,000 meters, kept its eyes closed, its hands forming an unusual pose. Fang Qing felt as if he could command the very heavens and earth. Chapter 81. The Elder of the Grave of 10,000 Ghosts. Summon rain. With a sweep of his right hand, torrential rain descended. However, unlike his previous rain summons, which could only envelop a few thousand miles, he now sensed that his rain summoning ability could cover tens of thousands of miles. A tenfold amplification. Its power had similarly surged tenfold, making it exceedingly difficult for even cultivators of the same realm to withstand. What of my mana consumption? Fang Qing furrowed his brow, immediately realizing that his spell consumption had also increased tenfold. Is this the effect of the divine aspect? A realization dawned upon him. He had only understood that the divine aspect could amplify spells, not to the extent of a tenfold increase. Such terrifying power rightfully earned the title of celestial technique. Wails echoed from the grave of 10,000 ghosts, as demons susceptible to water faced calamity. The power of the rain summoning technique surged tenfold, annihilating dozens of demons in mere moments. The system's voice resounded in his mind once more, yet Fang Qing had no time to respond. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the grave of 10,000 ghosts. Who disturbs my slumber? A living being. Fang Qing's expression turned to shock as he gazed at the grave of 10,000 ghosts. He had assumed only demons resided below, yet other life forms existed. Boom, boom, boom. The grave of 10,000 ghosts suddenly trembled violently, clouds of dust billowing forth, heralding a momentous upheaval. Fang Qing's consciousness remained attuned to the grave. Suddenly, from its center, a remnant soul surged forth, a bony arm extending outward. The earth shifted, and an elder clad in a blue Taoist robe gradually emerged. His face was ghastly pale, his eyes eerie, devoid of pupils. Even more alarming was the iron sword embedded in his forehead, piercing through his skull without a drop of blood, indicating the wound had existed for countless ages. The ones who slaughtered my kin shall perish. The mysterious being spoke in a flat tone, raising his right hand towards Fang Qing as if bidding farewell. Clang, clang, clang. The demon-slaying sword beside Fang Qing emitted a series of metallic sounds, as though struck by a tremendous force. Such terrifying might. Fang Qing's brow furrowed. An ordinary late-stage transformation cultivator would be instantly obliterated. Only one at the enlightenment stage could withstand for a time. Annihilation strike. Flash. His expression grew increasingly grave, sparing no effort. In an instant, a 10,000-foot-long wave of terrifying sword energy radiated outward, piercing the dim sky, as if to cleave heaven and earth itself. Hurtling towards the grave of 10,000 ghosts, the elder remained composed, his right hand grasping at the void. Unseen forces of law surged, instantly generating a thunderous sound. To Fang Qing's astonishment, the 10,000-foot sword energy was utterly shattered. His expression turned grim. He had sensed the elder's formidable nature. Dream entry seal, annihilation seal, demon suppression seal, reincarnation seal. The 4 seal techniques coalesced as Fang Qing's mana surged forth. Yet, it was not over. The divine aspect behind him opened its eyes abruptly, gazing down upon all beings as if embodying heaven's will. The power of the four seals surged dramatically, subtly indicating a tendency to merge. Fang Qing's intuition had proven correct. All four seals originated from a common source. The elder's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of gravity. Annihilation. Suddenly, the elder uttered a single word, and a chilling intent seemed to freeze the air. A formless power coalesced, crashing into the four radiant seals above. The Dream Entry seal shattered instantaneously, followed swiftly by the Annihilation seal, which also dissipated after a brief struggle. However, the Demon Suppression seal proved immensely powerful, clashing with the elder's force. After exhausting considerable energy, the Demon Suppression seal ultimately vanished. At that moment, the final Reincarnation seal descended with a thunderous crash. The elder's expression grew grave as he formed seals with his hands, summoning a colossal palm to strike down. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and the formation sealing the grave of 10,000 ghosts was utterly dissolved, unable to withstand such overwhelming might. Ultimately, both their spells collided and dissipated. The elder's demeanor was now exceedingly solemn. He had not anticipated awakening to encounter such a formidable foe. Has the world changed? Command. Fang Qing maintained his composure as a terrifying sword intent surged forth, augmenting the demon-slaying sword. He comprehended that his path lay in guardianship, his defensive prowess far surpassing that of mere slaughter. The demon-slaying sword stood watch by his side, instilling within him an ever-growing sense of calm. At this moment, he had secured an invincible position. However, Fang Qing's gaze was drawn to the surrounding specters and demons. The elder below possessed terrifying strength. Even if he managed to vanquish the old man, he would likely suffer grave injuries himself. This was the depths of the inner world, not the realm of humanity. The inner world was fraught with bizarre perils, with a myriad of unknown beings lurking in the shadows. Any sign of weakness could invite calamity. Fang Qing would not engage in such foolishness. Thunder approaches. Fang Qing's spiritual energy surged, and crimson thunderbolts rapidly coalesced. The elder let out a soft exclamation, instantly consumed by fury. His opponent was attempting to unleash a divine power to annihilate his remaining kin. Transmission. Suddenly, the elder formed seals with his hands, summoning the power of space to envelop Fang Qing completely. Fang Qing discerned the elder's intent. He sought to forcibly transport him away. Heavenly thunder. The space around Fang Qing trembled violently, as if he were on the verge of vanishing. He formed seals with his hands, and a torrent of terrifying crimson thunder descended, crashing into the other demons. Countless bolts of lightning struck, once again obliterating dozens of fiends. Fang Qing's form also vanished from his original location, forcibly transported to an unknown realm. The elder's divine powers were formidable. Even his sword techniques could not interrupt such a translocation. The elder sighed, taken aback by the emergence of such a formidable sword cultivator. Although the opponent's cultivation was merely at the insight stage, the ability to withstand his divine powers was astonishing. It is time to depart. The elder sighed once more, activating his divine powers. He, too, was a demon, but one capable of wielding spells. From the grave of 10,000 demons, the wandering fiends swiftly congregated. A violent disturbance in space transformed the grave of 10,000 demons into a barren wasteland, devoid of any fiendish presence. The grave had thus spiraled into chaos. Any single demon could instigate a tempest within the inner world. Yet, none of this pertained to Fang Qing. He needed only to safeguard humanity. His form disappeared into the depths of the inner world, and when the spatial movement ceased, he found himself in an unknown place. Chapter 82, Tianwu City. Fang Qing arrived atop a desolate mountain, surrounded by incessant howls. This peak was infested with creatures possessing human heads and wolf bodies, drawn to the scent of human blood, quickly converging upon him. Soon, dozens of wolf demons charged forward, their massive jaws gaping, saliva dripping incessantly. Yet, Fang Qing was absorbed in selecting rewards from the system. He had slain 3 waves of demons, earning the celestial technique, and had yet to claim the rewards from the other 2 encounters. Acquired celestial technique, mortal sword array. Acquired elixir, innate Dao pill. New celestial techniques re-emerged in Fang Qing's mind. The mortal sword array bore a peculiar name, yet it was not a sword array wielded by mortals. Rather, any creature entering the array would be reduced to a mortal, perishing instantaneously. The array comprised 3 tiers. The first tier required at least 9 celestial swords as a foundation to be invoked. The second tier demanded 36 superior celestial swords, while the ultimate tier necessitated 108 premium celestial swords. Even with Fang Qing's wealth, he found this impossible to achieve. After decades of demon slaying, excluding the demon-slaying sword, he possessed only 3 celestial swords, with one, the demon-subduing sword, stationed at An City. At present, even invoking the first tier of the mortal sword array was beyond his reach. The demon-slaying sword could still be separated, meaning he had a total of 6 celestial swords, needing just 3 more to satisfy the first condition of the mortal sword array. He must continue to slay demons. Fang Qing felt that the path of demon slaying stretched far ahead. A howl echoed through the air, as the wolf demons could no longer resist temptation and lunged at Fang Qing. His form was swiftly encircled by the wolf demons, countless chilling fangs gnashing, seeking to devour his flesh. But in the next moment, the wolf demon's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. Each of their fangs shattered upon contact. The wolf demons fell to the ground, wailing in terror, desperate to flee. Fang Qing let out a cold snort, his formidable consciousness expanding. Obliterating all demons within a 1,000-meter radius, their souls forcibly extinguished. I need to find a moment for seclusion. Fang Qing had acquired multiple elixirs, requiring time to refine them. However, this was the inner world, and the elder from the grave of 10,000 demons had left a profound impression on him. The elder's strength was unfathomable, a mere glimpse of which he had witnessed. Should he enter seclusion while such a peerless demon were to ambush him, he would undoubtedly face a life-threatening crisis. Fang Qing would never permit himself to be ensnared in any perilous situation, even if the odds were but 1 in 10,000. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in a dim, indistinguishable space. He unleashed his consciousness to its fullest extent and suddenly raised an eyebrow. Is that a human? He whispered softly before vanishing from his location. 100 miles away, 2 warriors wielding battle knives bore grave expressions, even tinged with despair. Surrounding them was a horde of crawling black demons, their eyes filled with malevolence. How could there be so many earth demons here? Chunyun cursed angrily, his eyes brimming with fury and fear. Although he was a high-ranking, extraordinary warrior, the earth demons surrounding them were numerous, at least several hundred, with the weakest among them comparable to mid-tier extraordinary beings. Devour them. A particularly massive earth demon bellowed, commanding its kin to charge. The 2 men wielding battle knives fought fiercely, striking down the oncoming earth demons as they began their desperate escape. Yet, the earth demons pursued relentlessly. The 2 had exhausted too much stamina to flee effectively. Old Shun, you go on ahead. Song Yi's eyes were filled with despair as he roared, gripping his battle knife tightly, abruptly turning to engage in combat once more. Chun Yun's eyes widened, stealing his resolve, and he too turned back. The 2 found themselves once again encircled by the earth demons. You are still young, with the potential to advance to sainthood. I may never break through in this lifetime. Your value is far greater, Chun Yun declared, his gaze resolute. You have family to care for. I am but a worthless life. We are not far from Tianwu City. You have a substantial chance of making it back. Song Yi remained unmoved, continuing his frenzied slaughter with his battle knife. However, when the mention of family arose, his body visibly trembled, yet he still chose not to flee. Chun Yun's expression hardened as he forcefully pushed back the earth demons ahead, delivering a powerful kick that sent Song Yi flying. Run, old Chun Yu. At this moment, Song Yi had already escaped, but Chun Yun was surrounded by the earth demons. After becoming a saint, if I can slay a few more major demons, it would be tantamount to avenging myself. Chun Yun shouted fiercely, unleashing his combat skills and prepared to fight to the death. Seeing the determination in Chun Yun's eyes, Song Yi clenched his fists, his face filled with sorrow, ultimately heading toward Tianwu City. Chun Yun's gaze grew increasingly frenzied, and a layer of radiance enveloped his battle knife, rendering it incredibly sharp. In a brief span, several mid-tier earth demons fell. The demon lord could no longer restrain himself. With a sudden surge of strength, he propelled himself off the ground, seizing the opportunity to pounce and sink his fangs into the fallen foe. Your flesh and blood belong to me. The demon lord's countenance was filled with ferocity. His fangs bared menacingly as he lunged to tear into his prey. How dare you think you can feast upon me, you wretch? Chun Yun roared defiantly, abruptly producing a blood-stained crystal core. This was the bounty of their recent expedition, a high-tier extraordinary demon core. Initially, it was thought to be a potential source of great wealth. Yet it was destined to serve a more desperate purpose. Die, you scoundrel. The mental energy contained within the core erupted in an instant. Chun Yun forced the core into the demon lord's mouth, whose expression shifted to one of shock as he attempted to flee, only to find himself tightly ensnared and unable to escape. I shall not perish in vain. I will take a fellow demon of my rank with me. Chun Yun began to laugh, a wild and unrestrained sound. As he awaited the core's detonation to obliterate both their consciousnesses, a peculiar sigh echoed, as though someone were whispering in his ear. Startled, Chun Yun momentarily lost his grasp on the situation, but his pupils widened as he beheld a chilling sight. The once ferocious horde of demons collapsed en masse, devoid of any visible wounds, yet their life forces had vanished entirely. He could ascertain that the fall of the demon horde had occurred in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, The core that was set to explode dissipated into nothingness. The scene before him shattered his perception of reality. Even high-tier saints could not achieve such an eerie feat as Chunyun stood in stunned silence. A figure descended from the heavens. Clad in casual attire, the individual exuded an air of utmost composure, as if strolling in a serene garden rather than the perilous realm they occupied. Who are you? Chunyun gradually regained his senses, realizing that he had been saved. The person before him was unmistakably a powerful member of the human race, Fang Qing. Take me to Tianwu City. Fang Qing, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, replied, having overheard their conversation and recognizing that they were near the human stronghold of Tianwu City. He had an inkling that it was a city established by the Tianwu kingdom. For him, the specific city was inconsequential. He merely sought a route back to the surface world. Venturing through the inner realm to return to a city would lead to disorientation and waste considerable time. However, traveling from Tianwu Kingdom to Linen City would be a much shorter journey, with minimal risk involved. Chapter 83, the Imperial Capital of Tianwu. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. I am Chunyun. Gratitude radiated from Chunyun's expression, fully aware that his life had been spared. Let us depart. Fang Qing simply nodded. Elder, these demons. Chunyun glanced at the lifeless bodies surrounding them, an inkling of reluctance crossing his face. Consider it your reward. Deal with them swiftly. Understood. Chunyun brandished his weapon and commenced extracting the demon cores from the slain fiends. The more he dissected the demon carcasses, the more his heart raced. Not a single demon bore any wounds, yet all had perished. Such a method of attack was utterly astonishing, far beyond the capabilities of a mere martial artist. Fang Qing paid little heed to Chunyun, as the cores of extraordinary demons held no value for him. His gaze was contemplative, mulling over other matters. Tianwu City was likely a city of the Tianwu Kingdom within the inner realm. Long ago, Guxinghe had aspired to relocate the Tianwu Kingdom into the realm of Shenzhou, even hoping to enlist Fang Qing's assistance. Yet, Fang Qing had declined, anticipating that Guxinghe would dispatch someone like Su Long instead. Now it appeared that Guxinghe's plans had yet to come to fruition, otherwise, Tianwu City would not exist. Elder, let us be on our way, Chunyun declared, a flicker of joy illuminating his face as he stowed away all the demon cores in his backpack. The two ascended into the air, but Chunyun's speed appeared sluggish, at least in Fang Qing's eyes. Guide me. Fang Qing suddenly teleported to Chunyun's side, grasping his shoulder firmly. Chunyun, bewildered, complied and indicated the direction. In an instant, they vanished from their original location, reappearing thousands of meters away. This display of supernatural ability left Chunyun astounded, disbelief etched across his features. Is this still human? Should one master such a technique, they could traverse the entire inner realm with ease. What would have taken Chunyun several days to reach Tianwu City was accomplished in under 2 hours. This was still without Fang Qing utilizing his sword for flight. Otherwise, their speed would have been even greater. Like a streak of light, they surged into Tianwu City. Alert! Alert! Suddenly, the soldiers stationed at Tianwu City shouted, even sounding the alarm. A cacophony of urgent and intense sirens echoed through the skies above the city. I am Chunyun, he called out, addressing the soldiers below. The citizens of Tianwu City were understandably on edge, for the manner of their arrival was nothing short of shocking. They had never witnessed martial artists exhibiting such speed. The alarm drew the attention of the highest authority in Tianwu City. A poised middle-aged man descended, his expression grave. Who might you be? The man scrutinized Fang Qing with surprise and suspicion. City Lord, Fang Qing is my savior. If not for him, I would have been devoured by the demons. Fang Qing regarded the middle-aged man with calmness. The man's martial prowess was merely at the first tier of the saint level. Yet he held the position of the city's highest leader. The Tianwu Kingdom had clearly not prioritized the exploration of the inner realm, focusing instead on sealing pathways to prevent the escape of malevolent energies. It is a mere formality. I simply wish to borrow a passage back to the surface world. Fang Qing spoke with a placid demeanor. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. As fellow humans, this was not an unreasonable request. Then I thank you for your assistance. Just as Fang Qing prepared to return to the surface world, a voice interjected. We cannot grant him passage. A martial artist with a severed right arm stepped forward, his eyes filled with malice. Fang Qing's brow arched, recognition dawning as his voice turned cold. What? Do you wish to part with your other arm as well? This man was one of the 10 saints who had previously descended upon Linen City. Unfortunately, he had provoked Fang Qing and had his arm forcibly torn off as a result. Lin Xian's expression shifted in shock as he recalled that day, an uncontrollable fear flickering in his eyes. Yet, he soon remembered that this was his territory, though Tianwu City lacked formidable warriors. The other side of the passage concealed the strongest figures of the Tianwu Kingdom. They would surely not dare to act recklessly. He must not be allowed to pass. He hails from Shenzhou and is allied with the 6 ruffians outside. Lin Xian bellowed, his gaze filled with vigilance and wariness, prepared for Fang Qing to strike unexpectedly. You are from Shenzhou? Seal the passage. Seal the passage. The martial artists within Tianwu City assumed defensive stances, their eyes brimming with hostility. Chen Yun, however, shouted vehemently. What are you doing? We are all of the same kin. Besides, Elder Fang has just saved my life. Chen Yun, should you choose to consort with him, you shall be treated as a traitor. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted from earlier gentleness to hostility. Ruffians? Fang Qing remained unfazed by the animosity of Tianwu City. The lives of the masses were but a thought away from his command. It seems the old man's dispatched individuals are not to be trusted. Fang Qing murmured softly, recalling the day he had declined to come, fearing that it would incite conflict. In retrospect, it appeared that the individuals dispatched by the old Gu faction were akin to him, all treated as marauders. Dream Seal. With a single gesture, Fang Qing unleashed a technique, plunging the entire martial community of Tianwu City into a deep slumber, rendering them utterly helpless. He contemplated the matter of the marauders. Suddenly, he found himself before Lin Xian, whose eyes fluttered open slightly, yet his pupils lacked any focus, appearing thoroughly bewildered, as though under some form of manipulation. The 6 from Shenzhou sought to engulf Tianwu. Having been pioneers of yore with significant contributions to humanity, however, none wished to live under another's roof. Thus they rejected the intentions put forth. Their prestige proved ineffectual, prompting them to rely on brute strength to intimidate us. They established arenas across the 6 states of Tianwu, challenging various experts. Presently, not a single soul stood as their match, hence their designation as marauders. Fang Qing had not anticipated the ferocity of the 6 sent forth, directly challenging all of Tianwu's strongest. His consciousness expanded, traversing to the passage of Tianwu, stepping inside. An ordinary person. On the other side of the passage lay a grand hall, where an elderly man teetered on the brink of slumber, suddenly jolting awake, eyes wide with astonishment. The inner world was thick with malevolence, to the extent that even low-tier martial artists dared not enter. Yet here stood an ordinary individual. Fang Qing's gaze fell upon the elder, who was surprisingly a mid-tier sage, presumably stationed to prevent demons from emerging from the inner world. Ignoring the elder's shock, he vanished from sight in an instant, heading towards Shenzhou. Demon incursion. Demon incursion. The elder's expression turned grave, entirely oblivious to how the figure had disappeared. How could an ordinary person possess such an uncanny method of movement? More critically, the passage's rules seemed to hold no sway over him. Without hesitation, the elder sounded the alarm. The powerful figures within the imperial capital of Tianwu were roused, and myriad formidable auras surged towards the passage. In the Tianwu Tower within the imperial capital, 9 individuals clad in black robes sat around a circular table, enveloped in profound silence, resembling statues. They were the rulers of Tianwu, their positions and authority surpassing that of the governors of the 9 states. The 6 martial artists from Shenzhou needed to be dealt with swiftly. One of the robed figures slowly spoke, revealing his visage, a refined young man with spectacles. 2 among them posed a significant challenge, Zhou Qian and Zhou Koan. You shall personally handle this. The remaining 4 will be dealt with by the local governors. The young man maintained a composed demeanor, yet a faint crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of blood, exceedingly eerie. He continued, the 6 are the pioneers of the past, likely the trump card of Shenzhou. If we eliminate them, only Gu Xinghe remains. Boss, Gu Xinghe may be one of the robed figures, a pale-skinned girl, interjected. No matter, I have my methods to deal with him. The strength of Gu Xinghe was formidable, inscrutable to many, yet the young man exuded confidence. Just as the 9 were in deliberation, the alarm of the imperial capital suddenly blared. An invasion? The young man's eyes glinted as he glanced towards the exterior of the tower. Allow me, the pale girl spoke, and as soon as the words left her lips, she vanished from her spot in a black robe. At this moment, Fang Qing had already taken to the skies, soaring away from the imperial capital. He had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of Tianwu. This path is blocked. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and a black flame materialized abruptly before Fang Qing. The flames swiftly coalesced, revealing a girl clad in black robes. Fang Qing initially assumed her to be a powerful figure from Tianwu and prepared to depart, reluctant to engage in conflict with humanity. However, as he gazed at the girl, his expression froze in astonishment. An overwhelming chill of murderous intent surged forth. He did not conceal his aura, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on the pale girl. Below, the inhabitants of the imperial capital also discerned his presence, and dozens of formidable figures swiftly encircled him, all at least mid-tier sages. What a reckless demon! How dare you invade the imperial capital? Proclaimed a figure clad in black armor, the aura of a high-tier sage erupting. Demon? Fang Qing smirked mockingly. bemused by the chaotic state of the world where the lines between humanity and demons had become so blurred. If they truly wished to eradicate demons, they ought to apprehend her first. His tone was calm, yet it startled the surrounding powerhouses. A demon appears, and yet you fail to notice it. Directing your hostility towards me, Fang Qing, ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, the pale girl's expression shifted, and her eyes subtly revealed a crimson hue. Execute him on the spot, she commanded coldly. A group of humans obeying a demon. Tianwu was indeed a place turned upside down, opening my eyes wide. Nonsense. The armored warrior, wielding a long sword, lunged with ferocity, summoning soldiers from beings. At this moment, Fang Qing's killing intent surged. Were it not for his extensive experience, he might not have recognized that the girl before him was possessed by a demon. Suddenly, dozens of golden beings appeared, morphing into numerous saint-level warriors. The warriors charged at the surrounding figures, effectively blocking the strongmen. The pale girl's expression shifted drastically, her eyes filled with horror. She struggled to comprehend the means by which he could conjure beings from thin air. Fang Qing's consciousness expanded suddenly, enveloping the vast imperial capital, leaving no corner unexamined. Countless martial artists below felt an icy presence enveloping them, rendering them motionless. Celestial technique, divine aspect. Suddenly, Fang Qing formed seals with his hands, summoning the divine aspect. A colossal form, capable of shattering the heavens, materialized behind him, emanating an awe-inspiring might that shook the very earth. The martial artists below widened their eyes, their astonishment reaching its zenith. What is this? A celestial being? Can demons attain such heights? An immortal has emerged. Countless individuals harbored diverse thoughts, each speculating wildly. Summoning winds and rains. Fang Qing turned his gaze towards the pale girl, a cold smile gracing his face. In an instant, several purple storms erupted, accompanied by rain that fell like blades. Yet, the tempest did not manifest within the imperial capital, but coalesced outside its bounds. From this moment forth, this city is sealed. Those who defy shall bear the consequences, Fang Qing declared with unyielding authority, decisively sealing the imperial capital of Tianwu. From the instant he had laid eyes on the demon, he had resolved to cleanse the city. Demons differed from other malignant races. Their mode of survival was parasitism. Should they attach to other demons, the threat remained minimal. However, if they latched onto a human body, that posed a genuine dilemma. As long as they refrained from revealing themselves, discerning their presence proved exceedingly difficult. Not everyone possessed Fang Qing's acute sensitivity. Imagine, your closest companion is a demon. Should it suddenly erupt, none would be prepared. This rendered demons among the most feared races by humanity. First, I shall deal with you. Fang Qing's expression turned frigid as he concentrated a bolt of heavenly thunder in his palm. The pallid maiden's countenance shifted drastically as she comprehended the magnitude of the entity she had provoked. At that moment, Chen Han found herself fervently cursing her own folly. Had she not hesitated to intervene, the adversary would have long departed from the Tianwu kingdom, and this crisis would never have arisen. A sense of impending doom enveloped her. The ability to manipulate the very heavens and seal off the entire imperial capital was undeniably the mark of a celestial being. In an instant, her form dissipated, fleeing into the distance. Yet, could she possibly outrun the thunder? Suddenly, a crimson bolt of heavenly lightning surged towards her back. Boom! Empowered by divine favor, the lightning's might had escalated tenfold, instantly rending her body asunder. Though she was a warrior above the saintly rank, she could not withstand a single strike. Chen Han collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from her lips, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. Yet, her gaze morphed into one of growing ferocity, turning a deep crimson. You shall perish. You shall perish. Chen Han murmured softly, and from her lacerated back erupted 8 colossal, ebony tentacles, transforming the once demure maiden into a figure reminiscent of a spider, instilling terror in all who beheld her. Is this the leader of your Tianwu kingdom? Fang Qing remarked with derision, commanding the summoned divine weapon to cease its assault. The expressions of the dozens of saint-level warriors shifted dramatically, their eyes brimming with uncertainty. We plead for the celestial being to save her. The high-ranking saint clad in black armor, no longer resolute, began to beseech. Save her? Fang Qing's lips curled into a strange smile. Surely, you do not believe she has been overtaken by a demon's will? The crowd fell silent, bewildered by his insinuation. To speak plainly, she has willingly merged with the sinister spirit. In other words, they now exist in a symbiotic relationship. Chapter 85. The Truth of the Tianwu Kingdom. At this revelation, the crowd's expressions darkened, and soon someone retorted angrily. Even if you are powerful, you cannot distort the truth. The strength of the Chen King is inherently above the saintly rank. How could he permit such a cohabitation with a demon? Skepticism filled the air. as Chun Han's reputation had been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Only those involved truly understood. Perhaps it was a quest for greater power. Fang Qing spoke with calm assurance. Perhaps she is but an old crone who, in her desire for youth, has allowed the sinister spirit to inhabit her. The notion of a young girl surpassing the saintly rank seemed implausible, unless she had trained from the womb. Fang Qing's words appeared to enrage Chun Han below. You shall perish. The visage of the sinister spirit transformed once more, the crimson in its right eye fading until it resembled that of a human. The current form was a joint manifestation of Chun Han and the sinister spirit. Suddenly, she emitted an otherworldly howl, the sound waves rapidly reverberating throughout the imperial capital. She was summoning her companions. Fang Qing, however, made no move to intervene. He required all of them to converge for an easier capture. Boom, boom, boom. Abruptly, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the imperial capital. A battalion of soldiers mounted on black steeds surged forth at breakneck speed, numbering in the hundreds. Each exuding an icy demeanor, their murderous intent palpable. The Tianwu army has emerged. The army, capable of withstanding 1,000 foes, had mobilized in its entirety. Numerous warriors gasped in astonishment. If you wish to live, flee from this place at once. Fang Qing's expression was frigid, his divine figure equally merciless. As if gazing down upon mere ants. The populace below finally grasped the gravity of their situation. Should battle erupt, this would surely become a cauldron of chaos. Ordinary warriors caught in the fray might not even retain their corpses. Yet it was not enough. Fang Qing's demeanor remained unperturbed as he surveyed the Tianwu army. Each soldier had been possessed by a sinister spirit, which came as no surprise. The entire Tianwu kingdom had effectively fallen under the dominion of demons, transformed into a realm of monstrosity. It was no wonder they could conquer neighboring kingdoms. With the aid of demons, they were indeed far superior to others. Arrogance. Today, you shall meet your demise. Chun Han bellowed, her voice morphing into a strange, androgynous timbre. Dare to tread upon the land of the Tianwu kingdom, and you shall find no escape. A voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. Hundreds of figures clad in black robes rushed forth, their aura utterly terrifying, causing countless warriors below to tremble in fear. The elders have also appeared. The armored Li Long spoke, now fully convinced of Fang Qing's assertions. Be cautious. These are the pinnacle warriors of the Tianwu kingdom. He warned Fang Qing. You all must protect the civilians. I shall handle the rest. Fang Qing's demeanor remained composed as he addressed the dozens of saint-level warriors surrounding him. They were wanderers, unaffiliated with any official organization, and thus had not been possessed by the sinister spirit. Then I shall entrust this to you. Li Long bowed slightly, his eyes filled with a plea. Today, Fang Qing would expose the sinister spirit. Should he be defeated, the consequences would be dire. To solidify their rule, the sinister spirits would undoubtedly incite a grand purge within the imperial capital. Hundreds of elders fixed their icy gazes upon Fang Qing. The foremost 8 exuded the most terrifying aura, each possessing strength surpassing that of the saints. Chun Han gradually ascended into the air, positioning herself beside the 8. Be wary. This individual is exceedingly treacherous. Chun Han's eyes were filled with apprehension. Someone capable of severely wounding her would not be easily dealt with. The Xinzhou kingdom had not anticipated the emergence of another anomaly. A bespectacled, handsome young man spoke, exuding calm despite the exposure. I wonder if killing you will prompt Gu Xinghe to come after me. A wicked smile played upon the man's lips. If I perish, old Gu's arrival will yield not, but death as well. Fang Qing shook his head with a smile. But you are simply not enough. The man's eyes narrowed, emanating an extremely perilous aura. Suddenly, a black tail erupted from his back, piercing through the air like lightning. Such a demonic visage made it clear to the distant populace. This man was indeed the highest authority of the Tianwu kingdom, now reduced to the host of a demon. Fang Qing's assertions rang true. The Tianwu kingdom had indeed been turned upside down, becoming a land of monsters. Flash. Fang Qing's consciousness had long been attuned to the man's every move, and a piercing sword aura cleaved through the air in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the black tail was severed and fell to the ground. The man's expression darkened. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained silent. He understood the tenacity of his opponent. Black blood seeped from the severed tail, struggling to regenerate. Yet an invisible sword intent stifled the wound. The man's expression soured, and he coldly commanded, "Reveal your strongest forms." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an astounding transformation swept through both the Tianwu army and the Elder Assembly. A cacophony of howls erupted, as the scene of rampant demons sent shockwaves throughout the imperial capital. Each individual bore blood-red eyes, manifesting monstrous features. Though their combat prowess surged, their appearances became utterly grotesque. Truly, they were demons, the guardians we believed and turned out to be mere fiends. I have toiled to cultivate strength. aspiring to join the Elder Assembly or the Tianwu army, only to discover they are a horde of demons. A figure with a sorrowful expression could no longer contain his laughter. This scene utterly overturned the beliefs and perceptions of the populace. Who could have imagined they had been coexisting with a horde of fiends all along? Moreover, they had revered these demons as saviors. A stark contrast that filled them with profound sorrow. "Brat, you can now meet your demise," declared the elegant young man. His once pristine features now marred by the emergence of sharp fangs, dripping with saliva. "Behold our most formidable form. You have every reason to take pride," taunted another fiend, one who had transcended the status of a saint. The 9 most powerful beings were themselves beyond mere saints, and the fiends that had parasitized them were equally formidable. Their symbiosis was far more complex than a mere sum of parts. "A gathering of wretched scum," Fang Qing remarked with composure, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. With a flourish of his hands, he abruptly solidified a fearsome seal. Demon Suppression Seal, the colossal divine emblem, spanning 100 feet, surged forth towards the Elder Council, suspended in the air. The foremost 9 bellowed in unison, their aura surpassing that of saints. As the forces of vitality and demonic power intertwined to resist the impending seal, Fang Qing scoffed, and in that instant, the divine manifestation behind him suddenly opened its eyes, radiating ruthlessness and coldness. Abruptly, the potency of the demon suppression seal surged tenfold. The 9, who had previously felt confident in their ability to withstand it, now changed countenance, their bodies involuntarily retreating. The seal continued its relentless advance, bearing down upon the multitude of fiends.